Yellow, let the person go, Xiao Chen said calmly. Upon hearing this, the big yellow dog immediately nodded, its paw loosening slightly, and in the next moment, Jin Yulong was swept away by the big yellow dog to the other side. As for the woman, she was nearly scared silly at this moment. This dog was too big, and when it came in, it could even talk. Not only that, but with a wave of its paw, the terrifying scene was something she still remembered vividly. This was clearly a monster. This world was too crazy, even monsters were coming out. Master, the big yellow dog spoke up. Can I set up a formation here to fill your little world with spiritual energy? Little world? Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen was slightly taken aback. Is my space a little world? Master, space cannot store living beings, and as your strength continues to grow, this world will also expand, which undoubtedly makes it your companion space. The big yellow dog said to Xiao Chen at that moment. Then if there are enough jade essences, can we cultivate here? Xiao Chen asked directly. Jade essence is actually top-grade spirit stones, the big yellow dog replied. Once there are enough jade essences, then setting up a gathering spirit formation in this space will ensure that the level of spiritual energy is definitely not less than that of the world I am in. However, the laws of each world are different, so in the world you are in, even these spiritual materials cannot become precious spiritual materials. The big yellow dog had roughly understood this. These spiritual materials were everywhere in Xiao Chen's space, but even if he used spiritual energy to nourish them, they would only grow a bit larger, and aside from possibly extending the lifespan of ordinary people, there was nothing else. It was impossible for them to instantly transform into something like in the world where the big yellow dog was. So, it is undoubtedly due to the different laws. Alright, since that's the case, you continue to set it up. Xiao Chen nodded upon hearing this. His space could continuously expand, and since this space could also store living things, Xiao Chen roughly understood now. It was equivalent to this space being a world, a space that he could control instantly with just a thought. In other words, in this world he was invincible. I'll try to gather more chalcedony. At that moment, Xiao Chen spoke. He was very clear that as the chalcedony increased, the changes would undoubtedly happen even faster. If the master can obtain a spirit stone vein and bury it underground, then the effect would undoubtedly be even better. De Huang said quickly. There will be opportunities in the future. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded. No matter what, as more worlds opened up in the future, he would definitely be able to obtain spirit stone veins. Then, Xiao Chen turned his gaze to the two people beside him, and with a casual grab, the two were instantly pulled out. The next moment, they appeared right in front of Xiao Chen. Looking at the scene before him, Jin Yulong's expression changed drastically. From the moment he was captured by Xiao Chen and brought into the space until now, it had been no more than an hour. An hour, even a plane couldn't fly that fast. Yet now, they had already appeared in Shengjing. The way he looked at Xiao Chen was as if he were staring at a demon. Faced with Xiao Chen, he even felt a deep sense of powerlessness. At this moment, he truly understood that in front of the other party, he was no different from an infant. At this moment, it felt as if all his strength had been drained away, and he stood deflated before Xiao Chen. Looking at the other party, Xiao Chen smiled faintly, then quickly led the two to Elder Bai. Elder Bai looked at the few people who appeared, his gaze directly fixed on Jin Yulong. Jin Yulong, where are the others? Elder Bai's expression was exceptionally serious as he coldly asked. They're dead. Jin Yulong replied bitterly. After saying this, he had already resigned himself to his fate. Following that, he spoke to Elder Bai with almost complete honesty. After all, whether he spoke or not was no longer important. Listening to the other party's words, Xiao Chen, on the other hand, had no interest and stood aside, continuing to communicate with De Huang. He was more concerned about the situation in his own space. Everything else was simply unimportant to him. De Huang, are there any veins in your original world? With Xiao Chen's inquiry, De Huang directly replied, Master, you know the situation in my world. Although the spiritual energy is relatively sufficient, veins are extremely rare. De Huang hurriedly said upon hearing this. Xiao Chen roughly understood. Even if there were any, they were mostly hidden very secretly. It was impossible to take them out for exchange. After all, those guys weren't fools. Once the veins were taken away, it would be equivalent to cutting off the future of the entire sect. Very few fools would be willing to do such self-destructive things. Therefore, this path was basically not feasible. However, Xiao Chen didn't see any problem with it. If this world didn't have it, he could look for it in other worlds. With this thought, Xiao Chen prepared to exit the conversation with De Huang, but at that moment, Elder Bai hurriedly walked up to Xiao Chen and said, I've inquired. Jin Yulong gave those 2 vials of potion to the Marilus Federation. Elder Bai knew very well how incredible the effects of those 2 vials were. If the Marilus Federation figured something out, then it wouldn't be good for the Dragon Kingdom. As for Jin Yulong, who had done this, Elder Bai now just wanted to kill him. Xiao Chen merely nodded and said, understood. Don't worry, they won't be able to research those things. Xiao Chen was very clear that the materials needed for the evolution potions in the apocalyptic world could not possibly exist in this world. At most, the other party could use those 2 items to awaken 2 super warriors. Perhaps the other party's super soldier could gain some special abilities, but what else? Nothing. I provide the old man. Buy with potions every month, so I'm not worried about these things at all. Upon hearing this, Old Bai nodded. If they really couldn't research anything, that would be good enough. In that case, there was no need to worry. At most, they would lose 2 bottles of potions. He then looked at Xiao Chen and asked, can you provide a bit more of the potions? Old Bai was also aware that Xiao Chen was supplying them with a lot of resources, while the other party had even more wealth now. It seemed they weren't lacking in money. He was thinking about how to win Xiao Chen over. By the way, help me look for this thing. Xiao Chen thought for a moment, then took out a piece of jade and said, if you have this, I can trade 1 piece for 10 bottles of potions, or some weapons. Upon hearing this, Old Bai's gaze immediately turned to the jade in Xiao Chen's hand. It looked like jade, but was somewhat different. Alright, I think I've seen this before. I'll find a few professionals to study it. Upon hearing this, Old Bai immediately took the small piece of jade that Xiao Chen handed him. Xiao Chen nodded and said, in that case, I'll take my leave. After saying this, he didn't even wait for Old Bai to respond before he left. Old Bai was already used to Xiao Chen's attitude. There were still many matters to deal with, especially since Jin Yulong had wiped out his entire team. That was a real headache for him. He still had to handle these issues, so there was naturally no need to worry about Xiao Chen. After that, Xiao Chen used a few teleportations and returned to Yun City. Master, you're back. Seeing Xiao Chen, Lu Ming rushed to his side eagerly and said, Master, the junior sister is missing. What? Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen was slightly taken aback and asked, what happened? Yesterday, Uncle He said he received an order and needed to go discuss it, and the junior sister went with him. Now we can't contact either Uncle He or the junior sister. Old Wolf and the others have already started searching, but they still can't find anyone. Hearing this, a hint of surprise appeared in Xiao Chen's eyes. Fat He and Gu Qingran are missing? Where did they go? Xiao Chen quickly inquired. Just then, Chu Qingyue walked up to Xiao Chen and said, Xiao Chen, it's strange. I went to the location where they disappeared with Old Wolf. I can guarantee that they were definitely not kidnapped. It's as if they just vanished suddenly when they got there. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen was momentarily stunned and then a complex expression crossed his face. According to Gu Qingran's account, it seemed he had crossed over at that moment. In other words, Gu Qingran might have crossed over. But what about Fat He? Did that guy cross over too? Just as Xiao Chen was preparing to explore the situation himself, the next moment he heard Gu Qingran's voice in his mind. Master. Hearing this voice, Xiao Chen was slightly taken aback, then showed a strange expression. This was Gu Qingran from that world, who had previously called him Xiaogo and now started calling him Master. Master, I have a new memory in my mind. It's the park where you took me away. Gu Qingran said softly. At this moment, Xiao Chen understood. In other words, Gu Qingran really had suddenly crossed over. But where did Fat He go? What about Fat He? Xiao Chen quickly asked. No matter what, he needed to find Fat He first. I don't know. That day, Uncle He and I were driving, and suddenly a white light flashed by, and after that I have no memory. Gu Qingran on the other end said, I remember the things with you on Earth, and I remember the transactions between you and me in this world, but it's as if I'm still me in this world, just with an extra memory from Earth. Listening to Gu Qingran's words, Xiao Chen was speechless. Fat He was really missing. Alright, I understand. Xiao Chen sighed, then glanced at Lu Ming. Gu Qingran really did wear it, but Lu Ming seemed to be in a different situation. Master, what about Junior's sister and the others? Looking at Xiao Chen, Lu Ming asked at that moment. It's fine. Xiao Chen waved his hand and then stood up, saying, does Uncle He know about He Fatty's situation? Not yet. Chu Qingyue hurriedly replied. She knew the relationship between He Fatty and Xiao Chen, and she also knew that Uncle He only had this one son. Now that Uncle He's son was missing, this matter was quite serious. At this moment, she really didn't know how to talk to Uncle He about it. Let's not mention it for now. I'll think of a way, Xiao Chen said helplessly. However, just when Xiao Chen was still unsure of what to do, suddenly, a system prompt sounded. Detected a strong summoning from a certain plane trading system binding successful. You have a new order. Please check. As the voice echoed in his mind, the next moment, Xiao Chen was slightly taken aback. What is a strong summoning from a certain plane? He quickly opened the order, and immediately, a look of surprise appeared on Xiao Chen's face. Sour fish? Spicy chicken? What the hell? Why did you order 2 dishes? Xiao Chen was somewhat speechless, but a vague guess began to form in his mind. Alright, I'll handle He Fatty's matter. I should have a rough idea of where that kid went. After saying this, Xiao Chen quickly flickered and went to a Sichuan restaurant. After having them prepare a few dishes and packing them up, he quickly grabbed the takeout and, taking advantage of the absence of people, directly stuffed it into his space. The next moment, Xiao Chen chose to teleport. When the light flashed and disappeared, Xiao Chen found himself in a courtyard facing a dressed-up He Fatty. Upon seeing Xiao Chen appear, He Fatty exclaimed in delight, Xiao Chen, it really is you. Whoa, brother, I'm suffering. I was sent to this hellish place, and these people in this mansion are no good. They think I'm too fat and won't give me food. He Fatty hugged Xiao Chen, crying heart-wrenchingly, while pulling Xiao Chen and saying, you have to take me back. I can't stay in this hellish place for even a second longer. They actually want me to lose weight. Looking at He Fatty, Xiao Chen slightly opened his mouth. This guy didn't seem to be as miserable as he had imagined. However, it was clear that he wasn't living well either. Fatty, I can't take you back, Xiao Chen said helplessly, sitting in front of Fatty. Upon hearing this, He Fatty was taken aback and urgently asked, then what should we do? Xiao Chen, I don't want to stay here. If you want to go back, there's only one way. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Chen spoke, cultivate. You start cultivating first, and once you reach a certain level, I might be able to solve the spiritual energy problem on Earth, and at that stage, you can go back. It was evident that Xiao Chen had no way out at the moment. He Fatty definitely couldn't be taken away, and even though his face was now different from before and could carry life, he still couldn't take He Fatty with him. Then won't I not be able to see my dad? At this moment, He Fatty said somewhat helplessly. The two of them had relied on each other, so what was he to do now? Don't worry, when the time comes, I'll find a way to let you two meet. It won't be difficult. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Chen said, let's not mention anything else for now. For the time being, you definitely have no way. You might as well tell me about your current predicament, Xiao Chen said, looking at He Fatty. At this moment, He Fatty didn't care about that and directly pointed to a pile of things in front of him, saying, Xiao Chen, come, take this stuff away. What about the food I want? Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen glanced at the pile of things in front of him. It was just a few very large pieces of wood. However, on these pieces of wood, Xiao Chen surprisingly discovered a trace of spiritual energy. What is this? Xiao Chen asked curiously. I don't know either, but there are quite a few in this mansion, and they even use them for firewood. Fatty, he spoke up. I was leaning against this pile of wood, thinking about how to get through the coming days, and then I thought of you. And then the system awakened. The system told me this is the material I can exchange. He pointed at the pile of rotten wood in front of him. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen frowned slightly but didn't ask further. He quickly gathered the wood into his face, and then with a wave of his hand, a large pile of food appeared in front of him. Eat, Xiao Chen said helplessly as he looked at the drooling fatty. It was obvious that he was truly starving. Upon seeing the food, he started crying. He swung his chopsticks wildly while continuously lamenting how miserable his current situation was. Xiao Chen, you have no idea. They are simply inhumane. Just because I'm fat, they refuse to give me food no matter what I say. At that moment, Fatty he cried out. A son-in-law also has human rights. According to Fatty's description, he had crossed over to an ancient world which was essentially a fantasy realm. Basically, I've even seen flying creatures in this world, Fatty said. As for what level it is, I'm not sure. Right now, I'm the son-in-law of this mansion. While eating, the fatty looked at Xiao Chen and said. Listening to Fatty's words, Xiao Chen became somewhat curious and stared at him. Generally speaking, a son-in-law should at least have decent looks. But this guy, how could he possibly be considered good-looking? Bro, don't look at me like that. Seeing Xiao Chen's gaze, Fatty said helplessly, do you think I wanted this? To put it bluntly, I have nothing to do with this so-called noble lady. After I crossed over to this world, a group of people came to my door with a marriage certificate claiming I was their mansion's son-in-law. I later found out that a prince from the dynasty had taken a liking to the noble lady, but the mansion was unwilling to marry her off to the prince, plus that so-called cheap old man was once a subordinate of the marquis. That cheap old man died for the marquis, so they signed this marriage certificate. I also heard that originally my family didn't mention it, and the mansion wasn't planning to marry off their daughter. At most, they would find a goddaughter to marry me. But unfortunately, now the prince is vying for power, so he has his eyes on their daughter, and they directly used the marriage contract to pull me into the mansion. Xiao Chen sat in front of Fatty, who was stuffing his mouth while angrily denouncing the current situation. Hearing this, Xiao Chen felt somewhat helpless. He truly hadn't expected things to be even more absurd than he imagined. So, Fatty was brought here as a mere shield. Bro, you have no idea. After I married into the mansion, I haven't seen that young lady. That would be fine if I had food and drink here. I wouldn't complain. But they look at me like this and say I'm too fat. I'm not the type the young lady likes at all. They only send me 2 meals a day, and they're all vegetarian. Early in the morning, there are guards coming to drag me up to exercise. Xiao Chen, I'm suffering. Fatty was truly shedding bitter tears as he spoke these words. Hearing this, Xiao Chen felt that Fatty was indeed having a hard time. Alright Fatty, I get it. Xiao Chen sighed and said, what do you think about it? How long can you stay here? Also, how powerful are you? Fatty thought for a moment and asked Xiao Chen. I don't know what the rules of this world are like, but generally speaking, I think there's a high probability that I'm invincible. Xiao Chen pondered and replied. Upon hearing this, Fatty immediately showed a hint of joy. However, soon he plopped down in the chair and said, forget it, you're impressive, and I know your skills must be great, but I still have to survive in this world, so I need to work hard myself. By the way, Xiao Chen, since you're so capable, do you have any quick training methods? At least let me have a bit more self-defense in this world? Fatty, he said while stuffing his face with food. I need to regain the face I've lost. If it really doesn't work, I'll summon you. At least with you around, my safety won't be an issue. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded. He understood that although Fatty he usually joked around, being looked down upon like this made him want to regain his dignity. So at this moment he was also holding back a bit of frustration. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Chen began to take out some items. First, he pulled out a storage bag which was of no use to him. He had given one to Chu Qingyue and another to Song Ya, leaving him with 2. At the same time, he took out a few bottles of evolution potions and explained to Fatty how to use them. After a moment's thought, Xiao Chen also pulled out a few spirit stones and suddenly reached out to tap one. The next second, a look of surprise appeared on Fatty's face. Xiao Chen had given himself a technique, and it was the kind that was directly infused. In an instant, he understood the function of these techniques. It was simply impressive beyond words. At that moment, Fatty looked at Xiao Chen with a bit more excitement in his eyes. Bro, if I had known you were this amazing, I would have asked you for advice long ago. Fatty, he said with a grin. I originally thought you could just be an ordinary person, but now it seems that's not the case. Xiao Chen stretched lazily and spoke. Just as he finished this sentence, he suddenly turned to look behind him. A few people are coming your way. Xiao Chen pointed to the door and said. As soon as he finished speaking, the gate of the courtyard was opened. Xiao Chen saw a muscular man walk straight in. When the man entered, he immediately spotted Xiao Chen and the fatty behind him, who was stuffing food into his mouth. At that moment, the man was stunned. What are you looking at? Fatty was particularly arrogant, pointing at the man and saying, Xiao Chen, it's this guy who forces me to train every day, almost killing me. I suspect this guy isn't just trying to help me lose weight, he really wants to kill me. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded slightly. He could tell that when the other party entered the courtyard, there was not a shred of respect for the son-in-law, and even when looking at Fatty there was a hint of jealousy in his eyes. This kind of gaze, combined with Fatty's current appearance, gave him a rough idea. It was likely that the young lady of the marquis residence was quite attractive, which caught this man's attention. So at this moment, he was probably so jealous of Fatty that he was about to go crazy. Thinking of this, Xiao Chen smiled slightly and said, I'll help you teach them a lesson. Not to mention that Fatty was now considered his client. Just the friendship they had since childhood meant that anyone who dared to touch him would face Xiao Chen's wrath. How could he not take action when his brother was being bullied? At the same time, it served as a warning to let the other party know that Fatty wasn't without support. Who are you? The muscular man stared at Xiao Chen and said coldly, Hiron, how dare you bring someone into the residence without permission? Saying this, he coldly looked at Xiao Chen and said, today, I'll take you down. With that, he directly swung the long staff in his hand towards Xiao Chen. Watching the man's movements, Xiao Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. He could sense the aura coming from the other party. Generally speaking, he was just a postnatal martial artist, or perhaps even less than that. At this moment, as the man swung his staff towards him, Xiao Chen casually moved eye in the next moment, that figure charged forward, flying backward at an incredible speed. Boom! With a loud crash, the opponent smashed through the wooden door of He Fatty's courtyard. Watching the opponent fly out, He Fatty's eating slowed significantly. He turned to look at Xiao Chen, his gaze now filled with intensity. Xiao Chen, are you really this powerful now? Just eat. Xiao Chen replied with a faint smile. The commotion in the courtyard naturally attracted a lot of attention, especially when they saw the guard being thrown out. In the next moment, many people rushed over. The leading woman, dressed in luxurious clothing, exuded a hint of nobility. Behind her was a veiled girl. Xiao Chen took a careful look at her and sensed the aura of a congenital martial artist. He roughly understood that this must be He Fatty's fiancée. The woman's expression darkened as she looked at the guard, her gaze shifting to the courtyard. At this moment, He Fatty had finished eating and was slumped in a chair, patting his belly. With Xiao Chen around, he felt no worry at all. The timid demeanor he had before was long gone. After all, he had been bullied for half a month and he had his own temper. With his support here, who was he afraid of? The woman in luxurious clothing wanted to scold at this scene but was stopped by the girl behind her. The girl's gaze was fixed on Xiao Chen, her eyes filled with curiosity. His attire was particularly strange, and even his hair was very short. He looked like a foreigner. However, at first glance, one could tell he was from the Central Plains. The key was not these details but the fact that he had silently entered the She knew well how strict the guards were. To sneak in without a sound was not something ordinary people could achieve. Moreover, when she carefully examined him, she felt an immense pressure just from his casual stance. He Rong, who is he? The girl asked, staring at Xiao Chen. Him, my brother. Xiao Chen. He Fatty said boldly, my brother knows I've been struggling and brought me some food. Is that a problem? Upon hearing this, the girl frowned slightly, her gaze fixed on He Fatty. She had never thought that this shield she casually found would have such a brother. Which sect do you belong to? The girl asked Xiao Chen. Tinqing sect? Demon sect? Or Yingshan? None of those. Xiao Chen replied lightly, since you're here, let's talk properly inside. Of course, if you don't want to, I can just take my brother and leave. Xiao Chen said to the people in front of him. You're joking, He Rong is the son-in-law of Archangian. The girl responded. Is that so? Xiao Chen sneered, a son-in-law who can be threatened by a guard? Let's talk inside, Xiao Chen said, waving his hand. In the next moment, just as the guard on the ground stood up, he spat out a mouthful of blood and flew out again. Watching the terrifying power unleashed by Xiao Chen's casual wave, the girl's expression turned serious. Are you an immortal? Her gaze was fixed on Xiao Chen. It seems this world also has cultivators. Xiao Chen smiled slightly and said, since you know, then come in. You are at least my brother's sister-in-law, so I will talk to you properly, otherwise you won't even have the qualification to see me. Upon hearing this, the girl fell silent for a moment, then nodded, yes. She had no other thoughts now. After all, the other party's status was lofty even within the dynasty. Faced with the person before her, she couldn't muster even a hint of resistance. Changjian, Tang Wan. Looking at Xiao Chen, at that moment, the girl in front of him softly said, may I ask how to address you, immortal? I am Xiao Chen, He Fatsy's brother. Xiao Chen replied. After saying this, he fixed his gaze on the girl in front of him and smiled faintly. From the very beginning, the Chang'an Marquis never intended to let this Fatsy become a son-in-law, did you? Upon hearing this, Tang Wan fell silent. From the start, the idea of the Chang'an Marquis was simple. Let He Fatsy become their son-in-law until the matter of the succession was settled, and then she would part ways with He Fatsy. This was something everyone in the Chang'an Marquis understood. Yes. Tang Wan took a deep breath and said, immortal, we haven't done anything to young Master He. Hearing this, Xiao Chen let out a cold laugh. As his cold laughter echoed, the next moment, Tang Wan suddenly felt an immense pressure bearing down on her. Under that pressure, she instantly knelt on the ground, completely unable to move. At that moment, her face was filled with horror. As a congenital martial artist, she had seen many people. However, even so, no one had ever made her feel so breathless just from their oppressive aura upon first meeting. She had thought that this seemingly insignificant person would be easy to handle, yet he knew such a terrifying individual. At this moment, Tang Wan's expression had turned extremely fearful, and Xiao Chen, staring at Tang Wan, coldly said, you haven't done anything to him? If your relationship with him was merely a transaction, I naturally wouldn't say anything. Even if you made him your son-in-law, you never asked him if this would offend too many people. Moreover, you clearly never considered marrying He Fatsy, yet you forced him to eat vegetarian and let a guard bully him every day? As Xiao Chen's words fell, Tang Wan's face had already turned very ugly. She knew very well that from the very beginning, the Chang'an Marquis had made a mistake. In fact, when her mother first mentioned this matter, she didn't want to involve an ordinary person. However, her mother acted on her own, and had already brought the person back. At that time, Tang Wan knew it was too late, so she just went along with it. She had instructed to treat He Rong well. Yet, she never expected that her mother not only failed to treat him well but also found someone to humiliate He Rong. At this moment, the lady of the Marquisate's face changed drastically, and she hurriedly said, immortal, this was all my idea, it has nothing to do with my daughter. When I brought He Rong back, my daughter didn't know. Afterward, he had already entered the Marquis, and the news had spread outside. If we let him go then, something would definitely happen. My daughter just went along with marrying He Rong. I only thought He Rong was too fat and worried it would tarnish the Chang'an Marquisate's reputation, so I wanted him to lose some weight. The lady of the Marquis said helplessly, I never expected that the guard would have other intentions. Listening to the words of this mother and daughter, Xiao Chen coldly laughed and said, in the end, you are just used to being high and mighty. You have long forgotten what ordinary people are like. Even if you wrong others, you wouldn't pay them much attention, and you think it's only natural. After saying this, Xiao Chen casually waved his hand, and the next moment Tang Wan directly spat out blood and was sent flying. Consider this a lesson for you. Remember, this Fatsi is my brother. If anything happens to him, the Chang'an Marquis will pay the price. After saying this, Xiao Chen turned to look at Fatsi and smiled. Alright, I'll be heading back now. I'll come to see you again in a while. If you need anything, just tell them. If they ignore you, I'll come to reason with them. Remember, here, you can cause a ruckus as you please. Even if you slap the emperor's son in front of the emperor, you'll be fine. I will come to save you. Xiao Chen patted Fatsi's shoulder and spoke immediately. He felt uneasy again. After all, if Fatty he died, it would truly be over. His gaze turned to the big yellow dog in his space. With a slight wave of his hand, the next moment, the big yellow dog appeared in front of Xiao Chen. It lifted its head, looking at Xiao Chen, just about to speak, but was stopped by a glance from Xiao Chen. For the time being, you will follow my brother, Xiao Chen said, as he brought the big yellow dog directly in front of Fatty he and added, consider it as protecting him. Upon hearing this, the big yellow dog nodded. It had already sensed this world, and soon its gaze fell upon the pair of withered wood behind Fatty he. These withered woods were the reward Fatty he had given to Xiao Chen earlier, and until now, Xiao Chen still didn't know what these things were. Master, these are good things, the big yellow dog communicated to Xiao Chen. This wood is called spirit root wood, and for qi refining stage cultivators, this is comparable to qi refining pills. Hearing the big yellow dog's words, Xiao Chen was slightly taken aback and asked, what use do these woods have? You just need to use a formation to draw out the trace of spiritual energy within the wood, and you can obtain a pure essence of spiritual energy. For qi refining cultivators, it can enhance their cultivation and improve their root bone. Above the qi refining stage, it has no use. But why are there so many spirit root woods? It looked at Xiao Chen with some confusion. Xiao Chen was slightly surprised. So, these things really are good items. However, it was evident that this world did not understand that. So, these things are ineffective for us? Xiao Chen thought for a moment and asked aloud. Yes, the big yellow dog nodded. With these, I can quickly help him enter the qi refining stage. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded, and he roughly understood. In other words, in this world, these spirit root woods were not well known, otherwise, they wouldn't have been used as firewood. And these spirit root woods were only useful for cultivators. Perhaps the so-called immortals in this world were not part of the cultivation system. After all, the fantasy system and the cultivation system are two different concepts. Having thought this through, Xiao Chen directly said to Fatty he, the big yellow dog will follow you. Don't underestimate the big yellow dog. At a critical moment, ask it to save your life. Xiao Chen lowered his voice and spoke to Fatty he. Upon hearing this, Fatty he's eyes immediately lit up and said, I understand. Xiao Chen suddenly pulled out a dog, and at a glance, it was clear that this dog was not ordinary. How could he possibly treat this dog poorly now? This was his lifeline. After doing all this, Xiao Chen turned to look at Tang Wan beside him. At this moment, Tang Wan's aura was still somewhat wilted, but her face was filled with terror. Seeing Xiao Chen's gaze turn towards her, Tang Wan immediately showed a hint of fear. However, Xiao Chen didn't look at her at all. Instead, he fixed his gaze on the lady of the whole residence and coldly said, if my brother suffers any grievances here again, next time, it won't be so simple. Rest assured, immortal, we will definitely not do that. At this moment, the lady of the whole residence dared not act recklessly. Furthermore, if you are unwilling to marry Fatty he, then you should divorce. If you are willing, then you will marry him, not him coming to live with you. My brother cannot be a son-in-law. After saying this, he snorted coldly, and in the next moment, his body shot up, instantly disappearing into the sky. Watching the other party suddenly rise and fly away, Tang Wan's expression changed instantly. She turned to look at Hirong, her face unable to hide a hint of bitterness. She knew that she had no choice now. It was either to marry Hirong or to divorce him. At first, she looked down on Hirong, but now she understood that it was she who was unworthy of him. No matter who that immortal was, it represented one thing. The other party was fearless, even disregarding the current emperor. So, what is the Longyin Marquis? In their eyes, it's nothing significant. They could easily wipe it out with a flick of their hand. The fact that they could go to such lengths for Hirong, and even stated that they would come to see him in the future, was meant for people like us to hear. Therefore, Hirong's status has long since changed. Even if he is still the same Hirong as before, having a celestial brother changes everything. He, young master. At this moment, Tang Wan said nervously, we need to wait for my father to return before making any decisions. Upon hearing this, Hirong nodded and said, I have no objections. Don't worry, my brother may look fierce, but he's actually quite nice. Hirong said with a smile, how about this? I have no other requests, just send me some food every day. Don't just send a little bit of vegetarian dishes. If you hadn't almost starved me, I wouldn't have sought out my brother. When Tang Wan heard this, she helplessly glanced at her mother. They had pushed things to this point, and even if the other party really made a fuss, the Longyin Marquis would be in the wrong. Don't worry. From now on, you can tell the servants whatever you want to eat. The lady quickly stated, fully aware that the other party's status had changed. I'll leave a few servants for you. Saying this, the lady prepared to keep a few people behind. No need, I'm not used to it. Just send me some things in the future, and that's all I need. Fatty waved his hand and said, I have things to attend to, you all can leave. The lady and Tang Wan exchanged glances, both with a hint of helplessness in their eyes. They still wanted to indirectly inquire about who that celestial being really was, but it was evident that their previous actions had already made Hirong wary of them. This was not a good sign. After leaving the courtyard, Tang Wan suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Daughter, are you alright? The lady hurriedly supported Tang Wan, her eyes showing a hint of concern. I'm fine, that person showed mercy and didn't use lethal force. This minor injury will be fine. After some rest, upon hearing this, Tang Wan spoke, Mother, we have really stirred up big trouble now. The other party is not someone to be trifled with. What we need to do now is two things. Saying this, Tang Wan helplessly continued, announce to the outside world that I am marrying He Rong, and strive to gain He Rong's understanding. Daughter, you really want to marry that fat man? Upon hearing this, the lady's expression changed immediately. How can this be? I already have a betrothal with him. If we hadn't brought him into the Marquis, it would have been fine, but now that we have, we only want to use him, which is inherently wrong. Moreover, his status has long changed. Tang Wan said bitterly, Mother, you must understand, our biggest trouble now comes from that person in the palace. Ever since the news of my marrying a son-in-law reached the palace, that person has started targeting us, and our Longyin Marquis is now also in a precarious situation. At this time, He Rong is our opportunity. Even if he is useless, he is still much better than that person in the palace. After all, you know how ruthless that person is. Saying this, Tang Wan spoke at that moment. Moreover, marrying He Rong would also mean putting to rest the troubles we caused earlier, and it would indirectly give us a backing. She looked at her mother beside her and said, Mother, there is no other way. If I were to divorce He Rong, and that celestial being came, our Longyin Marquis would have no way to explain ourselves. Even if the other party doesn't hold it against us and takes He Rong away, then my betrothal would be void, and I would have to marry that person in the palace. By that time, I might as well marry He Rong. Tang Wan knew all too well the prince's style, ruthless and heartless, even towards herself. He was only interested in the military power held by his father. Once their family lost its value, the other party would not hesitate to kick them out or even kill them directly. Moreover, they had already offended the other side. I have wronged you, the lady said with a hint of regret on her face. If I hadn't taken that fat He Rong back on my own accord, we wouldn't have these troubles. No, Mother, you did nothing wrong in this matter. On the contrary, I think it was the right thing to do. The only mistake was treating He Rong as dispensable, even allowing the servants in the mansion to bully him. As she spoke, Tang Wan said coldly, find out who has troubled He Rong during this time. As for that guard, let's execute him. Hearing this, the lady's expression changed immediately. That guard is your second aunt's nephew. Your second uncle won't let this go easily. Mother, do you still not understand? At this moment, Tang Wan said coldly, even if the other party is my own second uncle, I must kill him. Otherwise, He Rong won't be able to get through, and neither will the immortal. Moreover, you know very well why he targeted He Rong. He has set his sights on your daughter. A mere guard, harboring such thoughts, deserves to die. After saying this, she waved her hand directly, take him away and execute him. Yes. Behind Tang Wan, several servants hurriedly nodded and then quickly walked out. At this moment, Xiao Chun, who was hovering in the sky, nodded slightly. At least this woman was somewhat clear-headed. His gaze then turned to the imperial city, where he sensed a presence, roughly at the level of a golden core cultivator, but it was not a cultivator, it belonged to another system. Shall I go take a look? Xiao Chen thought, and with a quick flash, he went directly there. Inside the palace, the current ruler, Li Yan, was reviewing memorials when suddenly his expression changed, and he fixed his gaze on the door. At that moment, a figure appeared outside, smiling at him. Upon seeing the other party, Li Yan's expression shifted slightly, and he spoke, who are you? Why did you intrude into the palace? I merely sensed a presence and wanted to come take a look, but I didn't expect it to be the current ruler. Xiao Chen said with a faint smile, Your Majesty, you hide quite well. Upon hearing this, Li Yan's expression changed slightly. He was well aware of his own abilities, and aside from him, no one else knew he was the strongest in the imperial city. However, the man before him had already seen through all his disguises. Who exactly are you? Staring at Xiao Chen, Li Yan's expression became serious. On the contrary, Xiao Chen seemed to ignore Li Yan's words, casually walking up to him and smiling, just consider me a guest, I pose no threat to you. Hearing Xiao Chen's words, Li Yan frowned slightly and then took a deep breath. Then, may I ask what brings you to me? Two things. Xiao Chen thought for a moment and smiled at Li Yan. First, I want to spar with you. Let me see your strength. Upon hearing this, a trace of murderous intent appeared in Li Yan's eyes. He fixed his gaze on Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen's words had already indicated the other party's attitude towards him. Don't get me wrong, let's keep it light. Seeing the seriousness in Li Yan's eyes, Xiao Chen said with a smile. The next moment, Xiao Chen activated his teleportation and appeared directly in front of Li Yan. At the same time, he extended his hand and threw a punch. Feeling the power of Xiao Chen's punch, Li Yan's expression changed dramatically. He quickly retreated to avoid Xiao Chen's punch while his body charged directly towards Xiao Chen. Fighting here will cause damage, come with me. His body had just rushed in front of Xiao Chen when, in the next moment, Xiao Chen suddenly reached out and grasped his fist. Then, his expression changed instantly. He felt a dizzying sensation, and his body was directly transported to another place. Before him lay a suburban area, and as he looked around at the scenery, his face turned particularly grim. As the current emperor, not only had he been silently taken out of the palace, but he had also ended up in such a place. At that moment, he truly felt how terrifying the person before him was. What exactly do you want by bringing me out of the palace? If you intend to kill me, then you should just do it. Li Yan was very clear that Xiao Chen's abilities were definitely beyond his capacity to resist. The other party had casually taken him away, a feat that ordinary people could not withstand. Thus, at this moment, he genuinely felt a sense of crisis. Xiao Chen remained silent, merely looking at Li Yan and saying, I told you, there's no need to be nervous. I just want to test your abilities, use your full strength to attack me. Although he was also at the Golden Core stage now, Xiao Chen knew that his own skills were nearly invincible at the same level. Therefore, he was not worried at all. Observing Xiao Chen's confident demeanor, Li Yan finally understood that the other party truly had the means. Taking a deep breath, in the next second, Li Yan lunged at Xiao Chen. At the same time, his fist, imbued with a violent aura, charged directly toward Xiao Chen. As he struck, the surroundings instantly transformed, and in the next moment, the aura around him stirred the forces of heaven and earth directly crashing toward him with overwhelming momentum. Feeling this aura, Xiao Chen's expression slightly darkened, and the smile on his face turned somewhat serious. In the next second, he quickly struck out, delivering a punch directly at the momentum that Li Yan had gathered. With a loud bang, Li Yan's body was sent flying, while Xiao Chen was forced to retreat several steps. At this moment, Li Yan's face was already very grim. This move had nearly exhausted all his strength. He was panting heavily, his expression particularly ugly as he looked at Xiao Chen. Meanwhile, Xiao Chen smiled slightly at Li Yan and said, "I have a rough understanding of your abilities now. That's enough." After saying this, Xiao Chen looked at Li Yan and said, "Alright, I mean no harm. What exactly do you want?" Li Yan's face was already very grim as he looked at Xiao Chen. "Let's go back first. I want to have a good talk with you." Xiao Chen cheerfully walked to Li Yan's side. He could sense that although the emperor before him seemed a bit aged, he would undoubtedly live very well. He couldn't help but wonder why there was such a power struggle for the throne. If his sons knew that their father was in such good shape, he wondered what they would think. As Li Yan was pulled by Xiao Chen, the two reappeared inside the palace. At this moment, the way he looked at Xiao Chen had changed. "Who exactly are you?" Li Yan took a deep breath and asked. "You don't need to worry about who I am for. Now, I want to ask you, do you have any rivals in this world with your strength?" Xiao Chen asked curiously. He wanted to know the highest combat power in this world. Upon hearing this, Li Yan looked at Xiao Chen with a strange expression. "Except for me," Xiao Chen said lightly, looking at the other party. "Aside from the few sect leaders within the sacred lands, perhaps I am the strongest." Li Yan spoke at this moment. "After all, I am already at the peak of the martial immortal stage." Martial immortal? Xiao Chen was slightly taken aback. This must be the classification of realms in this world. "You don't know?" Hearing Xiao Chen's words, Li Yan was momentarily stunned. "The system I cultivate is somewhat different from yours," Xiao Chen said, "so, I don't understand the cultivation system of this world." The cultivation system is divided into entry-level, acquired, innate, martial sovereign, martial saint, martial immortal, and above martial immortal is the martial emperor. Looking at Xiao Chen, Li Yan spoke. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen roughly understood that the martial sovereign above innate should be similar to the Qi refining stage, which is the master realm, while the martial saint is roughly the foundation establishment stage. Following that is the golden core stage, and as for the martial emperor, that corresponds to the nascent soul stage of cultivation. Tang Wan always referred to herself as an immortal, probably guessing that her cultivation was at the martial immortal level. "So, there are martial emperors in this world?" Xiao Chen asked with slight curiosity. "Yes." Upon hearing this, Li Yan nodded and said, "You should also be a martial emperor, right? In terms of realm, I might be a bit lower than them, but in a real fight, they might not be my match." Hearing Xiao Chen's words, a look of surprise suddenly appeared on Li Yan's face. "With your strength, it would be better to stay in my royal palace. I would respect you as the national master." Looking at Xiao Chen before him, Li Yan's eyes were filled with urgency at that moment. After all, there was still some rivalry between the major holy lands and dynasties, and every time he encountered people from the major holy lands, he had to be polite. Sometimes, he even had to bow and scrape. If the national master within his dynasty was invincible, what would he have to fear? Hearing this, Xiao Chen waved his hand and said, "I'm not interested in that. I came here just to see your abilities, and also to ask you for a favor." Xiao Chen looked at Li Yan and said, "As long as you are willing to help, I can offer you some benefits." Upon hearing Xiao Chen's words, Li Yan nodded slightly and said, "No need to be polite, just tell me what you need help with." He was very clear about how high the abilities of the person before him were. Not to mention any benefits, just helping the other party with a favor would put him in debt, and he had to take this deal. "I have a friend, if anything happens in the future, help him out." Looking at Li Yan, Xiao Chen said, with a smile. He was genuinely worried about He Pengzi. He feared that once he left, something might happen to He Pengzi. So, if Li Yan was watching over him, it would be stable. Not to mention that the other party was the top expert in the imperial city. Just the fact that he was the emperor made it particularly secure. "Of course, your friend is my friend," Li Yan quickly responded upon hearing this. "Who is he?" At this moment, Li Yan was somewhat curious and asked. "The son-in-law of the Chang'an Marquis mansion," Xiao Chen said with a faint smile. Upon hearing this, Li Yan was slightly taken aback, then showed a hint of surprise. He had heard about a son-in-law who had been taken into the Marquis mansion by the Chang'an Marquis recently. After all, this involved his own son. However, he never expected that a son-in-law would attract the attention of a martial emperor-level expert. "May I ask, what is your relationship with that person?" Looking at Xiao Chen, Li Yan asked with curiosity. "We grew up together, so we are good brothers." Xiao Chen replied, "I can't stay here for long, so I can only trouble you." Upon hearing Xiao Chen's words, Li Yan immediately nodded and said, "Rest assured, I guarantee he will be safe with me." "All right, I don't like owing favors, so I'll give this to you," Xiao Chen said, casually pulling out a large piece of tiger meat. Looking at the tiger meat before him, Li Yan was slightly stunned at that moment. "Once you eat it, you'll know it can increase your physical strength," Xiao Chen said. This tiger meat could even enhance a portion of strength for someone at the golden core stage, making it truly a good item. Upon hearing this, Li Yan immediately showed a look of surprise. Additionally, Xiao Chen thought for a moment and then took out several bottles of healing potions. If the injury is severe, drinking one bottle can stabilize it. If it's not healed yet, drink a few more. He handed the healing potion to Li Yan, partly out of concern for what might happen to Fat He. In that case, Li Yan could use the potion to help him heal. Even if he didn't need it, giving these things to Li Yan wouldn't cause him any pain. Upon hearing this, Li Yan's eyes immediately lit up. These were truly valuable items. "Good, thank you, my lord." Li Yan didn't hesitate and nodded directly. He understood that the other party had given him these precious items for a reason. "Rest assured, sir, I guarantee that the son-in-law of the Tang family will be safe and sound." Good. Xiao Chen stood up and said, then I will take my leave. Next time I come, I'll bring you some good things. After saying this, he immediately chose to teleport, and in an instant, his figure vanished without a trace. Watching Xiao Chen disappear, Li Yan's expression slightly changed at that moment. The other party didn't fly away but abruptly vanished before him. Even with his current realm, he still couldn't comprehend how the other party had disappeared. One could only imagine the other party's abilities. At this moment he wore a hint of unease on his face. Suddenly, a martial emperor-level powerhouse appeared and he had thought he was doomed today. However, he didn't expect that the other party not only bore him no ill will but also expressed considerable goodwill towards him. Come here, Li Yan shouted loudly. Soon, several eunuchs hurriedly entered the room. You will find someone to keep an eye on that son-in-law of the Chang'an Marquis. If anything happens to him, act immediately and ensure his safety. If anything happens to him, bring his head to me. Li Yan pointed at his personal eunuch and said, also, tell Lao San that he cannot touch the Chang'an Marquis' residence. He shouldn't even think about it. As soon as Li Yan finished speaking, the eunuch beside him quickly nodded and said, yes, this servant understands. At this moment he couldn't fathom why the emperor would concern himself with such matters. After all, the conflicts among the princes had reached this stage and the emperor hadn't intervened. Yet he was particularly concerned about that son-in-law of the Chang'an Marquis. At this moment he was curious. Could that person from the Chang'an Marquis' residence be the emperor's illegitimate son? Of course he didn't dare to ask too much and could only leave in a hurry. At the third prince's residence, upon hearing that the emperor's personal eunuch had come to his estate, the third prince quickly went to greet him. However, before the third prince could speak, the eunuch looked at him and said, Your Highness, this servant comes with the emperor's decree. Your son receives the edict. Upon hearing this, the third prince quickly spoke up. The emperor wants me to tell you that you should not touch the Chang'an Marquis' residence, especially that son-in-law. Not even think about it. After the eunuch finished speaking, he turned and left. He knew that just the emperor's attitude today meant that this third prince had already touched the emperor's bottom line, otherwise, he wouldn't have been sent to convey the message. At this moment, the third prince's expression slightly changed. Watching the eunuch leave, his face turned cold. He didn't know what had happened. Why would that son-in-law catch his father's attention, even prompting a warning about him? Meanwhile, at the Chang'an Marquis' residence, the Chang'an Marquis had just returned home. Listening to the reports from his subordinates and his wife, his eyes flickered. You mean, Hirong knows a powerhouse at the martial immortal level? The other party even acted against us at the Chang'an Marquis' residence for Hirong? He found it hard to believe. After all, they were well aware of Hirong's family's background. How could they have such connections? I will go meet him. The Chang'an Marquis took a deep breath and then spoke. He understood that since the other party was willing to appear for Hirong, it meant that Hirong must have something to offer him. As for Tang Wan marrying Hirong, he was still considering it. After all, she is his own daughter, and he truly does not wish to marry her off to Hirong. If it weren't for the intense pressure from the third prince, he wouldn't resort to such a desperate measure. Moreover, that guard, Lady Chang'an, lowered her voice and said, he is actually the cousin of the second family's member. A person without principles, dead or alive, is still just dead. What does he think he is, to dare have other thoughts? Lord Chang'an said coldly. He naturally understood what the other party was thinking, but how could his outstanding daughter possibly be matched with such a person? After saying this, he prepared to go see Hirong, wanting to indirectly inquire about Xiao Chen's identity. However, at that moment, the steward hurriedly came over and said, My lord, the emperor's attendant has arrived. Upon hearing this, Lord Chang'an's expression changed, and he immediately instructed someone to invite the person in. I have met the lord. The old eunuch entered with a smile, looking at Lord Chang'an and said, Congratulations, my lord. Eunuch, I wonder what joyous occasion has occurred in the Chang'an Marquis. At these words, Lord Chang'an was momentarily taken aback and asked eagerly, The emperor said that your esteemed son-in-law should be well entertained, the eunuch said softly. Although he did not know the other party's exact identity, the fact that the emperor had even reprimanded his own son for this person indicated that the other party's status was certainly not simple. Upon hearing this, Lord Chang'an's expression changed instantly. He did not expect that just after a martial immortal had left his residence, the emperor's decree would arrive. Undoubtedly, that martial immortal might even know the emperor. In that case, at this moment, Lord Chang'an revealed a hint of bitterness. At first, he was still considering whether there was a way to help his daughter break free from Hirong. After all, he had no regard for Hirong at all. However, now he understood that this matter was already set in stone. Moreover, it was not a matter of marrying into the family. It had to be a marriage, because even the emperor had to give that person face. When I was leaving, the emperor asked me to convey a message, saying that if the young lady and the son-in-law were to marry, the emperor would come to toast at the wedding. After saying this, the eunuch bowed and said, My lord, I shall take my leave. He turned and left, leaving the couple's expressions constantly changing. At this moment, Lord Chang'an sighed and said, Well, I never expected things would turn out this way. He was already clear that this matter could not be changed. My lord, it was all my idea. I didn't expect it would turn out like this. Listening to his wife's words, Lord Chang'an shook his head helplessly. Where is Wan'er? Lord Chang'an turned to look at his wife and asked. In that fat man's courtyard. His wife said this, with a hint of dissatisfaction on her face. In the future, be nicer to that child. Our Chang'an Marquis may have to rely on him. Lord Chang'an said coldly. He knew all too well that the other party was definitely not simple, so there was no need for much more talk. Hearing this, his wife nodded and said, Yes, I understand. Meanwhile, in the courtyard, Pengzi looked at Tang Wan in front of him, his face full of helplessness, and said, Miss Tang, do you have any other matters? He was genuinely urging Tang Wan to leave. After all, Xiao Chen had given him quite a few good things, and he wanted to focus on his cultivation now. Xiao Chen had said that he could only see his father once his strength improved. Perhaps there was still a chance to return to Earth. Compared to Earth, he didn't want to stay here for even a moment longer. Moreover, he was looked down upon in this residence. Wasn't it because of his lack of strength? With Xiao Chen around, it was like having a cheat code. What was he Ponzi afraid of? He still had a spatial bag in his arms filled with many treasures, all of which were good things. Tang Wan, on the other hand, felt helpless. Originally, she thought that her future husband would be him, so she naturally wanted to get closer to him. She initially thought this fat man was a crude person, but after a conversation, she discovered that although he occasionally spoke oddly, he was also quite eloquent, and his occasional recitations of poetry left her in awe. Aside from being a bit overweight, he was actually a very interesting person. Just as she was starting to feel a bit fond of him, he turned around and began to send people away. Alright, since that's the case, I won't disturb young Master He any longer. I'll leave a few maidservants for you if you have any instructions, just tell them, Tang Wan said, looking at Hirong. But the next moment Hirong hurriedly waved his hand and said, no, I prefer to be alone. He had been living in this campus for a week without any servants, and now that his brother had come, he was supposed to send servants over? He felt full of secrets that no one would believe except for the big yellow dog left by Xiao Chen. So, he simply didn't believe the other party. In that case, I won't disturb young Master He any longer. If you need anything, you can ask the servants in a manner, they will definitely comply. Upon hearing this, Hirong's eyes lit up immediately. Then help me with a favor. It's these woods. Help me gather some more. He pointed to the spirit root wood that was left not far away. Charcoal wood? Tang Wan was slightly surprised. This wood was everywhere, and aside from being durable, it had no other advantages. But now, the other party wanted this kind of wood? Yes, that's the stuff. Hirong nodded eagerly. Alright, I'll have someone deliver a batch. Tang Wan didn't waste any time, since Hirong wanted it, she would just send it over. Then, she quickly left Hirong's courtyard. Watching Tang Wan leave, Hirong pulled out a vial of potion from his hand and drank it down. Xiao Chen said that after drinking this, my body will improve. I don't know if it's true. He endured the foul smell and gulped it down in one go. The next moment, a sharp pain hit him, and he immediately fainted from the agony. The big yellow dog glanced at Hirong's condition, rolled its eyes, and then, with a slight flip of its paw, the spirit root wood in the courtyard began to float. As the big yellow dog continued to wave its paw, strands of pure spiritual energy were extracted from the wood and infused into Hirong's body. Watching Hirong's body gradually shrivel up at that moment, a large puddle of grease formed beneath him. The big yellow dog smiled faintly, closed its eyes, and went back to sleep. The master asked me to keep an eye on him, at least it can enhance his foundation. When Xiao Chen returned to Earth, he saw Uncle He. At that moment, Uncle He's face was slightly pale. His wife had passed away when Hirong was just a teenager. Over the years, with only Hirong as his son, he was naturally very worried. Xiao Chen. Uncle He looked at Xiao Chen with a hint of expectation. Uncle He, you need to be mentally prepared. Xiao Chen sighed and spoke. Upon hearing this, Uncle He immediately sat down on the ground, his face growing even paler as he trembled and looked at Xiao Chen. I know, Hirong. He's not dead. Xiao Chen quickly said, seeing Uncle He's expression. Upon hearing this, Uncle He's previously ashen face suddenly brightened, and he eagerly grabbed Xiao Chen. Not dead? Does that mean he's okay? Xiao Chen, you have the ability. If you can even cure your uncle's cancer, then he wrong. At that moment, Uncle He looked at Xiao Chen with burning eyes. Uncle He has crossed over. Xiao Chen said helplessly, then pulled Uncle He along. Crossed over? Uncle He looked incredulous. Even at his age, he knew what crossing over meant, but he simply couldn't believe that such a thing existed in this world. Uncle, you've watched me grow up. You've noticed my changes these days. Xiao Chen said, pulling Uncle He. Hearing this, Uncle He nodded. He naturally understood Xiao Chen was too incredible. He could even cure cancer, which was definitely not something an ordinary person could compare to. So, he actually believed what Xiao Chen said about traveling through worlds. What about Hirong? Don't worry, Uncle, I found him, and he even married a wife over there. Xiao Chen said with a smile, and she's a legitimate daughter of a marquise family. But for now, I can't bring him back. In the future, I will have a way. He looked at Uncle He. As long as he's not dead, there's still a chance. Uncle He sighed in relief upon hearing this. Xiao Chen then took out a phone, opened a video, and handed it to Uncle He. This was a recording he made for Fatty He before leaving, just to reassure Uncle He. Watching Hirong in the video, Uncle He felt completely at ease. Alright, I understand. At this moment, Uncle He nodded and said, in that case, I'll head back. First, Xiao Chen, if you have the chance, make sure to visit him more often. Sure. Xiao Chen nodded, and after watching Uncle He leave, he plopped down on the sofa. Beside him, Xu Qingyue and Songya looked at Xiao Chen with curiosity. Did Fatty He really travel through worlds? Xu Qingyue asked, her face full of astonishment. She and Songya were among the first to follow Xiao Chen, so they were naturally aware of his extraordinary abilities. It could be said that Xiao Chen occasionally produced some special items which were truly remarkable. Therefore, they understood that Xiao Chen must have the ability to traverse different dimensions. Yes, Xiao Chen said with a wry smile, most likely, he followed Gu Qingran and ended up in this unexpected disaster. He really hadn't anticipated that after taking Gu Qingran as a disciple, everything would turn out fine. Yet, Gu Qingran still traveled through worlds, and Fatty He followed suit. Coincidentally, the two weren't even in the same dimension, which was quite miraculous. At that moment, he had chatted with Gu Qingran for a few more minutes and learned that she only had a slight memory of it, and that memory just appeared after waking up. He understood that Gu Qingran's travel was inevitable. Alright, I still need to find Gu Qingran. When I come back, I'll bring you some good stuff. Pulling the two women close, Xiao Chen kissed each of them on the cheek, then suddenly moved, and in the next moment he disappeared. The two had long since gotten used to Xiao Chen's occasional disappearances. However, at this moment they felt a bit more worried. After all, Fatty He and Gu Qingran had inexplicably traveled through worlds. What if this happened to them? We still need to practice diligently, otherwise, if we end up traveling through worlds, we won't know what to do. Songya said softly. In the past, she cared about wealth, but now she didn't value it as much. After all, with more and more enterprises under her name, along with Xiao Chen's affairs, she had no desire to manage these matters anymore. She and Xinyue had instead begun to focus on their cultivation. At this moment, Xiao Chen had already arrived at the place where Gu Qingran was. Master. Seeing Xiao Chen, Gu Qingran immediately spoke up. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen was slightly taken aback. Previously, Gu Qingran would always call him Brother Xiao, but now it had changed to Master. Moreover, Xiao Chen could tell that Gu Qingran was sincere when she called him Master. Master, how is Uncle He? Gu Qingran asked, still a bit anxious. Uncle He and I were sucked into a passage together, and then I ended up here. She herself didn't understand. After sleeping, she had gained an extra memory. In that memory, Xiao Chen was her master. Of course, she also understood the sequence of events. It could be said that after Xiao Chen saw her, he went to find her. However, even so, Gu Qingran still found it particularly miraculous. At that moment, Gu Qingran looked at Xiao Chen and said, Master, what about Uncle He? Don't worry, he's doing well. He even became a son-in-law. Xiao Chen said with a slight smile, let's not talk about that for now. He said, and soon pulled out a few items from the space. As these items emerged, the surrounding spiritual energy continuously flowed into them. Almost in an instant, the spiritual energy around them surged violently before quickly settling down. Master, this place is the Dao sect. If you cause a commotion, those people from the Dao sect will be here soon. Gu Qingran spoke up. She then glanced at the items in front of Xiao Chen. However, upon seeing that the items were all needed by the Dao sect, she let out a sigh of relief. Is it Daoist Xiao who has arrived? Just as Gu Qingran was about to speak, a voice came from outside. Hearing this voice, Xiao Chen smiled slightly and led Gu Qingran out. The old Daoist was indeed waiting. Upon seeing Xiao Chen, he immediately said warmly, Daoist Xiao, I have been waiting for you for quite a few days. Daoist, you don't know about my items. At this moment, the old Daoist's face was filled with urgency. Those items were too important to him. I brought them. Xiao Chen replied, signaling Gu Qingran to go inside and retrieve the items. He then looked at the old Daoist and said, the items are all here. Good. The old Daoist's gaze was fixed on the items in front of Gu Qingran, feeling the Dao essence emanating from them, and he couldn't help but show a hint of surprise, saying, rest assured, I have prepared everything you need. Thank you, Daoist. At this moment, Dao Xian looked at Xiao Chen and spoke. He was very clear about how important this person was to the Dao sect. In fact, whether the Dao sect could turn things around next depended on him. As for the thought of imprisoning him, he had none at all, because he understood how terrifying the merit clouds of this person were. It could be said that once he angered him and caused merit clouds to appear in the Dao sect's territory, it would be their own deaths. Moreover, it would be a large-scale death with no other reason at all. Therefore, at this moment, he would not foolishly offend Xiao Chen. As long as Xiao Chen was around, whatever the Dao sect needed could be exchanged from him. But what if they failed to act? Dao Xian knew that no one dared to gamble on that. Listening to Dao Xian's words, Xiao Chen smiled slightly and quickly said, since the items have been delivered, I will take my leave now. Daoist Xiao, please stay. Upon hearing this, Dao Xian hurriedly spoke. We would like to invite you to be our guest at the Dao sect. No need. Xiao Chen turned to Dao Xian and said, if you need anything, then take good care of my disciple. Upon hearing this, Dao Xian was taken aback, and then he realized that Xiao Chen was referring to Gu Qingran. Rest assured, I will take good care of Daoist Gu. Dao Xian immediately replied. At this moment, he showed a friendly smile to Gu Qingran. Gu Qingran let out a sigh of relief. With Xiao Chen paving the way and now having the Dao sect as a backing, she no longer needed to worry about being hunted down for casually selling something. At least she could trade properly now. Daoist, may I ask what you need? Looking at Xiao Chen, Dao Xian thought for a moment and said, as long as you need it, we can help you collect it. He was very clear that the spiritual materials in Xiao Chen's hands must be quite a lot. In fact, more than he could believe. After all, the items he wanted were so rare, yet the other party brought them almost immediately. It could only be said that the other party must have stock. He even felt that there was a great power in this world that he was unaware of, controlling some methods of spiritual material cultivation. Spirit stones are fine, jade marrow is fine, and we can even exchange other precious materials, Xiao Chen said. Upon hearing this, Dao Xian nodded and said, alright, I understand. Behind Dao Xian, a group of people were now looking at Xiao Chen and Gu Qingran with burning eyes. They all understood that as long as Gu Qingran was in the Dao sect, the sect would surely thrive. Once everything was settled, Xiao Chen turned around and directly bid farewell to Dao Xian and the others. In the next moment, Xiao Chen's figure instantly dissipated. Seeing Xiao Chen suddenly vanish before him, Dao Xian's face revealed a strange expression. He could almost be called the strongest in the world. In fact, with these spiritual materials, Dao Xian even felt he could break through another level. However, he did not expect the other party to suddenly disappear right under his gaze. At that moment, he realized just how formidable the other party truly was. He took a deep breath, secretly sighing in his heart, thankful that he had not acted out of greed. If he had, even with the protective mountain formation, it might not have been enough to keep the other party. In fact, at that moment, the other party might have directly wreaked havoc in the Dao sect. That vast expanse of merit clouds, even now, he still did not know how to resolve it. Meanwhile, Xiao Chen had already returned to Earth. Looking at Xu Qingyue and Songya sitting in his courtyard practicing, Xiao Chen was slightly taken aback. It was the first time he had seen the two women so serious. The cultivation method he had obtained from Gu Qingran had already been given to them, and undoubtedly, after the enhancement of potions and various materials, they had finally entered the qi refining stage. but that was all there was to it. After all, on Earth, even the Qi refining stage seemed exceptionally luxurious. Even Lu Ming had only just barely entered the Qi refining stage at this moment. Moreover, if it weren't for Xiao Chen setting up a spirit gathering array at home, they wouldn't even be able to practice. Even so, Xiao Chen could feel that the consumption of jade marrow was particularly high now. The piece of jade marrow he had buried earlier had already shrunk significantly under his control. I need to find a way to get more jade marrow. Xiao Chen knew very well that jade marrow and spirit stones were the keys to cultivation. Without these things, it was impossible to cultivate with Earth's current foundation. Even Xiao Chen did not dare to use too much energy on Earth. If he consumed too much, he would even have to go to other planes to absorb spiritual energy, otherwise, he simply couldn't afford it. Just as Xiao Chen was contemplating how to obtain some jade marrow next, Old Bai's phone rang again. I have news about the jade marrow you left with me the other day. Old Bai's voice came through the phone, and I might need your help. What happened? Xiao Chen asked curiously. There was a hint of surprise in his eyes. What could there be on Earth that he didn't know? On the other end of the line, Old Bai said helplessly, not long ago, we discovered a tomb, and inside the tomb, we found the kind of jade marrow you mentioned. However, the few people who went in to explore never came out. In fact, one of them did come out, but we found his vital signs were almost non-existent. Even after using the healing potions you gave us, the effect was extremely low. Hearing this, Xiao Chen frowned slightly and said, are you saying there is a tomb filled with jade marrow? That's about the gist of it, and that place is evidently very high in danger. Old Bai replied, after all, I sent out 4 acquired martial artists and they ended up like this. I'll go take a look. Xiao Chen nodded upon hearing this. He understood that this matter was definitely not as simple as it seemed. Moreover, if jade marrow could still appear on Earth now, it proved that Earth was not as straightforward as it appeared. He had to figure out what was really going on. After glancing at the 2 women who were still cultivating, in the next moment, Xiao Chen quickly used a few teleportations and headed towards the location of Shengjing. Soon, he appeared in front of Old Bai. You're here. Seeing Xiao Chen suddenly appear before him, Old Bai was not surprised at all. He looked at Xiao Chen and said, let's go. Where to? Xiao Chen asked curiously. North. Old Bai pointed to the north and said, there's a deep mountain there and an ancient tomb is located there. Hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded, and then followed Old Bai onto the plain. Along the way, Old Bai began to share the information he knew. At first, it was discovered by an archaeological team. They entered but never came out again. At that time, I knew there must be a problem inside. I sent a special operations team over, and so many people went, but only one person came out. When he did, he was pale and didn't say a word before fainting. If it weren't for the fact that he was holding a piece of jade that looked exactly like the one you mentioned, I wouldn't have sought you out. Old Bai said. He knew that if jade appeared in the tomb, it meant that the things inside were definitely not simple. In fact, if it could directly deal with so many postnatal warriors, then the things inside the tomb were likely beyond their capability to handle. After the plane landed, Xiao Chen and Old Bai first went to take a look at the person who had been rescued. Upon seeing the person's condition, Xiao Chen's expression immediately turned strange. The person's vitality was actually quite strong, but their spirit was already severely damaged. How is it? Can you save him? Seeing Xiao Chen's expression, Old Bai knew that this matter was not as easy to resolve as he had imagined. Let's give it a try. Xiao Chen thought for a moment and took out a mental potion. After all, this thing, when brought into reality, was specifically for the spirit. As a bottle of mental potion was poured into the person, Xiao Chen saw the spirit gradually improving, and he relaxed a lot. At this moment, he quickly poured the remaining bottles of potion into the person. Watching the person's spirit gradually strengthen, he finally felt at ease. Soon, the person's complexion began to recover from its pallor, and seeing this scene, Xiao Chen slightly raised his eyebrows. In the next moment, the person slowly awakened. Old Bai. Seeing Old Bai, the person said anxiously, Old Bai, something big has happened. There are monsters inside, very terrifying monsters. At this moment, he spoke with trembling eyes. As soon as we entered, we saw a figure, a white phantom. When that phantom reached out, one of us was directly grabbed. We didn't even have a chance to resist. We just died silently. I was lucky to run fast and turn to escape, otherwise, I would have died too. Hearing the person's words, Old Bai turned to Xiao Chen and asked, do you know what it is? It seems to be a spirit, or rather, what you call a ghost. Xiao Chen thought for a moment and spoke. Upon hearing this, Old Bai was slightly taken aback and turned to Xiao Chen, saying, are you saying it should be roughly like that, but I can't believe there's such a thing in this place. Xiao Chen frowned slightly. This was the first time he encountered such a bizarre thing on Earth. After all, he hadn't seen anything like it even in other planes. The only thing he had encountered might be Jin Wu's soul entity. With this thought, Xiao Chen quickly headed towards the tomb. I'm going in to take a look, Xiao Chen said. Isn't it dangerous? Old Bai hurriedly grabbed Xiao Chen upon hearing this. Currently, Xiao Chen was too important for Long Country. They couldn't afford to lose him. Hearing this, Xiao Chen waved his hand and said, don't worry, even if there is danger, I can escape. He had enough confidence in himself. After all, there were very few things that could actually kill him. Moreover, even if the other party had such abilities, would he really be afraid? So, at this moment, Xiao Chen was not worried at all. His body moved exceptionally fast, and in the next second, he appeared directly inside the tomb. Even standing outside the tomb, Xiao Chen could feel the spiritual energy emanating from within. At that moment, his eyes lit up. Indeed, Earth was not that simple. After all, the myths passed down through the ages had told Xiao Chen that this world was not as straightforward as it seemed. He quickly walked into the area, and just after entering the tomb, he saw several hazy white figures. Not just one. Looking at the 3 white figures hovering in midair, they immediately floated towards Xiao Chen. Upon seeing him, Xiao Chen sneered, and in the next moment the merit cloud surrounded him. Almost the instant the 3 figures touched the merit cloud, they let out a piercing scream. In fact, before the 3 phantoms could even reach Xiao Chen, they dissipated directly under the merit cloud. Seeing this scene, Xiao Chen nodded slightly. As expected, these ghosts were also afraid of the merit cloud. As long as that was the case, he had nothing to worry about. After all, the merit cloud was a nemesis to evil spirits. It was simply invincible. He walked further in and did not encounter any more small ghosts, but along the way, Xiao Chen did see quite a few pieces of jadeite embedded in the stone walls. How could Xiao Chen possibly miss these jadeites? With a single breath, he swept through and quickly gathered all the jadeites. By the time he walked in, Xiao Chen had already collected about 10 pieces of jadeite. The smallest one was the size of a fist, while the largest was even bigger than his head. After sweeping through, even Xiao Chen squinted his eyes. He knew very well that having come this far, he had indeed struck it rich. Just these jadeites alone were worth a fortune. Moreover, along the way he had indeed discovered quite a few spirits, all devoured by his merit cloud. Furthermore, even now, Xiao Chen realized that he had only traversed half of this realm. Xiao Chen squinted his eyes, curious about what this ancient tomb was all about. The last tomb he encountered was Lu Ming's, and even so, Lu Ming, a person on the verge of ascension, suffered heavy losses upon returning to Earth. There was hardly any treasure left in the tomb, except for a flying sword that remained. Previously, Xiao Chen had thought about using Lu Ming's flying sword, but after taking Lu Ming as his disciple, he had simply given the sword to him. After all, that flying sword was of little use in his hands. He had obtained one in the game, and with the merit cloud capable of transforming into anything, what more did he need a flying sword for? Now, he didn't need any weapons at all. As he continued down, Xiao Chen increasingly felt that something was off, as the spiritual energy before him was so dense that it surprised him. The entire tomb at this point continued to present strange aspects to Xiao Chen, especially when he stepped into the interior of the tomb. The scene before him astonished him even more. Jadeites, each larger than a person, were neatly arranged in front of him. Xiao Chen counted, there were a total of 18. Upon seeing these jadeites, Xiao Chen reached out and quickly gathered them into his space. In the next moment, as these jadeites entered his space, Xiao Chen noticed that the place where they were buried revealed a formation pattern. Looking at these formation patterns, a hint of surprise appeared in Xiao Chen's eyes. This is the work of cultivators, Xiao Chen whispered. He understood very well that the spiritual energy could form in the ancient tomb because of the relationship between the jadeites and the formation plate. Thinking of this, Xiao Chen quickly walked inside. He was well aware that there must be something wrong in there. However, just as he was about to enter, a figure suddenly appeared before him. A woman's figure. The woman in front of him was staring at Xiao Chen, and Xiao Chen could clearly sense the overwhelming aura of death emanating from her. Not only the aura of death, but there were also wisps of death energy swirling within her body. Seeing this scene, Xiao Chen's expression turned somewhat grim. He could feel that this woman in white was definitely not simple. He quickly urged the merit cloud to surge directly towards the woman, but as the merit cloud entered her body, Xiao Chen's expression changed instantly. He could clearly feel that the merit cloud was continuously eroding the woman's body, yet she seemed oblivious to it. In fact, she frowned and looked at Xiao Chen, saying, "Merit cloud? How do you have a merit cloud on you?" Her voice was ethereal, echoing in the tomb, giving a more eerie feeling. Xiao Chen's eyes carried a hint of seriousness. His merit cloud had almost enveloped her. Moreover, it was continuously eroding the death energy and ghostly aura on her, but aside from that, it was completely ineffective. The little ghosts he had encountered before would die the moment his merit cloud touched them, but now what he faced was utterly useless. Seeing the scene before him, even Xiao Chen did not expect this. His gaze now held a trace of astonishment. "Who are you?" Xiao Chen asked her. "I don't even know who I am." The woman shook her head, her eyes filled with confusion as she said, "I've been here since the day I opened my eyes. I've been here for so long that I don't even know how much time has passed. I originally thought about leaving, but I found that once I leave this area, my body gradually weakens, and I might even dissipate." Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen was slightly taken aback. He looked at the woman before him and said, "So, you can only stay here? There is a command in my mind that I must stay here. It seems there is something very terrifying below." The woman pointed down into the tomb and said, "And I am here to guard this area." Hearing this, Xiao Chen was taken aback and followed the direction the woman pointed. "Little one, don't be too curious. I admit your merit cloud is impressive, but if you can't even deal with me, don't even think about the things below," the woman said coldly. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen took a deep breath and asked, "So, what is down there?" "I don't know." The woman shook her head and said, "I only know that besides me, there should be others doing the same thing." When she said this, she looked at Xiao Chen and added, "I can only tell you this much." Hearing this, Xiao Chen was slightly taken aback, then he frowned, his eyes filled with a hint of helplessness. Since meeting this woman, he could clearly sense her emotions. It could be said that she had no emotions at all, instead looking at Xiao Chen with a hint of confusion. Moreover, she held no malice towards him. "Little one, since you have a merit cloud, help me with something." The woman smiled at Xiao Chen and said, "You can absorb the ghostly aura from my body." Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen's expression changed drastically. He looked at the woman and said, "You must be a ghost. If your ghostly aura is gone, won't you die?" Xiao Chen looked at her, curiosity now evident in his eyes. She even wanted him to kill her. This was the only thought in Xiao Chen's mind at that moment. When the woman heard Xiao Chen say this, she smiled slightly and said, "I always feel that this ghostly energy is actually suppressing my body. If I were to lose this ghostly energy, I might be able to leave here for a short while." Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen's gaze became peculiar. "Come on, little one, you've already taken so much jade essence and absorbed my ghostly energy. Consider it your reward." Looking at Xiao Chen, the woman said with a smile, "As for the jade essence inside, you can't take that. That's to suppress the things below. Also, if you encounter any unsolvable problems in the future, you can come find me. Perhaps I can help you. Listening to her words, Xiao Chen thought for a moment and nodded. He then quickly urged the merit cloud. As the merit cloud appeared, it began to continuously erode the woman's body. Xiao Chen could even see wisps of black smoke forming on her. That was the reason her ghostly energy was being continuously pulled out by him. He observed her closely but did not see any pain on her, only a sense of pleasure. Watching the scene before him, Xiao Chen understood that perhaps this ghostly energy was indeed just the reason for suppressing her. Soon, he realized that his merit cloud could no longer absorb anymore. After retracting the merit cloud into his body, Xiao Chen looked at her somewhat helplessly and said, "I can't do it anymore." "That's already very good." The woman nodded in satisfaction upon hearing this, then looked at Xiao Chen and said, "Come find me when you can absorb more. Don't worry, my ghostly energy is enough for your merit cloud to grow even larger." The woman smiled slightly. Hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded. At this moment, after absorbing a large amount of ghostly energy, the spiritual energy feedback from the merit cloud was exceptionally vast, even hinting at signs of a breakthrough. While others needed to cultivate to break through, Xiao Chen now didn't need to. He just needed to continuously use the merit cloud to absorb, then integrate the energy feedback from the merit cloud into himself. It required a bit of time and some comprehension, but nothing more. Jin Wu absorbed an entire world to reach his level, yet the ghostly energy on the woman before him was even denser than that of a world. "I'm curious, what level are you at now?" Xiao Chen asked, looking at her with curiosity. "I don't know, but if I were to strike at you, it would only take one blow." Looking at Xiao Chen, the woman frowned slightly and said, "I can sense that you are very weak. Then, may I ask if you belong to this plane?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen hurriedly asked, "What if she came from another plane?" "I can feel that. I have always belonged to this world, not to any other small worlds." The woman nodded and said, "But I also don't know how many years I have lived in this place. It could even be tens of millions of years or even 100 million years." Xiao Chen was slightly taken aback upon hearing this. If that were true, wouldn't that be ancient times? There might even be the legendary, primordial chaos. If she had truly lived for such a long time, what kind of ancient being would she be? "Little one, I have forgotten many things. If you ask me, I wouldn't know, but I can be certain of my mission." Looking at Xiao Chen, the woman said, "My mission should be to protect the bloodline of humanity and ensure its gradual continuation. Also to guard this place, preventing anyone from entering. As for those evil spirits outside, they are the malevolent spirits formed after dying here. They are different from me, and they will attack humans. So, you don't need to worry about me causing you any harm." She looked at Xiao Chen and said, "All right, leave now." Looking at Xiao Chen, the woman spoke. "Last question. What is your name?" Xiao Chen looked at the woman in front of him, asking with a hint of curiosity. "Name?" The woman paused slightly and said, "I don't know." "All right then." Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen replied, "How should I address you in the future?" "Just call me Kai." The woman said with a smile, "It's too dark here. I don't like it. I prefer colors." Xiao Chen nodded and then said, "Then I'll take my leave. Your merit cloud is quite impressive, but don't really think it's invincible." Looking at Xiao Chen, Kai suddenly spoke, "At least, in my memory, there are many ways to lock down your merit cloud." Hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded. The other party undoubtedly had some real skills. So, at that moment, Xiao Chen absolutely believed in her abilities. "All right, little one, you should leave." After she said this, in the next second, Xiao Chen felt a force suddenly form beneath his feet. It was the power of a formation. The next moment, Xiao Chen was directly teleported out. Outside the tomb, Xiao Chen abruptly appeared in front of everyone. Seeing Xiao Chen's appearance, Old Bai hurriedly looked at him and asked, "What happened inside?" "Seal off this place." Xiao Chen replied, "Let's talk inside." He knew that this place had to be sealed off. Although he didn't know what was going on with Kai, he was very clear that the things she mentioned were definitely not simple. If they were really destroyed, it might lead to even more trouble. What exactly is going on inside? Looking at Xiao Chen, Old Bai asked at that moment. Hearing this, Xiao Chen helplessly recounted the situation as described by Kai. After all, the other party was now the official person. This was not just his responsibility. The authorities certainly had the right to know. Listening to Xiao Chen's words, Old Bai's expression had already turned grim as he asked, "What is hidden underground?" "I don't know, but if what that female ghost said is true, she has lived for over 1 billion years, so the things down there must be extraordinary." Upon hearing Xiao Chen's words, Old Bai became somewhat flustered. Anyone would find it unimaginable to think that there were terrifying things beneath their home. At least for now. The other party can still hold their ground, Xiao Chen said. According to what Kai said, there might be more than one such place. Xiao Chen looked at him and spoke. "I understand. If I discover any more strange places in the future, I will notify you immediately." Old Bai replied, "All right, I need to go to Shengjing right away. This matter is too significant, and I need to report." After saying this, he immediately stood up and gave orders. "As for this place, there will definitely be someone guarding it in the future. I will send people to keep an eye on it at all times." He was very clear that this place was the real trouble. Even Xiao Chen couldn't resolve it. After all, there was a terrifying monster living inside that had existed for who knows how many years. After finishing his conversation with Old Bai, Xiao Chen quickly returned to his own location. The things Kai mentioned undoubtedly made Xiao Chen realize that Earth was not as simple as it seemed. At the same time, he could clearly feel that he was just one step away from a breakthrough. Once he broke through, it would be the great perfection of the Golden Core, just a step away from the nascent soul stage. Unfortunately, the conditions on Earth simply couldn't allow him to break through. So, even at this moment, Xiao Chen had already shown signs of a breakthrough, yet he remained stagnant. "Master." Just as Xiao Chen was thinking about these things, he heard Feng Pingin's voice in his mind. "Master, the old emperor is begging me to find you." Feng Pingin said from the other end, "He has obtained quite a lot of jadeite." "All right, I understand. No matter what, business had to be done." What does he want? Xiao Chen asked curiously. This time, he wants something that can conquer cities and seize territories. Feng Pingyan spoke up. Master, I think bringing some hot weapons would be great. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen merely smiled faintly. Without the worry of lifespan, the old fellow's thoughts had actually increased. Master, I think we can do it. After all, it will definitely benefit my junior brother in the future. Feng Pingyan continued. Alright, I'll bring a batch of good stuff over. Xiao Chen replied with a smile. He was very clear about what he needed now. Things like jadeite would never be considered too little, so he directly agreed. As for weapons, the kids simply called Old Bai. In the country, with a single call from Old Bai, what kind of weapons wouldn't be up for selection? However, Xiao Chen only chose rifles and a few cannons and didn't select anything else. These were already enough. Xiao Chen quickly gathered a considerable amount of hot weapons and then directly chose to teleport. At that moment, he instantly appeared in front of Feng Pingyan. Beside him was Lin Yi, and upon seeing Xiao Chen suddenly appear, their reactions were not as great as before. At this moment, Xiao Chen waved his hand, and a large number of weapons appeared before him. Looking at these items, Feng Pingyan's eyes were filled with surprise. At first, he thought Xiao Chen might bring back a portion, but he never expected Xiao Chen to bring so many in one go. Now, looking at the pile of weapons before him, he even saw rows of cannons. Master, did you move someone else's armory? Feng Pingyan looked at Xiao Chen, his face full of astonishment. He truly did not expect Xiao Chen to bring so many things. Alright, I'll leave the items to you, let them come. Xiao Chen said. Upon hearing this, Feng Pingyan quickly pulled out a large pile of jadeite from inside and said, Master, you don't know, just because of this little bit of jadeite, a small neighboring country was wiped out. That small country was rich in jadeite. At first, the officials in the court were reluctant to act, but after learning that there was a jadeite mine there, a group of people became greedy. Each one thought of ways to get a big haul. But after it was destroyed, they realized there was only this much. As he spoke, Feng Pingyan pointed at the jadeite before them. Jadeite was too precious. Even if it was a mine, what could truly become jadeite was only this much. Xiao Chen roughly estimated that combined, it was only about 200 to 300 pounds. It was quite a bit taller than a person. After seeing so much jadeite in that ancient tomb, Xiao Chen felt that this amount was just so. At this moment, he directly gathered the jadeite and then asked, what do you all need? Most of it is the kind of potion you had before, or we hope to obtain longevity potions from you. Looking at Xiao Chen, Feng Pingyan spoke. After all, many of the officials are not young anymore. Xiao Chen nodded upon hearing this. Previously, he had gone to Feng Hao's place and obtained quite a few life potions. Those things really extended lifespan, and now, they had all been contributed. After all, the people around him didn't need them for the time being. There was no need to bring them out so soon. Moreover, on Earth, if these things were brought out, it would lead to some unnecessary troubles. Even the authorities might not be able to handle it. After all, extending life, in a certain sense, was completely different. Once the news leaked, Xiao Chen naturally wouldn't be afraid, but the troubles would only increase, and by that time, his killing intent would truly be hard to suppress. In this case, it was no problem. At worst, he could just kill his way through a dimension. If he had to do something difficult, he could drag Jin Wu along. This was something Jin Wu was very familiar with. Additionally, there's this guy. As he spoke, Feng Pingyan looked at Xiao Chen and said, Wei Wuho. This guy wants some potions that can make women unable to resist. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen was slightly taken aback and asked, what? To be honest, at first, Xiao Chen even thought he had misheard. He just asked you for this so brazenly? As he spoke, Xiao Chen couldn't help but glance at Lin Yi. After all, a dignified marquis wanting a drug that stirs a woman's emotions, what kind of mindset is that? What if he used such a drug for some nefarious purpose, and the prince found out? This isn't something you do sneakily. Master, you misunderstood. He doesn't want to use it on any woman. It's because of the woman in his family. At this moment, Lin Yi said helplessly, that woman in his family is my aunt. The mighty marquis is also a prince consort. My aunt seems to be incapable of feeling emotions. After marrying the marquis, their relationship has been poor. My aunt is willing to cooperate, but every time, just when it matters, she pushes the mighty marquis away. For this reason, the mighty marquis has even sought out famous doctors. I've heard that many renowned physicians have prescribed medicines, but those love potions that work on ordinary women have no effect on my aunt. Listening to Lin Yi, Xiao Chen was somewhat surprised. Such a thing actually existed. At this moment, he wore a look of astonishment. Then, Xiao Chen thought for a moment and said, I happen to have something. Perhaps it would be useful for your aunt, but the main effect of that thing is not in this regard. As he spoke, he glanced at the two of them and said, the tiger meat you ate before. Master, we've all eaten that. There was no reaction, right? Upon hearing this, Lin Yi and Feng Pingyan were stunned. They had all eaten it, and after consuming that tiger meat, the change in their physical condition was so significant that it hardly needed mentioning. Even the leftovers Lin Yi had distributed to a few of his subordinates. The terrifying effect of increased physical strength was naturally easy to imagine. However, they had no idea that the tiger meat had this effect as well. All your subordinates are male, right? Xiao Chen asked Lin Yi. There are 3 little eunuchs, but they didn't react. Lin Yi replied bitterly. He had grown up in the palace and, due to not being favored, had very few people under him. Even the few subordinates he had were developed secretly. As for women, in this era, there were few who could work. By now, he hadn't developed a single trustworthy one. In the past, he was only served by little eunuchs, and even the palace maids were scarce. That thing increases physical strength more for women, but the side effect is this. Xiao Chen looked at Lin Yi and said. After saying this, he directly pulled out a piece of tiger meat. This thing had remained unspoiled since it entered his space. Even though his space could now store living things and even cultivate various plants and creatures. As long as one was willing, they could control a region's time to remain still. Therefore, within the space, a portion of tiger and lion Meat had been stored for a long time, mainly because the things he obtained from Feng Hao were too large. Even now, there was still quite a bit left. That price is definitely not the current price. Lin Yi's eyes brightened slightly as he said, Master, he definitely can't produce the jade marrow. Should I make him spit out something else? It's up to you. Anyway, I don't need anything else. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen spoke. He truly didn't need these things now, so he didn't care. Alright, we understand now. Lin Yi's eyes brightened slightly as he smiled. Lin Yi naturally knew that in Xiao Chen's view, aside from the jade marrow, everything else was useless. As long as they handed the jade marrow over to their master, the remaining benefits would all be theirs. For them, the jade marrow was of no use, and they didn't even know what it was for. Anyway, they had no need for these things now. Now, both of them are about to succeed in their chi training, and once they do, it can be considered as stepping into the threshold. Xiao Chen carefully sensed this world. It is quite similar to the environment of Earth. Generally speaking, it can only allow people to cultivate to the late foundation establishment stage, and it is exceptionally difficult to reach this level. However, in the short term, neither of them would have any problems. System, what will happen to these worlds? In the future? Xiao Chen frowned slightly. His disciples, as well as Xia Ao and the others, have already subtly reached the threshold of foundation establishment. If they were in a world rich in spiritual energy, they could have achieved this long ago. That's why he felt a headache. After all, the limitations of his space are there. If they cannot cultivate to the nascent soul stage, the shock from his spatial travel could directly lead to their deaths. Host, continue cultivating, and perhaps there will be a way. When he heard this voice, Xiao Chen felt somewhat helpless, but he still nodded. He knew that the system must have a way, it just wasn't saying anything. Master, will you stay here for a few days? Looking at Xiao Chen, Lin Yi spoke up. My father wants to meet you. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen frowned slightly, then thought for a moment and said, sure. He knew that the old emperor must still be thinking about some matters, even seeking him out. However, he also wanted to hear what the other party's request was. Soon, the old emperor arrived, and when he saw Xiao Chen, his eyes lit up. Immortal, you have finally come. The old emperor hurriedly ran to Xiao Chen and said, Immortal, I have missed you greatly during this past month. Hearing this, Xiao Chen was slightly taken aback. Indeed, the flow of time was completely different. It seemed that only 7 days had passed since he left this world, but here, a month had already gone by. Immortal, I came this time to ask you something. Looking at Xiao Chen, the old emperor spoke. He could naturally see that the person in front of him was too lazy to engage in pleasantries, so it was better to get straight to the point. Speak. Xiao Chen looked at him and said, Immortal, although you have extended my lifespan and improved my health significantly, my body is already aging. Looking at Xiao Chen, the old emperor said softly at that moment, I want to continue extending my life and also want to regain my youth. His gaze was fixed on Xiao Chen, his eyes burning with desire. There was even a hint of ambition. Seeing the other party's expression, Xiao Chen sighed slightly. Indeed, once there was hope, the other party would desperately try to climb up. The old emperor at this moment was just like that. His ambition was beginning to swell. However, he knew in his heart that even if he mobilized the entire nation, he could not be Xiao Chen's opponent. Otherwise, he might even take risks against him. After all, the temptation of immortality is too great. Your Majesty, it is not possible. Xiao Chen said, I can make your body younger and stronger, but lifespan cannot be changed. The old emperor had already consumed a bottle of life potion. Originally, he could live to a maximum of 70, but now he could definitely live past 80, yet he was still not satisfied. Immortal, I beg you to grant me the method of immortality. The old emperor suddenly knelt before Xiao Chen, shouting excitedly. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen stared at the old emperor in front of him and shook his head, saying, I have no way. Immortal, if I follow you to cultivate, can my lifespan be prolonged? He looked at Xiao Chen with unyielding hope. This was already his last obsession. Now, he was over 60 years old, previously weak and sickly, and even felt that he could not hold on to his life. Naturally, he was very aware of his current situation. So, at this moment, he cherished it even more. Listening to the old emperor's words, Xiao Chen frowned slightly, then sighed and said, Your Majesty, you are not suited for cultivation. Lin Yi is my son, and he is suited. Why am I not suited? The old emperor said, somewhat stubbornly. Seeing the other party's madness in pursuit of immortality, Xiao Chen coldly replied, I said you are not suited, so you are not suited. Leave. With that, Xiao Chen pointed to the door, not far away, and said, No need to see you off. Immortal, as long as the immortal grants me the method, I am willing to pay any price. His gaze was fervent as he looked at Xiao Chen, speaking urgently. Get lost, Xiao Chen said coldly upon hearing this. In the next moment, with a wave of his hand, the old emperor was directly swept out by Xiao Chen. Lin Yi and Feng Ping'an only saw the old emperor fly out and then roll on the ground before standing up, exchanging glances. Lin Yi's face was full of helplessness. He had no good feelings for this father. However, since this father had angered his master, things were getting a bit troublesome. As for Feng Ping'an, he cast a cold glance at the emperor. He knew very well what level his master was at, not to mention the bizarre ability to traverse space and all those skills. Just the fact that the other party could come and go freely to Earth was already terrifying enough. If he truly angered his master, it would be easy to support someone else. Just cut down a few white snakes and find a few people to shout about the nobility. By then, even the emperor would have no place to stand. Therefore, he couldn't be bothered with the emperor. The old emperor stood there, his face full of anger, yet he dared not speak. He knew he was being ignored. In fact, in the other party's eyes, he was nothing at all. It was truly sad for a dignified monarch to be swept out like this. In the future, if you have any needs, tell Lin Yi. As he turned to leave, he heard Xiao Chen's voice, clearly indicating that the other party couldn't even be bothered to see him again. At that moment, he lowered his head, his face full of anger, yet helpless. He clenched his fist secretly, turned around, and left directly. Seeing this scene, Lin Yi could only follow, as Xiao Chen could ignore the emperor, but he could not. As for Feng Ping'an, he sneered and then turned to walk towards Xiao Chen's room. Master, that old emperor doesn't recognize the situation. Feng Ping'an sat in front of Xiao Chen, grinning as he said, how about we make some noise? To let him know who the real boss is? Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen glanced at Feng Ping'an and asked, what, you want to be emperor? Whoever wants to be that can be. Feng Ping'an immediately replied, you know me. All of us came from Earth. Perhaps we had thoughts of being a noble or being ordained by heaven. But that was when there were no better choices. Now, I can cultivate immortality. Compared to cultivating immortality, what are those? Moreover, being an emperor is a hard life. My junior brother is very suited for that. Feng Ping'an said. During this time spent with Lin Yi, he naturally knew that this junior brother was indeed suitable. As for himself, he only wanted to become stronger. Alright, stop rambling. Make time to go back. Your father misses you. Xiao Chen said helplessly. This guy was the most miraculous. In a sense, he could also be considered to have double-crossed. However, he couldn't bring things with him. It was just his soul, traversing back and forth. Of course, since he had come into being, it was as if this cheat had been activated. Okay, I'll go back and take a look then. Feng Ping'an nodded. In this world, his father was a scoundrel and had already been killed by him. But on Earth, he knew very well how good Feng Longyan was to him. It can be said that if Feng Ping'an could cure Feng Longyan's heart and soul, Feng Longyan would not hesitate to dig it out for him. During this time, he indeed thought of Feng Longyan. Master, what will happen to me in this state? Feng Ping'an asked curiously. He actually didn't know what would happen. With two bodies and one soul, the body on Earth was almost a long-term comatose vegetable. If it weren't for his long-term cultivation on Earth, combined with Xiao Chen's healing potions and their effects, he wouldn't even be able to get up after such a long sleep. Now, he was also vaguely worried. What if the physical body on Earth died? Would he be stuck here? Or would his soul dissipate as well? There were all kinds of possibilities, and that was what he was concerned about. Hearing Feng Ping'an's words, Xiao Chen thought for a moment and said, don't think about these things for now, let me think of a way. Perhaps there is still a solution. Besides, it's only been 7 days on Earth. Xiao Chen looked at Feng Ping'an and spoke. Upon hearing this, Feng Ping'an nodded and said, that's about right. Maybe by the next time I go back, I'll be the same age as my dad. At this moment, Xiao Chen also looked at Feng Ping'an in front of him and smiled, saying, alright, focus on your cultivation. You'll definitely do better in the future. After saying this, he thought for a moment and casually took out a few spirit stones, tossing them to Feng Ping'an, saying, make sure to share some with Lin Yi. Okay. Upon hearing this, Feng Ping'an immediately nodded and quickly hugged the spirit stones. He naturally knew the purpose of these spirit stones. Their cultivation relied on the spiritual energy contained in these stones. Seeing Feng Ping'an like this, Xiao Chen stood up and said, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Alright. Feng Ping'an immediately nodded and respectfully looked at Xiao Chen, saying, Master, take care. Xiao Chen waved his hand, and the next moment he chose to teleport directly back to Earth. When he returned to Earth, Xiao Chen glanced at his courtyard, thought for a moment and took out the jade marrow in his hand. Following the method that Di Huang had taught him before, he quickly arranged this portion of jade marrow into a spirit-gathering array. As the formation took shape, spiritual energy instantly formed on the jade marrow, beginning to spread towards the central area. Xiao Chen sensed that this area was indeed gradually forming spiritual energy. Cultivating here, at least until reaching the golden core stage, would not be urgent. However, at this moment, he still couldn't break through. He still needed to go to other planes to make a breakthrough. Xiao Chen thought for a moment. Ideally, it would be best to go to Gu Qingran's side. However, he also knew the situation over there. Currently, Gu Qingran was within the Dao sect, and if he were to break through there, it would still carry risks. Although the old Taoist respected him on ordinary days, that respect was built on the threat he posed to him. But if he were to break through and the other party had any ill intentions, it would be troublesome. As for leaving the Dao sect to find another place, he would still worry about encountering some issues. There were still people in that world who could harm him. So, it can only be Jin Wu's side. Xiao Chen thought for a moment and said. He then contacted Jin Wu and Chen Ran. Master, the martial emperor just happens to need some things. I'm placing an order now. Chen Ran quickly spoke to Xiao Chen from the other end. As for Jin Wu, he was even more direct. It was still the same three-piece set, cigarettes, alcohol, and betel nut. Receiving 2 orders in one breath, Xiao Chen glanced at the items the martial emperor wanted, which were basically some firearms. Previously, he had also brought over a batch. Indeed, no matter the era, firearms were still hard currency in these ancient plains. Of course, the martial emperor also understood that these items were of no use to those who had achieved success in cultivation, but for ordinary people, they would undoubtedly be very useful for conquering cities and territories. Gathering the items into the space, in the next moment, Xiao Chen directly chose to teleport. When he arrived at the small courtyard where Jin Wu and Chen Ran were, he saw Jin Wu. Jin Wu waved at Xiao Chen and said, you brought the stuff, right? Come have a few drinks with me. As he spoke, Jin Wu continued, you drink by yourself. I'm about to break through. Xiao Chen replied upon hearing this. Just stepping into this place, he could already clearly feel his strength continuously increasing. This was the influence of the laws of the dimension. He was on the verge of a breakthrough. Jin Wu was slightly taken aback and looked closely at Xiao Chen. Damn, you're cultivating this fast? Even he couldn't help but marvel at Xiao Chen's speed. He had already reached such a level of cultivation, even just a step away from himself. With this breakthrough, I'll reach the great perfection of the golden core. Xiao Chen took a deep breath. He could no longer suppress his power at this moment. Don't worry about the breakthrough. I'm here. Jin Wu said lightly upon hearing this. As he finished speaking, his body had already appeared directly above the mansion, coldly surveying the surroundings. At this moment, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth continuously surged towards Xiao Chen, then poured into his body. Seeing this scene, Jin Wu turned to Chen Ran and said, you sit down and cultivate too. Your master can help you break through a bit. Upon hearing this, Chen Ran immediately sat down. As Xiao Chen's body continued to grow stronger, the spiritual energy around him increased even more. At this moment, the spiritual energy almost enveloped the entire Duke's mansion. Within it, Chen Ran finally understood why Jinwu said he could use Xiao Chen's opportunity to break through, because just the dense spiritual energy had almost drawn in all the spiritual energy from around the entire imperial city. In this situation, his cultivation method indeed sped up significantly. Moreover, at this moment, Chen Ran could clearly feel the immense benefits brought to him by the spiritual energy entering his body. At this moment, a hint of excitement appeared in Chen Ran's eyes. She slowly closed her eyes and began to operate her cultivation method. Meanwhile, Jinwu slowly ascended into the air. His gaze turned towards the direction of the imperial city. At this moment, the martial emperor had already sensed the situation here and was quickly approaching with people. Mr. Jin, what happened? When the martial emperor arrived with his men and saw Jinwu floating in mid-air, his expression immediately turned uneasy. He had only recently realized how difficult Jinwu was to deal with. This person was different. From Xiao Chen, at least Xiao Chen would listen to him. But this one before him, not only would he not listen, but if he said something that didn't align with the other's wishes, the other party could directly slap him. Moreover, the other party showed no mercy. If it weren't for the fact that this person rarely left the mansion, the martial emperor felt he might have been beaten to death by him. At this moment, looking at Jinwu, the martial emperor's eyes were filled with unease. Jinwu glanced at him and coldly said, "It has nothing to do with you. Get lost." The moment he said this, the martial emperor felt a surge of pressure erupt instantly. At this moment, the martial emperor took a deep breath and hurriedly said, "Yes." He didn't dare to resist the other party at all, because the other party was completely unreasonable. If you offended this person, he could directly kill you without caring whether you were the emperor. The only advantage was that Jinwu was easier to deal with than the people from the Tianwu sect. He couldn't be bothered to pay attention to him. In fact, if he had something to ask of Jinwu, as long as he brought some fine wine, the other party might help him out. This was perhaps the greatest benefit. Plus, the other party rarely caused trouble and was too lazy to manage the petty affairs of the capital. He usually stayed within the mansion and didn't cause any trouble. The only trouble, perhaps, was that previously, a prince in the imperial city had indulged his subordinates in the rampant collection and harm of young girls. However, the prince's actions were so secretive that no one discovered them. Little did he know, Jinwu's divine sense had picked up on it, and that day, the entire household of the prince met their demise. Jinwu, holding the prince's head, went straight to the court. In front of all the civil and military officials, he slapped the emperor twice. "I'm not a good person, but I also don't bully little girls. If you can't manage your trash, I'll clean them up one by one." After saying this, Jinwu casually tossed the head onto the Emperor Wu's face and turned to leave. Was the emperor angry? Of course, he was angry. After all, he was the emperor, and his authority had been completely undermined. However, he also knew he had no right to be angry. The other party was reasoning with him. Although he had a bad temper, he didn't seek trouble. In fact, as long as you didn't touch his bottom line, he wouldn't bother with your misdeeds in the capital. Of course, he had a measuring stick in his heart. Once you cross the line, the other party would kill your entire family without hesitation. So at this moment, when Jinwu simply said get lost, although the Emperor Wu felt uncomfortable, he immediately nodded and said, "Yes, we will leave at once." After saying this, the dignified Emperor Wu, the true power of the nation, left with his subordinates in disgrace. Jinwu glanced at the emperor, sneering. He naturally understood why the other party had come. To put it bluntly, they just wanted to see if he had gotten into trouble. If he had, they might have some other thoughts. Of course, he also knew that the emperor dared not act. After all, besides himself, there was also Xiao Chen, who could return at any time. At this moment, he turned to look at Xiao Chen, his gaze filled with anticipation. On that day, Xiao Chen, who had just entered the golden core stage, was already capable of overpowering nascent soul cultivators. Now, it seemed that ordinary nascent soul cultivators were truly not enough to contend with him. He slowly sat down, casually opened a bottle of Maotai, drinking while smoking, watching Xiao Chen break through. At this moment, Chen Ran had already stood up. She was now just one step away from breaking through to foundation establishment. Even so, she understood that she was still not enough. Ever since Jinwu arrived, Chen Ran realized what true strength looked like. Her father was powerful, and her master was also formidable. At this moment, Xiao Chen slowly opened his eyes. Indeed, the power of the laws of this world was much stronger, enough for him to break through. At this moment, just this part of his strength had already increased significantly. In fact, it wasn't just a breakthrough. By now, his strength had roughly reached the late golden core stage. What he lacked now was not cultivation but comprehension. As long as he comprehended enough, he could break through naturally. "You brat, your speed is too fast." Looking at Xiao Chen, Jinwu spoke at this moment. "Did your merit cloud absorb a lot of benefits?" he asked, still curious. Besides that, he couldn't think of anything else. After all, many people took 4 to 5 decades to go from the early golden core stage to the late stage. And how long had it been for Xiao Chen? Not even a few months, right? The only way to achieve such rapid progress was by absorbing from others. After all, he was very familiar with this method. It was just that in his hands, it was the evil cloud. He didn't know why, but in Xiao Chen's hands, it had transformed into a merit cloud that even the heavenly Tao favored. For anyone, their evil cloud seemed evil and strange, but it was not on the same level. The other parties was a completely side effect-free absorption. Even if it absorbed you, the worst it could say was that your sins were too deep. No solution. On the contrary, he absorbed too much, turning it into his own deep sins. "I suppose so." Xiao Chen nodded, and then, in an instant, released the merit cloud. After absorbing so much ghostly energy, the merit cloud underwent another transformation. Before, it was just a light golden color, but now the golden hue of the Mara cloud is even more pronounced. In fact, this Mara cloud has even started to reflect light. Damn! Seeing the scene before him, Jinwoo's expression instantly changed. This Mara cloud, once it appeared, not only covered the entire sky above the Imperial City, but its oppressive force was also overwhelming. Even at his peak, he could not achieve this level. Within the Imperial City, the martial emperor's gaze was fixed on the golden clouds filling the sky. Your Majesty, this is a heavenly omen, blessing our Wu kingdom. Behind him, a eunuch said with his head lowered. Blessing? The martial emperor smiled faintly and said, I hope. It is a blessing. He was very clear about who was behind this. After all, outside the Imperial City, Xiao Chen had used it before. So, the commotion earlier was caused by Xiao Chen. Because of this, at this moment, the martial emperor understood just how terrifying Xiao Chen was. He took a deep breath and then said helplessly, let's go. To the Duke of the State's residence, he said with a faint smile. Your Majesty, didn't Mr. Jin ask us to? The eunuch was slightly taken aback. Previously, when he followed the martial emperor to find Jinwoo had directly told them to get lost. Hearing this, the martial emperor smiled faintly and said, that was then, this is now. He knew very well that the earlier commotion was definitely caused by Xiao Chen, and now that the commotion had subsided, it meant he could pay a visit. Knowing that the other party was here, he naturally wanted to meet Xiao Chen. Moreover, the martial emperor actually had a lot to say to Xiao Chen. While Xiao Chen was talking to Jinwoo, someone rushed in and said, Master Jin, Master Xiao, the martial emperor is here. The subordinates of the Duke of the State were all brought in by Chen Ran, and with Chen Ran's protection plus Jinwoo occasionally being in a good mood, and offering a piece of advice or two, their cultivation levels were not low now. Each one was a congenital warrior. They were particularly respectful towards Jinwoo and Chen Ran. As for the martial emperor, in their eyes there were only these few masters in the residence. What was the martial emperor to them? Master Jin dared to slap the martial emperor in court, so why would they be afraid of him? Therefore, at this moment they were not afraid at all. Upon hearing this, Jinwoo nodded slightly and said, let him in. It seems you are not satisfied with this martial emperor, Xiao Chen said, looking at Jinwoo. As an emperor, this guy is passable, but he has too many schemes and thinks I'm easy to fool. Jinwoo smiled faintly and said, you know about the Tianwu sect, their sect master is genuinely afraid of us and hasn't come to cause trouble. However, this martial emperor often comes to me, hoping I will take action to destroy the Tianwu sect. I can't be bothered with him. Jinwoo said lightly, not long ago, a few warriors from the neighboring Xian kingdom came, and the martial emperor wanted to invite me to take action. I originally didn't want to intervene, but who knew that as soon as they arrived in the city, they were extremely arrogant, even galloping on horseback and almost trampling a little girl. And then? Xiao Chen asked with slight curiosity. Killed. By now, the body is probably rotten away. Jinwoo said lightly. He was not a good person, in fact, he was quite ruthless. However, it didn't mean he would target children. Once someone laid a hand on a child in front of him, that would cross his bottom line. So, if they died, then they died. While the two were talking, the martial emperor hurriedly entered. I have met Mr. Xiao. I have met Mr. Jin. Looking at the two, at this moment, the martial emperor spoke respectfully. He knew that the commotion must have been caused by Xiao Chen. Otherwise, Jin Wu wouldn't be so tense. Martial emperor, are you here for something? Xiao Chen asked, looking at him. I would like to ask Mr. Xiao for a few small favors. The martial emperor said, looking at Xiao Chen, as long as you are willing, I can open the treasury and let you choose at will. Xiao Chen heard this and thought for a moment before saying, you tell me first, what is the matter? This time coming here, Xiao Chen actually wanted to set the tone for the transactions here. After all, previously, he wanted gold and silver, and he casually produced some modern items like perfumes. Chen Ran opened a shop, and now his business in the capital was exceptionally good, making money hand over fist. Of course, no one was foolish enough to cause trouble for Chen Ran. After all, everyone knew that this person had two immortals backing him. If someone really saw trouble with Chen Ran, they would probably die even faster. However, in Xiao Chen's eyes, gold and silver were nothing now. He was curious, since this realm could reach the nascent soul stage, perhaps there were some rare materials he needed. This would have to be handled by the martial emperor. Previously, the envoy from Xian country came to Wu country and died. The martial emperor took a deep breath and said, the other party is the most favored son of the Xian country's monarch. Now, they are preparing to go to war with our Wu country. Not only that, I have heard news that even the Tianwu sect is helping Xian country. The martial emperor looked at Xiao Chen and spoke. I know that both the Tianwu sect and the holy gate behind Xian country are not a problem in the eyes of you two gentlemen. He had seen Xiao Chen and Jinwoo in action. It could be said that the two casually wiped out their opponents. Therefore, the martial emperor was quite confident in their abilities. Are you planning to have us take action and destroy the Tianwu sect in Xian country? Jinwoo coldly looked at the martial emperor and said, you mentioned this before, but I also said, I have no interest. Upon hearing this, the martial emperor's face turned particularly bitter. The news from the border was urgent and could not be delayed. In fact, both sects had sent some innate level warriors to stir up trouble. Because of this, the Wu country's army was in a precarious situation. They had even lost 3 cities. He sought help from Jinwoo, but the other party was unyielding. Now seeing Xiao Chen arrive, he brought up the old matter again. I know the abilities of both gentlemen. If there is anything you need, just say it and I will definitely fulfill it. At this moment, the martial emperor spoke. His gaze was fervently fixed on Xiao Chen and Jinwoo. He was very clear that the only ones who could help were these two. Moreover, once they took action, it could cause significant damage. Let me take a look at your treasury first. Xiao Chen thought for a moment and said, he didn't know what this world had. Instead, if he entered the martial emperor's treasury, anything related to cultivation would surely prompt a notification from the system. He would just have to see if the items were useful. If they were, it wouldn't be a problem to lend a hand. If not, he wouldn't bother with the martial emperor. Alright, that goes without saying. Upon hearing this, the martial emperor quickly replied, regardless of whether the two gentlemen take action or not, feel free to choose anything from the treasury. He knew that once the other party set their sights on something, he couldn't protect it. It was better to be generous. What he cared about was just that dragon throne. Everything else could be sacrificed. Okay, lead the way. Xiao Chen stood up and said. The martial emperor was overjoyed. For him, if he could get these two to take action, the crisis of Wu country could be resolved. Of course, if they directly attacked the Tianwu sect, that would be even better. Gentlemen, please follow me. At this moment, the martial emperor spoke quickly like a sycophant. He knew that in front of these two, his so-called imperial identity was nothing but a joke. They had the power to directly wipe him out. Because of this, the martial emperor was particularly obedient now. Xiao Chen and Jin Wu followed the martial emperor into the treasury within the palace. When the martial emperor opened the treasury, Xiao Chen and Jin Wu walked straight in. Martial emperor, you don't need to come in. We'll be out once we've made our selections. Jin Wu said to the martial emperor. When he heard this, the martial emperor revealed an awkward smile at that moment, and immediately nodded, saying, Alright gentlemen, please feel free to choose. As he spoke, he stood at the door with a sense of ease. The dignified martial emperor now appeared surprisingly humble. What? Are you still thinking of helping him? Jin Wu asked as he watched the martial emperor leave. It's not about helping him, it's about me getting some benefits from this world. Xiao Chen replied, after all, every world is different, and the items produced are certainly different. We also need to know what this world has, don't we? Hearing Xiao Chen's words, Jin Wu nodded slightly. The cultivation method he practiced was somewhat different from Xiao Chen's immortal cultivation techniques, but now he could be considered to have started cultivating immortality as well. After all, the techniques in Xiao Chen's hands were much more advanced than his own, so it would be foolish not to learn. The two began to examine the national treasury. And it must be said that the martial emperor's true misfortune was quite significant. After a glance, Xiao Chen and the others noticed many good items around. Suddenly, Xiao Chen's gaze fell on a stone sculpture not far away. Upon seeing the stone sculpture before him, Xiao Chen was instantly stunned. What's wrong? Jin Wu asked curiously, following Xiao Chen's gaze. When he saw the enormous stone sculpture, he frowned slightly. The stone sculpture before them exuded waves of spiritual energy. This is a spirit stone, a high-grade spirit stone. These guys actually used it to carve a sculpture? Xiao Chen said helplessly. No matter which world it was, spirit stones were exceptionally rare. But this was the first time he had seen such a large whole piece of spirit stone. Judging by the height of the sculpture, it was evident that it was even larger before being carved. Is this thing really the spirit stone used by cultivators? Jin Wu said in surprise. At the same time, he pressed his arm against the stone sculpture, and in the next moment, the spiritual energy emanating from the sculpture quickly merged into his body. At that moment, his eyes brightened. Indeed, cultivating with spirit stones is much faster than my usual practice. Jin Wu turned his gaze to Xiao Chen and said, So, this world has spirit stones? Definitely. Xiao Chen stared at the enormous statue before him and said, This statue even resembles the martial emperor. Take it out and ask him. At this moment, they had already scanned the entire national treasury, and aside from this stone sculpture carved from spirit stone, everything else was completely useless. So, at this moment, Xiao Chen and Jin Wu directly pulled the stone sculpture out. Standing at the entrance of the national treasury, the martial emperor looked extremely nervous, but when he saw the two dragging the enormous stone sculpture out, his expression became particularly strange. He naturally knew this sculpture. It was the statue of the founding emperor of the Wu kingdom, who was also his great-great-grandfather. However, he never expected that these two would take this stone sculpture without wanting anything else. Seeing Xiao Chen and Jin Wu's gaze turn towards him, the martial emperor immediately bowed and said, Gentlemen, where did you get this stone sculpture? Xiao Chen fixed his gaze on the martial emperor and asked, This is a heavenly spirit stone, obtained from various sacred places. It is rumored that beneath the three major sects' sacred places lies this kind of heavenly spirit stone mine. Back in the day, when my ancestor founded the Wu kingdom, the Tianwu sect carved my ancestor's likeness and sent over such a large piece of heavenly spirit stone. I heard that standing under the heavenly spirit stone can clear one's mind and make cultivation much easier. The martial emperor said, This is also why the three major sacred places are more powerful. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen and Jin Wu exchanged glances. I must say, brother, this world really is quite amazing. Jin Wu took a deep breath and said, It seems that these three major sacred places can indeed be wiped out. Hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded. He wanted to find spirit stone veins everywhere. In fact, he had even inquired about it before. In Gu Qingran's world, spiritual stone veins are exceptionally rare. It is said that there are only two, one in the Dao sect and one in the Demon sect. At least for now, Xiao Chen would find it somewhat dangerous to venture into these two places. Therefore, he had no intention of seizing the spiritual stone veins from these two worlds. However, this place is different. Here, without cultivating immortality, people are completely unaware of the rarity of these veins. Moreover, he had previously inquired with De Huang, and as long as these veins could be drawn into his own space, then his space could truly become a world for cultivation. 3 great holy lands, 3 veins. The resources at this time are too abundant. I'll take this statue with me, and I will also take care of what you mentioned, Xiao Chen said, looking at the martial emperor. Upon hearing this, the martial emperor immediately showed a hint of surprise. This was the situation he had most wanted to see. Also, tell me the location of the Tianwu sect. At this moment, Xiao Chen spoke directly. Helping you deal with those troubles is not as good as us directly storming the Tianwu sect. His time in this world was limited, and he did not want to waste it. Since he understood the situation, then, it was better To be straightforward, storming the Tianwu sect was the simplest approach. When the martial emperor heard this, his expression changed. Initially, he only wanted the two to take action and subdue the people from the several Holy Lands. That would have been enough. He had never thought that Xiao Chen and Jin Wu would directly help him attack the Holy Land. However, he did not expect that they were preparing to pay a visit to the Tianwu sect's Holy Land. What were they planning? To annihilate the sect? Realizing this, the martial emperor looked at the statue. Ancestors bless. At this moment, he was filled with excitement and said, Mr. Xiao, the Tianwu sect is located at Tianwu Mountain, on the border of the Wu Kingdom. The entire mountain is a vein of this kind of heavenly spirit stone. The martial emperor was very clear about what Xiao Chen wanted. So, at this moment he quickly spoke up. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen and Jin Wu exchanged glances, quickly got up and then soared into the air, flying directly towards the direction pointed out by the martial emperor. The two flew towards the location of Tianwu Mountain, and along the way, Jin Wu spoke up. Those useless people from the Tianwu sect have been hiding on Tianwu Mountain since their deputy sect master died. I thought they would come looking for trouble with me. Hearing this, Xiao Chen smiled faintly. He understood that the people from the Tianwu sect were genuinely terrified of being killed. After all, apart from their sect master, the others were simply no match. In fact, at this point, their so-called sect master didn't even dare to show his face. It had already been several months, and the other party still hadn't appeared. However, they had secretly started dealing with the martial emperor. The two quickly arrived at the foot of Tianwu Mountain, and upon arrival, Xiao Chen could clearly feel how rich the spiritual energy in this area was. If the spiritual energy in the Imperial City was rated as 1, then here it was 10. This shows the concentration of spiritual energy around Tianwu Mountain. Even Jin Wu wore a look of surprise. It seems that Tianwu Mountain is quite a good place. If I had known this place was so good, I would have come earlier. Jin Wu said somewhat regretfully. Ever since he arrived in this world, he had adopted a laid-back attitude. After all, with a cheap daughter by his side, no one was chasing him, so he naturally enjoyed a period of peace. Of course, if he had known this place was so good, he would have brought Qin Ran over to settle down here. Next, I won't be polite in taking over the veins in this place. Xiao Chen said, looking at the scene before him, and then he and Jin Wu walked directly up the mountain. Stop. Just as the two were about to ascend the mountain, suddenly, several voices rang out, and in the next moment, several figures rushed towards Xiao Chen and the others. A group of innate martial artists. Seeing the people before him, Xiao Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. This is the so-called foundation of the Holy Land. Innate martial artists are merely the gatekeepers. Of course, Xiao Chen also understood that these so-called innate martial artists truly lacked much value. No outsiders allowed within the territory of the Tianwu sect. Who are you? The leader shouted. However, Xiao Chen and Jin Wu showed no fear and directly walked towards the entrance, while Jin Wu swiftly waved his hand. In the next moment, a massive palm formed in the sky, directly sending these few people flying. We are here to find your sect master. Hurry and report. Jin Wu sneered. The bodies of those few people were now spitting blood in midair, but the place where Jin Wu sent them flying was the mountain peak. The two showed no courtesy and quickly swept up the mountain. At the same time, a pressure formed around Jin Wu, directly crushing towards the mountain. At this moment, atop the mountain, within the Tianwu sect, many disciples of the Tianwu sect suddenly changed their expressions. They felt a powerful force directly pressing down on them, and in the next moment they all knelt on the ground. With the disciples in such a state, even a few elders felt the immense pressure, their faces changing as well. Quick, go summon the sect master. Strong enemies are coming. Few elders, barely able to move, exclaimed. Ever since the vice sect master passed away, the people of the Tianwu sect had almost shrunk back into Tianwu Mountain. However, they occasionally received news from the capital, knowing that indeed two remarkable figures had arrived. The strength of the opponents was likely not inferior to that of the sect master, one of whom had been staying in the capital for a long time. Because of this, although the Tianwu sect was extremely angry, they did not dare to act recklessly. After all, there were two divine-level beings on the other side. Originally, they thought that since the other party had killed Wang Mu and did not come to their door, it was likely over. So they were planning to stir up some trouble. But they did not expect that this was just the beginning and the other party had already come. And they came with two people. At this moment, in the inner hall of the Tianwu sect, Song Tianwu's expression was particularly grim. His aged gaze carried a hint of seriousness. Feeling that pressure, Song Tianwu knew that the other party was much stronger than him. Although he was also a divine being, the opponent's strength might be able to crush him. After all, even though he was a divine being, it was impossible for him to suppress all the disciples of the Tianwu sect just with pressure alone. What kind of trouble has that scoundrel Wang Mu caused? Song Tianwu's expression changed dramatically as he whispered. Over the years, he had only focused on his cultivation. After all, with his lifespan dwindling, even with a divine body, he could not live much longer. He did not even know how long he had lived. Because of this, Song Tianwu had been in seclusion for years, hoping to find a way to extend his life. It was also for this reason that he entrusted the management of the Tianwu sect to Wang Mu. Who would have thought that Wang Mu actually wanted to change the emperor? If it were any other day, even if he had known, he would not have intervened, as he thought that changing an emperor was fine, as long as they were obedient. It wasn't that important whether they changed or not. But he did not expect that the other party would come directly and so ruthlessly. Feeling that pressure, he had no choice but to stand up and quickly walk out. Gentlemen, please come here for a discussion. At this moment, Song Tianwu stood in place and called out. As soon as his voice fell, the pressure that had been crushing the entire Tianwu sect instantly dissipated. Then, Song Tianwu suddenly felt a blur before his eyes. Two figures had already appeared before him. One of the young men looked at him with a hint of wickedness, while the other appeared to be more gentle. However, when the other party looked at him, there was still a hint of scrutiny in their gaze. Xiao Chen and Jin Wu exchanged a glance, both clearly sensing the fate aura of death surrounding each other. This kind of aura represented that the other party's life was nearing its end. Perhaps this was why the Tianwu sect had not come knocking. Gentlemen, I am Song Tianwu. Looking at Xiao Chen and Jin Wu, Song Tianwu spoke. May I ask for your names? Xiao Chen, Jin Wu. Xiao Chen and Jin Wu replied in unison. Then, Xiao Chen looked at Song Tianwu and said, "It seems you don't have long to live." Hearing this, Song Tianwu let out a bitter laugh and said, "Even if you two hadn't come, I could only live for another 10 years at most. However, since you are here, there is nothing more to say. Wang Mu has offended you both, and naturally, my Tianwu sect must bear the consequences. I ask that after you kill me, you spare the disciples of my Tianwu sect." He sighed, speaking helplessly. He didn't want to die, but he also knew he didn't have much time left, especially under the siege of two martial gods. He was undoubtedly doomed. At this moment, Xiao Chen and Jin Wu could see that Song Tianwu was already old and had little time left to live. Faced with such a person, Xiao Chen was too lazy to make a move. "Gentlemen, please go ahead." Looking at Xiao Chen and Jin Wu, Song Tianwu spoke again. Xiao Chen, however, smiled faintly and said, "I didn't come here to kill you." Oh. Upon hearing this, a hint of surprise appeared on Song Tianwu's face. In his view, if the other party wasn't here to kill, then why make such a big fuss? With two martial gods arriving, could they have no other intentions? At this thought, Song Tianwu directly asked, "Since you two are not here for that, then what is your purpose in coming here?" His gaze was fixed on the two before him, curiously inquiring. Xiao Chen smiled slightly and said, "We want this piece of land. From now on, this area belongs to me. Take your people and leave. As long as you leave, then this matter will be settled." He looked at Song Tianwu before him and spoke. Upon hearing this, Song Tianwu narrowed his eyes slightly, then smiled faintly and said, "Indeed, the area where the Tianwu sect is located is indeed suitable for establishing a sect, and your abilities are certainly sufficient. In that case, we shall retreat." He was very clear that he could not stop them now. Rather than obstructing them and causing heavy casualties among his subordinates, it was better to be straightforward and obediently hand over his territory. Perhaps he could still preserve some of his strength. "Gentlemen, I will take my people away now." Song Tianwu wasted no time, standing up to speak. He was already on the verge of death. What more was there to say? If he could live, he would be grateful. As for everything else, Song Tianwu felt it was no longer important. At this moment, Song Tianwu quickly stood up and walked directly out of the courtyard. Outside, the members of the Tianwu sect had long been waiting. Seeing their sect leader emerge, a group of people immediately looked at him nervously. They had felt the pressure of the two martial gods' presence, and at that moment they all felt as if they were about to die. So, at this time, they were even more terrified. "The matter has been resolved," Song Tianwu said. "At this moment, we are leaving the mountain." Sect leader, leaving the mountain, where are we going? Upon hearing this, a group of guardians immediately asked nervously. "From now on, this mountain no longer belongs to us." Song Tianwu sighed, speaking bitterly. Upon hearing this, the members of the Tianwu sect immediately showed a hint of anger, and several of them urgently said, "Sect leader, you mustn't. If we give up this mountain, what face will our Tianwu sect have left? If that's the case, we are willing to fight to the death with our enemies." Hearing this, Song Tianwu glanced at the other party with indifference and sighed, "Then you go. Two martial gods, if they really want to kill, none of us can resist. Do you think I have any chance of winning if I fight them to the death? Foolish." After saying this, he immediately stood up and said, "If you don't want to die, then go down the mountain. If you don't want to go down, then die here. I can't manage you anymore." At this moment, Song Tianwu appeared exceptionally confident. He knew very well that having reached this point, he had no way to resolve this crisis. The other party had left him a way out. What more could he ask for? As for fighting them to the death, Song Tianwu truly believed that only someone with a bad head would do such a thing. At least, his mind was still functioning well. The key was that most of the people from these sects were brought in by Wang Mu. Over the years, he had been in seclusion to cultivate just to live a little longer. He rarely concerned himself with sect matters. These people had no ties to him at all. To stand up for these reckless individuals? He wasn't out of his mind. Watching Song Tianwu stride away, the group was instantly dumbfounded. The sect leader had run away. What were they? Even a few who were not clear-headed understood at this moment that this matter was completely hopeless. So, a group of people exchanged glances and then directly ran down the mountain. They all knew that if they didn't run now, there would be no chance left. The group ran quickly, and soon, everyone from Tianwu's sect had fled. "I thought there would be a few tough guys. I didn't expect this," Jin Wu said coldly, as he looked at the scene before him. Xiao Chen, however, smiled faintly and said, "That old man is afraid of death. That's normal." After a moment's thought, Xiao Chen quickly shouted, "I don't care what you go do, but you are not allowed to continue targeting the martial kingdom." As soon as he said this, the disciples of Tianwu's sect below immediately looked at Song Tianwu, who was walking at the front. "Rest assured, the Tianwu sect will only find a place to hide from the world in the future. We won't come out." Song Tianwu turned his head and said, with a smile. After saying this, he sighed and quickly turned to leave. At this point, the group behind him had no more temper left and could only silently follow Song Tianwu down the mountain. Xiao Chen then turned to Jin Wu and said, "Next, we need to extract the entire spiritual vein." Ever since he and Jin Wu arrived in the territory of Tianwu sect, they knew that there was a spiritual vein buried beneath this place. It wasn't large, one could only say it was a low-level spiritual vein. Aside from the central area that could produce some high-level spirit stones, the rest were all low-level spirit stones. Even so, it was still quite remarkable. Both Xiao Chen and Jin Wu could feel the spiritual energy contained within the spiritual vein while standing there. With a wave of his hand, the entire mountain began to tremble at that. moment. Meanwhile, the entire spiritual vein below started to rise continuously in Xiao Chen's hands, just as Song Tianwu and the others had. Just as ascended the mountain, they turned to look at the commotion and were instantly astonished. The entire mountain was now continuously cracking, and the heavenly spirit stones within the mountain began to rise. Moreover, the whole mountain was nearly shattering apart. Looking at the scene before him, Song Tianwu's mouth fell open. What tremendous power! He marveled at the sight before him. At least, he couldn't do it. Not even at his peak could he achieve this. These two suddenly emerging individuals were truly terrifying. Watching the scene unfold, Song Tianwu sighed and said, "Now, do you still dare to talk about protecting the sect?" Hearing Song Tianwu's words, the group fell silent at that moment. They naturally saw it clearly. Protecting the sect was no different from seeking death. They didn't want to die yet. When the spiritual vein above the sky was extracted by Xiao Chen, in the next moment, Xiao Chen waved his hand, and the spiritual vein was directly absorbed into his space. As the spiritual vein entered the space, the spiritual energy that originally filled the Tianwu sect instantly dropped a level, leaving only a remnant of spiritual energy around. Seeing this scene, Xiao Chen nodded slightly. He began to operate within the space, placing the spiritual vein directly in a designated area. Immediately, the spiritual energy in that area became extraordinarily rich. Indeed, Jade Marrow gathers spiritual energy, and this spiritual vein can truly generate immense spiritual energy. With this spiritual energy, my cultivation in this space will be more effective than in the outside world. If it doesn't work, I can just place it on Earth, and by then, the spiritual energy on Earth will gradually recover. He looked at the scene before him and nodded slightly. At this moment, the spiritual energy in the space began to thicken, and as he felt the changes brought about by that spiritual energy, the space unexpectedly expanded once again. Even above the spiritual vein, rocks began to form, eventually turning into a mountain. Just like that, a mountain was abruptly formed. Not only that, but the space at this moment was continuously expanding under the nourishment of the spiritual energy. Mountains, rivers, and lakes began to take shape. Has my space really become a small world? Xiao Chen murmured as he looked at the scene before him. Congratulations, host, you have unlocked a small world. The system's voice echoed in his mind again. The small world is open, and the host can ignore any rules and carry life to various planes. When the system's prompt sounded in his mind, a strange expression appeared on Xiao Chen's face. Previously, he was unable to carry beings below the nascent soul stage because his space traversal would cause living beings to be unable to withstand the shock within his space. In other words, those below the nascent soul stage would die. At that time, Xiao Chen had also asked De Huang and Jinwu. Jinwu, being a soul entity, was fine, only feeling an exceptionally strong pressure. As for De Huang, he told Xiao Chen that when Xiao Chen traversed time and space, a force of law directly crushed down on him. He couldn't resist at all and could only lie on the ground motionless. Now, because of a spiritual vein, the space had unexpectedly turned into a small world. So, system, does that mean I can take people across worlds and then return to Earth? Xiao Chen asked. Theoretically, yes, but Earth is still in the stage where spiritual energy has not yet revived. Therefore, Earth cannot bear the power of cultivators beyond the nascent soul stage. Because the host is a special case, if any cultivator beyond the nascent soul stage appears on Earth, they will be erased. The voice echoing in his mind left Xiao Chen stunned. In the next moment, he thought of Lu Ming. That unfortunate soul probably died. Just like that. The only difference was that the remnant soul she brought was too damaged, with strength not even reaching the nascent soul stage, allowing it to survive. Alright, I understand. Xiao Chen nodded in response and then said, can this world still grow? As long as the spiritual energy is abundant, this world will become a true world. As long as the host does not die, this world will not collapse. The system's voice spoke again in his mind. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen's gaze gradually brightened. He turned to Jin Wu. How about we go explore a few other holy places? He thought that this world had nothing to do with him. If it really didn't work out, he would just take everyone away. As for whether it would collapse at this moment, he no longer cared. After all, his current space could carry people. Having taken Chen, Ran and Jin Wu away, nothing else mattered. Hearing this, Jin Wu immediately nodded. He had a personality that thrived on chaos. At this point, with one of the 3 great holy lands already destroyed, the remaining 2 could just as well be wiped out. Consider it a favor to the martial emperor. Let's first eliminate that so-called Holy Gate. The area where the Holy Gate was located was within the borders of the Xin Kingdom, and at this moment they needed to cross the border to get there. Xiao Chen and Jin Wu swaggered away, and upon reaching the foot of the mountain, they encountered Song Tianwu and others. The place is returned to you. What I wanted is already in hand, Xiao Chen said. Hearing this, Song Tianwu looked at the bare mountains, which now seemed to have shrunk by half. In fact, the entrance of the Tianwu sect that had been established earlier was no longer visible. He turned to glance at the 2 and sighed helplessly. Thank you, gentlemen. He understood that regardless of the circumstances, the entrance was still there, but it was practically non-existent now. Of course, even so, it was much better than wandering aimlessly outside. Watching Jin Wu and Xiao Chen leave quickly, Song Tianwu thought for a moment and said, send a message to those outside the Tianwu sect. From now on, have them come back and then seal the entrance. Starting today, no one is allowed to leave the entrance. As he finished speaking, a serious coldness flickered in his eyes. Anyone who dares to disobey will be treated as a traitor. As soon as his words fell, a group of people immediately nodded, and in no time, they rushed off to deliver the message. As for this, Song Tianwu sighed, build some wooden houses to make do for now. We can fix things up later. After saying this, he turned around and entered the Tianwu sect, no longer wanting to deal with anything else. Meanwhile, at the border area, when Xiao Chen and Jin Wu appeared, Xiao Chen's gaze shifted towards the camp of the Xian Kingdom. There were quite a few innate martial artists there, including some masters and grandmasters. It was no wonder the martial kingdom had fallen so quickly. The general from the martial kingdom, upon seeing the two figures floating in midair, was instantly overjoyed. He had seen these two before and knew they were almost always in the capital, evidently summoned by His Majesty. Just as he was about to approach to pay his respects, he saw the two charge directly into the Shin Kingdom's military camp. Then, a series of piercing screams erupted. Those top-tier martial artists, in front of the opponents, were like chicks. In fact, they were even less than that, just a swarm of ants. With a casual wave of the hand, dozens were killed. Jinwoo was even more ruthless, slamming down with a palm, and a massive palm print crashed down from the sky, turning that area into a puddle of flesh in the next moment. After witnessing the deaths of these people, Xiao Chen and Jinwoo swaggered away, naturally heading towards the capital of the Shin Kingdom, as the so-called Holy Gate was located there. When they stepped into the capital of the Shin Kingdom, everyone could see them clearly. Flying in the air, that is the martial god. Many people, upon seeing the figures of the two, immediately showed signs of panic. In this world, there were only a few martial gods, and their status was nearly the pinnacle of this realm. Even the appearance of one martial god would cause a sensation, but now, two had come directly. I am Xian Feng, the monarch of the Shin Kingdom. I wonder what brings the two martial gods to my kingdom? At this moment, above the capital of the Shin Kingdom, the monarch Xian Feng looked at the two and asked. His expression was serious, even somewhat tense. Xiao Chen looked at him and nodded slightly. In terms of demeanor, this one was much more reliable than the martial emperor. If the martial emperor saw two martial gods descend, he would have likely lowered his posture to an extremely humble level, perhaps even a bit sycophantic. However, this one at least managed to display the grace expected of a monarch in front of Xiao Chen and Jin. At this moment, he looked at Xiao Chen and Jinwoo in front of him, his eyes also filled with concern. You two must have come from the martial kingdom, right? Xian Feng took a deep breath and said, my Shin Kingdom also has martial gods. If you two come to my Shin Kingdom to cause a massacre, then my Shin Kingdom's martial gods will definitely not stand by and do nothing. Xiao Chen glanced at Xian Feng and said, your Shin Kingdom's holy temple is that mountain over there, right? As he spoke, he pointed to a nearby mountain. The capital city was built against the mountains, and behind the capital was a massive mountain range. Hearing this, Xian Feng nodded and said, that's right. That is my Shin Kingdom's holy gate. Since that's the case, then we haven't come to the wrong place. Xiao Chen nodded and said, we came here specifically for the holy gate. Upon hearing this, Xian Feng immediately spoke up. In that case, please wait a moment, I will go notify the ancestor of the holy gate. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Xiao Chen and Jinwoo completely ignoring his suggestion. In an instant, they had already flown past him. No need, we can go ourselves. He only heard this sentence before seeing the two figures already appearing outside the mountain gate. At the same time, Xiao Chen and Jinwoo took off directly, flying towards the inside of the mountain gate. You two, barging into my holy gate like this is rather rude, isn't it? A cold snort echoed from within the holy gate, and at the same time, a middle-aged man rushed out, charging directly at Xiao Chen and Jinwoo. Seeing the other party, Xiao Chen and Jinwoo exchanged glances. The one from Tianwu's sect was already old, while the man before them was full of vigor. Xiao Chen sensed that the other party was probably only about 100 years old. 100 years may seem long, but for cultivators, it is not considered long at all. In fact, it might even be a bit short. Just as the middle-aged man charged forward, Jinwoo grinned and quickly dashed out, his body appearing directly in front of the middle-aged man. At the same time, Jinwoo waved his hand, and in an instant, a violent force surged within his fist. Boom! A loud explosion erupted, and at that moment the middle-aged man was sent flying backward. His body crashed heavily to the ground, and at this moment, he wore a face full of shock. He raised his head and coughed up blood twice. He had never expected that his strength would be utterly powerless against the person before him. He was even sent flying by a single punch. The power of that punch was terrifying. As a martial god, he had no resistance whatsoever. Xiao Chen didn't care about the other party's thoughts. He and Jinwoo directly appeared in front of him. You. The middle-aged man's face looked particularly grim at this moment, and he took a deep breath and said, are you two planning to destroy our holy gate? I'm not interested in the life or death of your holy gate. I'm interested in your holy gate. Xiao Chen said, bring your people down the mountain. We want this mountain. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man was momentarily stunned, and then his expression changed drastically. What do you want to do? But before he could finish his sentence, Xiao Chen casually kicked out. In the next moment, his body was sent flying towards the imperial city. With a loud crash, the other party's body landed directly inside the palace, creating a massive, deep pit. Get lost. Xiao Chen coldly glared at the others inside the holy gate and said, if you haven't left within 10 breaths, then you will die. As Xiao Chen's words fell, a group of people immediately began to flee frantically downwards. They understood very well that even the ancestor of the holy gate had been sent flying. If they stayed here, they could only die. Soon, the entire holy gate was left with no one. Indeed, sometimes being a villain is quite comfortable. At this moment, Xiao Chen nodded in satisfaction. At least, after becoming a villain, he had fewer scruples. Killing anyone was just a matter of a word. His gaze turned to the spirit stone vein below the holy gate. Compared to the previous Tianwu sect, the spirit stone vein was larger and wider. Naturally, it stored more spirit stones. At this moment, Xiao Chen acted quickly, directly pulling the spirit stone vein out. Inside the palace, Xian Feng and the ancestor of the holy gate looked at Xiao Chen and Jinwoo's actions with astonishment. They had actually pulled an entire mountain range out. Then, under their shocked gazes, Xiao Chen directly placed the spirit stone vein into his own space. Ancestor, what kind of method is this? Such a large mountain just disappeared so suddenly? Xian Feng said, his face filled with disbelief. He knew very well that the other party's methods were definitely not that simple. An entire mountain range. It had vanished without a trace. What immense power that was. I don't know. The ancestor of the holy gate said bitterly at this moment. He truly had no idea how this was accomplished. Naturally, he also didn't understand why the other party could achieve such a feat? The ancestor of the Holy Gate took a deep breath and then said bitterly, the other party is completely beyond our ability to contend with. Fortunately, these people have no intent to kill, otherwise we would have all been dead long ago. As he spoke these words, the bitterness on his face remained. At this moment, after Xiao Chen and Jin Wu had taken the mountain range, they glanced at Xian Feng and the others below. Feeling the gaze of Xiao Chen and Jin Wu, the expressions of the two became particularly tense. However, the other party merely glanced at them and then left directly. Watching the two leave with such swagger, the ancestor of the Holy Gate looked bitterly at the bare mountain peak. The entire mountain had now become unrecognizable. 3 days later, at the headquarters of the Wanwu Alliance, the leader of the Wanwu Alliance was spitting blood as he watched Xiao Chen seize a mountain range and then store it in his face, showing no sign of resistance whatsoever. He had resigned himself to his fate. These two had entered the Wanwu Alliance directly, without even a hint of pleasantries, immediately injuring him and then digging up the foundation of the Wanwu Alliance. Enough, don't make that face. The Tianwu sect and the Holy Gate are the same. Xiao Chen glanced at the leader of the Wanwu Alliance and said. Upon hearing this, the leader of the Wanwu Alliance was momentarily taken aback, then instead revealed a smile. The three major sacred places were already at odds. If he were the only one suffering such misfortune, it would be one thing. Now, hearing that the other two were in the same boat, he felt inexplicably relieved. You two must have come for this heavenly spirit mine vein, right? He looked at Xiao Chen and Jin Wu and said, I know of another place that also has a heavenly spirit mine vein. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen and Jin Wu exchanged glances. Looking at the leader of the Wanwu Alliance, Xiao Chen smiled slightly and asked, what do you want? He understood that since the other party had said this, they must have a request. I will lead the way. You two can take the mine vein. The leader of the Wanwu Alliance said, that place is an isolated island overseas. I just want that overseas island. Hearing this, Xiao Chen and Jin Wu showed a hint of surprise. You two may not no, but my Wanwu Alliance is different from those two places. We are just a group of loose cultivators united. We never wanted to get involved in disputes, yet disputes always find us. Moreover, there is a powerful martial god on that island. He has enmity with me, and I cannot deal with him. So, if you two are willing, help me kill him. The leader of the Wanwu Alliance said at this moment. An isolated island overseas? Xiao Chen frowned slightly and said, lead the way. All right. Upon hearing this, the leader of the Wanwu Alliance immediately showed a look of surprise, and seeing the other party's expression, Xiao Chen casually cast a healing spell. In the next moment, a halo formed around the leader of the Wanwu Alliance, and as the halo spread around him, he quickly recovered from his injuries. The face of the leader of the Wanwu Alliance was filled with surprise. He had never imagined that the other party had such means. At this moment, his gaze towards Xiao Chen became increasingly serious. He was well aware of how powerful the other party's methods were. It could be said that injuring himself was as easy as a wave of the hand for the opponent, and wanting to kill him was merely a thought away. At this moment, he felt an increasing sense of dread towards the two before him. He quickly led the way ahead, while behind him, Xiao Chen and Jin Wu closely followed. Soon, they stopped on the surface of the sea, and as they looked at the place before them, Xiao Chen and Jin Wu were momentarily taken aback, especially at the sight of the people on this island. These 3-inch nails. Jin Wu's gaze was filled with peculiarity. These guys were less than 1.5 meters tall. Their bow-legged stance and attire reminded him of a certain small island on Earth. It really looks similar. Xiao Chen looked at the scene before him and sneered. Gentlemen, don't be fooled by the small stature of this group. Among them are also experts. The key is that these people always form teams to raid our side. To be honest, I grew up by the sea, and it was this group of guys who killed my entire village during their raids, and I managed to escape. So, I have a particular hatred for these guys. When I became a martial god, I had come here before, but I never expected that there would be a martial god on this island whose strength is not much different from mine. In the end, I could only retreat helplessly. The leader of the Wanwu Alliance spoke up. Alright, no need to say more. Jin Wu, standing beside Xiao Chen, sneered. I don't care what these 3-inch nails are, as long as they look the part. That's enough. I was quite the hot-headed youth back in the day. After saying this, Jin Wu's body suddenly charged down to the ground. At the same time, Xiao Chen saw the gusts of wind forming around him. Those gusts of wind transformed into blades of wind the next second, directly striking at the people on the ground. Watching the scene, Xiao Chen was momentarily stunned. This guy is not holding back at all. Ever since the black smoke disappeared, Xiao Chen always felt that Jin Wu's strength might have decreased significantly, but now it was clear that it hadn't. Even without the black smoke, Jin Wu remained exceptionally fierce. As Jin Wu made his move, the 3-inch nails below were quickly swept away by the blades of wind, leaving a ground covered in blood and flesh. Who dares to slaughter my islanders? A roar echoed, and then, both Xiao Chen and Jin Wu saw a 3-inch nail rushing towards them at high speed. However, the speed at which the opponent charged was fast, and the speed at which they retreated was even faster. Jin Wu appeared directly in front of the opponent, and then, he kicked the opponent right in the head. With a thunderous crash, the opponent's body was smashed against the mountain peak, even creating a massive hole in the mountain. Seeing this scene, Xiao Chen slightly opened his mouth and then smiled faintly. Such means, this is Jin Wu. It was me who did it. What do you want? Jin Wu quickly appeared in front of the opponent again, and with a heavy slap, he struck the 3-inch nail on the head. Slap. With that slap, the opponent was directly smashed into the ground. At this moment, the 3-inch nail was already dizzy. He was even somewhat confused about how he had provoked such a killing god. Spare me, I am willing to become your servant, the 3-inch nail shouted in terror. After becoming a martial god, he had always felt that his strength had increased significantly, but at this moment he was truly afraid. He could only desperately plead for mercy. Just you? Jin Wu glanced disdainfully at the opponent and then kicked again. With that kick, the opponent's body was smashed into the ground with a loud bang. The next moment, Jin Wu casually slapped the opponent on the head. This martial god was thus directly taken down by Jinwu. He didn't even have a chance to resist. The leader of the Wanwu Alliance was already dumbfounded at this moment. He truly did not expect that the person he was particularly wary of was, in the eyes of this lord before him, nothing more than a fart. Wasn't the so-called martial god the pinnacle of this world? Then what were they, if these two before him were the true peak? In front of them, they felt like children, completely useless. Soon, he saw Xiao Chen directly begin to gather the mountains. As for the people on the mountains, they were casually killed with a slap from Jinwu. After seeing Xiao Chen gather the mountains, the leader of the Wanwu Alliance looked at Xiao Chen. Alright, we are safe now. From here on, you can deal with the people on this island as you wish. Xiao Chen smiled at the leader of the Wanwu Alliance and said. After saying this, he directly left with Jinwu. I bid farewell to the two lords. The leader of the Wanwu Alliance hurriedly called out. He then turned to look at the island before him. In that case, everyone can die. He sneered, and in an instant, his body rapidly descended, directly starting the slaughter. When Xiao Chen and Jinwu returned to the martial kingdom, the martial emperor had long been waiting at the original spot. He looked at Xiao Chen and Jinwu, his face filled with astonishment. The news from the capital of the Xian kingdom had already returned, and at that moment, when he learned of that news, the martial emperor was indeed shocked. Not only had the other party emptied the entire mountain, but they had also swaggered right over the capital of the Xian kingdom. As for the fact that they hadn't killed many people before returning, the martial emperor dared not inquire about it. In his view, this matter was not something he wanted to meddle in. A hint of fear had already crept into his gaze. Previously, he had indeed harbored some small thoughts. After all, as an emperor, no one wanted someone sitting above them, ready to slap them at any moment. However, ever since the news from the Xian kingdom and the Wanwu Alliance came, his eyes had cleared, because he knew he had no right. He didn't even have the courage to speak. If he dared to say a few more words, the other party would definitely annihilate him. At this moment, the martial emperor was already clear that the two before him were simply invincible. Gentlemen, I have been waiting for a long time, he said with a smile, looking at Xiao Chen. Alright, no more unnecessary words. We will take Chen Ran and leave. Xiao Chen said. On the way, he had already discussed with Jinwu and was ready to take Chen Ran away. This world, which had previously been suitable for cultivation, had changed since Xiao Chen had gathered all the spirit stone veins of the entire world. On the way back, they felt that the heavenly Tao of this world was beginning to reject Xiao Chen and Jinwu. Moreover, the spiritual energy in this dimension had already begun to gradually thin out. It was evident that Xiao Chen had harmed the origin of this world. Since that was the case, this world had become dispensable. Therefore, Xiao Chen planned to take Chen Ran and Jinwu away directly. After all, his own space could also be cultivated, and letting Chen Ran and Jinwu cultivate in his space was the same. Leave? Where are the two gentlemen planning to go? The martial emperor's expression suddenly changed as he looked at Xiao Chen and Jinwu. He anxiously gazed at them, fully aware of the current state of the martial kingdom. He had offended the Tianwu sect behind the martial kingdom, and he had also offended the Xian kingdom. Without Xiao Chen and Jinwu around, he knew very well what the future would look like. The martial kingdom would be unstable. Previously, he had thought that Xiao Chen and Jinwu would fight to the death with those so-called martial gods, and it would be best if they all died. However, now that those martial gods were still alive, he could not afford to lose the two before him. If these two truly abandoned him, he would undoubtedly become a target. At this thought, the martial emperor urgently said, "But have I neglected anything?" Xiao Chen and Jinwu both smiled and said, "Not at all. But we really must leave." As he spoke, Xiao Chen said, "Martial Emperor, you don't need to get tangled up in this matter. Don't worry. We will leave quietly." Saying this, he directly bypassed the martial emperor and quickly entered the Duke of the State's residence. At this moment, inside the Duke's residence, Chen Ran saw Xiao Chen and Jinwu return, and a look of joy immediately appeared on her face. Her gaze was filled with delight as she said, "Master, Dad." The two looked at Chen Ran and immediately broke into smiles, especially Jinwu, who couldn't stop grinning. After all, in a certain sense, Chen Ran was truly his child. It was just that this child had appeared so suddenly that he was completely unaware of it. "Chen Ran, we are preparing to leave. Do you want to go with Master?" Xiao Chen looked at Chen Ran and asked. Upon hearing this, Chen Ran was slightly taken aback and asked, "Leave? Where are we going, Master?" "When the time comes, Master will find you a good place where you can cultivate." Xiao Chen thought for a moment and replied. He was also considering which world would be suitable. It seemed that, undoubtedly, the other lower-tier planes were not appropriate. Although the apocalyptic world had advanced technology, it was too oppressive. As for the world where Feng Hao was, Xiao Chen was unclear about the current situation in the game world. However, it was undoubtedly a high-level world. Moreover, as Feng Hao's level increased, the game world's plane could even evolve. This was something Feng Hao had told Xiao Chen before, but no matter what, it was still not suitable. The world where Gu Qingran was, although the spiritual energy was relatively rich, there were still dangers in that world, and coupled with the scarcity of resources, Xiao Chen did not consider it either. "We still need to continue exploring worlds," Xiao Chen murmured. "Master, I want to go with you." At this moment, Chen Ran immediately spoke up. She had no support in this world. If it weren't for Xiao Chen's appearance, she might have died long ago. Now, the closest people to her were Xiao Chen and Jinwu. If the two left, what could she do? So, at this moment, Chen Ran chose to go with Xiao Chen. "Alright." Xiao Chen smiled and nodded in response, then waved his hand, and in the next second, Chen Ran and Jinwu appeared in Xiao Chen's space. In the short term, Chen Ran and I will be in seclusion here. At this moment, Jinwu landed in Xiao Chen's space, nodding in satisfaction. Mainly because the spiritual energy in this space was incredibly rich now. With the support of 4 spiritual stone veins, this area was completely filled with spiritual energy. After all, even in this world there were only 4 veins, and how large was Xiao Chen's space now? It was smaller than an entire martial kingdom. Xiao Chen estimated that his current space, or rather, world, was at most the size of 2 cities on Earth, which was indeed terrifyingly large. However, under these 4 spiritual stone veins, the concentration of spiritual energy in this space had reached a terrifying level. This was a true small world in the real sense. Moreover, with Xiao Chen's manipulation, he could even control another area. One area, Xiao Chen directly set to a state of stillness, while the remaining area was exactly the same as the outside world. Glancing at his space, Xiao Chen nodded in satisfaction. In the future, he could also let Chu Qingyue and Song Ye come to his space to cultivate. After that, Xiao Chen quickly left and returned to Earth. As for the martial emperor behind him, Xiao Chen couldn't be bothered. He didn't want the resources of this world either. With the people taken away, he would no longer have a reason to come to this world. After all, in this world, Chen Ran and Jin Wu were the coordinates. Now that he had even removed the coordinates, it was impossible for him to appear in this world again. Behind him, the martial emperor watched Xiao Chen suddenly disappear, his expression turning exceptionally grim, yet he was helpless. After returning to Earth, Xiao Chen took a look at Chen Ran in the space. At this moment, Chen Ran was already sitting in the space, cultivating. Moreover, traveling through his own space did not make Chen Ran feel uncomfortable. It was evident that his space had undergone a transformation. Xiao Chen looked at Chen Ran within the space and nodded slightly before quickly stepping out. The logistics park outside was bustling with activity, and the several spaces had gradually begun to change. For instance, in the apocalyptic world, under Gu Ming's leadership, the entire landscape had completely transformed. With Xiao Chen's vast resources, the people in the apocalyptic world no longer needed to venture out to hunt for survival. They no longer had to face zombies and mutated beasts. The only hardship they might endure was the extreme heat from the outside world. Of course, the fact that this apocalyptic world could build shelters to shield against the heat was already sufficient. As for money, Xiao Chen was too lazy to even calculate it now. Since the weapons brought by the apocalyptic world had been put to use, his wealth had grown to the point where it was endless. Just as Xiao Chen was pondering these matters, he received a phone call. On the other end was Song Ye calling him. A fool has come, Song Ye said helplessly over the phone. He should be from some prominent family in Shengjing, and now he has come to see you by name. See me? Xiao Chen was slightly taken aback. What does he want to see me for? It's still about the trouble caused by your potions. Song Ye did not say it outright, but Xiao Chen understood. Previously, he had agreed with Old Bai that some second-generation heirs were overstepping, and Old Bai wanted to use Xiao Chen as bait to lure out some characters. Indeed, a few reckless ones had appeared. Xiao Chen thought this matter had long been settled. He did not expect that now someone would still emerge. As soon as he arrived here, he went straight to the point and said he wanted to see you. I told him you weren't here, and this fool actually threatened me, saying that with one word from him, my business would be ruined. Song Ye said helplessly. Hearing this, Xiao Chen was slightly stunned, then nodded. He roughly understood that this fool was indeed foolish. Before coming, he didn't even inquire properly, and after arriving, he still put on airs. He might not even know what level he was at. What do we care about someone like him? Get a few people to throw him out, Xiao Chen said with a cold smile. He didn't have the time to deal with the other party. I've already done that. I had Old Wolf throw him out. Moreover, the 2 bodyguards he brought wanted to make a move, and Old Wolf directly broke their legs. Alright, I got it. Xiao Chen nodded and asked, what about Chu Qingyue? Isn't she here? This small place of his had seen some second-generation heirs from Shengjing before. Some of them were initially unruly, but after seeing Chu Qingyue, they became as obedient as good babies. They might not know Xiao Chen and Song Ye, but they certainly knew the young lady of the Chu family. The Chu family's status was different now. So, when these young masters from prominent families saw Chu Qingyue, they knew they couldn't afford to offend her, and, naturally, they wouldn't provoke her. Upon hearing this, Song Ye spoke up. Qingyue went to Shanghai a few days ago and hasn't returned yet. Our business with the Zhao family is still ongoing. Since you weren't here, and those potions are so precious, Qingyue went to deliver them herself. Hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded. Okay, got it. He was too lazy to even meet that second-generation heir, so he casually hung up the phone. At this moment, in the first hospital of Yunqing, Zhang Feilong's expression was exceptionally grim. His face was covered in bruises. As the son of Xinjiang's richest man, he had never endured such humiliation. Yet, just after arriving in this small place called Yunqing, he had been taught a lesson. Even the bodyguards he brought had their legs broken. He had even been beaten up 3 times. To make matters worse, that woman had even ordered someone to beat him up. He was currently gritting his teeth in pain. I must settle this score. Zhang Feilong's expression was exceptionally grim as he spoke. He knew very well that if he didn't regain his footing, once he returned to Xinjiang, he would likely be laughed at by those second-generation heirs. He was already the neglected one in the family. If it weren't for the title of the richest man's son, he would be nothing. His father only cared about his elder brother. Recently, he overheard his brother on the phone and learned that the so-called miraculous medicine that could cure all ailments was only in the hands of Xiao Chen from Yunqiang. And Xiao Chen was the man of Song Ye, the richest person in Yunqiang. Given this, he naturally wanted to get ahead of his brother and talk to Xiao Chen first. He believed that if he could negotiate this matter well, then his father would surely recognize that he was also useful. Perhaps he could even compete with his brother for the position of heir. Just thinking about this made a hint of excitement appear on Zhang Feilong's face. However, he did not expect that what he thought was a sure thing would encounter an unexpected turn of events. What was that woman? A rich person from a small city. He had seen plenty of such people in Xinjiang who would rush to curry favor with him. Initially, Zhang Feilong thought that this woman was so beautiful and imagined that he would force Xiao Chen to hand over the formula and then take this woman for himself. Now, he wished he could kill her. Get me some connections. I want to shut down all of this woman's stores. At this moment, Zhang Feilong said with a twisted expression, hurry up. In front of him was his assistant, who was trembling and nodding. The assistant had originally wanted to persuade Zhang Feilong, but she knew it was futile. She was all too aware of what kind of person this second young master was. However, after leaving the hospital room, the assistant still called Zhang Feilong's elder brother. What? You're in. Yuncheng? At that moment, in an office in Qingjing, a young man's expression changed. His eyes were filled with anger as he shouted, what are you doing there? Did that idiot Zhang Feilong offend someone? His voice was laced with fury. He had long known about Xiao Chen and, after some investigation, discovered that Xiao Chen was not as simple as he appeared. The Zhao family from Shanghai collaborated with him. The Lu family fell because of him, and even several families in Xinjiang that he couldn't provoke were said to be eyeing that miraculous medicine, and then they disappeared. Under such circumstances, how could he dare to provoke Xiao Chen? He had originally planned to find a way to investigate Xiao Chen's connections and look for an opportunity to get to know him. Perhaps this was the only hope for the Zhang family, but he never expected that before they could find their own people, they had already offended the other party. Zhang Lingfeng was feeling utterly defeated at this moment. He knew all too well what kind of person his brother was. He wouldn't even look at someone like that. If it weren't for the fact that this guy was his brother, he would have been the first to get rid of him. Usually, he relied on the Zhang family's connections to act arrogantly, and no one would hold him accountable. After all, the Zhang family was large and powerful, and ordinary people truly couldn't provoke them. However, that didn't mean the Zhang family had no rivals in the country. Once they angered certain big shots, the Zhang family could be toppled in an instant. Zhang Lingfeng was very clear about this. So, even though he had taken over most of the family's business, he was still on edge. But he really didn't expect that while he was trying to avoid trouble, this idiot brother was stirring up trouble every day. To help him deal with those troubles, he had already apologized to those people more than once. Even so, it still wasn't enough. Now, just thinking about what his brother had done made him feel that this brother was beyond saving. Quick, go to Yuncheng. Immediately, Zhang Lingfeng said quickly. At the same time, he angrily scolded into the phone, I don't care what method you use, keep your master occupied. If he really provokes that big shot, you and he will die together in Yuncheng. Zhang Feilong knew very well what kind of person he was. If he really angered Xiao Chen, it would all be over. So at this moment, Zhang Lingfeng immediately spoke up, President, don't worry, the second young master definitely won't cause trouble today, but I can only hold him off for one night. Tomorrow morning, he definitely won't care about me anymore. At that moment, on the other end of the phone, Zhang Feilong's assistant said helplessly, I'll be in Yun City tonight. Zhang Lingfeng said coldly. After finishing this sentence, he immediately hung up the phone. At this moment, in Zhang Lingfeng's office, the secretary hurriedly walked in. Mr. Zhang, the information you asked me to find is here. The secretary handed a document to Zhang Lingfeng and said, Xiao Chen once left Yun City to work in Guangshan. During his 2 years in Guangshan, he met a girl, but her family thought Xiao Chen was useless, so they made her break up with him. The secretary handed another document to Zhang Lingfeng and continued. After that, Xiao Chen returned to Yun City and opened a small supermarket. As for what happened next, Xiao Chen's information has become top secret, the secretary said helplessly. Xiao Chen's life history was incomprehensible to her. Many people rise to prominence, and there are always traces to follow, but Xiao Chen had none. Even the reason why the authorities put in so much effort to help Xiao Chen build such a logistics park was unknown. Oh, upon hearing this, Zhang Lingfeng's eyes lit up slightly, and then he asked, what about that woman? How is she now? A woman who had broken up with Xiao Chen. If she was like Qin Ku in the information, then it was better not to mention it. Perhaps finding her was not to please Xiao Chen but rather to offend him. Unmarried, her family has fallen on hard times, and now she is struggling to work, the secretary replied. Alright, bring the information with you. Zhang Lingfeng thought for a moment and said, now, come with me to Yun City. He knew that the authorities were currently cooperating with Xiao Chen, but it was obvious that they were too lazy to investigate Xiao Chen's past, or rather, in the eyes of the authorities, the past no longer mattered, so no one would pay attention to a woman who had already broken up with Xiao Chen. But he was different. He also wanted to cooperate with Xiao Chen, even wanting to participate in those pharmaceutical projects. There was no way around it. Ever since the Zhao family produced those pharmaceuticals, their connections had become unimaginable. In these past few months, the Zhao family's business was not limited to just pharmaceuticals. Even other industries had begun to receive support from the authorities. In short, it was because of the relationship with Xiao Chen that they had such a status. Therefore, he naturally wanted to build a good relationship with Xiao Chen. At the very least, it couldn't be like before. With this in mind, Zhang Lingfeng immediately spoke up. First, help me resolve my brother's trouble. Also, is the gift I asked you to prepare ready? It's ready. This item is very rare. I even used overseas connections to find a piece the size of a fist. As she spoke, the secretary opened the box in her hand. If Xiao Chen were here, he would see that it was a whole piece of chalcedony. Undoubtedly, Zhang Lingfeng had already inquired about Xiao Chen thoroughly. That was why he was thinking of discussing cooperation with Xiao Chen now. I originally wanted to use this to negotiate cooperation with Xiao Chen, but now, my useless brother has angered him. I wonder if this item is enough to appease him. Zhang Lingfeng sighed. He said this thing is called chalcedony? Zhang Lingfeng stared at the stone in front of him. This item was somewhat similar in color to jade, but it was undoubtedly not jade. He could even see a faint glow within the stone. Calling it chalcedony was reasonable. At the very least, it was not the kind of chalcedony they had seen before, and Xiao Chen needed it. This was something he had learned after much inquiry, and now that the authorities are helping Xiao Chen find him, it means that the other party needs these things. Let's go, Zhang Lingfeng said, leading her secretary directly towards Yun City. At this moment in the Yun City hospital, Zhang Feilong's assistant looked at the already sleeping Zhang Feilong and let out a sigh. Fortunately, I slipped some money to the doctor and gave this young master enough sedatives, otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to wait through the night. The assistant felt helpless. He was Zhang Feilong's assistant, but the one who paid his salary was Zhang Lingfeng. How could he not know who his real boss was? At this time, if he didn't help his boss deal with these troubles, wouldn't that be truly foolish? So, he was quite direct. You two shouldn't think about revenge. I can tell that Mr. Xiao is not someone we can provoke. You're lucky you didn't run into the real deal, otherwise, it wouldn't just be a matter of broken limbs. Don't worry, the eldest young master already knows and is on his way. After that, this matter will have nothing to do with us. At this moment, the assistant spoke to Zhang Feilong's two bodyguards. Naturally, the two bodyguards had no objections. For their boss to suffer such serious injuries, their bonuses would be substantial, and as long as it was just a break, they could recover. At most, they would be bedridden for half a year. Following this young master, it would be better to lie in a hospital bed for half a year. They would still receive their salaries and compensation, which was much more comfortable. Otherwise, who knew which big shot this young master would provoke next time, and it could really end up costing them their lives. The next morning, Xiao Chen woke up with Songya in his arms and heard the phone ring from Old Wolf. Is something wrong? Xiao Chen asked, slightly surprised. Usually, Old Wolf wouldn't call him. After all, he only called Old Wolf to give him orders. Moreover, Old Wolf wouldn't dare disturb him, especially since he knew that Xiao Chen was with Songya. Sir, last night the second young master of the Zheng family came to Jin Yutang, and as you know, we drove him away. This morning, the eldest young master came. The key is that his attitude was particularly good. He just stood at the door, saying he came to apologize and hoped to see you. After all, he is the son of a billionaire, the future tycoon, standing at the door, not daring to do anything. Even when we scold him, he just smiles. I had no choice but to call you. Old Wolf said helplessly on the other end of the line. You say the word. If you don't want to meet, I'll just beat him up and send him back to Xingjing. Oh, Xiao Chen squinted slightly and then said, forget it, let him come. He was quite curious about what level this billionaire's son was at. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Chen noticed that Songya was looking at him. Zhang Lingfeng is coming? Songya asked, slightly curious. Are you familiar with her? Xiao Chen asked, intrigued. Not really familiar, but she is quite famous. She has many tricks up her sleeve and is well known in the business world. At this moment, Songya smiled and said, the Zhang family has produced a true phoenix and a mad dog. Everyone knows that. Hearing this metaphor, Xiao Chen was slightly taken aback. Zhang Feilong is a second-generation rich kid who knows nothing. Basically, he has no say in the Zhang family's decisions and only goes out causing trouble under the Zhang family's name. However, it's strange, with his personality, he should have made countless enemies and done many bad things. But I've never heard of him doing anything particularly terrible. At most, he has bullied some people relying on the Zhang family's connections, and those people are still alive today. Songya said, it seems that Zhang Lingfeng has some substance. Xiao Chen thought for a moment and said, he had roughly guessed that it was this eldest young master who was using connections behind the scenes. After all, yesterday, the other party had just arrived in Yun City, angering Songya, and then Zhang Lingfeng showed up. This situation is indeed quite coincidental. Alright, since they've sent someone here, let's just wait, Xiao Chen said. And then he stood up to wait. Songya beside him also smiled slightly, accompanying Xiao Chen. At this moment, outside the villa, when Zhang Lingfeng was brought here by Old Wolf, he was taken aback. It was already late autumn, and as he walked along, the surrounding trees were all withered. However, upon arriving at this courtyard, it was full of vitality. The flowers and plants that were planted, and even a vegetable garden, all displayed the liveliness of this area. Moreover, as soon as he stepped into this courtyard, he felt a refreshing sensation. It was as if this courtyard had some kind of magic. At that moment, Zhang Lingfeng understood why the authorities valued Xiao Chen so much. Just this courtyard alone was extraordinary. His gaze turned to a corner of the courtyard, and just one glance made his expression change drastically. In that corner lay an enormous monster. After all, he had never seen anything like it. Its body was covered in black scales, dark as ink, and under the sunlight the scales glimmered. That massive head turned to stare at him. Just the terrifying appearance of this monster was enough to leave him speechless. What is that? At this moment, even though Zhang Lingfeng had seen a lot of the world, he still found it hard to believe. What kind of monster was this? He had no impression of it at all. Its body was exceptionally huge. That's Mr. Zhao's pet. He calls it Qilin. Old Wolf said, looking at Qilin. After his strength had increased significantly, he had thought about challenging it. Then, he was instantly defeated. With one swipe of its paw, he was sent flying out of the courtyard. At that moment, he realized just how great the gap was between him and this monster. Qilin glanced at him and then turned over to continue sleeping. Ever since it came here, its life had been particularly comfortable. It no longer had to stay in dark, dreary places drinking that foul-smelling beast blood, which was terrible. Now, it had long since lost interest in that beast blood. Although it usually ate ordinary meat, occasionally Xiao Chen would give it some good stuff like tiger meat or lion meat. After eating those, it could feel its body changing slightly. Moreover, ever since Xiao Chen set up a spirit-gathering array here with Jade Marrow, it was even less willing to go out. It could feel that as long as it stayed here, its strength would gradually increase. Now, Qilin had completely adapted to the role of a guard dog. Anyway, its current strength had already reached the late stage of qi refinement, and it was only a step away from becoming a foundation-building beast. On Earth, Xiao Chen believed there were no rivals left. With Qilin as a guard, there was basically no need to worry about anything else. Furthermore, Qilin now only listened to Xiao Chen, Songya, and Chu Qingyue. Even Lu Ming couldn't command it. Just as Zhang Lingfeng was staring blankly at Qilin, his face full of surprise, the door opened. Xiao Chen walked out slowly and smiled at Zhang Lingfeng, saying, "Are you looking for me?" "Yes." Zhang Lingfeng immediately came to his senses and then looked at Xiao Chen, saying, "Zhang Lingfeng is here this time to apologize to my brother." As he spoke, he raised the box in his hand and handed it to Xiao Chen, saying, "Mr. Xiao, this is a gift of apology." Xiao Chen squinted slightly, looking at Zhang Lingfeng. He didn't even need to look closely. The spiritual energy from the jade marrow was already emanating, and he could naturally feel it. He hadn't expected the other party to directly present a piece of jade marrow. "This is nice." Xiao Chen nodded, took the jade marrow from Zhang Lingfeng, and then said, "I didn't take your brother's matter to heart, just take him back. This thing is precious. Since you brought it, you must have something to discuss with me. Speak up. What is it?" Xiao Chen casually flipped his hand, and the jade agate entered his face. Zhang Lingfeng's face showed a hint of surprise. He had just seen Xiao Chen flip his hand, and in the next moment such a large box had vanished. At that moment, he realized how wise his decision to come here was. If he hadn't come, that fool of his family would have truly angered someone like this. Not to mention Xiao Chen, just the monster lurking in the corner, could tear the Zhang family apart. Xiao Chen's gaze was fixed on Zhang Lingfeng, and even upon seeing the massive body and fierce appearance of the Qilin, the other party, though shocked, still managed to maintain a relatively calm demeanor. "Mr. Xiao, my brother has been a bit willful and has offended you." Looking at Xiao Chen, Zhang Lingfeng spoke up. "I know Mr. Xiao is not an ordinary person, but my brother has indeed caused some trouble, so I came personally to apologize." Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded and said, "It's all in the past." He truly did not take Zhang Feilong's matter to heart. After all, he hadn't even met the person. Moreover, the other party had been directly thrown out by the old wolf. Why should he care about him? "Let's talk about your purpose. If it's just an apology, I accept it." Xiao Chen looked at him and said he didn't believe that the other party had come here just to apologize. So, at this moment he was quite curious about what this person wanted from him. Hearing Xiao Chen's words, Zhang Lingfeng immediately nodded and then spoke. "Mr. Xiao, indeed, I came this time to seek cooperation with you." He looked at Xiao Chen and said, "Those potions from the Zhao family." "Sorry." Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen shook his head and said, "This is already enough. Even if he were to give something to the Zhao family, it wouldn't be much, let alone to others." Therefore, at this moment, Xiao Chen directly rejected him. Hearing Xiao Chen's refusal, a hint of disappointment appeared in Zhang Lingfeng's eyes. Even though he had already thought it through before coming, he was still turned down by the other party. He understood that it was normal for the other party to refuse him. After all, it was evident that it wasn't Xiao Chen's style to cooperate with anyone who just showed up. If Xiao Chen were really like that, how would he explain those who had been sent in? As Xiao Chen looked at Zhang Lingfeng, he thought for a moment and said, "However, I can cooperate with you on something else." The reason Xiao Chen wanted to cooperate with him was that he could tell the other party was at least a person of measure. This was crucial. Additionally, it was something Xiao Chen needed the most right now. He was well aware that Zhang Lingfeng had his own channels and could obtain items similar to jade agate. What he lacked were these. Something else? Upon hearing Xiao Chen's words, a look of surprise immediately appeared on Zhang Lingfeng's face. He had already seen the potions provided by Xiao Chen, which were indeed impressive. After taking them, even cancer could be cured. So, he naturally understood the value of these potions. However, he hadn't expected that Xiao Chen would have other things as well. At that moment, his eyes were filled with curiosity as he looked at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen smiled faintly, then waved his hand, and in the next moment, something appeared in his hand. "This is fruit?" Looking at the fruit before him, Zhang Lingfeng frowned slightly. In Xiao Chen's hand was an unremarkable strawberry. Aside from being unusually large and looking particularly good, there was nothing special about it. What value could such a thing have? "You'll know once you eat it." Xiao Chen looked at Zhang Lingfeng and said with a smile. These fruits were all produced from the space he had transplanted into. Now, he had set aside a large area in his space specifically for growing various kinds of fruits. Moreover, the space is rich in spiritual energy, and the fruits produced are almost filled with spiritual power. Xiao Chen has tasted them. For him, it was merely a matter of satisfying his appetite, but for ordinary people, it definitely extends life. In fact, the effects of consuming these fruits can surpass those of ordinary medicinal herbs. Songya and Xu Qingyue have both eaten them, and after finishing, their cultivation even improved a little. This shows the power of these fruits. Xiao Chen had previously considered going directly to Gu Qingran's world with these fruits, transforming them into spiritual materials in one go. However, just taking out one fruit caused quite a stir. If he took out many fruits, it could almost drain the spiritual energy from an entire area. At that point, the commotion would be significant. At least, Xiao Chen wouldn't do that in the short term. However, the growth rate of the fruits in his space was too fast. He couldn't eat that many. He could only sell them. At first, he thought about collaborating with the Zhao family, but now the Zhao family was being watched by so many people, so Xiao Chen considered selling to the authorities instead. Zhang Lingfeng's appearance was undoubtedly the most suitable. With curiosity, Zhang Lingfeng took a bite, and the next moment, a look of astonishment appeared on his face. After just one strawberry, he could feel his body undergoing a transformation. Not only did his usual fatigue vanish, but he could also sense that his long-standing stomach issues were gradually improving. This is amazing. After just one bite, he realized how important this fruit was. At that moment, he looked at Xiao Chen with burning eyes and said, "Mr. Xiao, do you want to collaborate with me on this fruit?" "Yes." Xiao Chen nodded and said, "I don't want money. You know I don't like money." Zhang Lingfeng was slightly taken aback, then bitterly nodded. He naturally understood why Xiao Chen didn't lack money. After all, as long as the other party was still collaborating with the Zhao family, his family's position as the richest could be unstable. So, now he could only helplessly say, "Then what do you want?" Xiao Chen thought for a moment, then took out a Spirit Stone and said, "One is the jade agate you give me, and the other is this thing. As long as you can find it, help me get it. Additionally, anything you think is strange." Xiao Chen thought for a moment and added, "For example, anything supernatural or mysterious will do." Upon hearing this, Zhang Lingfeng nodded and said, "Okay, Mr. Xiao, I understand." Xiao Chen nodded slightly, then waved his hand, and 3 boxes of fruit appeared on the ground. His fruits were indeed good things. Even if he couldn't eat them all, he couldn't sell them like cabbages, so 3 boxes were already enough. Even so, Zhang Lingfeng's face was filled with surprise. For him, 3 boxes were enough to keep him awake with joy. He originally thought there would only be a few dozen strawberries, but now it was evident that there were many. More than he expected. At that moment he eagerly said, "Mr. Xiao, rest assured, I will find these things according to your instructions." He also took a photo of the spirit stone Xiao Chen gave him and then spoke up. After thinking for a moment, he handed a document to Xiao Chen and said, "Mr. Xiao, when I came here, I checked your past, so I have a document in hand, and I mean no offense." Hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded slightly. His past had been investigated by more than just Zhang Lingfeng. It was just that because of his past, those people thought he was easy to bully. Zhang Lingfeng left happily with a bunch of fruits. After that, Xiao Chen looked at the document in front of him. He was quite curious about what Zhang Lingfeng had brought him, so he immediately opened the document in his hand. However, when the document appeared before him, Xiao Chen was slightly surprised. Lang Qingxian? Looking at the document in his hand, Xiao Chen's mouth slightly opened. In shock. This document was about Lang Xian. For that girl, Xiao Chen felt a hint of panic at this moment. In his memories, she was always smiling. Back when Xiao Chen first arrived in Guangshan, that place was too bustling for someone like him who came from a small town. It was also too unfamiliar. At that time, Xingku had just left and Xiao Chen didn't have much money, so he could only work in Guangshan. It was there that he met Lang Qingxian. He still remembered the scenes of Lang Qingxian smiling and greeting him. It was Lang Qingxian who took him to work. Because of her, he was able to stay at that company. As they spent more time together, he and Lang Qingxian developed mutual feelings. But unfortunately, Xiao Chen was too self-conscious to express his thoughts. In the end, it was Lang Qingxian who confessed to him. Even now, he remembered how brave that girl was. She always spoke to Xiao Chen with a smile and bravely expressed her thoughts. Ultimately, they shared a very brief period of happiness. It was so short that it lasted only a few months. It was only after he got together with Lang Qingxian that her parents found out. They came to confront Xiao Chen, telling him that he and Lang Qingxian were not suitable for each other. They even told him that Lang Qingxian was already betrothed and urged him to give up. In the end, Xiao Chen only sent Lang Qingxian a message and returned to his hometown with his luggage. With the money he earned in Guangshan, he opened a supermarket in his small hometown. Reflecting on the past, Xiao Chen's eyes were filled with helplessness. It's been 3 years, right? Xiao Chen looked at the information, his eyes full of bitterness. 3 years had passed so quickly, and he had changed so much during this time. Originally, he thought Lang Qingxian had already married and had children, so he naturally didn't dare to disturb her. But he didn't expect that this information clearly listed everything that happened after he left Lang Qingxian. After he left, Lang Qingxian had a falling out with her parents and even moved out. The Lang family had a small company in Guangshan, which had been declining over the years and went bankrupt last year. After that, Lang Qingxian returned home to take care of her parents and was working hard to pay off their debts. Looking at this information, Xiao Chen sighed. Then he stood up, preparing to head to Guangshan. No matter what, he could not stand by and watch the past between him and Lang Qingxian. After getting in the car, Xiao Chen sped towards Guangshan. At this moment, in a hospital in Yunqing, Zhang Lingfeng looked at the furious Zhang Feilong and coldly said, "Are you coming back with me now, or do I have to drag you back? Brother, look at me, I've been beaten up like this, and you still don't care about me?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Feilong immediately showed an expression of deep hurt, looking at his brother and speaking up. But Zhang Feilong sneered and said, "If I didn't care about you, I wouldn't have come here to bring you back. You should see who you've offended." When he said this, his eyes were filled with anger. "Do you know who you've offended? Our family can't afford to mess with them." After saying this, he sighed and said, "Feilong, your brother is also doing this for your own good. Come back with me." "I won't. In a small place like Yunqing, where can we not afford to offend anyone?" At this moment, Zhang Feilong said anxiously, "I know you just want to see me make a fool of myself. You." Upon hearing this, Zhang Lingfeng's expression immediately turned extremely ugly. His younger brother still refused to repent. "I know you just want to trick me back. After all, if I leave, you can cooperate with Xiao Chen. You just don't want me to work with Xiao Chen." Zhang Feilong looked at Zhang Lingfeng and spoke. "Forget it, talking to you is useless. You don't understand anything." At this moment, Zhang Yunlong was already too lazy to continue the conversation with this fool. He knew that continuing the discussion would yield no results. The best approach was to be more direct. "You all take the second young master back, and no matter what methods you use, just remember this, the second young master is not allowed to leave Shengjing from now on." Zhang Lingfeng said coldly, "Whoever lets him leave Shengjing, I will make sure they never have a good life." At this moment, Zhang Lingfeng was very clear about the territory of Shengjing. It was enough for her brother to play around. As for who in Shengjing could be offended and who could not, she was still able to distinguish that clearly. "Zhang Lingfeng, what do you mean by that?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Feilong's face immediately darkened, and he shouted angrily. Zhang Lingfeng merely snorted coldly and did not say much more. She knew very well that continuing this matter would be of no use. It was better to be straightforward. Let this fool rot in Shengjing for the rest of his life. After all, this way, he would have nothing more to say. At this moment, she was thinking very directly, so she promptly ordered someone to bring her foolish brother back. Zhang Feilong wanted to resist, but it was completely useless. He was quickly pinned to the ground. He struggled desperately but could not move at all. At this moment, Zhang Feilong could only be helplessly taken back. "Send someone to keep an eye on him 24 hours a day. If this brat misbehaves, even if you have to break his legs, bring him back to me, Zhang Lingfeng said coldly. Upon hearing this, her secretary hurriedly nodded. Also, starting now, gather some information for me. Zhang Lingfeng thought for a moment and said, President, what kind of information? The secretary asked curiously. About immortals, or rather, unusual events, or metaphysical things. After thinking for a moment, Zhang Lingfeng spoke. Whether it's domestic or overseas, anything of this type will do. After saying this, she waved her hand to let them leave. The secretary immediately nodded and hurriedly left. After the secretary left, Zhang Lingfeng squinted her eyes, still thinking about the Qilin she saw in Xiao Chen's courtyard. And Xiao Chen's methods undoubtedly told her one thing: Xiao Chen might just be the legendary immortal. No wonder the authorities have also started cooperating with him. I wonder if I have the chance to learn the so-called immortal techniques, Zhang Lingfeng whispered softly. At this moment, she was not focused on business. In her view, Xiao Chen was the most important piece. Just as Zhang Lingfeng was thinking about this, the secretary hurriedly returned and said to Zhang Lingfeng, President, our people just reported that Mr. Xiao has left the city and the destination seems to be Guanshan. The secretary said this with curiosity, looking at Zhang Lingfeng. She did not understand why Zhang Lingfeng was particularly concerned about Xiao Chen. Even now, she was still paying attention to news about him. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lingfeng's eyes immediately lit up. She quickly stood up and said eagerly, Go to Guanshan immediately. But your private plane is already set to take the second young master to Shanghai, isn't it? The secretary asked. What does that brat matter? Find a few people to hold him down, just arrange another flight, Zhang Lingfeng said nonchalantly. Whether this brother was needed or not was unimportant. What mattered was Xiao Chen. She knew that Xiao Chen went to Guanshan, definitely for the matter concerning Leng Qingxian. So, Xiao Chen still had feelings for Leng Qingxian. That was already enough. For her, just this little piece of information was sufficient. At this moment, she quickly took her people directly to Guanshan. As for Zhang Feilong, he had already boarded the plane, but he was immediately forced off. He stared blankly at his brother, who didn't even greet him before. Turning around to board the plane, his face filled with shock. Even now, he still did not understand why this was happening. Go back to Xingjing by yourself. I'll have Dad keep an eye on you. Zhang Lingfeng left behind this single remark as she hurried away after seeing Zhang Feilong. He needed to arrive in Guanshan before Xiao Chen and arrange everything. By the time Xiao Chen reached Guanshan, at the very least, he should owe him a favor. That was enough. In his eyes, Xiao Chen's favor was the most valuable. Everything else was insignificant. As Zhang Feilong watched his brother board the plane, his expression twisted in frustration. This guy simply didn't take him seriously at all. Even if you're the older brother, even if you're better than me, you can't bully me like this, right? Zhang Feilong said angrily, but all he received in return was a roll of the eyes. If you weren't my brother, you'd be dead by now. Besides, how have I bullied you? If it weren't for me, you wouldn't even know how to die. I'm saving you right now. You idiot. After saying this, he turned and boarded the plane. As the cabin door closed, Zhang Feilong's expression had turned particularly ugly. Young Master Long, we can take off on the next flight. Behind Zhang Feilong were the bodyguards arranged by Zhang Lingfeng. Calling them bodyguards was more like saying they were escorting him back to Shangjing. Because the ticket was booked last minute, there are no first-class seats left. We'll have to squeeze into economy class. The bodyguard said with a smile as he looked at Zhang Feilong. Upon hearing this, Zhang Feilong's already unpleasant expression became even worse. He wanted to throw a tantrum, but looking at the two burly men in front of him, he realized they didn't see him as a young master at all. Plus, Zhang Lingfeng had said that if he didn't cooperate, he would be done for. At that moment, he could only accept it helplessly. I understand. Zhang Feilong's face was exceptionally grim. He felt that this time, coming to Yun City, he had truly run into bad luck. Not only had he lost face, but he was also imprisoned by Zhang Lingfeng in Shangjing. He couldn't help but wonder what business Xiao Chen had discussed with his family that made his older brother go to such lengths. A few hours later, Xiao Chen's car had entered Guangshan. Without any hesitation, he directly followed the address given by Zhang Lingfeng and found the company where Leng Qingxian was currently working, which had become quite desolate since the Long family's company went bankrupt. Leng Qingxian had taken a job at a real estate agency. Now, she could only work in sales to pay off debts. When Xiao Chen arrived, his consciousness had already scanned the company. Soon, he found Leng Qingxian. At that moment, she was introducing properties to a client. Xiao Chen didn't interrupt. He merely stood quietly to the side, his gaze fixed on Leng Qingxian. She looked exactly the same as he remembered. Over the years, Leng Qingxian hadn't changed much. The only difference was that she seemed to have become much more haggard and didn't smile as much anymore. His gaze was locked on Leng Qingxian while also observing the man in front of her. This man, rather than coming to buy a house, seemed to be there just for Leng Qingxian. His eyes were glued to her face. Qingxian, you know I really like you. If you become my girlfriend, I'll buy a villa from you. The commission would be enough for your performance over the past few months. The man's words made Xiao Chen frown slightly. Meanwhile, Leng Qingxian smiled faintly and replied, sorry, He Xiao, I already have someone I like. Upon hearing this, the man's expression immediately darkened. The man you're talking about is the one who left a few years ago, right? I've heard that he's a poor guy and you know your family's current situation. If you don't accept me, your family's debts won't be cleared. I'm still your family's creditor. The man named He Xiao said calmly, I won't say much more, as long as you stay with me for 3 years. After 3 years, all the money your family owes me will be wiped clean. Additionally, I can offer you a decent amount of funding, at least enough to help your family recover. Leng Qingxian looked at the man in front of her and smiled as she shook her head, saying, Mr. He, since you're not here to buy a house, I'll go attend to other clients. As she spoke, she turned to leave. However, Mr. He had no intention of letting Leng Qingxian go. Instead, he directly blocked her path and said, Leng, Qing Xian, think carefully. If you don't agree to me, I can make you lose your job in Guangzhou and Shenzhen today and you will never have a chance to work there again. At that moment, Mr. He looked at Ling Qingxian with a threatening gaze and spoke. Is it worth it for a man who has already left? His eyes fixed on Ling Qingxian, he sneered. This is the 5th time you've rejected me. My patience is limited. Is it? Just as Mr. He was about to say more, he suddenly felt as if an iron hand was gripping his neck. The pain from the grip changed his expression. He turned to see a young man smiling at Ling Qingxian, and when the young man turned to look at him, he could clearly sense the murderous intent in his eyes. Mr. He turned to face the young man, who wore a half smile, but the coldness in his gaze made him feel as if he had fallen into an ice cave. The young man's eyes were incredibly cold, especially the iron hand gripping his neck, which seemed ready to crush him at any moment. At that moment, Mr. He's face turned extremely ugly. He looked at the young man, wanting to threaten him, but feeling the chill in the young man's eyes, he swallowed all his words. At that moment, Mr. He knew that if he said even one more word, the hand around his neck would suddenly tighten and his neck would be crushed. What do you want? Mr. He asked nervously, looking at the young man, Xiao Chun. Meanwhile, Ling Qingxian stepped forward anxiously, looking at Xiao Chun with excitement in her eyes, suddenly grabbing his arm and asking, Xiao Chun, when did you come back? Xiao Chen? Mr. He was taken aback, turning his gaze to Xiao Chen. He had originally thought this person was someone significant, but he never expected that he was the one Ling Qingxian had been longing for. At that moment, Mr. He was filled with rage. He had pursued Ling Qingxian for many years, but over the years she had been extremely cold towards him. Even after they Lung family suffered such a huge blow, Ling Qingxian still did not yield. In fact, Mr. He had secretly incited the creditors of the Lang family, hoping they would pressure Ling Qingxian to repay her debts. However, even so, Ling Qingxian remained unmoved. After that, he had started to keep an eye on her. He even secretly sabotaged several of her deals, preventing her from closing sales, which naturally meant no income for her. He had thought that after all this, Ling Qingxian would finally give in. But unexpectedly, at this moment, that name he despised so much reappeared. You are Xiao Chen? Mr. He said coldly, I thought you were someone important, but it turns out you're just a poor wretch. After saying this, he immediately pushed towards Xiao Chen. Seeing the anxious look on Ling Qingxuan's face, Xiao Chen finally released Mr. He. He knew that making a move here was not a good choice. However, Mr. He was someone he had to deal with. He had already decided on his course of action. On the second floor, in an office, Zhang Lingfeng was sitting there, watching the footage on the monitor, her eyes filled with amusement. What kind of background does that Mr. He have? Zhang Lingfeng asked with a smile. He was still thinking about how to get closer to Xiao Chen. Little did he expect that upon his arrival he would encounter such a big fool. This fool was undoubtedly doomed. With this thought, Zhang Lingfeng even wanted to thank He Xiao. After all, he had just arrived, and this person had thoughtfully prepared to give his life to him, facilitating his collaboration with Xiao Chen. It was equivalent to a sacrifice for Zhang Lingfeng. What more could be said about such a person? At this moment, a smile flickered in his eyes. Hearing this, the person standing behind Zhang Lingfeng immediately spoke up that He Xiao is the young master of a small company in the city. His father has some business dealings with our company. So, you were involved in the fact that Ling Qingxian hasn't received any orders these days? Zhang Lingfeng glanced indifferently at the person behind him. The Zhang family's business spans the globe. Even in Guangshan, they still hold significant shares in these properties. Therefore, when they learned that Zhang Lingfeng had arrived, a group of people became anxious. Even the manager was startled. Upon discovering that Zhang Lingfeng had come for Ling Qingxian, his face changed in shock. He had originally thought that the young master of the Zhang family had taken a liking to this woman, but he never expected that the young master was actually paving the way for someone named Xiao Chun. Young Master Zhang, I can't get involved in this matter. We just knew about it and didn't stop it, the manager hurriedly explained. He could already sense the killing intent in Zhang Lingfeng's eyes. At this moment, saying anything would be wrong. So, it was better to be straightforward and admit the mistake. Zhang Lingfeng coldly said, I will report your actions to your headquarters. As for what happens next, I won't concern myself with it. The manager's face turned ashen upon hearing this. If it were anyone else reporting this news, it wouldn't be a big deal. However, if Zhang Lingfeng spoke to his headquarters, the situation would become serious. After all, Zhang Lingfeng's identity was significant. He even understood that if Zhang Lingfeng reported to the company, he might not even keep his managerial position. But he didn't dare to speak up, pleading with the richest man. It was already fortunate that he hadn't been dealt with. Send out a message. I don't need to know what methods you used, but just one thing. I want this he to go bankrupt the moment he steps out of here. Zhang Lingfeng pointed at He Xiao in the picture and said, what kind of person was he to compete with Mr. Xiao? Upon hearing this, the secretary hurriedly went to make a phone call. For the secretary, it was imperative to carry out Zhang Lingfeng's orders. Soon, she returned and looked at Zhang Lingfeng, saying, President, the order has been given. Good. Zhang Lingfeng nodded, his gaze fixed on He Xiao. He was here to deepen his cooperation with Xiao Chun, so he naturally couldn't let this opportunity slip away. At this moment, Xiao Chun was looking at Ling Qingxian in front of him. He smiled and said, I'm back. Xiao Chun, I thought I would never see you again. Ling Qingxian was particularly emotional at this moment, his gaze fixed on Xiao Chun, even gripping his hand tightly, afraid that Xiao Chen would suddenly leave. Looking at Ling Qingxian, Xiao Chen smiled slightly and softly said, don't worry, I'm back. After saying this, he turned to look at He Xiao beside him. At this moment, He Xiao was looking at Xiao Chun with a cold gaze, saying, you poor guy, what use is it for you to come back? Poor guy, you probably don't know, right? The Ling family has gone bankrupt. Her parents owe over 100 million. Can you pay that back? At this point, you must be scared silly, right? Hearing this, Xiao Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. He naturally knew how much the Ling family owed. That amount of money was nothing to him. After all, if he really wanted money, he could mobilize over 100 billion in assets within a day. However, as soon as He Xiao's words came out, Lang Qingxuan's expression changed. Lang Qingxian was very clear about her family's current situation. If she were to be with Xiao Chen, it would only bring harm to him. Sensing Lang Qingxuan's emotions, Xiao Chen turned to her and smiled slightly, saying, "This amount of money is a small matter. I'll take care of it." As soon as Xiao Chen finished speaking, He Xiao immediately burst into a wild laugh, saying, "You'll take care of it? What are you even worth? Can you really handle this?" At that moment, He Xiao's gaze was fixed on Xiao Chen, his eyes filled with mockery. "How much money do you have, you poor wretch?" "That's over 100 million. Even my family can't come up with that much cash." Hearing this, Xiao Chen let out a cold laugh. He had originally thought that He Xiao was somewhat wealthy, but it turned out that he was just a small fry. Over 100 million in assets was nothing to him. So, at this moment, Xiao Chen was ready to directly transfer the money to Lang Qingxian. But before he could make a move, a voice came from behind him. "Over 100 million? Is that a lot? That's just about my monthly allowance." Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen couldn't help but smile. Zhang Lingfeng had actually come. But then he realized, Xiao Chen understood roughly what was going on. He had seen the qilin in his yard and various miraculous things, especially the fruits he had given, which made the other party aware that he had countless resources at his disposal. For Zhang Lingfeng, money might not mean much. However, he knew very well that if he wanted to live long or gain some other powers, he could only curry favor with Xiao Chen. That was exactly what he was preparing to do. When He Xiao looked up and saw Zhang Lingfeng, he was almost in disbelief. As the son of the richest man, the future richest man, most people recognized Zhang Lingfeng. He had never imagined he would see him here. At that moment, he looked at Zhang Lingfeng in front of him, unable to believe his eyes. "Zhang Xiao, what are you doing here?" He Xiao said eagerly. He no longer cared about Xiao Chen and Lang Qingxian. Women were everywhere. It was just that he had been rejected by Lang Qingxian multiple times, which made him want to conquer her. Moreover, from the very beginning, he had planned to dump her once. He got what he wanted. But Zhang Lingfeng was different. Nowadays, the Zhang family's richest man hardly made appearances. It was Zhang Lingfeng who was taking charge. In other words, Zhang Lingfeng was essentially the richest man now. He couldn't miss the opportunity to curry favor with the richest man. So, at this moment, He Xiao hurriedly rushed towards Zhang Lingfeng. "Zhang Xiao, I didn't expect to see you here." His gaze was fervently fixed on Zhang Lingfeng as he spoke. "Is there something you need here, Zhang Xiao?" "Don't worry, I'm the local big shot. I can handle some matters," he said, looking at Zhang Lingfeng with a demeanor that invited him to give orders. Observing his attitude, Zhang Lingfeng smiled lightly and said, "There's nothing much to instruct. However, I am here to thank you," he said, shaking hands with He Xiao. Upon hearing this, He Xiao was particularly excited and asked, "Zhang Xiao is here to thank me? I don't know what I did to deserve your gratitude, Zhang Xiao?" His gaze instantly filled with excitement. To receive thanks from Zhang Lingfeng was a stroke of luck he could never have dreamed of. Although he didn't know why Zhang Lingfeng wanted to thank him, did it really matter? Just the fact that Zhang Lingfeng said he wanted to thank him was enough for him to feel like he had one. So, at this moment, his gaze was filled with excitement. "Zhang Xiao, may I ask what it is that you want to thank me for?" He Xiao asked curiously, looking at Zhang Lingfeng. "It's not important. You'll know soon enough." Zhang Lingfeng patted He Xiao's shoulder, then walked up to Xiao Chen and said, "Mr. Xiao." Hearing Zhang Lingfeng's address to Xiao Chen, He Xiao immediately showed a hint of surprise. His gaze fixed on Zhang Lingfeng, he eagerly asked, "Zhang Xiao, what do you call this poor guy?" "This is Mr. Xiao." In response, Zhang Lingfeng smiled and said, "My business partner." "You, what?" He Xiao was instantly dumbfounded. His gaze stared blankly at Xiao Chen. Even Lang Qingxian, who stood beside Xiao Chen, was the same. She never imagined that after 3 years apart, Xiao Chen would actually appear before her with the richest man. According to the richest man's words, didn't that mean Xiao Chen had truly made a fortune in these 3 years? At this moment, Lang Qingxian was filled with emotion. She even thought about how much hardship Xiao Chen must have endured in these 3 years to stand alongside the richest man. This is impossible. He Xiao, on the side, wore a look of terror on his face. He never expected that the other party had really made a fortune. Moreover, the situation had escalated so rapidly. At this moment, he looked at Xiao Chen, his face full of astonishment. Just then, He Xiao's phone rang. He glanced at the name on the screen and was instantly stunned. "Dad." As he answered the call, He Xiao hurriedly said, "You were looking for me? You ungrateful son, what kind of trouble have you stirred up out there?" The man's voice on the other end was particularly furious, shouting loudly, "Do you know how much I've lost in just a few minutes because the richest man is targeting us? Now, our family is about to go bankrupt." The voice on the other end was clearly filled with frenzied anger. Upon hearing this, He Xiao was momentarily stunned. He turned to look at Xiao Chen, then at Zhang Lingfeng in front of him. "Zhang Xiao, why are you targeting my family?" He Xiao asked, his face full of fear. "Haven't I already thanked you? If it weren't for you jumping around here, I wouldn't even know how to curry favor with Mr. Xiao." Looking at He Xiao, Zhang Lingfeng said with a smile. Upon hearing this, He Xiao was instantly dumbfounded. Curry favor, even the richest man has to curry favor with the other party? Is this really the same poor guy from before? You have this kind of background? If I had known you had this background, how could I have dared to covet Lang Qingxian? Isn't that the same as seeking death? At this moment, fear was etched on his face as he hurriedly knelt down and said, "Zhang Xiao, Mr. Xiao, please spare my family. I have other matters to attend to. You handle this," Xiao Chen said, pulling Lang Qingxian beside him. He had many things he wanted to say to Lang Qingxian and was now too lazy to deal with He Xiao. "Don't worry, Mr. Xiao, you just go ahead and be busy. I'll take care of the rest." Upon hearing this, He Xiao's eyes lit up. He knew he had truly connected with Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen took Lang Qingxian and walked away, while He Xiao looked at Zhang Ling Feng with longing. Zhang Xiao, I really didn't know your relationship with Mr. Xiao, He Xiao said eagerly at this moment. Over the years, you've done quite a bit. Zhang Lingfeng said coldly, you pressured Miss Lang and even secretly incited those creditors from the Lang family to force her to repay debts. Now, there are still several creditors causing a scene at the Lang family every day. Besides, the bankruptcy of the Lang family was also your doing, right? Zhang Lingfeng sneered. You lured the Lang family into a trap and then personally dealt with them. Listening to Zhang Lingfeng's words, He Xiao's face turned ashen. In front of the richest man, his little tricks were almost completely exposed. The other party had almost precisely uncovered all his deeds. At this moment, he opened his mouth wide but couldn't utter a single word. He knew very well that he didn't even have the strength to resist now. Zhang Lingfeng looked coldly at him and said, but, after all, you did help me. Upon hearing this, He Xiao's eyes suddenly brightened, and he eagerly said to Zhang Lingfeng, that's right. Young Master Zhang, I helped you too. Are you going to let my family go? At this moment, there was already a hint of excitement in He Xiao's gaze. As long as the other party could spare his family, he would be grateful to heaven and earth. That's not going to happen. If your family doesn't go bankrupt, that wouldn't make sense. Zhang Lingfeng said with a smile, however, I can guarantee that I won't kill your family. As for you, if you die, then you die. Now, I give you a choice, go back and resolve this yourself or your whole family dies together. After saying this, he pointed to the door and said, you can leave now. Mr. Zhang. He Xiao looked at Zhang Lingfeng with a hint of urgency, but Zhang Lingfeng couldn't be bothered to look at him and even waved his hand, saying, alright, you can leave. After saying this, Zhang Lingfeng turned and walked away. At this moment, He Xiao's face had turned pale. He stared at Zhang Lingfeng helplessly. He understood that Zhang Lingfeng was determined to kill him. Get lost. Zhang Lingfeng's voice came from afar, but He Xiao had no way to respond. Meanwhile, Xiao Chen was pulling the side of Lang Qingxian as they walked out of the hall. Xiao Chen, how have you been all these years? Lang Qingxuan's gaze was fixed on Xiao Chen, afraid that he would disappear again. She liked Xiao Chen. If it weren't for her parents' pressure, perhaps she and Xiao Chen would already be together. Now, seeing Xiao Chen again, she could hardly suppress her longing. Hearing this, Xiao Chen held Lang Qingxuan's hand and softly said, I've been doing well. He truly was doing well now, at least on earth everyone had to curry favor with him. If someone angered him, it would likely lead to huge trouble. Moreover, Xiao Chen was very clear that he didn't even need to speak. For some matters, even a slight hint from him would have people scrambling to help him deal with those troubles. Like He Xiao. That guy was probably on the verge of being killed. And wasn't it all because of him? Moreover, he didn't even need to say a word for someone to take action. The other party was still the richest man. Lang Qingxian looked at the man in front of her, her eyes filled with joy. She was happy as long as Xiao Chen was doing well. At that moment, she held Xiao Chen's hand and softly said, Xiao Chen, I'm so tired. Hearing this, Xiao Chen looked at the girl in front of him with a bit of heartache. In the past, she had never shown fatigue in front of him. Back then, she was exceptionally strong, and even during times when Xiao Chen felt a bit negative, it was Lang Qingxian who constantly comforted him. But in these 3 years, Lang Qingxian had borne too much. Don't worry. I'm here, I'll help you deal with these matters. Looking at Lang Qingxian, Xiao Chen spoke. Now, resolving these troubles was almost a matter of a single sentence for him. He could even ask Zhang Lingfeng to clarify what happened to the Lang family back then. Whoever harmed the Lang family, he would naturally make the other party aware of the consequences. Just as Lang Qingxian was about to speak while holding Xiao Chen's hand, her phone rang. What? They came to our house. After receiving the call, Lang Qingxian was slightly taken aback, then glanced at Xiao Chen and said, I understand. I'll go back right now. At this moment, Lang Qingxian turned to Xiao Chen and said, the Yi family came to my house hoping my parents would spare them. Xiao Chen was slightly taken aback, then quickly understood that Zhang Lingfeng had already taken action. The Yi family was probably just a step away from bankruptcy now. When the richest man takes action, the consequences are predictable. And now, the Yi family has no chance to resist at all. They know the power of the richest man and naturally do not dare to confront him, so they can only run to the Lang family to beg for mercy. They hope that Lang Qingxuan's parents can think of a way or even solve these troubles. What do you think? Xiao Chen asked, with a smile, holding Lang Qingxuan's hand. What is your relationship with that young Master Zhang? At this moment, Lang Qingxian still had many questions. After all, she was very clear about who the other party was. The richest man had appeared to support Xiao Chen. He has to beg me. Xiao Chen thought for a moment and said, indeed, regardless of whether the other party is the richest man, they are all seeking his favor. He knows very well what his current identity and status are. Lang Qingxian looked at Xiao Chen in surprise and then said softly, the Yi family has gone too far. Over the years, she had been forced by He Xiao multiple times, and once she was almost cornered by him. If it weren't for Lang Qingxian finding ways to escape, she would have been completely consumed by He Xiao long ago. However, even though she had repeatedly rejected He Xiao, he remained unmoved. Now, she had no good feelings towards the He family. If the He family went bankrupt, in her view, that would indeed be good news. Then it's settled, I'll handle this matter. Xiao Chen said. Okay, I'll listen to you. Lang Qingxian replied softly. Following Xiao Chen to his car, Lang Qingxian was slightly taken aback. This was a luxury car, and just by looking at it, one could tell that Xiao Chen's current identity and status were absolutely different. After getting into the car, a hint of unease crossed Lang Qingxuan's brow, but it quickly relaxed. She glanced at Xiao Chen but did not speak. After confirming the address, Xiao Chen quickly headed towards the location of the Lang family. Lang Qingxian, who had been chatting with Xiao Chen, suddenly fell silent. Xiao Chen thought she was worried about her family's situation and didn't pay much attention. Soon, they arrived at the Lang family's location. Previously, Xiao Chen had taken Lang Qingxian home, and the community where the Lang family lived was exceptionally upscale. But now, they lived in an old district. In fact, it was a dilapidated old district. Even the house was a walk-up without an elevator. Xiao Chen followed Lang Xing Xian upstairs, and sure enough, when they reached the top, they saw the father and son at the Lang family home. Upon seeing Xiao Chen and Lang Qingxian, he Xiao was the first to cry out, Qingxian, I was wrong, I was really wrong, please forgive me. Even he father hurriedly stood up, his gaze fixed on Xiao Chen. He knew that in this situation, only Xiao Chen could decide the fate of him and his son. Mr. Xiao, I know this beast has gone too far. We are here to apologize. Moreover, I am willing to give Lang brother 80% of the Lung family's current wealth just to ask Mr. Xiao to forgive this unfilial son of mine. As he spoke, he looked at Lung's father. Lung Qingshuan's father was named Lung Jingqing. In the previous life, it was he who had actively sought out Xiao Chen. At that time, he was exceptionally proud and bluntly told Xiao Chen that Lang Qingxian was not suitable for him. He even directly handed Xiao Chen a document. That was Xiao Chen's dismissal. Notice, Lang Jingqing had directly forced Xiao Chen to leave the city. Now, seeing Xiao Chen again, he felt particularly awkward. The kid he had looked down upon a few years ago now had such great power. Even the Yi family was driven to desperation and sought him out. They were even willing to offer 80% of their wealth. He knew very well that 80% of that wealth was almost equivalent to the Lung family's wealth back then. This meant that as long as he forgave them, he could obtain 80% of the wealth. But Lang Jingqing was even more aware of Xiao Chen's attitude, and his daughter's attitude over the years, after his bankruptcy. If it weren't for Lang Qingxian, the couple would have struggled even to eat. He owed his daughter too much. Although he was tempted by the money, if Lang Qingxian refused, he would not hesitate to decline. Qingxian, you handle this matter. No matter what you decide, Dad will support you. After saying this, he turned to Xiao Chen, his gaze complicated. Xiao Chen, about that incident back then, Qingxian was unaware. It was my fault. Lang Jingqing said softly. He knew that even now, his daughter could not forget Xiao Chen. In fact, because of Xiao Chen, their originally close relationship had deteriorated over the years and they had hardly spoken. Therefore, at this moment, Lang Jingqing wanted to clarify things with Xiao Chen. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded and said, Uncle Lang, I understand. He could see that the other party genuinely wanted to apologize. Perhaps, the actions taken back then were indeed excessive. However, Xiao Chen thought about it and could understand. After all, a young man with nothing trying to take away his daughter would naturally anger a father. You too, please leave. Xiao Chen glanced at he and his son and said, don't come back here again. Xiao, sir. Upon hearing this, his expression changed instantly. He knew this was a rejection. Am I not easier to talk to than Zhang Lingfeng? Xiao Chen squinted slightly, sneering. Do you believe that angering me would be worse than what Zhang Lingfeng did? Upon hearing this, he fell silent. He knew that provoking Xiao Chen would lead to greater trouble. At this moment, he opened his mouth but couldn't find the words. He Xiao, standing beside him, had turned pale. He didn't want to die. So, at that moment, he suddenly lunged at Xiao Chen, shouting angrily, Xiao Chen, even if I die, I want to die with you. However, as he charged forward, he was kicked away by Xiao Chen in the next moment. Xiao Chen kicked him while stepping forward, grabbing him by the neck, as if he were a dead dog, casually tossing him aside. His gaze then turned to he, get lost. He nodded eagerly upon hearing this. He could tell that the other party really dared to act. However, thinking about it, he could understand the relationship with the richest man was so good. Even if the other party killed him and his son, the richest man could probably bail them out. He hurriedly left the Long family, looking at his son lying on the ground, spitting blood, with a hint of helplessness in his eyes as he said, Son, don't blame me. You know our family's situation now. You still have a younger brother. Our family needs to survive. So, you might as well die. Upon hearing this, He Xiao's expression changed instantly. He looked at his biological father in desperation and said, Dad, I'm your biological son. I know, but there's nothing I can do. It's better for our whole family to die than for you to die alone. I've tried, but now there's no way. He sighed helplessly and then said, let's go. I'll think of a painless way for you to die. Otherwise, when they take action, your death will be even worse. Before you die, if there's anything you haven't done, think about it and I can help you. After saying this, he looked at He Xiao and said, Son, don't blame your father. I have no choice. Saying this, he spoke softly, if there were any way, I would save your life. Outside, Xiao Chen heard everything clearly, but at this moment, he was too lazy to care about this father and son. After all, since Zhang Lingfeng had taken action, the fate of he and his son was almost sealed. Why should he bother? His gaze was on Lung Jingqing, who stood before him, looking particularly complicated. He watched the other party's actions clearly, how fierce they were. In one breath, they threw the Yi family father and son out. Moreover, he heard that the other party had really become successful, even connecting with the rumored richest person, which showed their capability. He glanced at his daughter and then at Xiao Chen inside, and said, Xiao Chen, I only have this one daughter, so please treat her well in the future. As for my troubles, I'll handle them myself. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen looked at him and smiled, saying, Uncle, your troubles have already been taken care of. Hearing this, Lung Jingqing was taken aback, and asked who took care of them. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a knock on the door. Xiao Chen smiled slightly, and with a sweep of his consciousness, he knew who had arrived. Lang Jingqing was now very anxious. The richest person had come to his home and was affectionately calling him uncle. At this moment, Lang Jingqing was so nervous that he could hardly speak. He understood very well that the richest person in front of him was giving him such face undoubtedly because of Xiao Chen. After all, as soon as they entered, the other party was extremely respectful towards Xiao Chen. This was what confused Lang Jingqing. What kind of magic did Xiao Chen possess? In his view, Xiao Chen's abilities had reached such a level that even the richest person had to bow down. At this moment, he was filled with astonishment. A few years ago, Xiao Chen was just a small figure in front of him. He even looked down on him back then. But how long had it been? Even the richest person had to be so cautious around Xiao Chen. He even speculated whether Xiao Chen was the illegitimate child of some big shot. Otherwise, how could there be such a drastic change? At this moment, Xiao Chen looked at Zhang Lingfeng in front of him and smiled, saying, "You can go back first. I'll come find you tonight." "Okay." Upon hearing this, Zhang Lingfeng immediately nodded, stood up and greeted Lang Jingqing before quickly leaving. He knew that Xiao Chen still had things to discuss with the Long family. Before leaving, Zhang Lingfeng took out a document and told Lang Jingqing that all his debts had been cleared. Upon hearing this, a look of joy immediately appeared on Lang Jingqing's face. For these past few years, he had been troubled by these debts, even sinking into despair. But he never expected that with Xiao Chen's appearance, everything would be resolved. "Xiao Chen, you two haven't seen each other for a long time. You should have a good talk." At this moment, Lang Jingqing's gaze towards Xiao Chen had completely changed. He knew how much his daughter had liked this kid over the years, even to the point of missing him to the point of illness. And now, this kid had returned. Not to mention the change in this kid's status. Even if he was still a penniless boy, he would support his daughter being with him. Upon hearing this, Lang Qingxian also pulled Xiao Chen away. "Xiao Chen, let's go to the hotel." In the car, Lang Qingxian suddenly spoke up. Hearing this, Xiao Chen was slightly taken aback. He hadn't expected Lang Qingxian to say that. He turned to look, only to find that Lang Qingxuan's gaze towards him carried a hint of something unusual. Xiao Chen didn't ask further and drove to a nearby hotel. As soon as they entered the room, Lang Qingxian suddenly hugged Xiao Chen. Feeling the girl's tenderness in his arms, at that moment, Xiao Chen could no longer hold back and directly embraced Lang Qingxian, rushing into the room. In an instant, the room was filled with springtime colors. After everything was done, Xiao Chen held Lang Qingxian. In fact, he had sensed that Lang Qingxuan's emotions were somewhat different since they left the Lang family. She was holding on to him tightly. "Xiao Chen, do you have other women?" Lang Qingxian whispered. "There are many girl decorations in your car." Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen was slightly taken aback, finally realizing that from the moment she got in the car, Lang Qingxian had noticed something was off. After all, that car originally belonged to Song Ya.So. From this moment on, Lang Qingxian had already sensed something was off. "Xiao Chen, I really like you. I like you a lot. I don't know who that woman is, but perhaps she has helped you a lot to achieve your current status. I know I might not be able to marry you, but I can't forget you." In her arms, Lang Qingxian kept whispering softly. Listening to her words, Xiao Chen finally understood why Lang Qingxian was reacting this way at that moment. "Xiao Chen, if you have time in the future, come and see me more often, and I'll be satisfied," Lang Qingxian said as she hugged Xiao Chen. "I have other women, and not just one." Xiao Chen thought for a moment, looking at Lang Qingxian beside him, and spoke. Then, he suddenly pulled Lang Qingxian closer and said, "However, my current status is something I've earned myself." Upon hearing this, Lang Qingxian was momentarily taken aback. Then she hugged Xiao Chen and said, "You've had a tough time these years, haven't you?" If Xiao Chen truly earned his current status, then she could imagine how much he had to sacrifice. Seeing the pain look in Lang Qingxuan's eyes, Xiao Chen was slightly stunned. Then he smiled and said, "I haven't been as miserable as you think. Let me show you something," Xiao Chen suddenly said, and with a wave of his hand, a bottle of evolution potion appeared in front of him. "What is this?" At that moment, Lang Qingxian looked at the bottle in Xiao Chen's hand and asked, "And how did you get it, Xiao Chen?" She and Xiao Chen were currently without a stitch of clothing, and Xiao Chen had nothing in his hands before. Suddenly, with a wave, he had something. "Drink it," Xiao Chen said, pointing to the potion in his hand. Upon hearing this, Lang Qingxian immediately nodded, believing that Xiao Chen wouldn't harm her. But the next moment, when she opened the bottle, she was hit by a smell that almost made her gag. Her expression changed as she looked at Xiao Chen. If it weren't for the glimmer of encouragement in his eyes and knowing that he wouldn't harm her, she might have thought he was making her drink sewage. At that moment, looking at Xiao Chen, she said, "Xiao Chen, what is this? It's good for your body." Xiao Chen replied. Lang Qingxian looked at the scene before her and softly said, "Okay, I'll drink it." She held the potion bottle, her face full of hesitation, but then she gulped down the entire potion in one go. The next moment, Lang Qingxuan's expression changed dramatically. At that moment, she was filled with surprise. She looked at Xiao Chen, her eyes filled with fear. After drinking the potion, she felt an intense pain all over her body. The excruciating pain caused Lang Qingxian to faint. Watching her collapse, Xiao Chen did not react. Instead, he waved his hand, and the next moment, a halo formed around his room. This was a formation set up by Xiao Chen. As long as someone entered this formation, or if Lang Qingxian woke up, he would immediately notice. Then, Xiao Chen moved quickly, and in the next second, he appeared in front of Zhang Lingfeng. At that moment, Zhang Lingfeng was still waiting in the room, unaware of when Xiao Chen would come to find him. However, Xiao Chen suddenly appeared in front of him, leaving Zhang Lingfeng completely stunned. "Mr. Xiao." Seeing Xiao Chen before him, Zhang Lingfeng immediately said respectfully. Although Zhang Lingfeng had known for a long time that Xiao Chen was not simple, he never expected him to appear so abruptly in his room. After all, his door was tightly locked and even the windows were closed. This was a secret room. The fact that someone suddenly appeared in his secret room made Zhang Lingfeng fully realize just how capable Xiao Chen truly was. He looked at Xiao Chen with increasingly fervent eyes. "All right," Xiao Chen said, "let's hear your request." He was well aware that if Zhang Lingfeng merely wanted to deepen their cooperation, there would be no need for all this. Undoubtedly, Zhang Lingfeng had other needs. At this moment, he came to meet Zhang Lingfeng out of curiosity about what the other party truly wanted. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lingfeng immediately showed a hint of excitement. He looked at Xiao Chen and said, "Mr. Xiao, I just want to learn some other skills. I heard that you have taken on a few disciples." His gaze was fixed on Xiao Chen, eagerly saying, "I wonder if I could become your disciple." Xiao Chen was slightly taken aback by this. He carefully examined Zhang Lingfeng in front of him. "System, is this guy any good?" he began to inquire in his mind. The other party possesses good fortune, but unfortunately he is a bit older. Although he can still Cultivate, he will at most reach the golden core stage. The system directly prompted in his mind, he meets the conditions for taking on a disciple, but the investment is too great, not worth the loss. Additionally, the most he can feed back to the host is 30% of his cultivation. Hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded. It was basically confirmed. This guy could be his disciple, but his aptitude was definitely lacking. In fact, even the feedback wouldn't be much. But even a mosquito is meat, after all. Moreover, he was well aware that if even the son of the richest man was his disciple, he could accomplish much more in the country. Since he was already prepared to win the other party over, he would definitely see it through. Alright, Xiao Chen said. Do you know who I am now? Master, you are an immortal? Looking at Xiao Chen, Zhang Lingfeng's face lit up with joy. At this moment, his gaze towards Xiao Chen was filled with fervor. Sort of. Xiao Chen said softly, I am a cultivator. Your aptitude is average. You may never reach a very profound realm in this lifetime. Perhaps the foundation establishment stage is your limit, at most reaching golden core. He looked at Zhang Lingfeng and said, then master, is the foundation establishment stage powerful? Zhang Lingfeng asked nervously, looking at Xiao Chen. If we are on Earth besides me, there is currently no one who can match a foundation establishment cultivator. Xiao Chen thought for a moment and replied. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lingfeng's eyes brightened. This meant that he might be invincible in this lifetime. Moreover, a foundation establishment cultivator can live for at least 200 years. Zhang Lingfeng's gaze became even more fervent. With so many benefits, how could he not become a disciple? He immediately knelt down and called out, Master, please accept your disciple's bow. Xiao Chen watched as Zhang Lingfeng knelt and respectfully bowed to him, nodding slightly. Then, Xiao Chen spoke, alright, since you have become my disciple, I need to tell you a few things. You have several senior brothers and sisters. Xiao Chen thought for a moment and said, 3 senior brothers and 3 senior sisters. So, you are my 7th disciple. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lingfeng was somewhat surprised. He had only found out about a Lu Ming. Before Lu Ming, there should have been another named Gu Qingran, but it was rumored that he had gone missing. He originally thought he was the 3rd disciple, but unexpectedly, he was actually the 7th. He didn't dare to ask more about where the other senior brothers and sisters were, so at this moment he could only respectfully nod and say, yes, master. Xiao Chen flicked his fingers, and in the next second, Zhang Lingfeng felt streams of information entering his mind. He understood that this was the cultivation method Xiao Chen was passing on to him. As Xiao Chen inquired about the content of Zhang Lingfeng's cultivation method, he frowned slightly at what Zhang Lingfeng said. The other party's aptitude was indeed lacking. Even Xiao could obtain 50% of the Qi refinement chapter's content, while Zhang Lingfeng's Qi refinement chapter was at most 40%. Of course, even so, it is still a profound technique. Xiao Chen had seen the techniques brought by Gu Qingran, and none of them compared to the Qi cultivation manual. Even the sword technique that Lu Ming practiced was roughly at the same level as 50% of the Qi cultivation manual. Thank you, master. Zhang Lingfeng's gaze was fervent. The content of the Qi cultivation manual was extensive. In fact, some of it surprised him. At this moment, looking at Xiao Chen, he said eagerly, Master, I never expected that. There are really people in this world who can cultivate immortality. Drinking this will be beneficial for you. Xiao Chen took out a bottle of evolution potion and handed Zhang Lingfeng a spirit stone, saying, I've already given you the cultivation technique. This is a spirit stone. You can use it for cultivation. As for this thing, it's called an evolution potion, and it will make your body stronger. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Alright, master, take care. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lingfeng immediately nodded. The next moment, he saw Xiao Chen step out, and in an instant, Xiao Chen's figure vanished before him. At that moment, he was filled with astonishment, followed by deep joy. He knew very well that he was now completely different. I really didn't expect that there are people in this world who can cultivate immortality. Now, I am also one of them. At this moment, Zhang Lingfeng was overjoyed. Then he thought of Zhang Feilong. That guy had offended both master and mistress. Just this alone was unforgivable. Moreover, that guy still harbored improper thoughts about master. How could this be allowed? I don't care where you are right now. Get back to the Zhang family and give Zhang Feilong a good beating. Tell him that my master is not someone he can covet. Even thinking about it is unacceptable. Zhang Lingfeng called his subordinate coldly. Your master? The person on the other end of the line was silent for a moment before asking, who is it? Xiao Chen. Zhang Lingfeng replied, let him learn a lesson. Xiao Chen? That legendary newly advanced innate martial artist? Upon hearing this, the person on the other end was stunned and said, aren't you not very interested in practicing? What do you know? I'm not interested in practicing with you. Practicing with my master is a completely different matter. Zhang Lingfeng said, alright, no more talking. When I return to Xingjing, you'll understand. When Xiao Chen returned, Leng Qingxian was still asleep. At this moment, Leng Qingxian was emanating a faint white glow. Xiao Chen looked at Leng Qingxian and was slightly taken aback, then quickly stepped forward and gently touched her. Is this a supernatural ability? Xiao Chen looked at Leng Qingxian in surprise. He hadn't expected that after taking a bottle of potion, she would awaken a supernatural ability. Moreover, Leng Qingxuan's supernatural ability was evident and not low in level. Even now, despite being in a coma, her supernatural ability began to wrap around her, protecting her. The white light, upon contact with Xiao Chen's palm, immediately began to attack him. Xiao Chen lightly tapped the white light and it rebounded like a rubber ball. A supernatural ability similar to a rebound attack. Xiao Chen nodded slightly. At this moment, he roughly understood that this supernatural ability was more of a defensive type. Moreover, it could be considered a supernatural ability that rebounded attack damage. At this moment, Leng Qingxian slowly awakened. She raised her head and, upon seeing Xiao Chen, her eyes held a hint of surprise. Xiao Chen, what on earth is going on? Leng Qingxian, now feeling the changes in her body was filled with astonishment. She had never imagined that her body could feel so comfortable. In fact, at this moment, her body felt as if it had endless strength. Xiao Chen, what is going on? Lang Qingxian looked at Xiao Chen and spoke. At the same time, as she moved slightly, a series of pearly white halos formed around her. These halos were like jelly encircling Lang Qingxuan's entire body. They even had a slight pulsation. This is a supernatural ability. Xiao Chen said aloud. Your ability can roughly rebound certain attacks. Xiao Chen took a careful look at the supernatural ability on Lang Qingxian and spoke. During this time, he had also discovered that the better the talent, the higher the possibility of awakening a supernatural ability. It was evident that Lang Qingxuan's talent was quite good. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Chen handed Lang Qingxian a spirit stone and a book. This is a cultivation technique. From now on, you will practice according to this technique, Xiao Chen said, looking at Lang Qingxian in front of him. Upon hearing this, Lang Qingxuan's eyes widened. Xiao Chen, a cultivation technique? Are you saying that in this world one can really cultivate? She looked incredulous. Yes, Xiao Chen nodded. So, do you understand why I have such abilities now? I understand. Lang Qingxian nodded in response, her face still showing a hint of conflict. You're going to leave, right? Looking at Lang Qingxian, Xiao Chen shook his head. Not going back for now. I'll return after some time. Okay. Upon hearing this, Lang Qingxian immediately broke into a smile. She knew that Xiao Chen must have a lot to do now. It was impossible for him to always be with her, and the fact that Xiao Chen could accompany her during this time was enough. The place you're living in isn't suitable. Let me arrange a place for you, Xiao Chen said, looking at Lang Qingxian. He had visited the Lang family yesterday, and that place was too small. In fact, Lang Qingxuan's residence was even worse. I'll listen to you. Looking at Xiao Chen, Lang Qingxian nodded at that moment. She knew Xiao Chen's current abilities and understood his capabilities. Since she was prepared to follow Xiao Chen, she naturally wouldn't refuse his kindness. While they were talking, Lang Qingxuan's phone rang at that moment. She glanced at the phone. It was a call from Lang Jingqing. After answering the call, Lang Qingxian looked at Xiao Chen, her eyes filled with surprise. Something happened? Seeing Lang Qingxuan's expression, Xiao Chen asked curiously. Lang Qingxian replied, nothing happened, but this morning, Zhang Lingfeng went to see my dad. Not only did they partner to start a company, but he also arranged a place for my dad to live. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen understood. That kid Zhang Lingfeng had almost arranged everything perfectly. Since that was the case, Xiao Chen naturally accepted it. Since it's him, then let's accept it, Xiao Chen said with a smile. What is his relationship with you? Lang Qingxian asked. After all, her father had accepted Zhang Lingfeng's kindness, and if it meant Xiao Chen would have to pay too much, she wouldn't want that. Right now, she was solely focused on considering Xiao Chen. Don't worry, he still needs to call you Shirmu, Xiao Chen said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Lang Qingxian was slightly taken aback, then quickly understood. Zhang Lingfeng was Xiao Chen's disciple. If that was the case, then she wouldn't worry. The master-disciple relationship, especially in the context of cultivation like Xiao Chen's, was undoubtedly very solid. Let's go, we'll go look at houses. Lang Qingxian pulled Xiao Chen and said, my parents can take care of themselves. I also plan to move out, so it will be convenient for you to come find me in the future. Hearing Lang Qingxuan's words, Xiao Chen smiled and said, all right. Xiao Chen followed Lang Qingxian all the way to the place where she worked yesterday. Xiao Chen, I don't want to work anymore. On the way, Lang Qingxian looked at Xiao Chen and said, I was targeted while working there. The one targeting you is that he Xiao. By now, he's probably dead. Although he didn't know exactly what Zhang Lingfeng had done, it was almost clear that she would definitely take care of the family. Since you don't want to work over there, then don't. Xiao Chen thought for a moment and said, all right. Upon hearing this, Lang Qingxian smiled and nodded. Then what will I do in the future? I'll give you some money. You can do whatever you want, Xiao Chen said after thinking again. Okay. Lang Qingxian replied with a smile. She didn't care how much Xiao Chen gave her. After all, she had no debts at home now and naturally didn't need to work for a living. She could also do some things she liked. Xiao Chen asked about Lang Qingxuan's account and operated directly on his phone. The next moment, Lang Qingxian received a transfer notification. When she took out the transfer notification, she was instantly stunned. 1 billion? Lang Qingxian turned to look at Xiao Chen and asked, why did you give me so much money? It's not much, Xiao Chen replied. For others, transferring out 1 billion would be impossible, not to mention the bank's scrutiny. But his account was particularly special. Transferring 1 billion was just a matter of course. They arrived at the building where Lang Qingxian used to work. As soon as they entered, they saw someone rushing over. Qingxian, you came to work? The person looked at Lang Qingxian with a flattering expression. Sister Su, where's the manager? Lang Qingxian asked, slightly frowning. The person in front of her was her former supervisor. Usually, the supervisor took care of her. In fact, if someone wanted to make things difficult for her, she would help block it. However, due to the manager's targeting, she hadn't received a single order until now. Qingxian, you don't know, the manager was dismissed this morning. I heard it was because of you. As she spoke, her supervisor glanced at Xiao Chen. Upon hearing this, Lang Qingxian immediately understood. With Zhang Lingfeng around, these matters were almost straightforward. Therefore, now that this had happened, Lang Qingxian felt it was quite normal. Qingxian, I still have to thank you. The appointment came down this morning, and now I'm the manager. The supervisor said softly, pulling Lang Qingxian. She knew her own abilities. Among these supervisors, she had the least experience and the worst performance. The only reason she could be promoted was because of Lang Qingxian. Usually, she just felt sorry for Lang Qingxian and helped her a bit. She never expected that such a small favor would lead to unexpected joy. Now, she looked at Lang Qingxian with some excitement. Sister Su, I'm here to resign today. Also, my husband and I are here to buy a house. Lang Qingxian said softly, looking at Sister Su. Okay, no problem. Sister Su nodded without any hesitation. The man accompanying her was obviously of great importance. After all, even the richest man had to treat him with utmost respect. If Lung Qingxian followed her, what job would she still have? As for buying a house, this development was one of the best in the city, so buying here was definitely not a problem. Alright, no need to look anymore, just that. Building. Xiao Chen casually pointed to a villa in the development and said. Upon seeing where Xiao Chen pointed, Sister Su's eyes immediately lit up. That was the king of the buildings, worth over 40 million for just one unit. This was during a time when housing prices were plummeting. At its peak, it could even reach 70 to 80 million. Now, seeing Xiao Chen point to the king of the buildings without hesitation, Sister Su's eyes brightened. The industry was tough now, and this king of buildings had been on the market for too long without selling. The headquarters had even said that whoever could sell it would receive a substantial bonus. Alright, I'll handle it for you. Sister Su hurriedly said. No need, Qingxian can just follow you, Xiao Chen said with a smile, looking at Lung Qingxian beside him. Sister Su heard this, glanced at Lung Qingxian, and then followed Sister Su. Qingxian, your man must be very wealthy, right? On the way, Sister Su pulled Lang Qingxian and said, even the richest man has to curry favor with him, so he must have great abilities. Sister Su, my man is capable. Lang Qingxian replied with a smile. However, she didn't elaborate further. Sister Su smiled as well, not pressing for more details, knowing that some things, when questioned, might not yield results, and it was better not to ask. While they were talking, they entered the former manager's office. Sister Su quickly completed all the paperwork. Alright, Qingxian, let your man come and pay, Sister Su said, looking at Lung Qingxian. Upon hearing this, Lung Qingxian took out her bank card and said, Sister Su, let's swipe the card. Sister Su was taken aback, then smiled lightly and said, he even entrusted you with the card? At that moment, Sister Su could only feel envy. A wealthy person like him could directly hand over financial authority. Lung Qingxian smiled faintly and didn't say much. After the card was swiped, Lung Qingxian stepped out of the office, looking at Xiao Chen not far away, along with several former colleagues who had been secretly watching him and even wanting to approach him. At this moment, Lung Qingxian frowned slightly. Meanwhile, Sister Su softly said, Qingxian, this is what a powerful man looks like. Look at these girls, usually they act so aloof towards clients, but when they see a man with power, they all want to get close. Even yesterday, these girls knew that Xiao Chen came for Lung Qingxian, yet today they still wanted to approach him. After all, he was acquainted with the richest man. It was certain that he was very wealthy. Just looking at the luxury car outside was enough to tell. He took Lung Qingxian away last night and bought her a large villa this morning, still the best in this community. Such treatment made these girls' eyes shine. Some even dared to try to get closer to Xiao Chen. However, Xiao Chen's aura was too strong. Even those who approached him couldn't help but retreat upon seeing him. Sister Su, I understand. Lung Qingxian greeted Sister Su and quickly walked over to Xiao Chen. She took Xiao Chen's hand and glanced around. The girls who had been under Lung Qingxian's gaze immediately dared not move, with some even lowering their heads. They were particularly nervous at this moment, fully aware that Lung Qingxian was asserting her claim. Let's go. Seeing that her colleagues had fallen silent, Lung Qingxian turned to Xiao Chen and smiled sweetly. Xiao Chen smiled back slightly and followed Lung Qingxian out of the sales office. They first entered the villa. As the best unit, everything here had already been renovated, even the appliances and furniture were in place. It was truly ready for move-in. Xiao Chen, from now on, this will be our home. I know you have a home in Yun City. I won't go to Yun City. If you miss me in the future, just come to Guangshan to see me, Lung Qingxian said softly, holding Xiao Chen's hand. Okay. Xiao Chen nodded in response. In the following days, Xiao Chen almost always accompanied Lung Qingxian, and she was particularly reluctant to part with the time spent with him. She knew that Xiao Chen would soon leave, so during this time, she stayed close to him. They directly entered a sweet life as a couple. Even when Lung Jingqing wanted to invite Xiao Chen to dinner, Lung Qingxian refused. Until one day, Xiao Chen received a phone call. Xiao Chen, can you come to Shengjing? On the other end of the line, old Bai's voice was tired and somewhat helpless as he said, something came up and perhaps you can help. Alright. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded and said, I'll go over. Are you leaving? Lung Qingxian looked at Xiao Chen and asked. She knew that Xiao Chen must be very busy now, and having him accompany her for so long made her feel particularly satisfied. However, hearing that Xiao Chen was leaving inevitably made her a bit sad. After all, she and Xiao Chen had been apart for 3 years. Yes. Xiao Chen nodded slightly and said, I'll come over when I have time. Okay. Lung Qingxian did not try to keep him, smiling as she said, I'll be waiting for you. Now, she felt much more relaxed. With the money Xiao Chen had given her parents' company had started to revitalize and they had even begun doing business with the richest man. Under such circumstances, there were basically no problems at all. With that, Lung Qingxian naturally felt much more at ease. After finishing the conversation with Lung Qingxian, Xiao Chen quickly flickered and instantly appeared in the sky above. He then headed directly towards the direction of Xingjing. In no time, Xiao Chen arrived at the military district of Xingjing. Xiao Chen, you're here. Old Bai sighed in relief upon seeing Xiao Chen and said, hurry up and come with me. What happened? Seeing Old Bai pull him into the car without explanation, Xiao Chen was somewhat surprised and asked. This was the first time he had seen Old Bai so anxious. Usually, this old man was not like this. Even when he learned that Xiao Chen was a cultivator, Old Bai's expression had only been one of mild surprise, but he still managed to maintain his composure. However, now the urgency in his eyes was unmistakable. Save him. Old Bai said quickly, your healing potion is useless. The person only has one breath left. Not even the healing potion works? Upon hearing this, a look of surprise appeared. on Xiao Chen's face. Although healing potions couldn't possibly work for everything, they generally could treat most diseases and injuries. We've tried your healing potion, it generally treats diseases and injuries, but if the person is naturally aging, it doesn't have much effect. Old Bai said softly, you're a cultivator. Can you extend someone's life? At that moment, he turned to look at Xiao Chen, his eyes filled with heavy anticipation. Hearing this, Xiao Chen asked, who is it? You just need to know that the person is very important to the Dragon Kingdom. Old Bai took a deep breath and said, after all, if it weren't for that, I wouldn't be looking for you. Xiao Chen nodded and said, let's go. Upon hearing this, Old Bai's eyes lit up. He knew that since Xiao Chen had said this, he must have a good chance. The person is an undisclosed hero of ours from the Academy of Sciences. Old Bai lowered his voice and said softly, after learning about you, he even asked me about you. He has been researching the kind of weapon you provided. Just remember, he is a hero of our Dragon Kingdom. Old Bai said softly, as long as he is alive, we owe you a favor. Xiao Chen nodded upon hearing this. He roughly understood. After entering the hospital with Old Bai, Xiao Chen saw many people waiting in the corridor. Among them, there were quite a few he even recognized. Those people were mostly seen on television. At this moment, they were curiously sizing up Xiao Chen. For these high-ranking individuals, Xiao Chen's identity was not a secret. Now, seeing that Old Bai had brought someone, they all stepped aside. They knew that perhaps the only one who could save the person was Xiao Chen. Old Bai, you go in. Xiao Chen waved his hand, and a bottle of life potion appeared in his hand, saying, drink this, it can extend life for 5 years, which is the longest time possible. That's enough, that's enough. Old Bai quickly nodded upon hearing this, then took the potion from Xiao Chen and hurried inside. Xiao Chen waited outside the door, while at that moment, many leaders were also looking at Xiao Chen. They smiled at him. After all, even they understood that this person's current identity and status were completely different. In fact, it was even higher than theirs. Moreover, this was someone who could fly and traverse the earth. Xiao Chen, the potion is effective. Soon, Elder Bai quickly walked out of the ward and said to Xiao Chen, the person has already woken up. That's good. Xiao Chen nodded in response, saying, since there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. To be honest, ever since arriving here, Xiao Chen had felt particularly uncomfortable. After all, he was being watched by so many people, especially when he took out the life potion. Xiao Chen could even sense that many people's gazes had changed slightly. Of course, they might not have any other intentions, but for him, it was still better to leave. Alright, I'll see you off, Elder Bai said, glancing around as many people wanted to approach Xiao Chen to talk. He quickly spoke up. He understood that at this moment, Xiao Chen was truly being targeted by many. Although these people knew Xiao Chen's worth and wouldn't dare to do anything excessive, in the future, it was likely that more and more people would come seeking him. After all, these people knew Xiao Chen's abilities and didn't have the guts to cause him trouble, so they could only rely on Face to seek his help. Thinking of this, Elder Bai couldn't help but start to feel a headache. He was well aware that the troubles to come would not be few. At this moment, Xiao Chen didn't care about Elder Bai's thoughts. Even though he had already reached such a level, with transcendent strength and status, being watched by so many influential people was still uncomfortable. It was better to leave. Xiao Chen, thank you for this matter, Elder Bai said softly. Do you have any more of that potion? He knew that these leaders were definitely thinking about it. Moreover, this was something that could extend one's lifespan. Not much left, Xiao Chen replied, and this potion can only extend life once. After that, it will have no effect. Upon hearing this, Elder Bai nodded. Even so, he knew how valuable these things were. At this moment, he didn't say anything else but quickly spoke up. Alright, I understand. If you need anything. Looking at Xiao Chen, Elder Bai hesitated to continue. Currently, Xiao Chen truly lacked nothing. Although Long Country had given Xiao Chen plenty of conveniences and could do a lot for him, he knew that comparatively, what Xiao Chen offered was of greater value. Not to mention those evolution potions, just the weapons he brought were enough for them to take seriously. And what they had given in return was merely a block in a remote small town. Besides that, there was almost nothing else. Elder Bai was very clear that now it was they who needed to rely on Xiao Chen, not the other way around. Because of this, he took the initiative to escort Xiao Chen out. In case someone inside was not clear-headed and started to act presumptuously, it would really be a disaster. Alright, Elder Bai, if you really need something, just ask me. But it can't be for free. Xiao Chen looked at Elder Bai and said with a smile, do you remember the Jade Marrow? Besides the Jade Marrow, if there are any messages or items related to cultivators, you can trade them with me for what you need. Alright, Elder Bai nodded. He was also prepared to do this. After all, if they could really find some of these things, that would be even better. By the way, can ordinary people cultivate? Looking at Xiao Chen, Elder Bai pondered for a moment before asking. This was actually the question he was most concerned about. It was rumored that Xiao Chen had taken on disciples. Moreover, he had heard that Chu Qingyue and Songya, who was beside Xiao Chen, had also started cultivating. If that were true, then perhaps cultivation methods could also be spread. Of course, he also knew that if Xiao Chen was unwilling, then it would be pointless. However, for the sake of the Dragon Kingdom, he still needed to ask. It can be done. Xiao Chen thought for a moment and then explained the current situation to Old Bai. He wasn't worried that anyone's talent would surpass his own. After all, his talent was quite ordinary. He relied on external aids. Moreover, he was even more aware of what Earth was like now. In such a place, what level of cultivation could one achieve? Foundation establishment was already difficult. So, cultivation requires spiritual energy and Jade Marrow, and that so-called Spirit Stone are what can provide spiritual energy. Old Bai had roughly understood. No wonder Xiao Chen wanted Jade Marrow. Additionally, I suspect that there were cultivators on Earth in the past. Thinking of that ancient tomb and the colors within it, Xiao Chen spoke softly. Upon hearing this, Old Bai immediately nodded. He naturally understood. After all, this was a legend that had existed from ancient times too. the present. Moreover, it wasn't just in the East, even in the West, weren't there legends of vampires and angels? Perhaps it was just a difference in cultivation systems. So, he wasn't worried about that. At this moment, he looked at Xiao Chen and said, "Alright, I understand. In that case, I'll try to find some old texts for you." After waving goodbye to Xiao Chen, he prepared to leave. Just as he took off into the air, a strange expression appeared on Xiao Chen's face. "You have a new order, please check." The voice in his mind informed Xiao Chen that a new client had arrived. He had just closed one dimension and was already opening a new one. Order requirements, an off-road vehicle, with the trunk filled with fuel. When Xiao Chen looked at the order requirements, he was immediately stunned. He quickly descended and went straight to the Chu family. Although the Chu family members had all gone to Yun City for their posts, some were still in Xingjing. When they saw Xiao Chen, they even affectionately called him son-in-law. After all, most people knew about the relationship between their young lady and Xiao Chen. "Prepare an off-road vehicle for me with the trunk filled with fuel." Xiao Chen quickly spoke. "It needs to be done quickly." "Alright, son-in-law, I'll take care of it right away. What model do you need?" Upon hearing this, several people from the Chu family immediately spoke up. They were considered subordinates of Chu Xiong, who had gone to take up his post, but they remained in the Chu family. "It just needs to be sturdy and durable, mainly it should be fast." "No problem, son-in-law, we have one." Upon hearing this, a few of them pointed to a vehicle not far away. When Xiao Chen turned to look, he saw an armored vehicle. This was bought by young Master Ling Kuan before, but he basically stays in the camp, so it's just been left here. A few of them said, "There's nothing else in the vehicle, you can just drive it away, son-in-law. We'll prepare gasoline for you." Saying this, they quickly went to make arrangements. Xiao Chen didn't waste any time and directly took Chu Lingkuan's vehicle and left. After all, he could just compensate Chu Lingkuan with a bottle of evolution potion. Later, that guy had been coveting the evolution potion for a long time. However, ever since that guy came to Yun City, Xiao Chen had often been away and hadn't run into him. For this reason, he had even stayed in Xiao Chen's yard for several days waiting for him, but unfortunately, he didn't wait. Xiao Chen and the Chu family didn't need to be polite. After watching them fill the trunk with gasoline, he directly got into the car and chose to teleport. The next moment, he found himself in a forest. Feeling the fluctuations of spiritual energy around him, Xiao Chen frowned slightly. There was indeed spiritual energy here, but it was different from the usual kind. There was another kind of aura in the space. This feeling was very similar to what he experienced in Feng Hao's world. But wasn't Feng Hao's world a game world? Are you from the same hometown?" A surprised voice came from behind, and Xiao Chen turned to look at just then. A young man caught his eye. At that moment, he looked somewhat disheveled, with even some bloodstains on him. Behind him were three girls, who also appeared to be in a similar state of distress, dressed rather scantily. A few of the girls bore injuries. "Fellow villager, where's the car?" The young man pulled at Xiao Chen, asking urgently. "The car is here." Xiao Chen waved his hand, and immediately, an armored vehicle appeared before them. "Damn, even an armored car has arrived." Upon seeing the vehicle, the young man's face lit up with surprise. He quickly pulled Xiao Chen and said, "Let's go, we need to leave quickly. There are pursuers behind us." As he spoke, he swiftly opened the back compartment and said a few words to the girls behind him. Xiao Chen looked at him with a strange expression because the language he spoke was completely incomprehensible to him. However, in his mind, the system quickly provided a prompt. "Unknown language detected, implanting." As the language system loaded in his mind, Xiao Chen immediately understood what they were saying. The young man was urging them to get in the car quickly. The girls seemed a bit hesitant, glancing at Xiao Chen before lowering their heads again, but they soon climbed into the vehicle. "Fellow villager, I'll drive." The young man turned to Xiao Chen and said, "To be honest, I used to be a race car driver." Hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded, opened the passenger door, and sat down. His consciousness scanned the area behind them, where a group of people on horseback was chasing after them. However, as he scanned them, Xiao Chen's expression turned peculiar. They were all a bunch of blonde-haired, blue-eyed foreigners. "Those guys?" Xiao Chen squinted slightly and then said, "Foreigners? Bro, this is a Western fantasy world." The young man replied bitterly, "I only realized after I crossed over that in this world, blonde-haired, blue-eyed people are considered noble. As for us with black hair and black eyes, we are collectively referred to as the dark race, and in this world, the dark race is nothing but slaves." He said, his face filled with bitterness. "As soon as I crossed over, I was captured and forced to work at a construction site, and I barely managed to escape. Then I awakened the system." He looked at Xiao Chen and said, "Bro, my name is David. What do you go by?" Hearing his name, Xiao Chen replied, "Xiao Chen. Bro, they are desperately chasing us for this thing." Saying this, David took out a red gem and looked at Xiao Chen, saying, "I don't even know what this is. However, the owner of the mine I was in is a 3-star magician, and he wore this. I studied pharmacology in college, so I'm somewhat of a medical student. There were many toxic substances in that mine, and I extracted some toxins and poisoned him when he was off guard." David looked at Xiao Chen and said, "There were 2 little girls in that mine, and seeing them pitiful, I took them with me." He pointed to the seats behind him and said, "Now that we've escaped, but the pursuers behind us still don't know what to do," he said, his face full of bitterness. "Just deal with them." Xiao Chen glanced back casually. The speed of that group of cavalry was not slow, even comparable to the speed of the vehicle. Undoubtedly, their mounts could also be considered a type of exotic beast. The 2 girls behind began to speak tremulously. "Those are wind chasers, a very fast exotic beast." Upon hearing this, David's expression changed immediately. He turned to Xiao Chen and said, "Bro, with so many of them, can we handle it?" "Alright, stop. I'll take care of it." Xiao Chen smiled faintly. The rules of this world were different from those in his area, but he could clearly sense that their strength was about the same. At this moment, he was actually curious about what David's red gem was. After all, once he obtained the ruby, Xiao Chen could clearly feel a scorching aura emanating from within it. This thing contained immense power. Moreover, it was of the fire attribute. David looked at Xiao Chen and said, "Bro, how about we try running first? After all, they are just horses. We have this iron lump with enough gasoline, we might even outrun them. And then, where can we run to?" Xiaochen smiled faintly and said, "It's better to be straightforward. Let's deal with the people first. By the way, we can leave a few alive to ask them some questions. But that team has at least 100 people." David's face showed a hint of anxiety as he said, "Bro, I know you can traverse dimensions, so you must have some skills. But this is a Western fantasy world, they have abilities too. Don't worry, I can handle it," Xiao Chen replied. He then signaled David to stop the car. At that moment, David had no choice but to quietly pull over. After that, Xiao Chen opened the car door and stepped out. David looked at Xiao Chen with curiosity in his eyes. At this moment, David, filled with curiosity, asked Xiao Chen, "Bro, how are you going to deal with so many people? Let me show you." Xiao Chen smiled slightly, then waved his hand, and in the next moment 2 flying swords shot out instantly. The 2 flying swords transformed into 2 streaks of light, directly rushing towards the distant crowd. Among the crowd, the knights who were charging forward suddenly saw 2 streaks of light rushing towards them. Even the leading knight didn't have time to react before one of the blades pierced through his body. The group of knights behind him only saw the head of the leader fly up in an instant. The next moment he felt a piercing pain. In agony, he blankly glanced at his chest. At that moment, a huge blood hole had appeared. Xiao Chen casually commanded the 2 flying swords, weaving through the crowd. These knights had never seen such a technique. Under the assault of the flying swords, they were quickly pierced through one by one. Figures fell to the ground at that moment and fear spread among the knight group. Meanwhile, beside Xiao Chen, David was filled with astonishment watching the scene before him and then turned to look at Xiao Chen. At that moment, his eyes were filled with terror. "Bro, those are flying swords, right? Are you a deity?" David's gaze was full of excitement as he spoke. He understood that such a method was undoubtedly that of an immortal. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and said, "I am a cultivator." "Bro, that was really cool. I wonder if I can cultivate too." Hearing David's words, Xiao Chen thought for a moment, then directly pointed at him. In the next moment, David felt a stream of messages coming from Xiao Chen's finger that was pointed at his forehead. As he received these messages, a strange expression appeared on his face. "Qi training chapter, is this what cultivation is?" He looked at Xiao Chen and asked, "Bro, you just gave this to me? In the future, get me more of these stones." Xiao Chen took out the gem in his hand and said he could feel the energy within the gem. At that moment, he still didn't know if this thing could be used, but regardless, it definitely had its uses. "No problem. Since I've come to this world, then, bro, I'm ready to change this world. We are from the Dragon Country, even in another world. We can't let these barbarians bully us. A bunch of blonde-haired, blue-eyed foreigners dare to oppress us," David said coldly at that moment. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded, then turned to look. On that side, the group of knights had been almost completely killed. Even those who hadn't died were now pierced through their hands and feet by the flying swords, unable to even move. Their eyes were filled with terror as they stared at the 2 flying swords suspended in midair. Just these 2 small pieces of metal had wiped out their entire knight order. At this moment, they turned their heads and happened to see Xiao Chen and the others. "You Dark Clan, the most despicable race, why do you have such power?" one of them roared. The next moment, Xiao Chen flicked a finger and a bloody hole appeared directly on the man's forehead. Even though he didn't belong to this world, it was clear that these so-called Dark Clan belonged to the same race as him. So, if these foreign devils dared to speak like that, they would certainly die. Xiao Chen didn't care about any of this. He walked directly to several of the knights with David. The surviving men looked at Xiao Chen as if they had seen a ghost. "Are you a powerful one from the Dark Clan?" one of the knights asked. "Did you come from the Great Forest of Tianan?" "The Great Forest of Tianan?" Xiao Chen frowned slightly. "What is that place? Isn't the home base of your Dark Clan the Great Forest of Tianan?" But now, the Dark Clan can only cower inside the forest. They have no way of getting out and have even become a hunting ground for the Empire. "In that place, our powerful ones can go in and hunt you Dark Clan members at any time." After hearing the words of the leading knight, Xiao Chen nodded. He had a rough idea of what was going on. The so-called Dark Clan could now only hide within the Great Forest of Tianan and were even being targeted for hunting. They were brought out of the Great Forest of Tianan to be used as slaves. As he listened to these words, Xiao Chen's face grew dark. He then waved his hand sharply, and the next moment, all the knights on the ground were dead. Afterward, Xiao Chen looked at the war horses in front of him. According to them, these were wind chasers. Their speed was naturally incredible, and their stamina was exceptionally high. The key was that these war horses looked far superior to those on Earth. They also gave Xiao Chen a completely different feeling. There was an energy fluctuation on them, different from spiritual energy. It was more like a kind of magic. After thinking it over, Xiao Chen waved his hand, and all the war horses in front of him were immediately absorbed into his space. The next moment, Xiao Chen heard Jin Wu's voice from inside the space. "Kid, where did you go? How did you manage to collect so many horses?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen explained his location and situation to Jin Wu. "Kid, let me out," Jin Wu said excitedly from the other side. "It's been a long time since I've killed anyone. This place suits me. I'll live in this world from now on." Jin Wu laughed. "I'll leave Chan Ran to you. I'll stay here myself. My daughter is safe enough with you, anyway." Xiao Chen considered this and agreed. He knew that Jin Wu had reined himself in a lot, but no matter what, this guy had refined a world before. Even if the world he came from wasn't very high level and its highest tier was only nascent soul, Jin Wu's power was still there. If he went on a rampage in this world, so be it. After all, this world was not friendly to the Dark Clan. How could Xiao Chen possibly be considerate of the people in this world? If he killed them, he killed them. If he destroyed them, he destroyed them. "Are you going to recultivate your demonic cloud?" Xiao Chen asked with some curiosity. Ever since Jin Wu had dispersed his demonic cloud, he had never used that technique again. That technique doesn't last long. I'm not like you, who can cultivate a merit cloud of auspiciousness. However, even if I can't cultivate the merit cloud, I have other means. As for demonic skills, there are plenty in my world. I am the greatest demon in my world, and the demonic skills in my mind are definitely not few. I was originally thinking of using lives to fill the gap, but now the thought is gone. You treat us as slaves? Then let this world see our capabilities. At this moment, Jin Woo said excitedly. In fact, ever since the last time in the High Martial World, Jin Woo had thought about this more than once. He wanted to use living souls to cultivate demonic skills. However, he felt it was somewhat inappropriate. After all, the common people in this world hadn't offended him. But now, this dimension was different. Those who are not of my race must have different hearts. These beings in this world are not of the same race as him. They even claim to be a dark race or prey. Let's see who the real prey is. Xiao Chen waved his hand, and in the next moment, Jin Woo appeared right in front of Xiao Chen. At this moment, Jin Woo exuded a terrifying pressure, and even black mist surrounded him. However, it wasn't the same as the demonic cloud before. It was just a manifestation of his cultivation. Seeing Jin Woo suddenly appear, David was momentarily stunned. Bro, why is there another person? David asked curiously. I am Jin Woo. Jin Woo turned to glance at David and said, Kid, you stay alive and go to that so-called Great Forest. Remember, your current task is to integrate over there. Then, take those people and counterattack for me. Jin Woo said coldly. As for the strong ones in this world, if you can't deal with them, I'll handle it. What you can't kill, I will kill. In short, if you encounter trouble, remember to find me. Also, when there are more people, come find me. Killing that number of people isn't enough for me. After saying this, Jin Woo casually tossed a jade slip to David and said, if there's any trouble, remember to notify me. After saying this, his body soared into the air, asking, that direction, is it the city you escaped from? Yes, David replied, staring blankly at Jin Woo. He could sense that the other party was not to be trifled with. Moreover, if Xiao Chen weren't here, he would even worry about whether the other party would take action against him. After all, just looking at him, he didn't seem like a good person. Even the black mist emanating from him made David feel suffocated. Hearing David's words, Jin Woo immediately revealed a smile, then turned to Xiao Chen and said, Xiao Chen, you don't need to worry about me. I'll go take a stroll and see how they treat the dark race. At the same time, I'll slaughter a city to practice my skills. It's been a long time since I practiced, and my skills are getting rusty. After saying this, in the next moment, Jin Woo's body instantly vanished into the sky. At this moment, he was already rushing directly towards the previous city. Bro, who is he? David asked curiously. A killing star. Xiao Chen thought for a moment and said, you can understand him as a demonic path that kills without blinking. How many people has he killed? David asked, somewhat curious. At least 1 billion. After all, he had slaughtered an entire dimension, and in the end, there were almost no people left in that dimension. Even the Heavenly Tao couldn't stand it and suppressed him. No matter how small that world was, in Xiao Chen's view, there should still be over 1 billion people, right? After Jin Woo left, Xiao Chen was too lazy to care about him. Anyway, if danger arose, Jin Woo would find him, and Xiao Chen sensed that this world generally didn't seem dangerous. In fact, this world might just be like that. How strong are the powerful beings in this world? Xiao Chen thought for a moment, and still asked. The ones he was inquiring about were naturally the 2 women behind David. Moreover, Xiao Chen used the language of this world. David and the 2 women were slightly taken aback, especially David, who looked at Xiao Chen in surprise and said, Bro, how do you know the language of this world? Just learned it. Xiao Chen thought for a moment and replied, you can understand it as I have a system that can translate, even implanting it in my head. Got it, got it. Upon hearing this, David quickly nodded. Respected sir, we don't know much, but we do know that the strongest beings on this continent are collectively referred to as saints. After thinking for a moment, one of the women looked at Xiao Chen and spoke. Seeing the expressions of the 2 women, Xiao Chen shook his head, realizing he couldn't expect them to know much more. He could tell they were truly clueless. So, at this moment, he couldn't be bothered to dwell on it. Then, Xiao Chen pulled a few of them directly into the car. I just asked. The Tianan Great Forest is in that direction, David said as he drove towards a certain direction. He looked at Xiao Chen and asked, Bro, was that one who flew away also our fellow countryman? Yes. Xiao Chen nodded and said, he crossed over to another plane. And then? Upon hearing this, David's eyes lit up as he asked, how could he come to my place? Bro, can I go back too? Looking at Xiao Chen, David's eyes were filled with anticipation at that moment. You can still go back now. Xiao Chen thought for a moment and said, still can go back? So, does that mean I won't be able to go back later? Upon hearing this, David was taken aback and quickly pressed for more information. If your cultivation exceeds the golden core stage, you won't be able to go back. Xiao Chen thought for a moment and said, then I'm still far from that. David smiled and said, Bro, after I go back, can I still come back? This was what he wanted to know the most at that moment. Generally, what most travelers want is to go back and then they don't come back. Xiao Chen said with a smile. After all, like Gu Ming, his first thought was to go back. Now, he could be said to have fulfilled that promise. Of course, Gu Ming was living comfortably now. If he were to come back, he would probably be too lazy to do so. Although the apocalyptic world seemed dangerous, he had integrated all the forces of the apocalyptic world, and now he was almost the emperor of that world. Who would want to come back to be a servant? Moreover, Gu Ming had no ties in this world anymore. His enemy, that cousin of his, might already be a year old now. So, what was there to be concerned about? On the contrary, Xiao might want to come back to see this world. After all, he still had his sister here. I'm an orphan and have no relatives. I didn't want to go back when I first came to this world. David said, after all, I'm just an ordinary person and this world is too dangerous. At this moment, David said softly, I'm afraid of dying. But who doesn't have a dream of conquering the world? Yet, these foreigners in this world actually call us the dark race. I just can't stand it, so I want to lead them to fight back. At this moment, David said, before I crossed over, I was a seasoned novel fan. Now it's good. My opportunity has come, and I don't want to give it up. It's just that I have a few friends on Earth, and I'm thinking, should I go back and formally say goodbye to them? Listening to David's words, Xiao Chen thought for a moment and said, sure, I can take you back. After you finish your business over there, I'll bring you back. Xiao Chen said, don't worry. On Earth, whatever you want to do, I'll help you figure it out. At least, I can help you do it in a respectable way. Upon hearing this, David's eyes brightened. When he was on Earth, he was just a poor loser. He had no money and no background. But he also knew that the one who controlled the qualifications for plane crossing was definitely not an ordinary person. Having money and power was a given. At that time, I could also go back and show off a bit. After showing off, I would just turn around and run. Alright, bro, then I'll rely on you. Looking at Xiao Chen, at that moment, David said with a grin. When he finished speaking, his eyes sparkled with excitement. There's nothing else to worry about. But, bro, that guy before, did he run out of options in his own dimension? How did he end up here? David asked curiously. You could say he was running out of options. Xiao Chen thought for a moment and replied, in their dimension, he's considered a big bad guy, killing people by the billions. How should I put it? He's killed so many that the dimension is almost extinct. The Heavenly Dao couldn't stand it anymore and almost killed him, so I took him away. Xiao Chen's nonchalant words changed David's expression. Killing people by the billions? What kind of ruthless character is this? At first glance, he seemed a bit crazy, but he looked quite refined. With glasses on, he even resembled a teacher. Who would have thought he could kill so well? Bro, so he's going back to kill people? David asked, a hint of surprise in his eyes. Yes. Xiao Chen nodded. Don't worry. At least that guy's strength isn't too far from mine. Hearing this, David nodded. If that's the case, then Jinwu would be the highest combat power on their side in the future. Let's go, Xiao Chen said, then closed his eyes. At this moment, David immediately accelerated and drove away. On the other side, in the city from which David had escaped, the Lord Dell's face was dark as he coldly said, so, those miners haven't been caught yet? Hasn't my night squad returned? Dell's expression was grim. I don't care about the lives of those miners, but that fire element stone must be brought back. Don't worry, they're just a few powerless dark tribes. The steward of the lords mansion said softly, that mage has checked them for us and they seem to have been poisoned. They are currently being treated. What kind of poison? Suddenly, Dell's gaze turned to the outside. In the sky, dark mist swirled, and amidst the mist, a figure was floating in midair, watching the crowd below. Jinwu's face was filled with a sinister smile, and as his consciousness swept through the city, his expression immediately darkened. In the city, those dark tribes were covered in injuries, still doing heavy labor. Some even had missing arms and legs, yet they were still being whipped to work. Not far outside the city, there was a mass grave filled with dark tribe corpses. His gaze fixed on the city, and at that moment his eyes were icy. These scum deserve to die, Jinwu said lightly. After he finished speaking, he suddenly pushed forward. Instantly, a massive cloud of black mist formed in the sky, which in a moment transformed into sharp blades flying directly towards the city. This move was something he learned after watching Xiao Chen's Mara Cloud transform into a rain of swords. Under his control, those blades seemed to have eyes, entering the city, piercing through anyone with blonde hair and blue eyes. Meanwhile, the dark tribes in the city would immediately change direction as soon as the blades approached them. Dell's face changed drastically when a blade charged towards him. His body instantly radiated golden light. He then fiercely grasped a large sword at his side and swept it directly at the blade. In an instant, the large sword shattered the blade, turning it into a cloud of black smoke that scattered on the ground. Oh! In the sky, Jinwu's gaze immediately turned towards the city. Four directions were able to shatter his black mist sword rain. At that moment, he looked at the people before him with curiosity. Their strength seems to be roughly at the foundation establishment stage. Jinwu nodded. Don't be fooled by the seemingly powerful rain of black energy swords. In reality, its power was not that great due to its dispersion. Those few cultivators at the foundation establishment stage could still shatter those sword rains. However, they had no other means to counter. You can break one rain of swords, but let's see how many you can break, Jinwu said coldly. With a wave of his hand, a series of black energy formations instantly appeared in the sky. The next moment, hundreds and thousands of black energy swords rained down again, this time directly charging towards the four directions. The few people who were still trying to fend off the rain of swords suddenly changed their expressions upon seeing this scene. Their faces were filled with shock, and some even found it hard to believe. At that moment, their eyes were filled with terror. There were too many. Almost everything they could see was the rain of swords. As the sword rain fell, someone was the first to be unable to withstand it, getting pierced through and turning into a hedgehog. Only then did the black energy gradually dissipate. With the first death, the next two quickly fell as well. The only one left stood in the largest ancient castle in the city, having shattered over 100 of Jinwu's sword rains. Of course, he could see that the opponent was already very tired. At that moment, the opponent was panting heavily, his eyes filled with fear. How about leaving one alive to ask? Jinwu pondered and whispered. He then began to contact Xiao Chen. I've killed most of them and left one alive. Do you have any questions? Jinwu asked. The language of this world is different from ours. I'll teach you a few phrases and you can ask him, Xiao Chen replied. After all, he had already learned the language of this world, so he could just act as a remote translator. As for Jinwu's speed in slaughtering the city, he was not surprised at all. If it weren't fast, it wouldn't be Jinwu. At that moment, Jinwu, with a cigarette in his mouth, stuffed a beetle nut into his mouth and slowly descended. Dur was now covered in injuries, panting heavily. He turned to look, and the officials behind him were already dead beyond recovery. Turning around, he saw a dark clan member flying down from the sky. The other party had a small white stick in his mouth which was emitting smoke. He even saw the other party take a deep breath, and there was a spark on the stick. Then, he saw the other party exhale a puff of white smoke and look at him, asking in slightly unfamiliar words, "What is your name?" "I am Dur." Upon hearing this, Der silently looked at the other party and said, "Respected Strong One, your Dark Clan and our Holy Clan have a non-aggression pact. Why do you want to slaughter us?" "Non-aggression?" Xiao Chen sneered coldly and then told Jinwu, "Slap him first." Jinwu understood what the other party was saying through Xiao Chen's reaction. However, he did not follow Xiao Chen's advice. Instead, he simply slapped the other party. He casually unleashed a burst of energy. The next moment, Der exploded. His sword-wielding hand immediately burst apart. In an instant, Der became disabled. "Why are you treating us this way?" Der shouted hoarsely. Jinwu couldn't be bothered to respond, kicking him and saying, "Why do you think? What about the people in the city and the mass grave outside? You son of a bitch didn't mention a word about them." Jinwu said coldly, "If you dare to slaughter the Dark Clan, I dare to kill you." Der fell silent. At that moment, a hint of panic appeared in his eyes as he said, "You can't kill me, the saint won't let you go." "Saint?" Upon hearing this, Jinwu coldly asked, "What kind of thing is your saint? We are being slaughtered in the city. I've sent word to the sage, and he will arrive soon. By then, you're dead. For sure." Upon hearing this, Del spoke urgently. Jinwu, however, brightened at these words and said, "So, that guy will come, right? That's good." Jinwu waved his hand. And in the next moment, Del's body suddenly expanded and exploded. "Brother, I can't be bothered to ask anymore. Let's take him out first. There are even stronger ones coming later." Jinwu took a drag from his cigarette, casually pulled out a bottle of liquor from his storage bag, and began to drink while waiting. "How about you join me?" "Sure." After thinking for a moment, Xiao Chen replied, "I'll go over." After all, according to the two women behind him, the sage should be the strongest in this world. So, Xiao Chen wanted to see what this so-called strongest was really like. If the opponent turned out to be powerful, he could just take Jinwu and run. "David, I'm going over. Jinwu has already slaughtered the entire city. I'll send the Dark Clan to Tianan Forest, you just go directly." Before David could respond, Xiao Chen's figure vanished. In an instant, when Xiao Chen appeared in front of Jinwu, he glanced around the city. At this moment, describing the city as a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood would not be an exaggeration. Looking at the bloody scene, Xiao Chen couldn't help but frown. The area was filled with the stench of blood, and it was quite unbearable. The entire city was dead beyond measure, except for those from the Dark Clan. At this moment, the Dark Clan looked around in confusion. They had initially hidden, only to discover that the sword rain formed from the black mist wouldn't harm them at all. In fact, it avoided them. Now, the Dark Clan stood before Xiao Chen and Jinwu, their eyes filled with a hint of surprise. "Alright, you go talk to those people and tell them to leave quickly. This place will soon become a battlefield." Jinwu took a sip from the bottle he was holding and looked at Xiao Chen, saying, "Next, when that sage arrives, I'll test how deep his waters are." Xiao Chen nodded in response. Undoubtedly, Jinwu had been pent up for too long in the previous high martial realm. He was a killer by nature, and city slaughter was his expertise. Now that he finally had the chance to experience the feeling of slaughtering a city again, how could he possibly give it up? As for fighting, that was his forte. After all, that's how he had survived in that world. Watching Jinwu smoke and drink, Xiao Chen shook his head and then turned to fly to the city square. The Dark Clan had gathered there, their eyes filled with terror. Upon seeing Xiao Chen descend, they immediately knelt on the ground. "Stand up." Xiao Chen frowned slightly and said coldly, "Remember, you don't need to kneel to anyone from now on." "Yes." A few members of the Dark Clan raised their heads, and upon seeing Xiao Chen's demeanor, they immediately nodded excitedly. They understood that the person before them was a master of their clan. "There are no more people in the city. Feel free to take whatever supplies you can carry, and then run immediately. Run towards Tianan Forest." Xiao Chen instructed them. "We understand." Upon hearing this, the eyes of the Dark Clan lit up with fervor. In this place, they were like livestock, even worse than livestock. If it weren't for the appearance of Xiao Chen and Jinwu, they might have lived and died like animals. The mass grave outside the city was the best proof of that. "Go," Xiao Chen urged. "You can leave without worry." With that, Xiao Chen rose and flew into the air above the city, extending his consciousness. In the next moment, his eyes suddenly brightened. Earlier, he had exchanged a fiery red gem from David, and that was the reward for this mission, according to the system's nature. These gems must be valuable. Moreover, Xiao Chen could clearly sense that the energy contained within these gems was significant. Since David discovered them in this city, it also meant that there were definitely more of these gems around. Therefore, Xiao Chen's spiritual sense swept across the city. Indeed, he found a few, but not many gems. What surprised Xiao Chen was that these gems had completely different attributes. The ones he had previously obtained from David were of the fire attribute. Now, he saw several others with different attributes. With a thought, the gems flew directly into his hands. Two were likely of the earth attribute, then there was one that was probably of the lightning attribute, and another of the water attribute. Glancing at the 4 gems, Xiao Chen squinted slightly. He didn't know exactly what these things were, but he understood they were definitely good items. "System, what is the function of these things?" Holding the gems in his hands, Xiao Chen asked aloud. "Elemental spirit. Stones capable of absorbing the elements within to gain spiritual energy." The system's voice suddenly spoke in his mind. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen immediately understood. A cultivator's technique generally has its own attribute. For example, Zhu Qingyue and Songya, whose techniques Xiao Chen found, were originally water attribute techniques. This meant that the water attribute spirit stone would be even more effective for them in their cultivation. "What about me?" Xiao Chen curiously asked. After all, his current technique had no specific attribute. Host's technique is special and can ignore attributes. The system's voice explained, giving Xiao Chen a general understanding. In simple terms, these gems could also be considered a type of spirit stone, but most people's techniques tend to lean towards specific attributes, unlike Xiao Chen's. This meant that for Xiao Chen, holding these spirit stones would have a similar effect to ordinary spirit stones, but for someone who specializes in a single technique, the effect of these spirit stones would be even more precious than top-grade spirit stones. Having figured this out, Xiao Chen quickly approached Jinwu. Looking at Jinwu, Ever since he learned Xiao Chen's golden core technique, Xiao Chen initially thought he would also become an all-attribute cultivator like himself. However, it was evident that the technique infused into Jin Wu's body had directly altered the path of his cultivation. It had transformed into a demonic technique and it was of the dark attribute. What are these things? Jin Wu asked curiously, looking at the items in Xiao Chen's hands. He could tell that these items should contain spiritual energy, but they also held other laws within. Attribute spirit stones. Xiao Chen said as he sat beside Jin Wu, these spirit stones can help single attribute cultivators improve their strength faster. After saying this, Xiao Chen glanced at Jin Wu and said, you can try using the dark attribute. Alright, I got it. Upon hearing this, Jin Wu's eyes lit up. Once we take down that saint, I'll go city by city to eliminate them. I'll definitely find the right ones. At that moment, he chuckled. Just don't let the heavenly Tao of this world keep an eye on you, Xiao Chen said somewhat helplessly. After all, Jin Wu had almost been wiped out back then. No way, I've observed it. My world has a heavenly Tao, but in this world, it seems like the heavenly Tao doesn't manifest. Jin Wu squinted his eyes and spoke. After all, these are all foreigners. They probably don't understand the heavenly Tao at all. Maybe it doesn't even exist. Since we've already started, why not just wipe them out directly? As he spoke, his gaze swept across the entire city. At that moment, he took a deep breath and said, this city is perfect for my cultivation. If it weren't for that saint coming, I would start cultivating right now. He looked at Xiao Chen, smiling. Just as he finished speaking, both of their gazes suddenly turned towards behind them, where there was a violent fluctuation of laws.at. This moment, a brilliant blue light suddenly rose in the center of the city. As this light flickered continuously, both Xiao Chen and Jin Wu looked on with a hint of surprise. It seems someone has arrived. Xiao Chen squinted slightly and then shouted loudly, get out of this city immediately. This was, of course, directed at the Dark Clan members who had not yet left the city. Upon hearing his words, the Dark Clan members immediately turned and fled. They all understood that their survival depended on the two powerful Dark Clan members in the sky. Now, they regarded Xiao Chen and Jin Wu as deities. With the deities having spoken, they naturally had to obey. Thus, they ran exceptionally fast at this moment. Xiao Chen and Jin Wu watched as the formation before them continued to bloom, and Jin Wu's gaze held a hint of curiosity as he asked, is this considered a formation? This is the Western fantasy world. It should be what they call a teleportation array. Xiao Chen replied. Hearing this, Jin Wu nodded. And then he took a sudden step forward, already appearing above the array. At this moment, he gathered strands of black energy in his palm, which began to brew and compress. Xiao Chen could clearly feel the black energy in Jin Wu's hand continuously condensing. At the same time, wisps of black energy began to rise from the corpses scattered throughout the city, converging towards Jin Wu. If I kill these people, they will naturally harbor resentment towards me. This resentment has now become my power. Jin Wu chuckled at this moment. The black energy in his palm continued to compress and refine. As it condensed, Xiao Chen could clearly sense the power contained within this mass of black energy in Jin Wu's hand. If things went awry, just this one strike could level this entire area. Turning his head, Xiao Chen noticed that the Dark Clan members were quite obedient and had already fled the city. Some who were less mobile were being supported by their companions. Watching these Dark Clan members leave, Xiao Chen nodded slightly before shifting his gaze back to the teleportation array. At this moment, the array erupted with dazzling light, and both Xiao Chen and Jin Wu felt a presence appear within the array. The instant this presence emerged, Jin Wu sneered coldly, and then the dark energy in his hand instantly condensed. The next moment, the dark energy in Jin Wu's hand erupted. Just as a figure appeared and looked up, it saw a mass of black energy rushing towards it. The expression on the figure's face changed instantly. In an instant, strange syllables began to emerge from its mouth, and the next second, Xiao Chen and Jin Wu saw the figure suddenly vanish. Boom! With a loud bang, Jin Wu's black energy struck the center of the city, and with a thunderous roar, it began to spread from the center, causing half of the city to collapse in an instant. Seeing this scene, both Xiao Chen and Jin Wu felt that this was quite normal. Their gazes then turned towards the outside of the city. At this moment, outside the city, an old man in a robe looked on in shock at the scene before him. This old fellow's methods are quite similar to yours. Is it also teleportation? Jin Wu squinted slightly and spoke. He and Xiao Chen could clearly see that the other party had suddenly teleported away in an extremely short time. Not the same, Xiao Chen replied. My teleportation is an innate ability, more like an instinct, and it seems to be a type of magic. This magic is quite something. I wonder if we can learn it. Jin Wu said. He had long coveted Xiao Chen's teleportation ability. If he could learn it, it would be a great option. Hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded as well. Given the thin spiritual energy on Earth, cultivating was indeed very difficult. However, what about magic? Moreover, in this world, Xiao Chen felt there should also be systems like fighting spirit and the like. If there really is, then, when the time comes, bring these things back and let old Bai give it a try? I roughly understand. The opponent's strength should be at the late stage of the golden core, Jin Wu whispered. Xiao Chen and Jin Wu exchanged glances, both clearly aware that the person before them was really just at that level. Since that was the case, they naturally had no worries. After all, the opponent's strength was only at this level. Don't try to snatch it from me, let me test my strength against him, Jin Wu said with a smile. As soon as he finished speaking, his body suddenly charged towards the old man. At that moment, the old man in the robe's expression changed drastically. He saw two powerful figures from the Dark Clan, both eyeing him like a hawk. What surprised him was, when did this weak race produce two saints? Moreover, these people were so ruthless that they had killed the entire city. Do you Dark Clan really want to go to war with our holy clan? The old man shouted loudly. Go to war? Upon hearing this, Jin Wu sneered. What are you? You think you can go to war with me? As he said this, his body surged forward, directly charging at the old man of the Dark Clan. In that instant, Jin Wu was already in front of the opponent. At the same time, Jin Wu kicked directly at him. The next moment, the old man's expression changed. and he began to chant loudly. It was a very convoluted language, one that even Xiao Chen and Jin Wu couldn't understand. Elements spread around him, and at that moment, Xiao Chen and Jin Wu could feel a huge magical shield appearing in front of the old man. Jin Wu's kick slammed into the magical shield, causing it to twist immediately. Watching this scene, Jin Wu frowned slightly. He had originally thought that his kick would shatter the magical shield, but clearly, it did not. He snorted coldly, and a mass of black energy formed around his foot. The next moment, he kicked fiercely at the magical shield. With that kick, the golden magical shield shattered instantly. With a loud bang, the old man's expression changed drastically. He began to chant continuously while quickly retreating. Wind blades appeared around him, directly pouncing towards Jin Wu. Is that all? Jin Wu sneered, waving his hand, and the black energy instantly formed a rain of swords that tore through the wind blades. With Jin Wu's movement, the wind blades were shredded by the black energy sword rain, which then surged towards the old man. At that moment, the old man was truly panicking. He had no idea what kind of person was in front of him. He possessed the strength of a warrior and the means of a mage. When did the Dark Clan produce such a figure? The old man was now flustered. He was just a mage, and his close combat ability was lacking. The only thing he could rely on was long-range spells. But the person in front of him was unlike anyone he had ever seen. The opponent could also use spells, and those spells were even more powerful than his. The key was that the opponent's skills were exceptionally formidable, able to fight in close combat and attack from a distance. The old man's expression had changed. Faced with such a person, he didn't even have the strength to resist. Is this their means? Jin Wu went from excitement at the beginning to speechlessness now. His physical body was so weak that just a few spells had stunned the opponent. Moreover, the opponent's magic seemed powerful, but it was just that. The casting rhythm still required chanting, which was far too slow compared to the spells of their cultivators. Not only does he neglect his defenses, but he also has no advantages. In the distance, Xiao Chen observed the scene before him and roughly understood the opponent's strength. Basically, with such a level of ability, he felt that this world was just like that. Do you Dark Clan really want to go to war with us? The old man shouted anxiously, but the next second, what appeared before him was a slap. Jin Wu's slap instantly struck his magic shield. Immediately, the old man watched as his magic shield shattered in an instant. As the magic shield broke apart, the old man's expression changed. He knew he was no match for his opponent. At this moment, he desperately wanted to escape and began to chant. Seeing this scene, Xiao Chen thought for a moment and waved his hand casually. The next second, a spatial barrier appeared, trapping both him and Jin Wu within this space. The old man had just begun to chant when his body suddenly moved, and suddenly, a voice rang out as his body crashed directly into the spatial barrier. It seems that this guy's so-called teleportation is actually just a sudden increase in speed to an extremely fast stage, then appearing in another position, and a barrier just blocks him, Xiao Chen said with a slight smile, whispering. At this moment, the old man's face changed. He looked at the nearly transparent barrier, his face filled with terror. When did this appear? He had no idea. All he knew was that this suddenly appeared barrier had directly blocked his body. In fact, it had intercepted him in an instant. However, behind him was still Jin Wu. Turning around, he just happened to see Jin Wu's reddened eyes. He desperately wanted to shout, even continuously. Warning, I am a saint of the Holy Temple. If you kill me, the Holy Temple will not let you go. Unfortunately, he had no idea that Jin Wu completely could not understand what he was saying. He just watched him speak continuously, thinking he was chanting something again. So, Jin Wu moved suddenly, and the next moment he appeared right in front of the old man. Then, with a fierce kick, he directly kicked him away. The next second, the old man's body was sent flying, crashing into the barrier, blood continuously pouring from his mouth, and his expression was somewhat wilted. Seeing this scene, Jin Wu frowned slightly. This guy was too fragile. He was so fragile that he could hardly believe it. Such physical quality was beyond his imagination. Don't kill him, Xiao Chen said beside him. I haven't asked him a few questions yet. All right, Jin Wu waved his hand nonchalantly and said, the person is yours. Just give him back to me after you're done asking. This guy's strength isn't great, but he still has the cultivation of the Golden Core stage. I'm planning to refine him. I've recently learned your techniques combined with my previous techniques, and you've also given me a few magic techniques. I've read them all. Anyway, I roughly know how to cultivate. All the people in this city just died. Don't waste it. I'm going to practice. Just help me guard. After saying this, he turned around and ran into the city. As for outside the city, a so-called saint couldn't even last a few moves in his hands. What else was there to say? At this moment, he completely ignored the other party as Xiao Chen was there. Even if a few more saints came to him, facing Xiao Chen was no different from delivering food. At most, it would just be a few more deliveries. Xiao Chen nodded slightly, and then he saw Jin Wu's body appear in the city. At the same time, Jin Wu waved his hand slightly, and the blood from those who had just died was all drawn up, forming a large blood pool in the sky. The blood even carried the wails of wronged souls that echoed continuously. Watching this scene, Xiao Chen frowned slightly and then no longer paid attention. Instead, the old man was already dumbfounded at this moment. He looked at Xiao Chen, then at the tragic scene in the city, and shouted urgently, "Devils, you are devils. You Dark Clan, indeed are devils." The old man's voice was filled with anger. Is that so? Xiao Chen replied with a faint smile. What does the Dark Clan have to do with you? If it weren't for you capturing Dark Clan members, would these things have happened? Look over there, that's the mass grave filled with the bodies of the Dark Clan. And this is just in this city. What about the other cities? Xiao Chen sneered. I'm afraid there are even more Dark Clan members dead, right? The old man fell silent upon hearing this. Over the years, the Empire's attitude towards the Dark Clan has been like that towards livestock. To put it bluntly, it's because they all know that the Dark Clan has no strong warriors. They treat the Dark Clan this way because the Dark Clan cannot resist. However, they did not expect that suddenly two powerful Dark Clan warriors would emerge. And they are so strong. This saint feels like a child in front of them. The holy temple will not let you go. The old man remained silent for a long time before speaking. Upon hearing this, Xiaochen coldly smiled and said, whether the holy temple lets me go or not, I don't care. Anyway, we are also planning to pay a visit to your so-called holy temple. But I'm curious, does your holy temple have anyone stronger? Xiaochen stared at the old man and asked. I won't say. The old man replied anxiously. Is that so? Xiaochen nodded, then kicked towards the old man. With that kick, the old man's body flew backward. At that moment, the old man was in midair, even spitting blood, looking particularly miserable. Xiaochen had no intention of letting him go. He stepped forward and crushed the old man's wrist with a kick. The next moment, another kick shattered the old man's foot. You still have one hand and one foot left. If you don't speak, I'll crush them all and then cripple you, Xiaochen said coldly, staring at him. Xiaochen could tell that the old man was afraid of death, because when he said those words there was a flicker of avoidance in his eyes. Watching the old man grit his teeth, his face filled with terror, Xiaochen smiled faintly and said, it seems you are ready to die. Are you really going to make enemies with the Empire? The old man shouted anxiously. He couldn't understand, even if two saints emerged from the Dark Clan, how could the Dark Clan be so confident? I said, you can only answer. Xiaochen coldly looked at him and kicked down again. Immediately, the old man let out a scream as his thigh was crushed, the pain nearly causing him to faint. At this moment, the old man was already terrified. I'll tell you anything you want to know. At this moment, the old man spoke urgently. He was genuinely scared. He wanted to talk about rules with the other party, even wanting to use the Empire and the Holy Temple to suppress them, but undoubtedly, the other party was not buying it at all. Is this the level of a saint like you? Is there anyone stronger than a saint? Xiaochen asked, looking at him. He needed to find out if there were stronger beings in this world. I am a beginner saint, and our holy temple's leader is a high-level saint. His strength is infinitely close to a god. God? Upon hearing this, Xiaochen frowned slightly. Does this world have gods? It is said that there is an ancient god in the holy temple who created the holy temple and helped our holy clan rise. When the old man said this, his eyes were filled with fervor. It is said that the god looks like us humans, but has 3 pairs of wings. Angels? Xiaochen was slightly taken aback. So, this world has angels? Angels? The old man was stunned. What are angels? A 6-winged angel. I would like to see what kind of level that is. Xiaochen squinted his eyes and said, so, is there a 6-winged angel in the holy temple? I don't know, that's just a legend. The old man fell silent for a moment and said, only the president of our holy temple knows. Very well, then I will continue to ask, how many saints like you are there in our holy temple? Along with the Empire's guards, there are at least a dozen more. The old man spoke. He thought that by revealing this number, Xiaochen would be afraid, but he saw that Xiaochen was not afraid at all, even feeling a bit disappointed. Last question, what are these? Xiaochen took out the elemental spirit stones and asked. He knew that the resources in this world were largely these so-called elemental spirit stones. If that's the case, then he should first get his hands on these elemental spirit stones. Elemental stones, the items we use to practice magic. The old man hurriedly replied upon hearing this. I see. So, the magic you practice is mostly absorbed from these stones? Xiaochen asked curiously. We cannot absorb the energy within, we can only extract it little by little and then absorb the elements inside. The old man said that energy would destroy our bodies. Xiaochen's expression was strange. How could spiritual energy possibly harm a person's body? However, he roughly understood that, to put it simply, spiritual energy and magical power were two different systems. Absorbing spiritual energy would cause their magical power to gradually decline. In fact, magical power and spiritual energy would fight within their bodies, harming them in the process. Indeed, they were a bunch of barbarians who didn't even know how to practice properly. The mountain pig couldn't eat fine bran. They simply didn't realize that spiritual energy was the good stuff. Do you have a lot of these? Xiaochen asked curiously. These are essential items for wizards, and they are extremely rare. Only when one reaches the level of intermediate wizard will our temple distribute them. The old man looked at the elemental stone in Xiaochen's hand and said, there should be 5 intermediate wizards in this city, but it seems they are all dead. Upon hearing this, Xiaochen nodded. He had roughly understood that wizards were a very scarce profession. Moreover, their practice relied on elemental spirit stones. The reason David and the others could still be pursued after fleeing was that they had killed people. The city lord would naturally not let a few dark tribesmen go. Another reason was that David had taken the spirit stones. With only 5 in the city, and 1 stolen, regardless of whether that wizard was dead or alive, this item had to be retrieved. After thinking this through, Xiaochen looked at the old man and asked, do you want to live? You promised not to kill me, the old man said anxiously upon hearing this. Don't worry, I keep my promises, Xiaochen said with a smile, looking at him, but the guy behind me has no credit. After saying this, he suddenly flashed and appeared behind the old man. Then, before the old man could react, he kicked him away. The target was directly the blood pool of Jin Wu. When Jin Wu saw the old man flying over, his face even showed a look of surprise. With a wave of his hand, the old man was pulled towards him, and the next moment, the black energy from Jin Wu surged forth and directly merged into the old man's body. The old man let out a terrified scream while shouting loudly, our temple will not let you go. As if we would let you go. Jin Wu sneered, exerting a slight force, and in an instant, the old man's body turned into a mist of blood. This mist was then absorbed by the massive blood pool. Alright, I'll practice here, you go do your own thing, Jin Wu said to Xiaochen. I've basically got the information, the saint should be the strongest. However, according to rumors, their so-called temple might still have 6-winged angels. Angels? Do those bird people really exist? Upon hearing this, Jin Wu's eyes lit up. Next time, I must go see for myself. I wonder if the wings of those bird people are tasty. Next time I encounter one, I'll catch it, roast it, and try it with some drinks. Hearing this, Xiaochen couldn't be bothered with Jin Wu and waved his hand, saying, I'm leaving. Give me some smoke and alcohol. Jin Wu suddenly shouted. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen waved his hand and a number of smoke and alcohol appeared on the ground, then his figure gradually disappeared. At this moment, he had already appeared in the air not far away, and below was David's vehicle. The divine consciousness spread out and soon spotted those dark tribes gradually making their way over. At this moment, in front of David, stood a city. He had arrived at the next city. Since we're all here, how about I try to slaughter the city? Xiao Chen looked at the scene before him and whispered, these people have committed so many wrongs, they must be deeply sinful, right? As soon as he finished speaking, the merit clouds instantly surrounded Xiao Chen. Whether they were guilty or not, the merit clouds made it clear. When the cloud appeared above the city, many people looked up, puzzled, at the sky. A golden cloud formation emerged. Some even began to kneel on the ground, praying fervently, shouting that a miracle had occurred, that a deity had descended to the mortal realm. Above the clouds, Xiao Chen observed the crowd below, and with a casual wave of his hand, the merit clouds immediately flew downward. In the next moment, the merit clouds completely enveloped the entire city. Those who had been excitedly calling out for miracles suddenly changed their expressions upon seeing the merit clouds. They even opened their arms to embrace the clouds. But the next moment, their faces turned pale with terror. At that moment, they were filled with fear because, once they came into contact with the merit clouds, their hands seemed to corrode, their bodies began to crack, and then, they started to dissolve. Watching their hands being eroded, their bodies continuously corroding, their eyes were filled with horror. Xiao Chen looked at the scene before him and smiled faintly. In the city, there were indeed many women and children who were unharmed, but basically, as long as they were young adults, they were being continuously eroded under his merit clouds. Conversely, those dark tribes, even when they touched the clouds, were unaffected. It made sense. Most of these dark tribes were captured to do hard labor, and they had never even taken a life. Under such circumstances, how could anything happen to them? At this moment, Xiao Chen quietly watched as those people were continuously eroded and then dissolved. The city had completely changed. Those who had been exterminated by Xiao Chen left no bodies behind. Those who had not been dissolved turned and ran back home, trembling. In fear, they were truly terrified. Let's go, Xiao Chen said. Many people in the city had been slaughtered. As Xiao Chen's divine consciousness swept through, the so-called elemental spirit stones in the city could not escape his gaze. With a casual gesture, those elemental spirit stones were directly absorbed into his hands. Enter the city, Xiao Chen said calmly. Upon hearing this, David smiled and quickly drove boldly into the city. At this moment, the city was filled with ash, and there were hardly any people around. Brother, what was that cloud you just summoned? David asked curiously. It's nothing. Under that cloud, those people are all dead, Xiao Chen replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, David and the two women behind him were stunned. With just a wave, he had slaughtered an entire city. The two women knelt on the ground, looking at Xiao Chen with admiration in their eyes, saying, are you the deity sent by heaven to save our dark tribe? From now on, do not refer to yourselves as the dark tribe, Xiao Chen said softly. From now on, we are the Han people. Upon hearing this, David's eyes lit up. The character Han held special significance for both him and Xiao Chen. Yes, we are the Han people. David nodded excitedly. Gather all the Han people in the city and take them to the Tianan Great Forest, Xiao Chen said calmly. I will send you back. Hearing this, David quickly nodded and began to pull the two women to find people. Soon, many Han people began to gather in the square. Looking at these people before him, Xiao Chen sighed. I'll say it straight, from now on, you are Han people. Starting now, follow us back to the Tianan Great Forest, Xiao Chen said. Once you become a bit stronger, we'll have David lead you back. Everyone looked at Xiao Chen, and after realizing that the golden cloud was released by him, their gazes became fervent. The way they looked at him had already changed. The gods of the Holy Clan were only in legends, but their god had descended. Yes, everyone's expressions had completely transformed. They had originally thought they were abandoned by the gods, otherwise, why would they suffer so much? But now, they had hoped the god had come to the mortal realm. Looking at the people before him, there were quite a few. After a moment's thought, Xiao Chen waved his hand, and several heavy trucks appeared in front of him. This was something that Xia Ao had wanted back then. Anyway, now that he was cooperating with the authorities and his space was large enough, he directly brought in these heavy trucks. Wow, bro, you even have this? David's eyes lit up as he looked at Xiao Chen and asked, how many do you have? About 10 trucks. Xiao Chen thought for a moment and replied. These heavy trucks were still full of fuel. However, they ran on diesel and he always kept some in his space. Wait, once those Han people over there arrive, we'll just take the trucks, Xiao Chen said. In the meantime, find a few people to learn how to drive. Don't worry, bro, I'll handle this, David immediately responded. He was very clear that he could definitely get this done. Having interacted with these people, David knew that although they had been bullied for years, the intelligence of the Han people was undeniable. In fact, they were even smarter than average. He quickly took a group of people to start learning to drive. Meanwhile, Xiao Chen didn't concern himself with this. He began walking around the city and encountered quite a few members of the Holy Clan. Seeing Xiao Chen and his group swaggering through the city, those from the Holy Clan didn't dare to intervene. After all, they were genuinely afraid. Hiding in their homes, they could even hear the whispers of the Dark Clan outside, speaking of the god's arrival. So, the previous miracles were caused by that Dark Clan's god? Otherwise, why was the Dark Clan completely unscathed? Yet, they also didn't understand why so many had died while they remained unharmed. Perhaps it was because their hands were not stained with the blood of the Dark Clan. Although a group of them was puzzled, the survivors at this moment didn't dare to go outside. Some even hid tightly in their homes. Some people were even hiding in their basements. Xiao Chen couldn't be bothered with them. He had already killed enough. He was curious about what actions Jinwu would take next. If Jinwu swept through several cities in one go, It would likely attract the attention of the Holy Temple. At that time, they could see just how formidable the Holy Temple really was. If those from the Holy Temple were not honest, Xiao Chen was not prepared to be polite with them. Outside the city, David began teaching. He told them it was the will of the god, and those people immediately became fully alert. Soon, they learned to drive the trucks. Perhaps they weren't particularly skilled, but it was enough. By evening, Xiao Chen saw people running from a distance. When those people saw Xiao Chen, they immediately knelt on the ground. They all understood that it was this god who had saved them, and now, this deity was waiting. Here, order them to get up. Let's go, Xiao Chen said, looking at the kneeling people. David quickly spoke to them, and according to Xiao Chen's meaning, they soon understood. The god told them they were not of the Dark Clan, but of the Han people. Although they didn't know what Han people meant, just hearing the name sounded much better than Dark Clan. Remember this, those who offend our strong Han will be punished, no matter how far away they are. David shouted loudly. From today on, the roles of offense and defense have changed. Get in the car. David instructed everyone to board the heavy truck, and then he drove his off-road vehicle ahead with a group of people who had already learned to drive, following closely behind. Along the way, Xiao Chen kept close behind, but he noticed that there were no cities anymore. Although there were a few small towns, upon seeing so many people, the inhabitants of those towns ran away. The dark race slaves began to gather continuously. As they traveled, the crowd grew larger, and they looked up at Xiao Chen, their faces filled with fervor. He was their god, their faith. At that moment, Xiao Chen was communicating with Jinwu. I just slaughtered a city and rescued the people, Jinwu said from the other side. I've already told them to go to Tianan Great Forest. Throughout the journey, Xiao Chen communicated extensively with Jinwu, even teaching him a few phrases in the local dialect. Although the dark race found Jinwu's accent strange, they understood that he was definitely their god. So when they heard Jinwu telling them to go to Tianan Great Forest, they all went without hesitation. As they traveled, they realized that it seemed they faced no danger no matter where they went. Initially, when passing through a city, they were afraid of being hunted by the holy race. However, as they cautiously passed through, they found that the city was completely deserted, filled with the stench of blood. At that moment, they understood it was the work of a god. After that, as they continued their journey, they found that in the second city, although there were a few holy race members, those people did not dare to pursue them. In fact, when those people saw them, they hid in fear. This was the case in several towns they passed through. At that moment, they understood what was really happening. Meanwhile, Xiao Chen had already led the people to a fortress. Beyond this fortress is Tianan Great Forest. The holy race built a stronghold here, driving us out. Even so, they often enter the forest to hunt us for fun, said a girl behind David softly. Unlike the others, the two of them were originally from Tianan Great Forest. They had just been captured and sent there when David rescued them. Therefore, their gaze was different from the others. It carried a certain spirit. Xiao Chen turned to look down. At that moment, those he had rescued gathered together, their numbers exceeding 4,000 or 5,000. They all looked at Xiao Chen, their eyes filled with fervor. He could clearly feel that fervor was akin to a form of faith. He had become their belief, their true deity. God, as long as you give the order, we will tear down this fortress. Several people began to speak to Xiao Chen. Throughout their journey, no matter what ailments they had, Xiao Chen waved his hand and healed them. They had not even suffered from hunger along the way. Now, they were fervent believers of Xiao Chen. Without mentioning anything else, if Xiao Chen were to ask them to commit suicide, they would do so without hesitation. Hearing this, Xiao Chen smiled faintly and then spoke directly to the fortress before him. I am here, you don't need to lift a finger. As he spoke, the auspicious clouds of merit spread out. Upon witnessing that miracle again, the crowd was filled with fervor. They watched as the god performed miracles and understood that they were safe. Inside the fortress, there were already many people who, upon seeing so many dark race members gathering, initially did not care. In their eyes, the dark race was merely prey. Even if there were thousands of people, they were merely thousands of prey. But suddenly, one of them flew into the sky, and then the clouds above transformed into gold. The golden clouds descended upon them in an instant. A wave of scorching pain surged through them, and when they looked down, they found their bodies being eroded beneath the golden mist. In that moment, an endless fear spread. Yet they were utterly helpless. Beneath that golden mist, they could barely move their feet. Their bodies were continuously disintegrating under the golden fog, and soon, all the people in the city died silently. Watching the scene before him, Xiao Chen felt it was particularly normal. His current means were simply beyond what those people could withstand. Not a single one in the entire fortress was innocent. They all perished. Indeed, close to the border, these people had taken many lives. Moreover, these individuals took pleasure in hunting the dark races for years, even capturing them to sell within the empire, so they could not possibly be good people. Alright, let's go in. Xiao Chen waved his hand casually, and the fortress's gate collapsed with a loud crash. Then, he pointed inside and said, Go in. At that moment, a group of people revealed a hint of joy. Indeed, the gods had not abandoned them. Their gazes towards Xiao Chen grew increasingly fervent. Even David showed a hint of envy. Brother Xiao had truly outshone everyone along the way. Of course, David understood that this was the means of a cultivator. Looking at Jin Gu, he didn't know what Jinwu was up to, but undoubtedly, Jinwu was off to do something significant. Brother, this fortress is a good thing. Behind it is the Tianan Great Forest, and over there is the Empire. As long as we hold this place, it's equivalent to holding the fortress, David said to Xiao Chen. He was very clear about the importance of this location. With this place, they had a base behind them. If they truly couldn't fight, they could hide in the forest. If they could fight, then this would be their shield. David led the people to occupy the fortress directly, and then he looked at the Tianan Great Forest behind him and thought, let's go take a look. We can let them out later. Upon hearing this, the two women behind David immediately offered to lead the way. They all understood that they no longer needed to fear the trash of the empire. In fact, they had enough confidence, because it was given to them by the gods. Moreover, they had two deities, one escorting them here, and the other rescuing people within the empire. At this moment, Xiao Chen looked at the forest before him and nodded. It was an endless expanse of forest, and as his divine sense swept across, he discovered many wild beasts. Those beasts were particularly large and even quite powerful. Among them, many had strengths at the level of innate martial artists. It was easy to imagine that living in this forest required sufficient strength, otherwise, it would be truly impossible. Lean on my shoulder, Xiao Chen said to David. Upon hearing this, David immediately placed his hand on Xiao Chen's shoulder, with the two women following closely behind. In the next moment, Xiao Chen activated his teleportation. As the teleportation initiated, Xiao Chen and the others appeared in a village. This village looked particularly dilapidated, and there were not many people inside. At that moment, seeing the sudden appearance of people, the villagers immediately panicked and hid in their houses. When they realized the newcomers were just like them, they cautiously stepped out. Ah na, ah hua. Some of them recognized the two girls and immediately called out. On the way here, Xiao Chen had inquired about the names of those dark races. Many of them didn't even have their own names, only the numbers given to them by the holy race, like number 1, number 2, and so on. To this end, Xiao Chen discussed with David along the way and directly named this group of people, even telling them their so-called surnames. Immediately, the group wanted to share the same surname as Xiao Chen. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Chen realized that having the same surname would complicate things, so he took out the 100 family surnames and let the group draw lots. Those who drew the surname Xiao were almost in a frenzy, and even those who didn't draw it were particularly excited. At least, they now had a surname bestowed by the gods. The current Ana was named Dana, and Ahua was now Hahua. The two women excitedly entered the village and spoke with the villagers, who also looked at Xiao Chen. When they learned that Xiao Chen had returned with so many Dark Clan members and had even taken over the fortress, their expressions changed. Wait here, Xiao Chen suddenly felt a surge of power, frowned slightly, and pulled David, who was about to enter. Brother Xiao, what's the matter? It's nothing. I just didn't expect that the Dark Clan still has strong individuals. Xiao Chen's gaze was fixed on the interior of the village, where an old man was staring at him. Under the powerful divine sense, Xiao Chen could naturally feel the other party's aura. It was roughly equivalent to the foundation building stage of cultivation. Village chief, Ana and Ahua are back. They said our deity has appeared. A knock sounded behind the old man, and someone excitedly said, they said they have occupied the fortress in Tianan Great Forest, and now our Dark Clan can be safe. Safe? The old man snorted coldly and said, a few brash kids from who knows where dare to say safe. They have no idea how terrifying the holy temple really is. After saying this, he spoke again, bring them to me. Village chief, but that's a deity. Upon hearing this, the newcomer immediately spoke up. Shouldn't we go welcome them? What deity? If there really were a deity, we wouldn't be in this godforsaken place. The village chief's face darkened as he spoke. The newcomer was slightly taken aback, then lowered his head and said, then I'll go invite them over. Saying this, he hurriedly left. In his heart, the village chief was the wise man of the village, and such a wise man must be right. So, at this moment, he also hurriedly left. Outside the village, Xiao Chen and David sat together. At this moment, a hint of mockery appeared in Xiao Chen's eyes. He could see the other party's fear of the holy temple and even their dissatisfaction with their occupation of the fortress. Xiao Chen was not in a hurry, just waiting for that person to come out and invite them in. The village chief invites you both into the village. The person nervously looked at Xiao Chen. In Ana and Ahua's words, he was their Dark Clan's deity. Now, however, he was treated this way. After all, they were well aware that the other party could bring people back from within the empire and even occupy the entire fortress, which proved their strength. Let's go, Xiao Chen said with a faint smile. Behind him, David also sensed something was off. He didn't speak but followed closely behind Xiao Chen. Brother Xiao, is there something wrong with that village chief? Just a person scared out of his wits. Xiao Chen sighed and said, however, I do have some questions to ask him. On the way here, he had actually observed the other party's strength had even reached the peak of the foundation building level, and Xiao Chen was very clear about what that fortress was like. The fortress had a considerable number of people, but there was not a single one who was truly stronger than them. This meant that the imperial officials were not afraid of these people rebelling at all. In fact, if the imperial officials really wanted to take action, sending a saint could easily sweep these people away. Yet, these people were living well, while the village chief was particularly dissatisfied with Xiao Chen and the others' actions. As he walked in, Xiao Chen observed the other villagers. After listening to Ana and Ahua's descriptions, their eyes were filled with excitement, even a glimmer of hope. In contrast, the village chief seemed to regard both him and David with nothing but disdain. This left Xiao Chen puzzled. Led into the village chief's residence, Xiao Chen looked around and frowned slightly. Unlike the dilapidated state of the outside world, this place seemed ordinary, yet everything used here was extraordinary. Many items he recognized from when he had cleared out those noble families of the Holy Clan. They were all rare treasures. At that moment, Xiao Chen looked at the chief, who was staring back at him with a cold expression, saying, young man, don't try to play tricks in front of me. Do you know what kind of trouble you've brought upon our Dark Clan? He accused directly. Hearing this, Xiao Chen looked at him and sneered, sorry, I don't know what Dark Clan you're talking about. Over there at the fortress, they are all my Han people. I'm actually quite curious. You have considerable strength. If those people came to hunt, why didn't you stop them? He asked the village chief with curiosity. The chief coldly replied, why should I stop them? They only need some slaves. Just give them what they want. Only in this way can our Dark Clan continue to survive. David, who stood behind Xiao Chen, was stunned upon hearing this. He stared wide-eyed at the man before him. So, the village chief was not completely powerless, rather, he allowed those people to take others. You, young man, if you can bring people out from within the empire, your strength must be close to that of a saint. The chief continued, our Dark Clan also has our own saints. They are within the forest, and we have an agreement with the empire. Every year, we allow them to come in and take a batch of people, and they no longer disturb us. The chief looked at Xiao Chen and said, your strength is enough to build a village of your own. Rest assured, I will report to the saint. Let the saint communicate with the empire to protect you, and then you can build a village of your own. However, those people from the fortress should all be sent back to the empire, the chief said to Xiao Chen at that moment. Upon hearing this, David's expression turned extremely grim. He finally understood why those people were taken away so easily. To put it bluntly, the decline of the Dark Clan was partly due to the lack of strong individuals. Another reason was the problems at the top. The people below thought that the so-called village chief and those strong individuals were protecting them, unaware that those protectors were the ones truly pushing them into the abyss. David's face turned ashen, his gaze fixed on the village chief. Do you know what we call people like you back home? Xiao Chen smiled at him, but his eyes were filled with killing intent. What do you call them? The chief frowned slightly and asked. Traitors. Xiao Chen sighed. You should consider yourself lucky. At least the one who came here today is me. If it were my friend, you would definitely die a miserable death. As for me, I will let you die, but at least you won't suffer so much in my hands. After saying this, he suddenly moved, and in the next moment, Xiao Chen was already in front of the village chief. The chief didn't even have time to react before Xiao Chen had seized his throat. At that moment, Xiao Chen lifted him up, and in the next instant, they appeared in the center of the village. The chief's expression had completely changed. He had originally thought that even if the other party had strength, it was because of those rescued Dark Clan members that he had taken that fortress. After all, these two were too young. If you were to say that such a young person is a strong warrior or even has reached the level of a sage, it would be utterly impossible. But once he made contact, he realized he was wrong. In front of the other, he felt like a child who had yet to learn to walk. In the center of the village, Xiao Chen lifted the village chief and suddenly appeared above the village, then slammed down hard towards the ground. With a loud bang, all eyes were immediately drawn to the scene. In the center of the village, a massive pit appeared in an instant. Inside the pit, the village chief lay on the ground, continuously spitting blood. His expression had changed. He looked up at Xiao Chen, who was hovering in midair, coldly staring at him. At that moment, he felt fear and terror for the first time. That kind of fear left his mind in a daze. At this moment, it was as if he was recalling the words he had heard before. God. The village chief's face had drastically changed. Could this person really be a god? What's going on? Ahua and Ana, along with the entire village, appeared outside the pit, looking at the village chief inside and the cold-eyed Xiao Chen hovering above. Ahua and Ana immediately asked anxiously, did the god get angered by the village chief? As for the others, seeing Xiao Chen suddenly take action and beat their most respected village chief to such a state, they were all stunned. Their gazes towards Xiao Chen had changed. If this truly was a god, why would he attack his own people? David hurriedly stepped forward and quickly recounted what the village chief had said. The next moment, Ahua and Ana's expressions changed. They had immense trust in both David and Xiao Chen. Only after witnessing Xiao Chen's actions did they understand that this was their god. Village chief, is it because of you that Ahua and I were captured? Ana looked at the village chief excitedly. She had grown up in this village, and as a child, she had held great respect for the village chief, but she never expected that everything she and Ahua had experienced was orchestrated by him. Upon hearing this, the village chief's expression changed. He fell silent for a moment and said, it's your bad luck. From the empire, they come back every month to capture a few people. Once they've captured someone, they won't return. It just so happened that you two were captured that day. Hearing the village chief's words, everyone in the village was stunned. Their gazes were fixed on the village chief, and at this moment they had completely changed. How many villages are there in the Tianan Great Forest? Xiao Chen, hovering in midair, coldly asked the other. We are on the outskirts of the forest. There are about a dozen villages, and there are 10 more villages deeper inside. Ahua spoke. However, those people only capture people on the outskirts and never venture deeper. We once suggested to the village chief that we should migrate inward, but the village chief refused. Ahua looked at the village chief, her eyes filled with hatred. How could they not understand why the village chief refused? After all, they were merely expendables. They were the ones who had been abandoned. Sooner or later, they would be captured by those from the empire. As for the villages deeper inside, they were the true upper echelons of the dark tribes. Their clansmen were protected. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded, then fixed his gaze on the village chief and said with a faint smile, people like you deserve to die. As soon as he finished speaking, he casually struck out with a palm. In the next moment, the village chief didn't even have time to plead for mercy before Xiao Chen smashed him into pieces. At this moment, Xiao Chen's expression was exceptionally cold as he said, since the internal ones are the biggest trouble, I'll go in myself and deal with them all. After saying this, his body moved instantly, and in the next moment he had already appeared in another village deep within the forest. Looking at the village before him, which had a population of about a few thousand, there was also a person whose strength was at the peak of the foundation establishment level. Just like the village chief, the group of people was momentarily stunned when they saw Xiao Chen suddenly appear, but upon seeing his demeanor, they felt a sense of relief. At that moment, Xiao Chen stepped forward and directly appeared in front of the person at the peak of foundation establishment. Who are you? The man's expression changed instantly as he looked at the suddenly appearing Xiao Chen and asked. Xiao Chen remained silent, directly gripping the man's throat with one hand, and in an instant he teleported to the center of the village. Who is the strongest among you? Xiao Chen coldly asked, staring at the man. Upon hearing this, the man desperately tried to struggle. However, he couldn't break free at all. The man before him was terrifying. With one hand gripping his throat, he couldn't even move. At that moment, his face turned ashen. He had never imagined that such a powerful clansman would suddenly appear and subdue him directly. In the center of the village, many people saw Xiao Chen overpowering their village chief and immediately rushed out with weapons in hand. Do you have an agreement with the Holy Clan? Xiao Chen squinted slightly and asked coldly. Upon hearing this, the man's expression changed drastically. He knew that this person had come because of this matter. Moreover, this person was undoubtedly here to settle the score with them. Sir, please listen to me. We had no choice, the Holy Clan is too powerful. They promised that as long as we let them take a certain number of people each year, they would allow us to recuperate in the Tianan Great Forest. The man spoke urgently. He knew that if he didn't clarify things at this moment, his life would be forfeit. Xiao Chen nodded and said, "Tell me, where is the strongest among you?" He had no time to waste, since that was the case, he would first eliminate the strongest one. The man quickly replied, "The Dark Saint is inside the forest." He pointed into the distance, and upon hearing this, Xiao Chen took a quick step forward, grabbing a person and directly appearing inside the forest. When he saw the situation inside the forest, Xiao Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. It was a small city, made of giant stones, no longer just a village. At that moment, there were still many people in the city. Upon seeing this scene, Xiao Chen's expression turned extremely grim. They had built a small city here to recuperate, but the clansmen on the outskirts had been abandoned, even actively handed over to the Holy Clan. At this moment, Xiao Chen coldly stared at the city below. He suddenly waved his hand, and in the next moment, a surge of energy erupted, sweeping directly toward the area where the so-called Dark Saint was located. In the city, atop a tall tower, an old man suddenly felt a wave of crisis. He quickly looked up and saw a streak of light crashing down from the sky. The old man's expression changed, and he quickly moved, a broad sword appearing in his hand as he struck fiercely at the streak of light in the sky. Boom! With a loud bang, the streak of light collided with his broad sword, and a tremendous force erupted. The old man's face changed drastically. He spat out 2 mouthfuls of blood and then heavily fell to the ground. The man being choked by Xiao Chen's grip also changed his expression. What did he see? With one strike, the Dark Saint, whom they regarded as a deity, was sent flying and spat out blood. His expression completely changed as he stared blankly at Xiao Chen. At that moment, Xiao Chen slowly descended. Many people in the city witnessed this scene. Seeing Xiao Chen grip one person while striking the Dark Saint down like that made many tremble in fear. Xiao Chen even saw several people turn and run away. Witnessing this, disappointment filled Xiao Chen's eyes. The Dark Clan within the forest had long since decayed. The group on the outskirts, fully aware of their inability to win, still wanted to challenge Xiao Chen. But what about this group? They had become too comfortable. The Dark Saint raised his head and saw Xiao Chen. In that moment, the Dark Saint's expression changed dramatically. When did such a powerful figure appear among their Dark Clan? You. The Dark Saint took a deep breath and said, "Who are you?" "Me?" Xiao Chen coldly stared at him and replied, "I'm here to demand an explanation from you. You betrayed your own kin, allowing them to be enslaved by the Holy Clan. Do you acknowledge that?" The Dark Saint's expression immediately shifted. His face turned particularly grim, and he then spoke in a low voice. "I had no choice. If I didn't do this, we would all die." He looked at Xiao Chen and said, "The Holy Clan is too powerful, and the Holy Temple is also too strong. Your strength is considerably greater than that of an average saint, isn't it?" Xiao Chen could tell that this old man was close to the peak of the Golden Core stage, a level of strength that could be considered very formidable. If he hadn't encountered someone like himself or Jinwu, he would basically be invincible in this world. Moreover, if he truly was willing to fight to the death, he could also protect his clan members. Yes. The Dark Saint remained silent for a moment and then said, "But there are more powerful beings in the Holy Temple than I. Would they fight to the death for the Dark Clan?" Xiao Chen narrowed his eyes slightly and coldly replied. He was well aware of the current situation of the Dark Clan. They were merely a group of slaves. In fact, they were not even a threat. The nobles of the Empire were not fools. Such a group of people was utterly useless. If the Dark Saint put on a show of mutual destruction, the other side would certainly be unwilling to lose a saint over a few slaves. Upon hearing this, the Dark Saint's expression changed again. "We need resources to build this city." By the time he finished this sentence, his expression had already shifted. Indeed, he could be more forceful, but he didn't dare. Similarly, the Holy Clan had given him too many conditions. Those conditions were enough for him to build a city of his own here. After all, the Dark Clan members on the outskirts were merely expendable. If they died, they died. If they were gone, he would just continue to drive away some people, making them expendable. It was a cycle. Looking at the Dark Saint before him, Xiao Chen coldly smiled and said, "In that case, there's nothing more to say. You deserve to die." After saying this, he directly pressed one hand against the Dark Saint's forehead. "From today onwards, I will take charge of these people's lives. They are no longer the so-called Dark Clan, but the Han Clan." Han. Upon hearing this, the Dark Saint raised his head and looked at Xiao Chen. At that moment, his gaze was filled with fervor. "You mean Han?" Looking at the person before him, the intensity in the other's eyes was unmistakable. Xiao Chen frowned slightly and asked, "Do you know about Han? Strong Han, prosperous Tang." The Dark Saint took a deep breath and said, "I don't know what it means, but my ancestors once spoke these words." Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen's expression became strange. "Your ancestors?" "The ancestors are dead." The Dark Saint said softly, "It's been about 2,000 years. Hearing this, Xiao Chen's expression turned particularly peculiar, meaning that 2,000 years ago, there had been a time traveler in this world. The ancestors once said he was a Ming person. The Dark Saint looked up at Xiao Chen and said, "He once led us out of the Tianan Great Forest, but he was still destroyed by that god of the Holy Temple. Since then, we Ming people have become the Dark Clan." At this moment, Xiao Chen's expression grew even more peculiar. That time traveler had come from the Ming dynasty. The ancestors once created a place, saying, "If future generations are fortunate enough to come here, then we all must respect him as our master and let him become our new emperor." "I roughly understand now." Xiao Chen nodded and said, "I'll keep your dog head for now. Where is the place where your ancestors were?" He looked at the other person, who pointed behind the city and said, "There, that is the area where my ancestors once were." Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen looked over and indeed saw an ancient tomb. The tomb was quite large, and with a quick flash, he pulled the Dark Saint to appear in front of the tomb. When he saw the characters on the tomb, Xiao Chen was almost certain that the other person was definitely a traveler from another world, because the writing on it was in small seal script. The ancestor said that only the later generations from his side can understand these characters and know how to enter the tomb. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen took a glance and indeed, he could understand. The moon during the Qin dynasty, the passes during the Han dynasty. This line of poetry everyone could recite. The ancestor said that his legacy is inside, and if someone comes, they can fill in the sentence and then enter the ancient tomb. Hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded and said, let's go. You can't understand? Upon hearing this, the Dark Saint's expression suddenly changed. He originally thought that the person the Dark Clan had been waiting for had truly appeared. I can understand, but the person coming here is not me. Xiao Chen said lightly, I need to bring someone here. Not you? A strange look appeared on the Dark Saint's face. Then, I am just a passerby. In this world, I can leave at any time, Xiao Chen said. After saying this, he quickly moved away, saying, I will bring someone over, and when the time comes, let him in. As for you. At this moment, Xiao Chen glanced at the Dark Saint. The Dark Saint trembled as soon as he met Xiao Chen's gaze. His face had already changed. He had almost been killed by a casual strike from the other party. He knew just how great the gap between them was. At this moment, he didn't even have the slightest thought of wanting to fight the other party to the death, because he knew that if it came to that, he would be the one to die. I know, I am a sinner. Our family has guarded this ancient tomb for generations, to protect our people, waiting for the true later generations to appear. The Dark Saint lowered his head and said, however, over the course of thousands of years, we have passed down too many generations, yet the later generations mentioned by the ancestor have never appeared. The ancestor once said that if later generations appear, our clan will become strong, and even those who cannot break through will be able to become saints. The Dark Saint looked at Xiao Chen and said, if you want to kill me, I have no problem with that. I only ask that you let me pass on all my abilities to the next one. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen looked at him and said, pass on? The Dark Clan has long since declined. Many people, when they reach their level, can no longer cultivate, he said, pointing to the village chief. And for hundreds of years, our only way has been to pass on all our power to the next one before we die. I am the 18th one to be passed on. The Dark Saint said softly, once I pass on my skills, I will undoubtedly die. Why is that? Xiao Chen asked, puzzled. We do not have any cultivation techniques. The old man said softly, the ancestors' ancient tomb has them, but we cannot enter. Only when a true emperor appears can those cultivation techniques be unlocked. At the same time, it will allow our clan to once again have countless saints. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen was already puzzled. He took a closer look at the other party and found that within him was true qi. This meant that this group of people practiced martial arts completely different from the magic and fighting energy of the outside world. Just wait, Xiao Chen said, I will go. Bring someone. After saying this, Xiao Chen turned around and flew directly into the sky. The next moment, with a flash, he had already appeared in the previous village. Seeing Xiao Chen return, David hurriedly asked, Xiao Go, how did it go? Follow me. Xiao Chen grabbed David and said, brother, today I'm going to push you onto the throne. What? David was taken aback and replied, brother, don't joke around. I'm serious. At that moment, Xiao Chen looked at him and recounted everything he had seen and heard. David's expression instantly became particularly vivid. So, there had been a Ming Dynasty person who appeared before, and he even left me a tomb? He understood very well that for someone like Xiao Chen, the things inside the tomb might be completely useless. So, it must belong to him. So, come with me, Xiao Chen said. At the very least, we need to clarify these things. Okay. David didn't waste any words. Since it was left for him, he definitely had to go take a look. As for the rest, he didn't need to worry about it. After all, with Xiao Chen around, he shouldn't run into any trouble. So, David quickly followed Xiao Chen and left. When the two of them reappeared in the city, they happened to see the Dark Saint. At that moment, the Dark Saint looked at David, then turned to Xiao Chen and said, respected one, is he the one you mentioned? Respectfully, I think you are more suitable. The Dark Saint gritted his teeth and said, he has no cultivation. I know. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded and said, but he truly is the one who came later. I can leave at any time, so this place is not prepared for me. The Dark Saint felt helpless at that moment. Although he had sold out many of his kin for pleasure over the years, he still hoped for their strength. If Xiao Chen was indeed the one they had been waiting for, that would be the best outcome. After all, he was well aware of Xiao Chen's power. Even though the Dark Saint was nothing more than a rookie in front of Xiao Chen, easily crushed, he knew that outside he was also a formidable force. Otherwise, those from the Holy Temple wouldn't negotiate with him. He even believed that he could fight against the head of the Holy Temple if he encountered him. But when facing Xiao Chen, he had almost no ability to resist and was completely dominated. At that moment, he understood just how vast the gap between him and Xiao Chen was. Even knowing that Xiao Chen didn't think highly of him, he still wanted Xiao Chen to be the king in his heart. Unfortunately, Xiao Chen couldn't be bothered to pay him any attention. He naturally knew that the person in front of him didn't like him at all, but he had no choice. For the sake of his clan's survival, he could only endure silently. David looked at the verses in front of him and immediately began to respond. Soon, the ancient tomb was opened. The ancestors once said that only the one who answers correctly can enter. The Dark Saint looked at David and said. Upon hearing this, David nodded and then walked straight in. At that moment, Xiao Chen sat quietly to the side, waiting. The Dark Saint looked at Xiao Chen and asked, respected one, are you really not going in? He can go in just fine. Xiao Chen replied lightly. He couldn't be bothered to go in. After all, he had his own inheritance. Moreover, if that traveler was to be believed, it was likely that What he practiced was the warrior system. He turned to glance at the Dark Saint and shook his head. A cultivation method of the warrior system, yet the other party couldn't even utilize the most basic force. The techniques he used were mostly those of fighters. Just look at that broadsword and the way he attacked me earlier. If he didn't look closely, he would even suspect that the inner breath within him was that of a warrior practicing the Western fighter system. Respected one, do I have a problem? The Dark Saint asked in a panic, mainly because Xiao Chen's gaze towards him was slightly disdainful. He knew that the things he had done were looked down upon by the other party, and he had already thought that as soon as David emerged, he would prepare to pass on all his cultivation to the next one. It's fine if I die, at least I've seen the hope of our clan's rise. You don't understand how to harness the power within you, otherwise, those so-called saints wouldn't be your opponents at all, Xiao Chen said. Hearing this, the Dark Saint's eyes were filled with bitterness as he replied, I know that all too well. In fact, our ancestors left behind some cultivation methods, but they were all taken by the Holy Temple. He looked at Xiao Chen and said, at that time, the Holy Temple demanded all the cultivation methods before allowing us to retreat into the Tianan Great Forest. Xiao Chen nodded and said, all right, I understand. After saying this, he closed his eyes, truly unsure how to evaluate this group of Dark Saints. They were barely surviving, yet they couldn't betray their kin. Perhaps from his standpoint, this way, they could still have some space to exist. But what about those who were captured by the Empire? Over the course of 1,000 years, how many had died? And this group of people, perhaps from the very beginning, had been thinking about how to revive their clan, but now, all that was left was fear. Deep down, they might not even accept the term Bright Ones anymore. Just from the fact that the other party called themselves Dark Saints, it was evident. If he had called himself a Bright Saint, Xiao Chen would have regarded him with a bit more respect. However, this guy was also very clear now. One reason was Xiao Chen's strength, and the other was that he had truly seen the hope of rising. This was what made the last glimmer of hope in his heart expand, leading to the current situation. Seeing that Xiao Chen was unwilling to talk more with him, the Dark Saint could only helplessly stand there. At this moment, Xiao Chen began to contact Jinwu. After all, now that he was here, he had no idea what kind of trouble was brewing on Jinwu's side. Hey, I just took down another saint, probably from the warrior system. He called himself a paladin, but he was no match for me. Jinwu's voice came through. However, I think I've been targeted recently. I went to a town, and as soon as I appeared, 7 or 8 saints directly surrounded me. Were they strong? Xiao Chen asked curiously. Their strength was average, but when they teamed up, it made me a bit constrained. I could only take down one before leaving. If they were to fight me to the end, I think I'd probably get hurt too, Jinwu said. He was very clear that his current strength was still a bit lacking compared to his peak years. He had been continuously cultivating these days, but it still wasn't enough. If he were to sustain serious injuries at this time, it would definitely be counterproductive. The Holy Temple should still have some backup. After all, the leader is only at the mid-stage of the Golden Core, not yet at the peak, Jinwu said. How about you come back first? Xiao Chen thought for a moment and suggested. If that were the case, it meant the Holy Temple wasn't to be feared. In his view, the Golden Core level was just that. Alright, I've had enough fun anyway. I've slaughtered several cities, so they should be scared now. Jinwu replied, what's the situation on your side? Hearing this, Xiao Chen could only recount the situation in the Tianan Great Forest. Jinwu then said helplessly, these people have lost even the little bit of bloodiness they had left. You're probably going to leave soon, right? Jinwu asked. Yes, it had been almost 10 days since he crossed into this world. Xiao Chen didn't know how much time had passed back on Earth, so he still wanted to go back and take a look. Alright, I'll go back to help you. Hold the fort. Jinwu said, this world is not bad, at least I can kill to my heart's content. From now on, I'll temporarily stay in this world. Let Shen Ran cultivate in your space. After all, there are still threats to her in this world, Jinwu said. He truly regarded Shen Ran as his own daughter. After cutting off contact with Jinwu, Xiao Chen turned to look and happened to see a ray of rosy light continuously rising from within the ancient tomb. Soon, he saw a figure quickly walking out from the tomb. Master, he's out. And Sheng hurriedly said to Xiao Chen. At this moment, David had already walked out of the ancient tomb. Xiao Chen took a careful look, his expression slightly strange. He had reached the late stage of foundation establishment. The other party had gone in for a moment and directly reached the late stage of foundation establishment. Xiao Gu. Looking at Xiao Chen, David spoke. I have fully accepted the other party's inheritance. Tell me about it. Xiao Chen asked curiously. The other party is a person from the Jianghu of the Ming dynasty, and somehow he crossed over to here. Then, he found that his kin were being enslaved by those blonde, blue-eyed foreigners, and since he was a martial arts master, he naturally resisted. However, he said he encountered an angel and was severely injured by her. But he also managed to break off a pair of her wings. At this moment, David spoke while looking at Xiao Chen. Hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded. It seemed that there really were angels over there. What level was that angel? Xiao Chen asked curiously. At this moment, David replied, nascent soul level. Oh, Xiao Chen squinted slightly and said, a nascent soul cultivator could still have her wings broken. It seems this fellow has some skills. He has just broken through to the nascent soul stage, and according to him, the other party's strength is greater than his. But her methods are very singular. If it weren't for her overwhelming strength, perhaps he could have counterattacked. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen roughly understood. However, so many years had passed, and he didn't know what had happened to that angel. While Xiao Chen was still pondering these things, David pulled him and said, the other party passed all the techniques to me, but I took a look and found they are not as good as the set of techniques you gave me. Xiao Chen nodded upon hearing this. He naturally understood this point. To put it bluntly, martial arts and cultivation were completely different concepts. Cultivation was even more formidable. At this moment, Xiao Chen looked at David and asked, what do you plan to do next? Gather all those people. David said, let them break through first. Mr. Dai. Looking at David, and Sheng said softly, do you think our people can break through? Actually, I'm also quite curious. Over the past 1,000 years, we have tried countless methods, but we still cannot make our kin become saints. And Shang said bitterly. He was passed down the teachings from the previous saint, and in their clan, there was basically only one saint. Others, once they reached that critical point, could no longer break through. Our cultivation is faster than theirs. In fact, our people can reach that critical point, but then they can make no further progress. Looking at David in front of him, and Shang said bitterly, if they were just one step away from breaking through to become saints, there were more than 30 of them. This was still under the current situation of their clan having fewer members. However, they also found that their combat power was not that high, and similarly, they could not break through. For hundreds of years, it had been like this. Upon hearing this, David calmly said, your cultivation methods are wrong. Even you, with true chi in your body, do not know how to use it. As for the others, most of what they cultivate is fighting spirit. But our meridians are different from theirs. So, in this lifetime, they will never be able to break through. Hearing this, Xiao Chen roughly understood. After all, that was the cultivation method of the foreigners, which was naturally different from theirs. As long as they specialize in martial arts, they can break through. At this moment, Xiao Chen looked at David and said, alright, I'll leave this matter to you. Also, Jin Wu will be here soon, so you can discuss it with him then. Upon hearing Xiao Chen's words, David's eyes immediately lit up. He knew that Jin Wu was very powerful. With Jin Wu here, he felt much more at ease. Xiao Ge, are you leaving? David asked, looking at Xiao Chen. He understood that since Xiao Chen had called Jin Wu back, it meant he was about to leave. Yes, Xiao Chen nodded. Now, he too had to leave. If anything comes up, you can find me anytime, Xiao Chen said. After all, he only needed a thought to return. Alright, David nodded in response. Then, Xiao Chen glanced at Shang Dao. I don't want to see you again next time I come. Upon hearing this, and Shang's face turned pale, he understood Xiao Chen's meaning. To put it bluntly, he had to die. However, Xiao Chen just wanted him to die with a bit of dignity. Master, I understand. And Shang said bitterly, I will choose a good successor and pass my cultivation to him. I may not be satisfied with the person you choose, Xiao Chen replied, glancing at Shang. After all, he was well aware of the level of the other party. Hearing this, Shang nodded bitterly and said, I will let Mr. Dai choose someone. Upon hearing Shang's promise, Xiao Chen nodded, and then took a step forward. In the next moment, Xiao Chen had already disappeared. He wasn't worried about what Shang would do. After all, despite Shang's current strength being greater than David's, a person with only cultivation who couldn't even use techniques wouldn't necessarily be able to defeat a cultivator like David. Moreover, Jin Wu was about to return. As long as Jin Wu came back, all troubles could be suppressed. Furthermore, Shang now understood that he had no way out. So, he would obediently comply. As for Xiao Chen, after quickly returning to Earth, he first glanced at the time, and immediately, a strange expression appeared on his face. He had crossed over to that world for 10 days, but he didn't expect that only a day had passed. Here, the flow of time was completely different. At this moment, he was still at the Chu family. Seeing Xiao Chen come and go, a group of people from the Chu family looked at him in surprise and asked, Mr. Xiao, do you have any further instructions? It's nothing, I'm about to leave. Xiao Chen waved his hand, indicating that they didn't need to pay attention to him. He quickly moved, and in the next moment, his body appeared directly in the air. Then, Xiao Chen headed towards Yun City. He had been away from Yun City for too long. So, at this time, he still needed to return to Yun City to see what the situation was. After returning to Yun City, Xiao Chen first went to see Songya. At this moment, Songya smiled faintly upon seeing Xiao Chen return. I thought you were having too much fun in Guangshan to think of home? Hearing this, a hint of embarrassment appeared on Xiao Chen's face. He knew that he couldn't hide what happened in Guangshan from Song Ya and Chu Qingyue. Songya clearly didn't want to pursue the matter further. After all, she was well aware of Xiao Chen's abilities, and with such abilities there would always be many people around him. Not to mention anything else, just the fact that Jia Xinman from Shanghai had come here several times and asked about Xiao Chen multiple times indicated that she was interested in him. Moreover, could she and Chu Qingyue really control Xiao Chen? Since that was the case, there was no need to feel jealous. While the two were still talking, Lu Ming hurried over. Master, it's good that you're here. Seeing Xiao Chen, Lu Ming said anxiously, I don't know what's wrong with Qilin, it's been acting very strange lately. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen was taken aback, and then hurriedly followed Lu Ming back to his residence. Upon arriving, Xiao Chen saw Qilin lying on the ground, looking listless. Seeing the other party's appearance, Xiao Chen was somewhat surprised. He quickly walked up to the Qilin and observed it carefully. Soon, he discovered what was wrong. It had been fed too well. It was supposed to evolve, but under the current conditions, it simply couldn't. In his own yard, he had buried quite a bit of chalcedony, which was why the spiritual energy was abundant. However, this also meant that the Qilin was cultivating here and had already reached the late stage of foundation establishment. It even had the potential to break through to the golden core stage. But at this point, its body had enough potential to break through, yet there wasn't enough spiritual energy for it to absorb. This was why it appeared so weak. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Chen quickly waved his hand, and in the next moment, a spirit stone appeared in his hand. This was the kind of spirit stone with attributes that he had brought from the Western fantasy world. After directly feeding the entire spirit stone to the Qilin, Xiao Chen watched as the creature's body suddenly gained a hint of vitality. At that moment, the Qilin's body began to tremble, and then it started to undergo a transformation. The already hard armor became even harder, and it even took on a hint of earthy yellow. After all, it was a spirit stone of the earth attribute. Seeing that the Qilin's body was still changing, Xiao Chen thought for a moment and then fed it another earth attribute spirit stone. It should be noted that these spirit stones containing attributes were definitely top-tier spirit stones. Even in the Western fantasy world they were particularly cherished. He had asked quite a few people and they told him that basically one of these elemental spirit stones could allow a person to directly cultivate to the saint level. This represented the immense power contained within. Now, Xiao Chen had directly fed 2 of them into the Qilin's body and in the next moment he saw its body suddenly grow larger. At the same time, the original black scales turned earthy yellow. Its entire body had truly become earthy yellow. When he saw the Qilin's transformation, Xiao Chen was stunned. This creature, how did it start to resemble a large leopard more and more? Not only had its body grown several times larger, but it also had a layer of earthy yellow scales. At that moment, the Qilin suddenly spat out an earthy yellow golden core which then began to expand continuously in front of Xiao Chen, slowly taking shape successfully. Watching the golden core aura emanating from the Qilin, Xiao Chen nodded slightly. Upon reaching the golden core stage, although this creature still couldn't take form, it was basically able to speak human language. Master, the Qilin quickly ran up to Xiao Chen and kept bowing to him. Looking at the Qilin before him, Xiao Chen also nodded slightly. Gaining a golden core level combat power was undoubtedly good news for him, even if he wasn't around. There was basically no one on Earth who could deal with him in Yin City. Your body is too big, can you shrink a bit? Looking at the creature that was at least 2 stories high, Xiao Chen frowned slightly. At this moment, the Qilin's body was so large that it was almost too big for his yard. Upon hearing this, the Qilin immediately nodded and quickly shrank its body, soon transforming into a orange cat. Looking at the orange cat before him, Xiao Chen's eyes were filled with surprise. This creature could transform now? Not bad, you look quite good like this. Xiao Chen nodded and then patted the Qilin's head, saying, alright, you can stay here. Upon hearing this, the Qilin quickly nodded and then lay down in place without any further movement. At that moment, Xiao Chen looked at the Qilin and didn't continue to do anything. Now, having a pet at the golden core stage was undoubtedly great news for him. He quickly returned to his yard, and before he could even take a break, Chu Qingyue hurried in. Xiao Chen, how is the Qilin? Chu Qingyue quickly walked into Xiao Chen's yard and asked, then her gaze turned to the yard but she didn't see the Qilin, there was just a little orange cat on the ground. At that moment, Chu Qingyue was stunned. She turned to Xiao Chen, her eyes filled with confusion. Xiao Chen pointed at the orange cat in front of them and said, this is Qilin. This. Upon hearing this, Chu Qingyue asked in disbelief, how did it become like this? It has reached the golden core stage. Xiao Chen replied, it can change its appearance at will. Hearing this, a hint of surprise appeared on Chu Qingyue's face as she said, golden core stage? She and Songya had only just reached the qi refining stage, but she never expected that Qilin had already reached the golden core stage. Xiao Chen nodded. When he first took in this little creature, it was only at the peak of the qi refining stage. The reason for the rapid advancement was that most of the food Xiao Chen brought had ended up in this little creature's mouth. Xiao Chen had asked De Huang, who told him that early-stage demon cultivators progressed faster, needing only to continuously consume blood and flesh-rich in spiritual energy to evolve. During this time, Xiao Chen had almost never stopped providing food for Qilin, which naturally led to its current strength. Meanwhile, Chu Qingyue and the others needed to cultivate. In the early stages, demon cultivators were stronger, but in the later stages, their innate talents would be limited, gradually falling behind. For example, De Huang was still far behind when compared to cultivators at the same level in the nascent soul stage. Xiao Chen, I just need to go out for a bit. Since Qilin has this kind of strength, let it come with me, Chu Qingyue said, looking at Xiao Chen. You need to go out? Xiao Chen asked, a hint of curiosity in his voice. Yes. Chu Qingyue nodded and leaned closer to Xiao Chen, saying, I need to go overseas. I was just waiting for you to arrive before telling you. What happened? Xiao Chen asked, somewhat surprised. In his view, Chu Qingyue was currently working with him and didn't really need to go overseas. Chu Qingyue helplessly replied, it's about Ling Kuan. Chu Ling Kuan? Xiao Chen was taken aback. He had seen him before, and he had even given Chu Ling Kuan's car to David. Now, he never expected that something had happened to Chu Ling Kuan. Isn't he in the military district here? Xiao Chen asked, surprised. After all, Old Bai had said that the military district was entrusted to Chu Ling Kuan and his son. Chu Qingyue could only helplessly tell Xiao Chen that the previous appointment had been made, but Chu Ling Kuan still had a task that wasn't completed. So, he went overseas. However, it was evident that something had gone wrong on Chu Ling Kuan's side, and he hadn't returned yet, which worried Chu Qingyue, prompting her to go check. After all, she was undoubtedly the strongest in the current Chu family. Xiao Chen nodded and said, go ahead. The current Chu family was more like his vassal. The entire family almost looked to him for guidance. Therefore, Chu Ling Kuan definitely needed to be rescued. Take some potions with you. If you run into trouble, just call me. Xiao Chen waved to Qilin, and it immediately jumped in front of him. You go with her. Xiao Chen handed the little orange cat to Chu Qingyue. Then Xiao Chen, I'll be off. Chu Qingyue kissed Xiao Chen and said, wait for me to come back. After saying this, Chu Qingyue hurriedly left. Watching her leave, Xiao Chen thought for a moment and then prepared to summon Lao Lang and the others. The spiritual root would he obtained from Ifatsi was undoubtedly a great item, and now he also had some cultivation techniques to pass on to Lao Lang and the others. Soon, Lao Lang rushed over. When he saw Xiao Chen, he quickly asked, Mr. Xiao, did you call us for something? Come here. Xiao Chen held out a jade slip and said, press it to your forehead. Lao Lang, without suspicion, quickly took the jade slip and pressed it to his forehead. The next moment, his face was filled with astonishment. As he looked at Xiao Chen, his gaze was even more fervent. They, a group of people, have long since become Xiao Chen's followers. In fact, if Xiao Chen told them to die, they would have no objections. Now, seeing the jade slips Xiao Chen gave them, their faces were filled with astonishment. Cultivation. Although they had long known that Xiao Chen's methods were certainly divine, Lao Lang and the others were already very satisfied with their current situation. They could even say that in the past they were nothing, but now they had all become innate martial artists. There was even a possibility of further advancement. Mr. Xiao, this. Looking at Xiao Chen, at this moment, Lao Lang stared at him in surprise and said, this is too precious. Can we practice with it? If you follow me, then you are my subordinates and I will need you to do things for me in the future, Xiao Chen said with a smile. Mr. Xiao, no matter what it is, in the future, you just need to give us orders. Upon hearing this, Lao Lang said eagerly at that moment. He understood very well that Xiao Chen must be very busy and many things would naturally be handled by them. After all, he couldn't let Xiao Chen do everything himself, right? So, at this moment, Lao Lang directly nodded in agreement. Immediately, Xiao Chen took out the spirit root wood. Spirit root wood. Xiao Chen handed one piece to each of them. Boss, how do we use this? Looking at the withered wood in their hands, Lao Lang and the others were instantly dumbfounded. To them, this thing looked like a piece of rotten wood. When cultivating, just hold it in your arms, Xiao Chen said. De Huang had already told him that this thing was simply held in the arms during cultivation. As long as they circulated their spiritual energy, the spirit root would gradually be absorbed, thereby enhancing their root bones and increasing their cultivation speed. Upon hearing the function of the spirit root wood, Lao Lang and the others immediately treated it like a treasure. After they returned, Xiao Chen squinted his eyes slightly. He actually wanted to see what effect the spirit root wood had. If the effect of the spirit root wood was good enough, then Fatty could bring people back. After all, if Fatty returned, the connection would be severed. Just like in the High Martial Plane, now that Chen Ran and Jinwu had left, the coordinates over there were cut off. Without coordinates, it would be impossible for Xiao Chen to return. So, for the time being, it was definitely not possible. Lao Lang and the others held the spirit root wood like a treasure and quickly left. Now that they had obtained the method of cultivation and the spirit root wood, they naturally wanted to give it a try. After that, Xiao Chen no longer paid attention to these people. After all, they would surely have their own ways of cultivating. Boss, help! Suddenly, he heard Xiao's voice in his mind, and the next moment, Xiao Chen's gaze showed a hint of surprise as he asked, what happened? In Xiao Chen's view, Xiao could not possibly be in trouble. After all, in the world he was in, even masters were rare. He was even more aware of the strength of these people. With a peak Qi refining Chen Ran, even Xiao had already reached the advanced Qi refining stage. At such a level, it was impossible to encounter any major trouble. What happened? Xiao Chen quickly asked. I'd been seriously injured. Over there, Xiao said quickly, a powerful figure has come, incredibly strong. You mean, a powerful figure has come to your world? Xiao Chen asked in surprise. These days, he hadn't paid any attention to Xiao's situation. Whatever supplies the other party needed, he provided. Now, Xiao had almost occupied an entire continent, and he had even obtained ships from Xiao Chen and started to explore overseas. In such a situation, Xiao Chen thought that Xiao had truly become the overlord of the world. Under such circumstances, how could anything go wrong? Yes, a powerful figure that fell from the sky, Xiao quickly spoke up. The other party flew directly to my palace and threatened me. Now, he is in my palace, and he even struck me so hard that I spat out blood. On the other side, Xiao said, so I can only seek your help. Upon hearing this, a hint of surprise appeared on Xiao Chen's face, and he immediately instructed Xiao to place an order. He wanted to see what kind of being could suddenly traverse to Xiao's low-level realm and even strike him down in one blow. Undoubtedly, the other party's strength was at the foundation establishment stage, or even beyond it. After receiving Xiao's order, Xiao Chen rushed to Xiao's side as quickly as possible. When Xiao saw Xiao Chen appear, he almost dashed to Xiao Chen's front at lightning speed. Bro, if you don't come soon, I'm going to be killed. At that moment, Xiao's face was filled with helplessness. What is the other party's background? Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen asked. He was indeed curious. If what Xiao said was true, then the other party must be an outsider. So, could they be a transmigrator? That guy is definitely not a transmigrator. He doesn't understand our jokes at all. Looking at Xiao Chen, Xiao said urgently at that moment. His eyes were filled with helplessness. If the other party were a transmigrator like him, a fellow countryman, then everything would be easy to discuss. But unfortunately, the other party was not. Moreover, upon arriving at the palace, the first thing he did was kill quite a few of Xiao's people. He even directly threatened him, saying that if Xiao didn't follow his orders, he might end up dead. Bro, that's not all. The other party has even set his sights on your girl. Looking at Xiao Chen, Xiao lowered his voice and said he wants me to bring Tang Shuang to him. Upon hearing this, a cold glint appeared in Xiao Chen's eyes as he said, is that so? At that moment, Xiao Chen coldly stated, then he really wants to find death. At this moment, Xiao Chen expanded his spiritual sense, and the next moment he discovered that deep within the palace there was a person. The other party's strength was probably at the late nascent soul stage, slightly stronger than him. However, a late nascent soul cultivator was nothing to Xiao Chen. After all, he possessed the Merit Cloud and some other means. Generally speaking, Xiao Chen could easily fight above his level. Moreover, as Xiao Chen's spiritual sense swept over the other party, he almost instantly realized that the other party had sustained serious injuries. In fact, those injuries significantly diminished his strength. It could be said that the other party's current strength was probably only at the early nascent soul level. Furthermore, this level of strength was unstable. The other party couldn't maintain it for long. Did the other party also ask you to find medicinal materials? Xiao Chen sneered and asked. Upon hearing this, Xiao hurriedly nodded. He asked me to collect countless medicinal materials, and he is currently in my pharmacy. When Xiao Chen heard this, he nodded. Then, his aura erupted instantly. The next moment, his body appeared above the pharmacy. Inside the pharmacy, a young man's expression changed drastically as he looked up at Xiao Chen, who was floating in midair. Seeing Xiao Chen's aura, the young man's face was filled with seriousness. He knew very well that the other party's aura was similar to his own, at the nascent soul stage. This world actually has nascent soul cultivators. This mortal emperor is not obedient. The young man coldly said, in that case, this emperor no longer needs to exist. He unleashed his aura, and a powerful momentum instantly pressed down towards Xiao Chen. Feeling the other party's violent aura bearing down on him, Xiao Chen coldly stared at him. Who are you? Xiao Chen asked coldly. Upon hearing this, the other party also looked at Xiao Chen and said, who are you? This mortal world should not have someone like you. When he spoke these words, his body was also suspended in midair. Looking at Xiao Chun, he said, "You are not my opponent, get lost." Upon hearing this, Xiao Chun immediately smiled and replied, "Whether I'm your opponent or not, you'll know once we fight. Then you're seeking death." After the young man finished the sentence, he suddenly waved his hand. In the next moment, a violent black mist appeared behind him. As the black mist emerged, Xiao Chun also sensed the aura emanating from the other party. Demon. Cultivator? Xiao Chun looked at him and smiled slightly, saying, "Not bad, this time it seems we are quite the match." After saying this, in the next moment the merit cloud on his body erupted. Instantly, just as the black mist surged forward and made contact with Xiao Chun's merit cloud, the young man's expression changed drastically. At that moment, his face was filled with terror. He even looked at Xiao Chun in disbelief. He was very clear about how terrifying the power Xiao Chun was displaying truly was. Merit cloud, impossible. How could such a merit cloud appear in this world? At this moment, the young man shouted in horror. His face was filled with disbelief. He even, in despair, said, "How could you possess such a vast merit cloud? The heavenly path of this world cannot form such a terrifying merit cloud." He screamed in anguish, even feeling a sense of hopelessness. And Xiao Chun, looking at the other party's expression, coldly waved his hand. In the next moment, the merit cloud directly pressed toward him. Seeing the merit cloud rushing toward him, the young man's face changed dramatically. He quickly turned around, and in the next moment, blood energy surged around him. At the same time, he moved violently, and in front of Xiao Chun, the young man quickly fled. "Can you escape?" Xiao Chun sneered, instantly activating his teleportation, and in the next second, he appeared in front of the other party. Looking at Xiao Chun, who suddenly appeared in his path, the young man's eyes were filled with terror. "Impossible. Not only do you control the merit cloud, but you also have mastery over spatial laws. What kind of monster are you? With your abilities, why are you only at the nascent soul stage?" He looked at Xiao Chun in fear. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chun couldn't care less about how desperate and terrified the other party was. He waved his hand, and in the next second, the young man's body was directly enveloped by the merit cloud. Watching the clouds gather around him, the young man's expression completely changed. He knew that just these clouds could crush him to death. So at this moment, he even found it hard to believe. "No, I can become your servant. I can do many things. Just don't kill me," the young man shouted in despair. Xiao Chun looked at him. At this moment, the merit cloud had transformed into a cage, trapping him tightly in the center. He didn't even dare to move. After all, any action could lead to his immediate death. Looking at the other party, Xiao Chun squinted his eyes slightly and coldly said, "Tell me, how did you get here?" "I escaped." Upon hearing this, the young man bitterly said, "The world I was in is collapsing. The power of the world's collapse is too terrifying, creating a spatial rift. I don't know where that place is, so I could only rush in. If I hadn't caught a body of a great ascension stage cultivator and used his body to withstand the spatial turbulence for a while, I wouldn't have made it here. I would have died." The young man's name was Mo Yen, and he was a demon cultivator. According to his account, his world experienced a collapse of space. With the collapse of space, that world was almost completely ruined. Because of this, he had no other choice at the time. When he saw a spatial rift, he rushed in without hesitation. Even though entering it was almost a matter of life and death, he had to give it a try. In the end, he miraculously survived. When he arrived in this small world and felt the laws of this world, he realized that this was a mortal world. The spiritual energy here was exceptionally thin. It was impossible for him to cultivate. However, in his view, having arrived in this world, he was finally alive. He had initially felt fortunate, even believing that he could completely control this world. Once he had healed his injuries, he could always find a way to leave. Even if he couldn't leave, controlling this world would be as easy as pie for him. So, he directly sought out Xiao. After all, the other party was undoubtedly the king of this world. As the emperor of this world, he must have countless resources that could help him find the medicinal herbs to heal his injuries. He hadn't even considered the possibility of encountering trouble after arriving here. But unexpectedly, just one day into this world, while he was focused on searching for herbs, he encountered such a freak with merit clouds and spatial laws. At that moment, he realized how terrifying this world was. If he had shrunk back, perhaps he could have survived, but now he could only become a prisoner. He looked at Xiao Chun, his face full of flattery as he said, "My lord, I am willing to be your most loyal servant. You just arrived and you're already thinking about women?" Xiao Chun stared at him, sneering as he asked. Upon hearing this, the young man's expression changed instantly. He looked at Xiao Chun, his face filled with anxiety as he said, "My lord, when I entered the city, I saw a woman, very beautiful. I only mentioned it to the emperor. I haven't done anything yet." He looked at Xiao Chun, speaking with great nervousness. He was originally a demon cultivator, and a demon cultivator who relied on a cauldron for cultivation. These matters were, in his view, quite common. He had even thought about asking the emperor for some cauldron cultivation resources to speed up his recovery. If it weren't for his severe injuries, he would have rushed to the palace, even teaching the emperor a lesson before rummaging through the pharmacy for herbs to improve his condition. He was even prepared to take action. However, he never expected that the other party would ask such a question. "That is my woman," Xiao Chun said coldly, staring at him. Upon hearing this, the young man's face changed dramatically. At that moment, he even wanted to plead for mercy, but he found that the merit clouds were rapidly rushing towards him. "My lord, spare my life. I really didn't know. My lord, I am willing to be your dog. Please forgive me." His voice was shrill, even carrying a hint of terror as he shouted. At this moment, Xiao Chun couldn't care less about how pitiful the other party sounded. He clenched his fist tightly. The next moment, the other party's body was enveloped by the merit clouds. In an instant, his body transformed into a mass of black smoke, continuously being eroded and burned. Watching the other party's body being eroded and burned, a cold smile finally appeared on Xiao Chun's face. If the other party had still had strength, perhaps it wouldn't have been so easy to kill him, and he might have escaped. Unfortunately, the other party's strength was almost non-existent now, likely on par with his own, or even weaker. At this moment, once he took action, the other party's disadvantage became particularly obvious. Inside the palace at this moment, many people were watching the scene in the sky. Their Majesty's friend, that celestial lord descending from the heavens, had directly slain that demon. Even the demon hadn't been able to resist. They could all hear the demon's shrill cries. I knew it, the celestial Lord is omnipotent. A group of people was now extremely excited. When the demon appeared, their majesty could only comply, and they had originally thought they were doomed. But how long had it been? At most just an hour, and the celestial lord had arrived. The demon hadn't even been able to resist before dying. The celestial lord is mighty. The voices from below made Xiao Chen turn his head slightly. At this moment, many people were looking at him with fervent eyes. Xiao Chen glanced at the person who had long been completely eroded by the merit clouds, smiled faintly, and, in the next moment, he stepped forward and appeared right in front of Xiao. Brother, your strength is a bit terrifying now. Xiao looked at Xiao Chen, his face full of envy. At this point, he had just barely touched the threshold of cultivation, while Xiao Chen had already reached this level. Alright, keep working hard. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen spoke, I plan to take Tang Shuang and Linger with me. Didn't you say that ordinary people can't be accommodated? Xiao said anxiously. Generally speaking, they can't be accommodated. Xiao Chen replied, but my space upgrade has been successful. Hearing this, Xiao's eyes suddenly lit up with surprise. Brother, does that mean I can go back? Are you willing to leave? Xiao Chen pointed to the palace, and even the ministers within it. In his view, Xiao had come this far. How could he possibly be willing to leave? What's there to be reluctant about? Xiao replied directly, if you can take me away, can't you bring me back? Strictly speaking, you are the coordinate. Looking at Xiao, Xiao Chen said, if you leave this world, then the coordinates of this world will disappear. His own system was designed to help him purchase and even deliver to the other party. Therefore, once Xiao left this world, the coordinates would be gone. At that time, even if he wanted to come back, he wouldn't be able to. If that's the case, I'll leave in 10 years. Xiao said after thinking for a moment. He indeed still had many things to do. 10 years was enough time for him to cultivate a successor and provide a bit more security for his child. Hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded. His own world hadn't passed long, but several years had already gone by in Xiao's world. So, under these circumstances, 10 years didn't seem too long to him. This is for you. Xiao Chen then took out an elemental spirit stone and said, it's suitable for your cultivation. Then, I won't be polite. Upon hearing this, Xiao's eyes brightened immediately. After leaving the palace, Xiao Chen went straight to Tang Shuang's side. Upon seeing Xiao Chen, Tang Shuang and Chen Linger immediately came over. Master, you finally came. Chen Linger looked at Xiao Chen and said, you don't know, that bad guy suddenly appeared, and Uncle Xiao told us to hide. Hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded. He had already known the situation when Xiao sought his help. It's fine now. That guy is dead, Xiao Chen said. A person who appeared in this area through spatial turbulence, and according to the other party's statement, it must be very difficult to suddenly appear through spatial turbulence. Even a great ascension cultivator might be dealt with. So, while such crises existed, they were definitely not common. At this moment, Xiao Chen looked at Tang Shuang's terrified face and smiled. It's okay. I know. With the immortal lord here, there's naturally no problem. Tang Shuang smiled at Xiao Chen. She knew that the other party had taken a liking to her, and if they really wanted to force her, she was prepared to take her own life for the immortal lord. Fortunately, the immortal lord had appeared. I plan to take you away from here. What do you think? Xiao Chen glanced at Chen Linger, realizing that this girl was wasting her talent in this place. Now, Chen Linger had already reached the peak of chi refinement. Originally, given her talent after all these years, she should have at least reached the foundation establishment stage. Unfortunately, the spiritual energy in this world was insufficient. Even if the spiritual energy were abundant, the suppression of the heavenly Tao was still there. So, it was impossible for Chen Linger to advance further. Only by leaving could she do so. I will follow the immortal lord, Tang Shuang said softly upon hearing this. She didn't need to know where they were going. As long as the immortal lord said to go somewhere, she would just follow him there. After all, the immortal lord would never harm her. That place has few people, but it's suitable for Linger to cultivate. Xiao Chen looked at Tang Shuang and said, it's also suitable for you to cultivate. Then I'll listen to the immortal lord. Upon hearing this, Tang Shuang immediately nodded and said, from now on, my daughter and I will follow the immortal lord. She knew that following Xiao Chen was definitely the best choice, and if she didn't follow the immortal lord, she had no idea what the future would hold. It was better to leave with the immortal lord now. Please wait a moment, immortal lord, I'll pack a few things and then leave with you. Looking at Xiao Chen, Tang Shuang immediately pulled Chen Linger inside. No need to pack too much, I can get you anything you need. Hearing this, Tang Shuang smiled slightly and said, alright. She understood that the immortal lord was capable of anything, so there was no need to pack too many things. While they were talking, Tang Shuang had already started to get everything ready. Then, she looked at Xiao Chen. Let's go. Xiao Chen nodded, glanced at the people in the mansion, thought for a moment, and then waved to them. Immortal lord. Seeing Xiao Chen in front of them, Diao Chan and the others immediately approached. Over the years, although the immortal lord hadn't spent much time in the mansion, they generally understood what kind of person the immortal lord was. It could be said that the immortal lord had an exceptionally good temper. Because of this, these people were not afraid of the immortal lord. At this moment, with a wave of his hand, several medicine bottles appeared in front of him. These are healing medicines. As long as you're not dead, you can be saved. You all can share them. Looking at the crowd, Xiao Chen said, in the future, I probably won't be coming back. Upon hearing this, the servants in the mansion immediately showed a hint of reluctance. They knew very well that if it weren't for this immortal lord, their lives over the past few years would not have been so good. When they went out, no one dared to bully them. After all, everyone knew that the people from the immortal lord's mansion were not to be trifled with. Thank you, Immortal Lord. They naturally understood that what the Immortal Lord provided was certainly good stuff. Alright, you can go now. Xiao Chen waved his hand. Immortal Lord, after you. Leave, where will we go? Looking at Xiao Chen, everyone turned to him at that moment. They were originally people from the mansion, and if everyone from the mansion left, then the Immortal Lord's mansion would truly be gone. Forget it, just leave it like this for now. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen said, the Immortal Lord's mansion will be preserved. Perhaps we will occasionally come back to stay for a while. Yes. Hearing this, everyone immediately showed a smile. Looking at these people, Xiao Chen shook his head. He understood that this was an ancient realm. In this realm, everyone was almost centered around the main family. If the main family were gone, they wouldn't even know how to live in the future. So, it was better to keep it. If you want to leave, you can do so at any time. Xiao Chen thought for a moment and said. Upon hearing this, everyone quickly shook their heads. They were not willing to leave the Immortal Lord's mansion. Xiao Chen looked at these people and said nothing, allowing them to leave directly. Then, Xiao Chen took Tang Shuang and Chen Linger and quickly entered the space. As they entered the space, Chen Linger looked at the scene before her. She felt as if the scene in front of her suddenly changed, and the next second, she and Tang Shuang appeared in an area. In front of them was a small house. This was the movable villa that Xiao Chen had previously asked Chu Qingyue to create. Once it was built, it was directly stored in the space. Xiao Chen had created 5 sets of such villas in one go, and now they were all in his space. Master! Seeing Xiao Chen, Chen Ran immediately exclaimed in surprise. Ever since her father left, she had been cultivating alone. The spiritual energy here is abundant, making it undoubtedly very suitable for cultivation, but it is also exceptionally dull. Now, seeing Xiao Chen appear, Chen Ran immediately ran towards him with joy. Come, let me introduce you to your senior sister. Xiao Chen patted Chen Ran's head and said with a smile. Chen Ran has already reached the foundation establishment stage, while Chen Linger is still at the peak of qi refinement, which clearly shows the vast difference between their realms. Senior sister. Upon hearing this, Chen Ran nodded eagerly, looking at Chen Linger in front of him. Xiao Chen had told him that this senior sister was one of the earliest to enter the sect. Chen Linger also looked at Xiao Chen and asked, Master, is this also your disciple? Yes. Xiao Chen replied. With a smile, from now on, you will live here. As he spoke, Xiao Chen pointed to a nearby area where there were several spiritual fields, and another area where a large amount of food was piled up. Moreover, that area had a fixed time, and the items would not rot. There was naturally no worry about food and drink. After settling Tang Shuang and Chen Linger, Xiao Chen left. By the time he returned to Earth, it was already the next day. At the same time, he received a message from He Pengzi. Xiao Chen, can you come over to my place? He Pengzi said. He had been living exceptionally well during this time. With De Huang by his side, nothing could possibly go wrong. Moreover, Xiao Chen had even established a connection with the emperor. Because of this, He Pengzi was no longer afraid of those people in the Marquis's residence. In fact, at first, a few blind fools had tried to cause him trouble, but they were all dealt with by He Pengzi. The key was that many people were even thinking of taking action against He Pengzi, secretly sending assassins over. They originally thought it was a sure death situation, but who would have thought that the yellow dog He Pengzi carried with him suddenly transformed into a giant beast, and with a casual wave, all those targeting He Pengzi were instantly killed. At that moment, the entire imperial city was engulfed in yellow sand, and even the emperor showed up. At that moment, the emperor treated He Pengzi exceptionally well. After all, this guy's own strength was not impressive, but he had a presence beside him that was even more terrifying. With Xiao Chen added to the mix, the emperor was afraid that something might happen again. Now, He Pengzi had been granted the title of Pingyang Marquis by the emperor and had his own fief. Listening to He Pengzi's incessant chatter, Xiao Chen was slightly taken aback and said, Since you're doing so well, why do you need me to come over? He asked curiously. Initially, he had been able to bring people back and had thought about bringing He Pengzi back, but that guy refused. According to him, although he could do well on Earth with Xiao Chen protecting him, what he was experiencing now was the life he had always dreamed of. As for his biological father, he had asked Xiao Chen to take care of him. After all, with Xiao Chen around, his father would not encounter any problems. I'm getting married. He Pengzi said from the other end, Can you bring my dad over to attend the wedding and then leave? Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen smiled helplessly and said, Alright. He naturally understood what He Pengzi was thinking. So, at that moment, he directly agreed. Soon after, Xiao Chen drove to Uncle He's house. Xiao Chen. Upon seeing Xiao Chen, Uncle He immediately asked, Is there something that Xiao Rong needs you to convey to me? Ever since He Pengzi left, Uncle He had been particularly worried. Even though he knew He Pengzi was fine, he still felt a bit anxious. Now, seeing Xiao Chen, he couldn't help but feel nervous, fearing that something might happen to his son. Uncle He said he's getting married. He wants me to take you to attend the wedding. Xiao Chen said to Uncle He, Can I go? Upon hearing this, Uncle He's eyes immediately lit up. Yes, Xiao Chen replied, I will take you there. Good. Hearing this, Uncle He naturally had no objections. His son had been missing for several months and he was genuinely worried. Although Xiao Chen had told him, he feared it was just an illusion, that Xiao Chen was deceiving him. Now, he could actually see his son with his own eyes, and at that moment he finally felt at ease. Because of this, Uncle He let out a sigh of relief and said, Xiao Chen, what do I need to prepare? It's nothing, just follow me. Xiao Chen replied with a smile. Uncle He immediately nodded and asked Xiao Chen to wait a moment. After saying this, he hurriedly changed into a suit. When he appeared before Xiao Chen dressed in a full suit, Xiao Chen smiled and waved his hand. Uncle He instantly found himself in Xiao Chen's space. However, Xiao Chen still put Uncle He into a deep sleep. Although he trusted Uncle He, the situation in the space was too complicated and it was better for Uncle He not to know anything. In the next moment, Xiao Chen chose to teleport, and when he appeared in front of He Pengzi rushed towards him. Where's my dad? He Pengzi asked, looking at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen carefully examined him. He was indeed in the qi refining stage, and with De Huang's guidance this kid should have entered the qi refining stage quite easily. But why? Had this guy not lost any weight even after reaching the qi refining stage? What's going on with you? Xiao Chen pointed at Hepangzi and asked, haven't you lost weight? How would I know? Hepangzi replied, after practicing your technique, my appetite has increased a lot. Now, I can eat so much in one meal. Although I haven't lost weight, I haven't gained any either, right? Hearing this, Xiao Chen was slightly taken aback. Master, De Huang ran up to Xiao Chen and rubbed against his legs, saying, his technique has a problem, he just needs to eat to improve it. Xiao Chen's mouth fell open slightly. Why did the qi refining techniques he sent out change so much? Moreover, everyone was learning different things. At that moment, looking at Hepangzi, Xiao Chen sighed helplessly, well, this isn't too bad. After saying this, he waved his hand, and in the next moment Uncle He appeared before Xiao Chen. At this moment Uncle He slowly woke up and said, Xiao Chen, this. Before he could finish his sentence, he turned and saw his son, who was looking at him with a beaming smile. Xiao Rong, Uncle. His face lit up with a joyful smile as he looked at his son. His son was really okay, really alive, and that was enough. Although, the idea of crossing over was truly absurd. Hadn't it happened now? Dad. Hepangzi quickly grabbed Uncle He and said, I'm about to get married, and I wanted you to come and see. Good. That's great. Uncle He nodded, his face filled with satisfaction. I'm naturally happy that you're getting married. Who's the bride? Xiao Chen thought of Tang Wan and asked. It's her. Hepangzi said somewhat shyly. His relationship with Tang Wan had initially just been that of a son-in-law, and they had already had a wedding. However, now that his status had changed, the positions of the Tang family and him had long since reversed. The Tang family was now well aware of this. Originally, Hepangzi thought Tang Wan had no feelings for him and was preparing for a divorce. But unexpectedly, after spending some time together, Tang Wan had become increasingly interested in Hepangzi. Although he was a bit overweight, he had talent, capability, and an impressive background, and before he knew it, Tang Wan had taken a liking to him. Alright, seeing you here makes me feel at ease. Uncle He patted Hepangzi's shoulder and said, his greatest fear was losing his son. As for how his son was doing now, he was no longer worried. After all, his son was doing quite well here. He even got married. What more could he ask for? He really missed his son, so he just asked Xiao Chen to bring him here. Dad, let's go. Let me show you my territory. Fatty, he said with a grin. Then, he pulled Uncle He along and walked off. Behind them, Xiao Chen followed closely. Soon, the two arrived at the place. When Xiao Chen got here, he saw that quite a few people were already waiting in the distance, including Tang Wan and others. Seeing Fatty He bringing someone over, Tang Wan's eyes showed a hint of confusion. In her memory, Fatty He's father should have already passed away. But this time, Fatty He said that the celestial being would bring his father along. At that moment, Tang Wan was still a bit skeptical. However, now she truly saw Fatty He pulling someone towards her. Moreover, she was also looking at Xiao Chen behind him. At that moment, Tang Wan felt a bit nervous. She understood that Fatty He was no longer the person she could easily manipulate in her mind. After all, he had made significant progress from the beginning. He couldn't even defeat her, but now he could engage in a fierce battle with her father. That aside, the key was that this person seemed chubby and lacked ambition, but once he truly got into action, Fatty He's strength was not to be underestimated. Even the dog beside Fatty He had such terrifying power, reaching the legendary celestial realm. The Tang family now realized that the son-in-law they had recruited was not someone they could easily control. In fact, he was a real tiger showing its fangs. Under such circumstances, they naturally could not truly regard He Rong as a son-in-law. It was also for this reason that the He family chose to hold a wedding again, even allowing Tang Wan to actively marry Fatty He. As for Tang Wan now, she not only had no objections but was also particularly happy. She knew in her heart that her future husband would definitely be a rare figure. Not to mention anything else, just this background was far more noble than those princes. In today's capital, even His Majesty the Emperor had to be polite when seeing him. That shows how powerful Fatty He was. Even if it was just a background, wasn't that enough? I've met my father-in-law. I've met the celestial being, Tang Wan said softly as she looked at Xiao Chen and Uncle He. Upon hearing this, Uncle He carefully looked at Tang Wan, and a hint of satisfaction appeared in his eyes. Previously, he thought it would be great if his son could just marry a wife. Although his son ran a small gold shop and seemed to have a bit of money, he knew in his heart that just based on his son's looks, he might not be able to marry a very good wife. It was only after following Xiao Chen that he felt reassured and thought his son could marry a decent wife. But that was all he ever thought. He never imagined that his son could marry a woman as beautiful as a celestial being. Here, Uncle He said, hurriedly pulling something out of his hand and handing it to Tang Wan. This was left by He Rong's mother, and it can be considered a family heirloom, so I'm giving it to you. Thank you, father-in-law. Tang Wan smiled slightly upon hearing this. She glanced at the item in her hand, which was a piece of jade pendant in good condition. Her family had quite a few of these jade pendants. However, even so, she was particularly satisfied. After all, the significance of this item outweighed everything. It meant that she was truly being recognized. I've met the celestial being, Tang Wan said softly as she looked at Xiao Chen. Since you and Fatty He are married now, you don't need to be so polite with me. Xiao Chen waved his hand and said, just call me brother. He had known He Fatty since childhood, and Xiao Chen was a few months older than He Fatty. When they were young, He Fatty would follow him around calling him big brother, and now, having Tang Wan call him big brother was no different. Upon hearing this, Tang Wan's eyes brightened slightly. She knew that once she called out big brother in her life, the Tang family would be secure in the future. Her husband was truly a good catch. Big brother, Tang Wan called out with a smile. You two are getting married and you haven't given them anything else. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Chen casually pulled out a few bottles of evolution potions and said, "These are for you." Looking at the sudden appearance of a large number of bottles and jars in front of her, Tang Wan was a bit surprised. Xiao Chen's methods astonished her. This big brother seemed to be truly magical, even able to conjure up quite a few things. While Tang Wan was surprised, Fatty was not. He was well aware of what these items were. These were good things that could enhance his strength further. Moreover, they were even more suitable for Tang Wan. "Quick, put them away, good stuff," Fatty said with a grin, looking at Tang Wan. Hearing this, Tang Wan nodded slightly. Anything given by an immortal was certainly not something ordinary. However, she just didn't know what these items were. Even so, it was enough. She quickly had someone put the items away and then she saw her husband pulling that immortal alone. "Xiao Chen, big brother, I'm already married and you're just giving me these? That's not right." Xiao Chen looked at the fat man in front of him and helplessly shook his head. He didn't mind Fatty speaking to him this way. After all, he was used to it. From childhood to adulthood, this guy had never been polite with him. Likewise, whenever he faced difficulties, this guy would definitely lend a hand. If it weren't for him, he might have starved to death back then. "Alright, here." Xiao Chen took out an elemental spirit stone and handed it to Fatty, saying, "Good stuff, take it." On the side, De Huang's eyes widened when he saw the elemental spirit stone Xiao Chen handed to Fatty. The place he came from was too barren. Although there were many spirit stones, this kind of elemental spirit stone was truly a top-grade spirit stone. It was even something that only existed in rumors. Now, seeing the legendary item, De Huang opened his mouth wide, drooling all over the place. Seeing De Huang like this, Xiao Chen smiled and casually handed him an earth attribute elemental spirit stone. Instantly, De Huang opened his mouth and swallowed it whole. For De Huang, the happiest moment in life was becoming Xiao Chen's spirit pet. No matter how impressive he looked as the yellow sand great sage, he could never fill his belly. Now, following Xiao Chen, he truly understood what it meant to be well fed. What his master gave him was always the best. This was the reason for De Huang's happiness. At this moment, De Huang quickly moved closer to Xiao Chen, even rubbing his head back and forth against Xiao Chen's pant leg. Watching this scene, Xiao Chen smiled slightly. Meanwhile, Tang Wan looked at the gem in her husband's hand. Although she didn't know what it was, the fact that it could excite this divine dog so much undoubtedly meant it was a truly good item. "Alright, you two chat. I'm going to have a word with the emperor," Xiao Chen said with a smile. After saying this, he turned around and left directly. Upon seeing this, Tang Wan felt no surprise at all. This Mr. Xiao had already astonished her many times. Now, looking at Uncle He in front of her, she smiled and said, "Father-in-law, let's go inside." Uncle He nodded in response, looking at the grand mansion behind the two with a sense of wonder in his eyes. Having seen so many tall buildings in later years, he had seen fewer houses like this. However, he had never imagined that his son would live in such a garden-like house. At this moment, Xiao Chen had already appeared in the imperial study. The emperor raised his head and, upon seeing Xiao Chen, smiled slightly and said, "You're here." Unlike last time, this time he showed no signs of panic. After all, he understood that if the other party truly wanted to harm him, they could easily annihilate him. Not to mention anything else, he couldn't even handle that dog. When he saw that dog make its move, he realized just how terrifying the other party's strength was. So, he was particularly calm now. "I'm here." Xiao Chen walked up to the emperor and said, "Thank you for your help during this time." "It's nothing." The emperor shook his head upon hearing this. Since Xiao Chen mentioned wanting to take care of Hirong, he naturally had to comply. Otherwise, if something happened to Hirong in his territory, who knew whether the suddenly emerged terrifying existence would wipe him out? Now, he felt truly at ease, especially since he had been particularly kind to Hirong. This can be considered a reward. Xiao Chen thought for a moment and casually handed the emperor a dragon fruit. This fruit had been blessed by Gu Qingran's dimensional baptism. It was truly a good thing. The emperor looked at the item before him, bright red and vividly colored, and he could sense that the power contained within it was not small. At that moment, he looked at Xiao Chen with a face full of confusion. After all, in his dimension, there was no such thing as dragon fruit. Naturally, he didn't recognize this fruit. Even if it existed, he wouldn't dare believe that a single fruit could harbor such terrifying energy. Thus, he was filled with doubt at this moment. Xiao Chen then handed it to him and said, "It will be beneficial for you after you eat it." "Alright, then I'll give it a try." The emperor responded without any hesitation. Since the other party could easily kill him, it was unlikely they would poison him. He took a big bite out of the fruit, creating a large pit. The outer skin was unpalatable and even quite astringent, but the red flesh inside was exceptionally sweet. Not only that, but with each bite, he felt his mind becoming much clearer. At that moment, a hint of surprise appeared in the emperor's eyes. Issues he had encountered during his cultivation began to play out in his mind, and he felt that he was deducing them faster and faster. Now, he had figured out most of it. At this moment, he looked at Xiao Chen with a much more fervent gaze. This was truly a good thing. "Sir, may I ask what this item is? It has such miraculous effects?" He looked at Xiao Chen and asked. He knew that if he ate a few more, he might be able to break through his current realm. "Want some?" Xiao Chen looked at him and laughed. "Yes." The emperor replied without hesitation. "I don't know how I can obtain it. As long as you are willing to part with something, I am willing to pay any price." Looking at Xiao Chen, the emperor's face was filled with joy at that moment. He understood that he couldn't hesitate now. Since the other party was willing to give it to him, and had even said those words, it meant that this item was available for trade. It was just a matter of what price he was willing to pay. He understood this very well now. Because of this, the emperor spoke up directly at this moment. Xiao Chen nodded and said, "Alright, since you want it, I can certainly give it to you." He quickly added, "Let me visit your treasury and see what I can use. How about it?" He looked at the emperor and asked. "Good." The emperor nodded without hesitation and quickly led Xiao Chen to the treasury. Inside the treasury, Xiao Chen glanced at the items before him and soon focused on a few of them. Indeed, this dimension was much more advanced than he had imagined. Among them was a whole block of black giant stone, on which Xiao Chen felt a strong fluctuation of spiritual energy. The other item was a small potted plant. What intrigued Xiao Chen was that this small potted plant was actually releasing spiritual energy. Seeing Xiao Chen's gaze fixed on the two items before him, the emperor immediately spoke up, "Sir, this giant stone fell from the sky several years ago and landed right in my palace." At that time, many people witnessed it. When I saw this giant stone, I was even taken aback. Looking at Xiao Chen, the emperor softly said at that moment, "Because of this, I had it directly stored in the national treasury. You have no idea, this thing is so heavy that even I can only lift it." Xiao Chen knew that the emperor's strength was at the golden core stage, which could barely lift such an object, indicating that it was definitely not simple. Then, Xiao Chen turned his attention to the other potted plant. It was already strange that such a large treasury contained only a small potted plant. Moreover, the fact that this thing could emit spiritual energy made it even more peculiar. At this moment, Xiao Chen was very clear that this potted plant was the key, everything else was not as important as this. I don't know what this thing is either, but I do know that having it around can clear one's mind quite a bit and even speed up cultivation a little, the emperor said, looking at the potted plant before him. In his view, being able to slightly accelerate cultivation speed was all it offered. Xiao Chen directly asked for both items, and then looked at the emperor and said, "I want both of these. This is yours." Saying this, Xiao Chen waved his hand, and two dragon fruits and a watermelon appeared on the ground. Seeing these three items, the emperor had no objections. He didn't even know what use the black stone had. As for the potted plant, it was just a small sapling. Although it could speed up his cultivation, the increase was too weak for him at this stage. Moreover, he had discovered that no matter how he watered this sapling over the years or what methods he used, it was of no use. It would be better to take it out and exchange it for something else. "Alright, then I'll take my leave." After collecting the items, Xiao Chen said. Upon hearing this, the emperor immediately nodded. "Good. Also, I will accompany you on the day of Hirong's wedding." At this moment, the emperor looked at Xiao Chen and spoke. Hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded, then thought for a moment and said, "By the way, take a look at these items." Saying this, he took out a spirit stone, an elemental spirit stone, and a piece of jade agate, placing them before the emperor and said, "If you have these items, I can also make some trades with you." "Are these spirit materials as well?" the emperor asked, pointing at the fruits Xiao Chen had given him. He was well aware of the great effects these fruits had. With these, he might even live a few more years. "That's possible, and I can even provide you with some items that can extend your lifespan." Xiao Chen thought for a moment and said. Upon hearing this, the emperor's eyes immediately lit up. This was exactly what he wanted. Despite his great strength, he was actually already in his twilight years. All his hard work was just to live a few more years, right? Now that he had such an opportunity, he certainly didn't want to miss it. "Good. I will definitely send someone to find them," the emperor said, looking at Xiao Chen. Hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded and said, "Then I will take my leave." The reason he was willing to trade with the emperor was that this emperor was straightforward. At least, he had genuinely put in effort regarding He Fatty's matter. Not only that, but even now, he showed Xiao Chen a great deal of respect. This was a completely different concept from dealing with someone like the martial emperor, who was muddled in his thinking. Moreover, having this emperor alive was undoubtedly a good choice for Xiao Chen. Since that was the case, he certainly wouldn't let the other party die just like that. Asking him to help collect materials from this world was undoubtedly the most suitable option. The emperor watched as Xiao Chen vanished before him in an instant. His eyes filled with envy. This ability was what he yearned for the most. At this moment, as Xiao Chen departed, he was well aware that trading with Xiao Chen would bring him countless benefits. Xiao Chen left quickly and soon reappeared in He Fatsy's home. When he entered, he saw Uncle He chatting with Lord Chang'in. The two were engaged in a particularly lively conversation. Upon seeing Xiao Chen, Lord Chang'in immediately stood up and respectfully bowed to him. The person before him was someone even His Majesty had to treat with courtesy. "You don't need to mind me. Continue your conversation." Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen spoke up. The wedding was tomorrow. He had only come to attend He Fatsy's banquet, and beyond that, he did not wish to engage too much with these people. To put it bluntly, in Xiao Chen's eyes, these individuals were not qualified to converse with him. Hearing this, Lord Chang'in nodded slightly, watching as Xiao Chen quickly entered the Marquis's residence, before finally relaxing. Xiao Chen returned to his quarters, where De Huang had already followed him. He usually accompanied Hirong because of his master's orders. However, he was his master's servant, not Hirong's master. De Huang lay beside Xiao Chen, even rubbing his head against him. "Just in time, you're here. Come and take a look at these things." Saying this, Xiao Chen directly took out the potted plant and the black stone to show De Huang. When De Huang saw the black stone, he had no immediate reaction, merely telling Xiao Chen that it was a very good material for forging armor and even weapons. However, when he saw the small sapling in front of Xiao Chen, he was instantly stunned. His dog eyes widened in shock. He stared intently at the small sapling, even cautiously moving closer, sniffing it repeatedly with his nose. Observing De Huang's actions, Xiao Chen immediately knew that this was definitely a good thing, especially since this little creature was currently enjoying the scent of the sapling. "Master, this is the World Tree. The legendary World Tree." Looking at Xiao Chen, De Huang said eagerly at that moment, "The World Tree that can only be nurtured by the world's origin. Just tell me, what is the use of this thing?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen spoke up. "Master, once this tree is planted in a world, even if the spiritual energy is depleted, as the world tree grows, the spiritual energy will begin to revive. Moreover, it can transform this world into a higher plane." De Huang said excitedly, "If your small world has this world tree, then the world's origin will be present. Furthermore, as long as you plant that world tree, your small world will truly become a world full of spiritual energy." Upon hearing this, a hint of surprise appeared on Xiao Chen's face. In other words, the small sapling actually had such an effect. Unfortunately, this is a world tree seedling, and the spiritual liquid it will require in the future is almost terrifying. De Huang said softly. Spiritual liquid? Xiao Chen asked curiously, looking at De Huang. Spiritual liquid is even more precious than spiritual stones. You could say that a drop of spiritual liquid is equivalent to 100 spiritual stones. De Huang said quietly, and only when the spiritual liquid is abundant can this world tree gradually grow. Alright, I understand. Xiao Chen nodded upon hearing this. He still didn't know where to obtain spiritual liquid. After all, De Huang implied that the rarity of spiritual liquid was even less than that of spiritual stones. At least in the world he was in, spiritual liquid hadn't appeared for many years. Even so, Xiao Chen knew that this was a sure thing. After all, he was different from De Huang. He could traverse various planes and would always be able to discover spiritual liquid. Once he found the spiritual liquid, wouldn't this matter be firmly in his grasp? This world tree would surely grow. Master, even without spiritual liquid, once this world tree is planted, your space will truly grow. De Huang looked at Xiao Chen and spoke up. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen eagerly placed the small sapling directly into the space, even immediately selecting a spot to plant. The moment the sapling entered the soil, Xiao Chen saw the roots of the sapling instantly begin to spread out. In the next moment, the roots of the sapling continuously merged into the ground. At that moment, Xiao Chen could even see that his space was completely beginning to change. The change was particularly significant. Even the spiritual energy within the entire space began to surge. Xiao Chen even saw that the 3 spiritual stone mines in this space were shaking continuously, and then, to Xiao Chen's astonishment, the 3 spiritual stone mines melted in an instant. They transformed into streams of liquid that quickly merged into the small sapling. At this moment, Xiao Chen's eyes widened, his face filled with disbelief. The 3 spiritual stone mines had almost disappeared in an instant. Not only did this small sapling consume the 3 spiritual stone mines, but it also seemed somewhat unsatisfied. However, it soon realized that there were no other spiritual stone mines in this world, which finally stopped its movements. Of course, the sapling's body had also significantly increased in size. Originally just a small sapling, it had now grown to be about the same size as an ordinary tree. The world tree was now radiating spiritual energy, continuously filling the space. Previously, the appearance of the 3 spiritual stone veins had also filled this world with spiritual energy, but at most, it was only comparable to the spiritual energy concentration of those high martial realms. However, with the disappearance of these 3 veins, the concentration of spiritual energy not only did not decrease but even increased. The only difference was perhaps that his 3 veins were gone. Xiao Chen asked De Huang what was going on. Master, this is very normal. The growth of the world tree requires spiritual liquid. It simply transformed those spiritual stone veins into spiritual liquid to nourish itself, De Huang explained. At the same time, it began to produce spiritual energy itself. Even though the spiritual stones are gone, the benefits are real. Hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded. Indeed, the spiritual energy in the space had increased, and there were definitely more benefits. Master, when can I enter the space to cultivate? De Huang looked at Xiao Chen eagerly. He could cultivate while following He Fatty, but that kind of cultivation was still not as good as cultivating in the space. For Xiao Chen now, that space was undoubtedly a treasure. First, protect that kid for a while. When He Fatty's strength is about right, I'll let you come back. Xiao Chen said. Okay. De Huang immediately nodded without further ado. However, his dog eyes were filled with a stern expression. He had already decided that after He Fatty's wedding, he would work hard to make that guy cultivate. He even planned to be stricter, training that guy to the point of exhaustion. Xiao Chen looked at De Huang and naturally understood his thoughts. However, Xiao Chen was too lazy to manage these matters. After all, in his view, De Huang's training method was undoubtedly the most suitable for He Fatty. He couldn't let him become too complacent. The next day, He Fatty's grand wedding began, and almost all the officials and military leaders were present. Even many so-called sects sent envoys over. Xiao Chen stood not far away, watching. He could see the emperor talking to those sect envoys. However, those envoys were almost all looking towards Xiao Chen. At this moment, Xiao Chen was sitting to the side with De Huang squatting beside him. Those envoys were well aware that a figure resembling a martial immortal had appeared in the capital. Even the big yellow dog lying next to the martial immortal had the level of a martial immortal. This was the reason for their visit. Greetings, senior. While Xiao Chen was drinking and watching, a delicate voice suddenly came from behind him. Turning his head, Xiao Chen saw a young girl who was smiling at him and said, Saintess of Tianlan sect, Luo Bingqing, is there something you need? Xiao Chen squinted slightly, looking at her. Our Tianlan sect is the #1 sect on the continent. My master has heard about you and would like to invite you to our Tianlan sect for a meeting. The girl said softly upon hearing this. She continued to look at Xiao Chen and added, my master is the strongest on the continent. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen replied indifferently, I don't have time. I'm not interested in knowing what kind of expert your master is. Luo Bingqing was momentarily taken aback by his words. Senior, my master is sincere. Then let him come himself. Xiao Chen said coldly. What level does he think he is to act so arrogantly? He was well aware that in this world, there was basically no one who could match him. Perhaps even De Huang couldn't win. After all, De Huang was also at the nascent soul stage. Luo Bingqing's expression immediately turned a bit ugly. She initially thought that as the saintess of the #1 sect on the continent, inviting Xiao Chen would be enough to show him respect. She didn't expect that he wouldn't even give her face. However, she truly didn't dare to get angry. The more fearless he was, the more it represented his strength, which was genuinely formidable. Although she had never seen Xiao Chen make a move, she had witnessed the terrifying scene when that yellow dog had acted. After all, she was also in the imperial capital that day. Therefore, she didn't dare to make any moves. Now, Especially after Xiao Chen finished that sentence, she saw the big yellow dog staring at her with a fierce gaze. That kind of look filled her with fear. Because of this, Luo Bingqing reluctantly said, I understand. Senior, I will report to my master. Go ahead, Xiao Chen said lightly upon hearing this. He then watched as Luo Bingqing left while many others were eager to approach him. He snorted coldly, raised his hand slightly, and the spatial barrier opened directly. He couldn't be bothered to deal with these people. Just as Luo Bingqing stepped out of the area where Xiao Chen was, she turned around and found an invisible barrier behind her. The next moment, her expression changed slightly. She reached out to touch the barrier but found that no matter how much strength she used, the barrier remained completely unmoved. At that moment, she realized just how great the gap was between her and this senior in front of her. Indeed, those who could cultivate to that level were almost never easy to deal with. There were hardly any with a good temper. Perhaps the other party simply didn't want to be disturbed, and this time, she had acted recklessly. Master, that Tianlan sect really doesn't know what's good for them. Should I pay a visit to Tianlan sect? De Huang leaned against Xiao Chen's side and asked. He had already understood during his time in the capital that in this world he could walk with confidence. Not long after Luo Bingqing left, Li Yan also arrived. As the emperor, he showed exceptional respect in front of Xiao Chen. After all, he knew very well that although he was at the so-called peak of martial immortal compared to the person in front of him, he was nothing. The other party was at least a martial emperor, and the sect master of Tianlan sect was just a martial emperor as well. Although there were strengths and weaknesses among martial emperors, he didn't believe that Xiao Chen was incapable of fighting against the other party. In fact, Li Yan felt that the well-behaved little dog lying at Xiao Chen's feet might even possess the strength of a martial emperor. The reason everyone thought that this dog and Xiao Chen were merely martial immortals was simply that no one believed this dog had cultivated to the level of a martial emperor, nor did anyone believe that this suddenly appeared person was a martial emperor. After all, martial immortal was already the pinnacle of this world. The path to becoming a martial emperor was incredibly distant. Sir, the saintess of Tianlan sect came to see you earlier. Li Yan chuckled and said, the Tianlan sect is the #1 sect on the continent, and its leader, Yun Tianlan, is even a martial emperor. Is a martial emperor really that impressive? Xiao Chen retorted. He truly did not regard a martial emperor highly. Not to mention that the martial arts system of the other party was on a different level compared to cultivators he had encountered. Numerous nascent soul stage cultivators, all of whom were exceptionally obedient in front of him. This dog beside him was even at the mid-nascent soul stage. Of course, the gentleman is not afraid. Upon hearing this, Li Yan said softly, however, the gentleman has embarrassed the other party, which might not be good. After all, the Tianlan sect is not a small sect. I'm just afraid they might develop some ill thoughts about the gentleman. Li Yan said quietly. No need to worry if it really comes to it. I'll pay a visit to the Tianlan sect. Master, I will definitely beat that so-called martial emperor to the ground. The big yellow dog raised its head and said disdainfully, how could those who couldn't even comprehend the Tao understand the terror of cultivators? Moreover, these people's methods were too singular. Whether it was a martial immortal or a martial emperor, they were all physically strong, but their insides were quite empty. He had encountered quite a few before. With just a wave of his paw, he could wipe them out. Upon hearing this, Li Yan's expression changed slightly. Indeed, he had guessed correctly. This dog was not afraid of the Tianlan sect, nor of the martial emperor. That could only mean that this dog was also at the martial emperor level. As for the person in front of him, being able to make a martial emperor level powerhouse his pet was unimaginable in terms of how terrifying it was. At the same time, he turned to look at Hirong not far away, a kid protected by a martial emperor. This time, he had really struck gold. Not to mention the benefits he had gained from the fruit Xiao Chen had given him for cultivation in the past few days. He was now much closer to the threshold of becoming a martial emperor. Additionally, sir, the reason for this visit is that there is news about the items you wanted. Looking at Xiao Chen, Li Yan said softly at that moment, it's the Tianlan sect. The Tianlan sect? Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen was slightly taken aback. He naturally understood Li Yan's meaning. Even if he were the ruler of a nation, the Tianlan sect wouldn't care about him. In this world, sects were numerous and powerful. Beings were countless. It was already good enough for him to protect his own territory. As for wanting to accomplish something in the territory of the Tianlan sect, that was even more impossible. Therefore, even knowing the news about these items was of no use. Previously, the small sapling you took was actually a congratulatory gift from the Tianlan sect to me. Looking at Xiao Chen, Li Yan said softly at that moment. Because of this, when I learned about the items you needed, the first thing that came to my mind was the Tianlan sect. I have my own connections in the Tianlan sect, so as soon as the news came back, I already knew. At this moment, Li Yan lowered his voice and said, it is rumored that this small sapling has been there since the establishment of the Tianlan sect. At that time, there were the stones you wanted right beneath the Tianlan sect. As he spoke, he took out a spirit stone and said, and there are quite a few. However, unlike the stones you wanted, these stones have a spring of spiritual water in the center. It is said that Yun Tianlan cultivated using this spiritual spring. I don't know why, but when the small sapling started absorbing the spring water, it almost drained the spring dry. Yun Tianlan was afraid that if this continued, the Tianlan sect would really be ruined, so he transplanted this small sapling and then gave it to me. Li Yan smiled faintly and said, at first, perhaps it was with ill intentions, thinking this small sapling was particularly sinister and wanting to divert disaster. Later, they found that nothing happened on my side. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen looked at Li Yan in astonishment. So, the world tree was not wanted merely to preserve that little bit of spiritual spring? This was truly mind-boggling to the extreme. Even Xiao Chen, upon hearing this story, found himself speechless. It was truly speechless. Who would have thought that the other party did this just for that little bit of spiritual spring? Indeed, ignorance is the most terrifying thing. They thought that even if they absorbed the spiritual spring, this thing was some kind of evil dirty object, and it would be Better to just give it away. Little did they know, the real treasure was this thing. With this in mind, Xiao Chen revealed a smile and said, "Alright, I understand. Additionally, I am still gathering intelligence. My people are already collecting these stones, and soon, someone will deliver them to the capital." As he spoke, Li Yin pointed to the spiritual stones in front of him. Although he didn't know what these stones were used for, he understood that these things must be precious, because he had used quite a few connections to discover that these items were mostly found in the residences of certain sects or on famous mountains and rivers. This represented the rarity of these items. But no matter how precious they were, what could that change? His path to the throne depended on these things. Therefore, Li Yan did not hesitate to have someone gather these items and start transporting them to the capital. His deal with Xiao Chen was definitely going to continue. "Good, you're not bad." Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded and said, "When the items arrive, have He Rong notify me. Whatever you want, I will give you." "Thank you very much, sir." Li Yan exclaimed in surprise, standing up and bowing to Xiao Chen. This scene caught the attention of many. The dignified monarch actually bowed to someone. Many people showed expressions of astonishment. The only time they had seen Li Yan bow was when he met Yun Tianlan. This meant that in Li Yan's heart, Xiao Chen's status was equivalent to that of Yun Tianlan. He is also a martial emperor. Luo Bingqing's gaze held a hint of disbelief. After drinking a cup of celebratory wine, Li Yan happily left. During the previous days, he hadn't made any progress in his cultivation, so he might as well take it easy. But now it was different. The path to the throne had opened halfway, and he was working harder than he did in his youth. If it weren't for He Rong's wedding, which he had to attend to give Xiao Chen face, he would have even considered becoming a homebody and just focusing on his cultivation at home. After all, he was getting older now, and unless he achieved the path to the throne, time was running out. As Li Yan left, Xiao Chen quietly stood up and prepared to rest. He didn't want to deal with those people. Fat He and Uncle He naturally understood that Xiao Chen disliked such an atmosphere. Watching Xiao Chen leave, the two said nothing more. Having known Xiao Chen since childhood, they were well aware of his personality. Just as Xiao Chen stepped out of the main hall, he saw Luo Bingqing not far away. At that moment, Xiao Chen frowned slightly, looking at the woman in front of him. This woman was becoming a bit annoying. Luo Bingqing took a deep breath and looked at Xiao Chen, saying, "Mr. Xiao, I just want to ask you one thing. You are a martial emperor?" Her gaze was intense as she looked at Xiao Chen. "What does that have to do with you?" Xiao Chen glanced at Luo Bingqing and turned to leave. However, Luo Bingqing's expression darkened, and she suddenly charged at Xiao Chen. Seeing Luo Bingqing rushing over, Xiao Chen calmly said, "Don't kill her." He was still waiting for Luo Bingqing to bring that so-called martial emperor over to see what they were made of. Just as Xiao Chen's words fell, the ground was suddenly engulfed in yellow sand. At that moment, De Huan let out a bark, and in the next instant, its body grew immensely. Just as Luo Bingqing charged up, she was directly blocked by a wall of earth. At the same time, the wall transformed into a gigantic dog paw, blocking out the sun, and it swung down heavily towards Luo Bingqing. Puff! Luo Bingqing immediately spat out a mouthful of blood, her body flying backward. In midair, outside, many guests heard the commotion and hurriedly rushed out. Upon seeing Luo Bingqing lying on the ground, breathing shallowly, a group of people suddenly fell silent. No one dared to speak, only to see the suddenly revealed form of De Huang, a giant dog as big as a small hill. At this moment, the massive body of the big yellow dog gave them a terrifying sense of oppression. Luo Bingqing lay on the ground, her face filled with disbelief. She had been thrown away by a slap from a yellow dog. She was the saintess of the Tianlan sect. In today's continent, who would dare to disrespect the Tianlan sect? It was precisely because of this that even knowing the opponent might be a martial emperor, she had the courage to strike. After all, her master was the strongest in the continent. Everyone had to give her master face. Even those stronger than her would hold back a little. But now, with one slap from that yellow dog, her meridians were shattered, and in the future, even if she healed, her realm would plummet, leaving her with no chance of the path to becoming an emperor in this lifetime. "You destroyed my meridians?" Luo Bingqing's expression was filled with incredulity. "If they're destroyed, then they're destroyed. What can you do to me?" The big yellow dog said coldly, baring its fangs. Did a woman from a small place really think she was so noble? She should take a look at who her master was. Not to mention the master, even the big yellow dog was far more noble than this girl. "My master. Let your master come for revenge. I'll be waiting," the big yellow said coldly. He naturally understood that the master was the one he was supposed to deal with. Or rather, his master had set his sights on the Tianlan sect's mines and spiritual springs. Originally, he was prepared to kill directly, but now, since the other party had attacked his master, it was as if they had given his master a reason to act. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and then looked at Marquis Changyin, saying, "Have someone send her back. The Tianlan sect should have its own stronghold. You should know that." "Yes, I know." Marquis Changyin looked at the massive big yellow dog, swallowed hard, and hurriedly spoke. At this moment, his face was drenched in sweat. After all, the other party had crippled Luo Bingqing. Who didn't know that Luo Bingqing was a huge trouble? On the contrary, Tang Wan pulled on Marquis Changyin, signaling him not to worry so much. Her father was too anxious, but he didn't see that even the national lord was so at ease. Plus, the big yellow's divine might today, Tang Wan had already begun to suspect. Moreover, she was now married to He Rong, and from He Rong, she had once tested what Xiao Chen's cultivation level was. "My brother? Naturally, he is the #1 in the world. If my brother wanted to establish a sect, the Tianlan sect would be nothing. Not to mention my brother, even the big yellow would have to call Yun Tianlan dad." This was what He Rong had said to her after drinking. At that time, she thought her husband was just talking nonsense after drinking, but now it seemed that perhaps all of this was true. This was the reason she found it hard to believe. It turned out that the person she married had such a powerful background. Moreover, the fact that the Big Yellow could protect her husband meant that, in a certain sense, Hiron's status might be much higher than that of Luo Bingqing, the saintess of the Tianlan sect. The Tang family hurriedly came out to send Luo Bingqing back, and at this wedding banquet, seeing this scene, many people from small sects naturally did not dare to linger. They hurriedly left. Even a few hidden sects quickly returned to report to their family heads. After all, the fact that Luo Bingqing had been turned into a waste by someone was already a big deal. They had to go back and report. Meanwhile, Xiao Chen was sitting in his room, with the big yellow dog by his side. Master, that Yun Tianlan has come, I can take action. What level does he think he is to deserve your action, master? The big yellow licked its face, looking at Xiao Chen. Fine. Xiao Chen didn't care much, it was the same who took action. After all, he was prepared to kill Yun Tianlan anyway. He had already set his sights on the other party's territory. Why be so polite? From the moment Li Yan finished speaking, he had been ready to go. But unexpectedly, just as he stepped out, he saw Luo Bingqing, and she even attacked him. Wasn't that just perfect? It was a justified reason to act, although he didn't care about having a name or not. Having one at least sounded better. After all, he wasn't mixing in this world, and in the short term, Fatty would definitely still be around. Even for Fatty's sake, he couldn't become the kind of robber who only knew how to seize and plunder, right? Sometimes, being a member of a righteous faction is quite difficult. I actually envy that guy Jinwu, Xiao Chen murmured. He also wondered if Jinwu was having a good time in the Western Fantasy realm. At this moment, in the Western Fantasy realm, in the Tianan Great Forest, Jinwu was at the fortress, looking at the Imperial army not far away, and smiled coldly. So many people, they really think highly of me. Jinwu said lightly, do they really think I'm a soft persimmon? At this moment, Jinwu's eyes emitted a strong murderous aura, his gaze fixed firmly on the people in front of him. Meanwhile, his body quickly flew into the sky. In front of Jinwu, there were already quite a few people staring at him. Those people were undoubtedly messengers of the Holy Temple. Brother Jinwu, are we going to be okay? Behind him, David looked at Jinwu and asked. He was genuinely worried. If Jinwu couldn't handle it, it would mean a clan extermination war. Don't worry, little brother. Jinwu smiled faintly. Even if I can't do it, we still have a trump card. Let me put it this way, don't be fooled by the number of people in front of us. If that guy shows up without saying anything else, just that cloud he releases could wipe out this bunch. Jinwu's eyes were filled with indifference as he spoke. Only he understood how terrifying the merit cloud was. If he knew he was facing Xiao Chen, he would have prepared to run immediately. Without any hesitation, there wouldn't even be a chance. Moreover, Xiao Chen could appear in an instant, and that was enough. How about I call Brother Xiao over? Upon hearing this, David hurriedly spoke up. He was genuinely a bit flustered. So, it would be better to call Xiao Chen over. However, Jinwu shook his head and said, that's not going to work. I haven't had enough fun yet. If he comes, no one will have any fun. At this moment, Jinwu looked at the more than 10 saints not far away, showing no signs of worry. A group of so-called saints, despite their level, had poor control over their power. Previously, he had almost fallen into their trap because they had set up an ambush in advance and even used some so-called magic formations. Even so, he had killed 2 of them and left without a care. Moreover, what kind of place was this? Tianan Great Forest. On his own territory, how could he let these people bully him? Therefore, Jinwu was almost fearless. Seeing Jinwu's confidence, David felt much more at ease at that moment. Brother Jinwu, actually, as long as we drive them away, in a year at most, we'll have plenty of saints on our side. Since he started passing on his skills, many people had already switched to martial arts. Originally, they had good talent and they were just one step away from becoming saints. Now, they were cultivating techniques that suited them. As a result, their progress was particularly noticeable. It was because of this that David spoke to Jinwu in such a manner. However, upon hearing this, Jinwu shook his head and said, why waste energy on that? If we take down a batch today, they'll be too scared to come back. Saying this, he charged directly into the crowd. After all, his creed was simple. Charge first and talk later. Other matters were unimportant. At this moment, Jinwu was moving very quickly, charging straight towards the saints in front of him. When those saints saw Jinwu rushing over, their expressions changed. They knew very well that this person in front of them was their biggest trouble this time. The dark race is not terrifying. After all, over the years they have hunted so many of them, and the vast number of dark beings that have perished at their hands has long made them understand that these dark beings are nothing but paper tigers. However, while the dark race is not frightening, the person before them is. Since this person appeared, he has almost slaughtered entire cities. In fact, everyone they killed trembled in fear. According to rumors, this is the god of the dark race. Are you the god of the dark race? Looking at Jinwu, an elder in the temple stared directly at him and said, indeed, you are an evil god. You've killed so many, you deserve to die. Oh, Jinwu smiled slightly and replied, I deserve to die, do I? Then you should consider how many of my people you have killed. Jinwu sneered, if you want to treat people as slaves, you better be prepared for their revenge. Why say so much nonsense? Even if I'm an evil god, what can you do about it? What are you even worth? As he spoke, he gave them the middle finger. In the next moment, Jinwu charged into the crowd. At that moment, Jinwu moved incredibly fast, and as he lunged into the crowd, his body instantly expanded. A mist of blood erupted in the air, and at the same time, he extended his palm, transforming it into a blood-red hand that struck towards the crowd. A few saints' expressions changed, and they quickly retreated to avoid that blood palm imprint. But the next moment, with a thunderous crash, the blood palm imprint directly smashed into the army behind them. Under the immense force, many in the army were instantly killed by Jinwu's strike. At this moment, the faces of the crowd changed dramatically. They had anticipated the power of this evil god but had never imagined it to be this overwhelming. Jin Woo, at this moment, paid no attention to what the saints were thinking. With a flicker, he appeared right in front of one of them. He then waved his hand, and in an instant, a punch landed squarely on the opponent's forehead. With that punch, one person's head was smashed to pieces. Jin Woo then began to crazily pursue the remaining saints. As for their attacks, he didn't even glance at them. Their crude use of power had no effect whatsoever. Even the damage they inflicted on him was quite negligible. Only those few mages could cause him some harm, so he directly targeted those mages. After Jin Woo killed 3 saints, the remaining ones were already terrified. They knew very well that there weren't many saints left in the temple. Jin Woo had already slaughtered several before, and now 3 more had died. If this continued, their temple would face a breakdown. In fact, by now, they were already scared. They had originally thought that gathering so many saints might allow them to slay him, but they had undoubtedly thought too optimistically. At this moment, they finally understood how vast the gap was between themselves and the person before them. Jin Woo squinted slightly, staring at these people. To be honest, in his original world, he was chased every day and had long since gotten used to it. Moreover, on the path of being hunted, he had broken through time and again, which had earned him his reputation. He had thought that with so many people coming together, he could at least improve a bit, but he found that these people were truly not worth his time. You all are useless. Jin Woo sneered. There's not even a hint of pressure. The Imperial Army and the saints fell silent. Looking at Jin Woo, who resembled a demon god, they finally understood that the dark race was truly powerful. According to legend, these dark beings were once called the Ming people, and back in the day, they nearly occupied the capital. If it weren't for the gods descending to the world to clear out the dark race and even drive them into the Tianan Great Forest, they might have been enslaved by the dark race. Because of this, from a young age, they had been taught that the dark race was evil. Now, the god of the Dark Clan has appeared, and it's an evil god, which further proves that the Dark Clan is indeed evil. They are not what one would call righteous people, they are the Dark Clan. At this moment, Jin Woo let out a cold laugh, fully aware that these people were terrified after being killed by him, yet their eyes still burned with hatred. The best way to eliminate hatred is to uproot it completely. Jin Woo whispered, after thousands of years of hatred, so many have died at your hands. I'm sorry, but if you don't die, I would be failing my ancestors. In that case, let them all die. After saying this, when Jin Woo raised his head, a hint of blood red flickered in his eyes. At the same time, his body began to grow taller, and the demonic energy around him surged forth. I am a demon. What's the harm in killing a few more? Jin Woo let out a sinister laugh, and in an instant, his figure flickered and appeared before a saint. He raised his hand and grasped the other's head. The next moment, an explosion rang out as that saint's head exploded. At this moment, Jin Woo resembled a demon god, staring down the powerful beings of the temple. Those powerful beings were too afraid to approach. So many had come, yet they couldn't withstand the attack of a single person. As for the army, they were utterly useless. They couldn't even fend off an ordinary saint who were originally meant to deal with those common Dark Clan members. But now, they couldn't even get past the face of this Dark Clan god. Jin Woo didn't care what these people were thinking. His speed was incredibly fast as he charged into the crowd, and in the next moment his body was continuously sweeping through the throng. The saints couldn't stop him at all. Quick, summon the god to descend, several messengers from the temple urged anxiously. At first they were confident, with so many attacking one person, even if he was an evil god, what could he do? But at this moment they realized that this evil god was far too powerful. He was simply not something they could handle, and they could only summon a god. At this moment, several mages in the back began to chant, and as the chanting rose, Jin Woo felt a slight ripple. That ripple made Jin Woo's eyes narrow slightly. He could clearly sense that what they were summoning seemed to be significantly stronger than himself. A late-stage nascent soul. At this moment, Jin Woo's expression turned serious. After thinking for a moment, he began to contact Xiao Chen. He was reckless, but that didn't mean he was brainless. He knew that even if he couldn't defeat these saints, he could still escape. However, if this continued, he would be in big trouble. At this time, continuing to act recklessly would be foolish. So, calling for reinforcements, who wouldn't do that? At this moment, Xiao Chen was still with De Huang when he suddenly heard Jin Woo's voice in his mind. That angel has appeared. Aren't you coming to take a look? When Jin Woo's inquiry rang out, Xiao Chen's eyes lit up slightly. He had never seen a birdman before. This time, he would finally get to see one. Let's go, De Huang, let's go see the world together, Xiao Chen said. A birdman. Indeed, it was worth seeing. Upon hearing this, De Huang showed no hesitation and quickly dove into Xiao Chen's space. The next moment, Xiao Chen moved and chose to teleport to the dimension where Jin Woo and the others were. At this moment, the hexagram was continuously radiating light. Within the light, a figure slowly emerged. Those saints knelt down in unison, calling out to the god. Meanwhile, beside Jin Woo, Xiao Chen appeared directly at his side, looking at the hexagram before him, and said, "This entrance is quite impressive. Look, even with the same entrance, you don't have their level of prestige." Jin Woo pointed at the figure within the hexagram and said. Hearing this, Xiao Chen smiled and replied, "What's the point of all this flashy stuff? Look, the person is coming out." Jin Woo pointed at the figure and said. At this moment, both Xiao Chen and Jin Woo's gazes were fixed on the figure before them. Originally, the two were particularly eager to see what it would be like. However, when their eyes fell upon the figure before them, they were somewhat taken aback. They even looked at this figure in surprise. Isn't this just a bald chicken? Looking at this so-called angel, Jin Woo couldn't help but speak up, mainly because the other party looked so pitiful. The human body seemed alright in appearance, but the large scar on the face was another story. Even the hair was missing half. Not to mention, the wings behind. One on the left, two on the right, all asymmetrical. The key was that the feathers on those wings were almost all gone. Looking at the scene before them, Xiao Chen and Jin Woo exchanged glances. It seemed that the previous senior had really beaten him up. Badly. He had been turned into this bird-like state. Who called me? When the figure appeared, a faint pressure emanated from him. Xiao Chen felt that pressure and nodded, saying, peak of the nascent soul stage, quite impressive, right? Jin Wu nodded and said, mainly because the person behind you is not doing well, calling you here to deal with this bald chicken. God, your servant, requests you to punish that evil god, several saints said eagerly. As they spoke, they turned to look at Jin Wu, but suddenly realized that there was an extra person beside him. Previously, they had been focused on the hexagram and had not noticed Xiao Chen's arrival at all. They saw that he was floating in midair like Jin Wu, and he was even holding a dog. The key was that the big yellow dog actually dared to bare its teeth at their deity. Upon hearing this, the angel turned to look, and the next moment, his expression changed drastically. Xiao Chen could even see the kind of hatred in his gaze. You bunch of crawlers again. It was you who hurt me before, you crawlers, he said angrily. Today, I will kill all of you crawlers and make you accept the judgment of the god. Did he say he wants to judge us? Jin Wu turned to Xiao Chen and said, this birdman should just be killed. I think that's a good idea. Xiao Chen nodded, ready to take action. Master, let me test this birdman's level first. Before Xiao Chen could act, the big yellow dog suddenly spoke up. Immediately, its body began to swell rapidly. In the next moment, it transformed into an extraordinarily large beast. At this moment, the big yellow dog bared its fangs at the angel before it. Simultaneously, its body charged forward quickly. The angel's expression changed slightly at this moment. He did not expect that the monster before him would suddenly turn into an enormous beast. The big yellow dog lunged directly at the angel. Even though the angel was at the nascent soul stage, the big yellow was also a nascent soul cultivator. Although the big yellow was only at the mid-nascent soul stage, it was already sufficient. At this moment, it transformed into a streak of light and charged directly at the angel. The angel raised the long sword in his hand and coldly said, judgment. As his voice fell, a sharp blade erupted from the sky in an instant. The violet blade rushed directly towards the big yellow dog before it. However, upon seeing this scene, the big yellow dog suddenly bared its fangs and then its body charged fiercely towards the angel. In the next moment, a gigantic yellow dog figure appeared behind it, directly targeting the blade in the sky and tearing at it. Xiao Chen and the others only saw clouds of yellow sand instantly enveloping the blade before them. The next moment, the yellow sand began to swirl like a tornado, wrapping around the blade and then tearing it apart in an instant. In an instant, with a thunderous roar, the blade and the yellow sand exploded simultaneously below. Many soldiers were directly knocked to the ground by the immense force, with blood streaming from their noses and ears. It was evident that the loud bang had nearly shattered their minds. On the other side, Xiao Chen observed the scene before him and nodded slightly. Undoubtedly, this angel had some power. At the very least, once it made a move, its might surprised Xiao Chen. Although this thing's attack methods are simple, its power is quite significant. Xiao Chen understood immediately upon witnessing this. The battle between De Huang and the opponent truly began at that moment. De Huang instantly transformed into a series of phantoms, lunging directly at the angel before him. The angel radiated a holy aura, forming a light shield that directly intercepted De Huang's assault. Not only that, but the angel was also able to counterattack, continuously neutralizing De Huang's offensive moves. However, both sides were locked in a fierce struggle, unable to gain the upper hand. How is this possible? At this moment, the eyes of the saints were filled with terror. The opponent had merely unleashed a yellow dog, and yet it had already reached such a level. Meanwhile, two figures hovered in the sky above. Their silhouettes were unmistakably from the dark race, and it was clear that they were the gods of the dark race. The fact that the dark god had only sent out a pet and had already rendered their god unable to lift its head was undeniably ironic. It made the saints realize that they had no room for resistance at all. At this moment, they looked at the dark race before them, almost in despair. After all, the opponent's methods were evident, representing their strength. Upon witnessing this scene, they understood that the current Holy Temple, along with the Empire, had no chance of resistance whatsoever. In fact, if they truly engaged in battle with the opponent, it would only be them who would perish. The Empire was finished. On the other side, the angel's expression had already changed. The dog before him exerted too much pressure. The sky was filled with swirling yellow sand, which formed phantoms that instantly lunged at him. Even the dog's paws striking against his holy shield created tremendous shockwaves. In that tremor, he felt an overwhelming fear. You crawlers, I am the true god, the angel roared, and in an instant, a long sword appeared in his hand. When the sword manifested, Xiao Chen and the others felt the power emanating from it. This sword is not simple. Xiao Chen squinted and spoke. Interested? Jin Wu observed Xiao Chen's expression and knew he was definitely intrigued. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded. He had practiced Lu Ming's sword technique. The methods of that sword technique were undoubtedly impressive. After all, Lu Ming was a cultivator at the Great Ascension stage, just a step away from Ascension. Therefore, the power contained in his sword technique was immense, but it also had high requirements for the sword. Currently, he possessed two swords. One was Lu Ming's own paired sword, and the other was one he had obtained in the game world. However, the greatest strength of the sword technique lay in sword control. In one breath, he could command 7 flying swords to form a sword array. At present, he could only control 2 flying swords. Thinking of this, Xiao Chen gazed at the sword in the angel's hand and revealed a smile. I want that sword, he said with a slight smile. Usually, he didn't use the sword technique not because it was ineffective but because, without forming a sword array, its power was not as formidable as imagined. Therefore, he was now eager to acquire some flying swords. At that moment, the angel unleashed a sleek sword energy, sweeping towards De Huang. In an instant, it tore through the yellow sand surrounding him and directly surged towards his body. Feeling the terrifying pressure brought by the sword energy, De Huang's dog face twisted in fear. If he were to take that sword energy head-on, even if he didn't die, he would surely be gravely injured. Just when he thought he was doomed, a flying sword appeared right in front of him, blocking the sword energy. At the same time, De Huang looked up and saw Xiao Chen floating before him. Master, De Huang called out respectfully. If it weren't for Xiao Chen's intervention, he would have likely met his end. Hearing this, Xiao Chen waved his hand slightly and said, "Alright, I'll handle this next." With that, he quickly charged towards the angel. As for De Huang, he let out a sigh of relief. If it weren't for his master suddenly stepping in, the great sage of Yellow Sand would have been killed by the opponent. At this moment, he also realized that he was still a bit lacking in strength compared to that Birdman. In fact, the opponent had almost wiped him out. I still need to work hard on my cultivation, De Huang murmured as he watched the angel and Xiao Chen fighting together. He knew his own talent, reaching his current level, was already a feat among his kind. In fact, in his memory, there were very few among their canine kind who possessed such abilities. After all, the cultivation of canines was still quite inferior compared to those powerful divine beasts. Without any opportunities, one might live their whole life like this. But his master was different. He was favored by the heavens. Moreover, at that time, his master had only relied on the Maricloud to suppress him. But now, things were different. His master's strength had already surpassed his own. In fact, his master could simply wield 2 flying swords to block the angel's sword energy. The angel, at this moment, was increasingly alarmed. He looked at the man before him. This man was definitely at a lower realm than himself, yet he was far more terrifying. Sword energies continuously blocked his threats, and he could keep countering his attacks. The angel relentlessly swung his long sword, unleashing waves of violent sword energy towards Xiao Chen. As Xiao Chen wielded his flying swords to defend, his expression slightly changed. He was well aware that although the opponent's attack methods were singular, their strength was exceptionally formidable. If it weren't for the power of his flying swords combined with his already strong techniques, he wouldn't be able to withstand it at all. After all, he was still a step away from the nascent soul stage, while the opponent was already in the late nascent soul stage. There was a significant gap in realms. At this moment, as Xiao Chen watched his flying swords strike against the opponent's shield, he understood that his flying swords could not break through the shield. This was the helplessness brought by the difference in realms. He could block the opponent's attacks but couldn't penetrate their defenses. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Chen waved his hand, and in an instant, golden red clouds appeared around him. As the clouds emerged, Xiao Chen immediately urged them forward, charging directly at the angel. The sword energy crashed against the clouds, instantly being shredded by the power enveloped within them. At the same time, the force Xiao Chen summoned erupted forth, and the clouds surged towards the angel. The angel frowned slightly as he looked at the clouds. He didn't know what kind of power this was, but instinctively he resisted contact with it. As Xiao Chen saw his clouds begin to erode the shield on the opponent, he immediately understood. I thought it was truly holy, turns out it's just a facade. Xiao Chen observed the opponent's expression and quickly grasped the situation. This guy is not as holy as imagined. After all, the Mariclouds can only deal with those who carry sins, and the other party undoubtedly bears evil within. At this moment, the angel's expression has already changed. Feeling the power around him being continuously eroded by the white mist, a hint of seriousness appeared on his face. He knew very well that the other party's strength was undoubtedly very powerful. Seeing this scene, he immediately began to retreat. He knew that once his magical shield was broken, he would surely be doomed. Moreover, not far away, a yellow hellhound was also stirring restlessly. At this point, he understood even more that he could not withstand the onslaught of the other party. So, he just wanted to escape. But how could Xiao Chen give him that opportunity? Therefore, at this moment, Xiao Chen acted quickly, and the next moment, the Mariclouds directly enveloped the angel. At the same time, Xiao Chen's spatial cage was also activated instantly. The cage enveloped the angel, and with the Mariclouds directly surrounding him, the angel was already panicking. His shield was being eroded at a speed visible to the naked eye, even being suppressed. He wanted to escape, but once his body touched the Mariclouds, it felt like being burned by fierce fire, causing his face to change dramatically in pain. You, spare me. The angel turned to Xiao Chen and said, if you kill me, the Father God will not let you go. Father God? Xiao Chen frowned slightly and looked at him. Where is your so-called Father God? Upon hearing this, the angel fell silent. Looking at the other party's expression, Xiao Chen roughly understood that the so-called Father God might not be in this plane. In fact, this plane might only have him. The Father God is omnipotent. Once he senses that something has happened to me, he will definitely cross time and space to come. The angel looked at Xiao Chen and spoke. Hearing this, Xiao Chen smiled and said, then I want to give it a try. As he said this, the Mariclouds surged and erupted. At that moment, the clouds surged wildly towards the angel, and the next moment, the angel's expression changed drastically. He knew very well that he could not withstand it at this moment. Faced with such terrifying pressure, he had no room for resistance. The angel was no longer a match. At this point, no, spare me. I am willing to become your servant, the angel shouted in terror. Where is your so-called father God? Xiao Chen stared at him and said coldly, I don't know. The angel's face was filled with confusion as he said, I am just a small person exiled by the Father God. Oh, seeing the other party, he frowned slightly and said, you were exiled? The Father God said that we should spread the faith, so he opened the passage, and we were all thrown into it. Only those who survived the spatial turbulence are qualified to spread the faith for the Father God. The angel spoke as he looked at Xiao Chen at that moment. Listening to the other party's words, Xiao Chen was slightly taken aback. He roughly understood. Their master had directly opened the spatial passage, but they had no idea where they were thrown. Moreover, perhaps a large number of them would die. Why spread the faith? Xiao Chen asked curiously, can't you spread it in your world? In our world, there is not much power of faith left. Because of the Great War, the human race suffered heavy casualties, and the Father God cannot leave our world. At this moment, the angel lowered his head and spoke, great powerful one, I am willing to become your vassal. In fact, I can take you to meet the Father God. The Father God will definitely be willing to make you his most loyal servant. At this moment, Xiao Chen looked at the thing tightly trapped by his Mara Cloud and smiled slightly. Then, with a tug, he directly pulled the opponent in front of him. The Mara Cloud combined with the spatial cage had effectively trapped the opponent within his spatial prison. Because of this, the spatial cage appeared particularly sturdy at this moment. The angel looked like a defeated rooster, its head drooping, completely lacking any fighting spirit. After all, it was now completely trapped in the cage and couldn't move at all. Xiao Chen's gaze was fixed on the angel before him, his face showing a hint of curiosity. Mainly, he had too many questions about this thing, otherwise, he would have just killed it outright. Seeing Xiao Chen's gaze fixed on him, the angel immediately raised its head, revealing a somewhat ingratiating smile. As for the group from the sanctuary, they were already dumbfounded. Their god was now trapped, and it was clear from the angel's current state that it was truly doomed. Because of this, the people from the sanctuary were trembling in fear. They could not comprehend how what they had originally seen as a group of prey had ended up being so thoroughly suppressed. Get lost, Jin Wu coldly shouted at the group. He could easily annihilate all of them, but he wasn't ready to do that just yet. The Birdman held greater allure for him. He was still thinking of asking this Birdman what the situation was. At this moment, Xiao Chen's gaze also turned to the Birdman before him. Let's go. With a wave of his hand, the cage followed him, dragging the angel along. On the fortress, everyone's eyes were on the angel, filled with curiosity. Is this the one who defeated our ancestors? Behind David, many people looked at the angel with a hint of curiosity in their eyes. They already knew the history of the dark race, and now they referred to themselves as Han people. Of course, some also called themselves Ming people. Initially, they thought that calling themselves Ming people would upset the gods, but they found that Jin Wu did not seem to mind at all and even nodded in approval. David felt the same way. After all, whether Tang people, Ming people, or Han people, they were all of the same race, just different names. Why bother getting tangled up in that? Find me a place, I want to ask this thing properly. Xiao Chen pointed at the angel and said. He was genuinely curious, as this thing seemed quite extraordinary to him. The key point was the Father God he mentioned, which piqued Xiao Chen's interest. Upon hearing this, a few people immediately nodded, and David spoke up. All right, brother, let's head to the village. Sure. With a wave of his hand, the next moment, the people around him disappeared. As for the group from the Empire and the Sanctuary, they stood there in a daze. Even though their god had left, they did not dare to act. The people before them seemed weak in their eyes. However, the presence of two gods on the opposing side was not something ordinary people could compare to. Even now, they did not dare to act against these seemingly weak individuals. Saint, what should we do next? The people looked at the saint of the sanctuary and asked. Leave. The saint's expression changed continuously, and then he spoke dejectedly. With their god captured, how could they still be reckless? If they attempted to act, they would likely be killed immediately by the other side. After all, when they had previously engaged, they had seen clearly that the other side was a group of evil gods. Faced with evil gods, they dared not act. Recklessly on the fortress, many people saw the hurried retreat of those in front of them and couldn't help but smile, their eyes filled with a hint of curiosity. Meanwhile, in the village, Xiao Chen looked at the angel before him, his face also showing curiosity, mainly directed at the angel's wings, which were nearly ruined. Was it that person who did this? Xiao Chen asked with a hint of curiosity. Upon hearing this, the angel quickly shook his head and said, no, that person was powerful, but the damage he caused me was merely internal injuries. These wings were injured during the chaotic flow of space. I couldn't resist the power of the laws of space, which is why my injuries couldn't improve. Hearing the angel say this, Xiao Chen took a closer look in. Indeed noticed that there were faint laws attached to the angel's body. The reason he hadn't noticed before was that these laws seemed very familiar to him. Wasn't this the fluctuation emitted when he used his abilities? So, his spatial abilities were also a manifestation of the laws? With this thought, Xiao Chen slightly raised his hand, and in the next moment his fingers touched the angel's wings. The laws seemed to have found their belonging and instantly surged into Xiao Chen's body. At the same time, Xiao Chen felt that his abilities seemed to undergo subtle changes at that moment. Now, he should be able to teleport a greater distance. And on the other hand, his spatial barrier had become even more solid. The more solid the spatial barrier, the more robust his cage would become, as the essence was the same. The angel, on the other hand, widened his eyes and stared intently at Xiao Chen. He could feel that the power that had tormented him for thousands of years was, at that moment, being partially drawn away. Although it wasn't much, he could clearly sense that the power on his wings had regained a bit. Feeling the power on the angel's wings, Xiao Chen frowned slightly and asked, your original strength shouldn't be this weak, right? After all, the other party's strength had increased slightly at that moment. Yes, my original strength is much greater. The angel lowered his head and replied, my source of power is these wings. Now that the wings are nearly destroyed, my strength is so weak. He felt helpless. In his view, whether it was Xiao Chen or others, they should have been mere bugs. Yet now, he had been defeated by these bugs and was beaten so badly. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded slightly, understanding the situation. He had originally wanted to absorb all the power from the angel's wings, but now that was naturally impossible. Once the other party fully recovered their strength, he might be the one to be eliminated. Sir, I am willing to become your divine servant and will definitely regard you as my master in the future. Looking at Xiao Chen, the angel's gaze held a hint of urgency as he spoke. He was well aware of his advantages. After all, as a deity, he felt he was useful. Moreover, since the other party could absorb the residual laws from him, perhaps by following Xiao Chen, he could restore his strength. As for what would happen after he recovered, that would be up to him to decide. At that moment, he looked at Xiao Chen with a glimmer of desire in his eyes. Observing the angel's eager gaze and the subtle malice within it, Xiao Chen smiled coldly. He was well aware of what the other party was plotting. However, Xiao Chen was too lazy to be polite. First, tell me, where is your so-called father god located? Why does he want you to collect faith? Xiao Chen asked with curiosity. This was what he was most curious about. Our realm has been destroyed and the gods are in chaos, shattering our realm to pieces. Upon hearing this, the angel quickly spoke up. It is precisely for this reason that our Father God sent us to other planes to gather faith. Only with enough faith can the wounds of our Father God begin to heal. The angel continued. At that time, more than 50 of us divine servants were thrown into the chaotic flow of space, and I was fortunate enough to survive. Looking at Xiao Chen, the angel spoke again. So let me ask you, Michael, do you know? Xiao Chen pondered for a moment before asking. After all, there are legends about angels on Earth. Moreover, there are indeed legends of Michael and Lucifer on Earth. Michael? Upon hearing this name, the angel in front of him took a deep breath and said, I know, the archangel. At that time, he was also thrown into the chaos. Listening to this person's words, Xiao Chen nodded slightly, understanding the situation. In other words, the one who appeared on Earth back then might indeed have been thrown into the chaotic flow of space. So, your so-called Father God cannot leave your plane? Xiao Chen asked curiously. The power of our Father God is unparalleled. Many planes cannot bear his strength. The angel spoke with reverence in his eyes. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded. He had a general understanding now. In other words, the other party's strength was indeed formidable. Do you know about cultivators? Xiao Chen asked out of curiosity. I know, they are powerful beings from another system, but our plane does not have them. There was once a cultivator who appeared in our plane, and even our Father God could do nothing against him. The angel hurriedly replied. He claimed to be a great Luo golden immortal. Alright, I've finished my questions. After asking quite a few questions, Xiao Chen had a rough understanding. He knew how powerful a great Luo golden immortal was. In other words, that so-called Father God was at most at the level of a great Luo golden immortal. Beyond that, there was nothing more. At this moment, Xiao Chen looked at the angel in front of him, and the angel looked back at Xiao Chen with a hint of a flattering smile. He was well aware that his life was in the other party's hands. In his view, the other party's calm demeanor surely indicated that they had him under control, and given his own strength, the other party would likely spare him because of it. This way, he could survive in the other party's hands. Once he had the chance, he could turn the tables. So, sir, can I become your divine servant? I am willing to give everything for you, the angel said, shamelessly. You are quite impressive. To be honest, with a subordinate like you, I wouldn't even need to act myself, Xiao Chen said with a smile as he looked at the angel. Upon hearing this, the angel's face immediately showed a look of surprise. What a pity. I think a dead angel might suit me even better. The moment he said this, the next second, the cloud of merit suddenly surged. At that moment, the cloud of merit directly merged into the angel's body like a maggot, burrowing into bone. You, the angel exclaimed while the divine light on his body continuously erupted, trying to resist. But, under the cloud of merit, that divine light was quickly devoured completely. At this moment, he was filled with terror. What the hell is this? Even the Father God cannot control such a principle, the angel shouted in fear. But at this point, it was too late for him to say anything. Soon, under the erosion of the cloud of merit, the life force within him was continuously drained away. Xiao Chen looked at him, his eyes filled with curiosity. Although the cloud of merit had almost entered the angel's body, it did not destroy his physical form. This meant that the cloud of merit was directly attacking the angel's soul, annihilating it, while the physical body remained intact. This indicated that, at present, his cloud of merit was still unable to destroy the physical body. It seems that although my strength has significantly declined, the merit cloud I possess still cannot truly destroy the opponent's physical body, Xiao Chen whispered. If it weren't for his previous encounter with Kai, he would have thought that, after gaining the merit cloud, he was truly invincible. However, it now appeared that while the merit cloud was undoubtedly a powerful killing move, it was not truly invincible. At the very least, there were things that the merit cloud could not eliminate. At this moment, a ball of light was continuously gathering in the angel's mouth, and Xiao Chen could clearly feel that this light formed a sphere of power. Or rather, it was energy that his merit cloud could no longer absorb. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Chen waved his hand, splitting the ball of light in two. In the next moment, he waved his hand again, and the two beams of light directly landed in front of Jinwu and De Huang. The two were not polite at all and directly accepted them. Jinwu felt the power within the light sphere in his hand and revealed a smile. Sure enough, this birdman's power is not small. With this power absorbed, I should be able to reach the mid-stage of the Yuaning. Master, I can also break through, De Huang hurriedly said. Once he absorbed this power, he would likely become a late-stage Yuaning cultivator or even reach the mid-stage. Xiao Chen looked at the corpse before him and nodded slightly. With a wave of his hand, he absorbed it into his own space. At this moment, he truly could not absorb anymore. Let's go back first. I also need to find an opportunity to break through, Xiao Chen said. He was only one step away from his breakthrough. Next, are you planning to stay here? Xiao Chen asked Jinwu. As for this world, the so-called gods had fallen and there were no other challenges left. Therefore, in Xiao Chen's view, this world was already in a completely safe state. Because of this, Xiao Chen was curious about what he was still doing here. Hearing this, Jinwu smiled and said, I want to play for a while longer. With me guarding, nothing will happen. Moreover, isn't there still a lot of elemental spirit stones in this world? I'll look for elemental mines and let you know when I find them. Jinwu was very clear that he was now equivalent to Xiao Chen's accessory. The better Xiao Chen did, the better he would be. The relationship between the two had long since turned into a master-servant dynamic, so he had to help Xiao Chen deal with those troubles. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded and said, alright, then I'll head back first. He needed to hurry back to Yifati. After all, there was still a martial emperor about to appear in that place. With a casual gesture, he threw De Huang directly into the space, and in the next moment, Xiao Chen chose to teleport. With Xiao Chen's teleportation, he soon reappeared before Yifati. Xiao Chen, where have you been these past few days? Yifati said, looking at Xiao Chen. I thought you ran off and left my father here. I went to take care of some matters. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen asked, has anyone from Tianlan sect arrived? Not yet, but the capital has been in a state of alarm recently. Looking at Xiao Chen, he fatty lowered his voice and said, His Majesty asked me to tell you that if you return, you should find him first. All right, Xiao Chen nodded, and in the next moment, he had already appeared before Li Yan. At this moment, Li Yan looked at Xiao Chen's sudden appearance and had already gotten used to it. Next time, could you not appear like this? Li Yan said helplessly. What if I was with some concubine? I thought at your age you would be uninterested in those things, Xiao Chen said. Hearing Xiao Chen's words, Li Yan immediately showed a helpless expression. If it were anyone else saying such things to him, he would definitely have them dragged out and killed. But this person before him, he couldn't fight back against, so he decided to endure it. The master of the Tianlan sect has come out of seclusion and will soon come to trouble you. Li Yan looked at Xiao Chen and said that Luo Bingqing has already been sent back to the Tianlan sect. A future sect master's heir, a genius of the Tianlan sect, has been ruined by you. Now, the people of the Tianlan sect are preparing to storm the imperial capital to find you. Let them come, Xiao Chen said with a smile. I have my eyes on a certain piece of land in the Tianlan sect. Hearing this, Li Yan looked at Xiao Chen carefully and asked, if you really fight that Tianlan sect master, what are your chances of winning? You know my dog, right? Xiao Chen asked with a grin. Upon hearing this, Li Yan immediately nodded. This world is not without powerful demon beasts. However, no matter what kind of demon beast it is, none can compare to Xiao Chen's canine demon beast, especially since that beast usually looks like an ordinary mutt. It doesn't seem to have any noble bloodline, which he finds hard to comprehend. The key is that the demon clan is only a small faction, and they shouldn't have such overwhelming power. Yet, the one in their hands is not only exceptionally strong but even he himself is no match for it. When the time comes, my dog can send someone flying with a single slap, Xiao Chen said casually. He knows very well what De Huang is capable of. In front of Xiao Chen, he is De Huang, but outside, he is the great sage of yellow sand. So powerful? Li Yan took a deep breath. Seeing Xiao Chen's confident demeanor, he understood. That dog could hold its own against the Tianlan sect master, and this person in front of him probably wouldn't even bother to make a move. If that's the case. At this moment, a hint of excitement appeared in Li Yan's eyes. Over the years, those holy lands have completely looked down on the dynasty. They even scolded him, the emperor, loudly. He has had enough of being suppressed like that. The key is that they often point fingers at the dynasty. But this person is different. His only request is to protect Hirong. The key is that after spending time together, he knows that Hirong is someone with no great ambitions. He is even too lazy to attend court. Occasionally giving him some benefits makes him particularly happy. If he treats Hirong well, then he would have a powerful ally behind him who wouldn't point fingers at the dynasty. Even the demon servant of that ally could sweep across a region. Thinking of this, a spark of excitement already flickered in Li Yan's eyes. Alright, then I'll wait to see the show. If you need anything, just tell me and I'll handle it for you. He looked at Xiao Chen and said, What? Are you preparing to go against the Tianlan sect? Hearing this, Xiao Chen smiled and said, You know they've never given me any face. Back then, I was the emperor, and you were still my guest. Their saintess acted without hesitation, which was a complete disregard for me. If they don't give me face, why should I give them any? At this moment, Li Yan sneered. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded. Then he stood up and said, Alright, I'll handle it when the time comes. Also, continue to help me gather information. Xiao Chen thought for a moment and said, And prepare more of that wood for me. He then took out the spirit root wood. Seeing the spirit root wood, Li Yan was slightly taken aback and said, You want this? There's plenty of it. The back mountain of the imperial city is covered with this kind of wood. He looked at Xiao Chen and said, What use is this? Besides burning longer, it has no other use. In our place, this thing is just durable wood, good for burning. Hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded slightly and said, In that case, I'll go take a look. A place that can cultivate spirit root wood must be extraordinary in Xiao Chen's eyes. Do you need me to have someone take you there? Before his words had even settled, Xiao Chen's figure vanished in an instant. He opened his mouth and shook his head helplessly. He realized he had spoken too much. The other party didn't need it at all. After a moment's thought, he called out, Come here, Your Majesty. Soon, a eunuch entered. Looking at Li Yan, the eunuchs had noticed that the emperor had been gaining more authority lately, and they could clearly feel that the emperor's condition was also improving. Investigate where else, besides the imperial city, there are sources of long-lasting wood, Li Yan instructed. Once you find out, go inform Hirong. Yes. Upon hearing this, the eunuch immediately nodded and hurriedly turned to leave. At this moment, Xiao Chen had already arrived in the wilderness. Looking at the endless spirit root trees before him, there was a hint of surprise in his gaze. The entire mountain was covered in spirit root trees. He carefully examined the area and indeed found that the spiritual energy of the mountain was rich. However, as his consciousness penetrated the surface, he discovered that there were no spirit stone veins inside. Instead, the black soil on the ground emitted a strong spiritual power. Xiao Chen quickly descended and casually grabbed a handful of soil, clearly feeling the rich spiritual energy it contained. At that moment, a hint of surprise appeared in Xiao Chen's eyes. He hadn't expected to find something like this. Curiosity flickered in his gaze. After a moment's thought, he waved his hand, and De Huang appeared before him from his space. Master, De Huang quickly spoke, Are we back? Yes. Xiao Chen nodded, then looked at De Huang and said, Come take a look at what this is. Hearing this, De Huang quickly approached Xiao Chen, his gaze fixed on the black soil in Xiao Chen's hand. Master, I don't know what this soil is, but it seems to absorb spiritual energy and then release. It's a good thing. You've been here this long and haven't come to this mountain? Xiao Chen asked. I really didn't pay attention. De Huang replied, a hint of embarrassment on his face. He usually followed Hirong wherever he went and had never left his side. Naturally, he hadn't noticed that this mountain to the north of the Imperial City had such a place, especially the black soil on the ground. That was truly a good thing. Since it's a good thing, then let's not be polite. Xiao Chen smiled slightly and then waved his hand vigorously. Half the mountain immediately lifted into the air, along with the black soil, and was instantly absorbed into Xiao Chen's space. Within the Imperial City, everyone only felt a loud rumble, and then they saw the mountain they had been cutting down for years suddenly become half empty. Half the mountain flew into the sky and then disappeared. Many people witnessing this scene immediately knelt down, shouting about the miracle. At this moment, within the Imperial City, Li Yan looked at the scene before him and smiled bitterly. He knew Xiao Chen was powerful, but he hadn't expected him to be this terrifying. In an instant, he had directly absorbed a mountain into his space. Such a method was undoubtedly formidable. At that moment, he felt true fear facing Xiao Chen. On the other hand, he also understood that Xiao Chen's abilities were indeed not to be underestimated. If that person from Tianlan sect really comes, he might suffer a great loss. Li Yan whispered softly at this moment. He was well aware that at this point, Xiao Chen was likely to win decisively. After all, even if it was that person from Tianlan sect, could he try to take away half a mountain in one breath? And to do so without a sound? That was the most terrifying aspect. At this moment, looking at the scene before him, he understood that Xiao Chen was indeed very stable. So, he didn't bother to care anymore. Keep a close watch on news from Tianlan sect and inform Hirong as soon as there's any news. After saying this, the emperor turned and left. At this moment, he was exceptionally happy. Additionally, I will now enter seclusion for cultivation, letting the crown prince govern in my stead. Tell him that no matter what happens outside, it has nothing to do with us. After he finished speaking, the eunuch hurried off to deliver the decree. At this moment, Xiao Chen and De Huang had already entered their own space. Seeing that half a mountain had directly fallen into the space, the next moment, the black soil seemed to come alive, continuously absorbing the spiritual energy from the surroundings. Then, the spiritual root kept growing, becoming larger and larger. Xiao Chen knew that this black soil must be something good. Master, try planting something else in this soil, perhaps. It can stimulate the mutation of the plants, De Huang said, looking at the scene before him. He had already begun to speculate. Hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded. He roughly understood that this black soil could likely absorb the spiritual energy in the air and stimulate the plants, even causing certain mutations. With this thought, Xiao Chen's gaze grew a bit more curious. He quickly planted a few seeds, waiting to see if they would sprout next time and what they might yield. After finishing all this, Xiao Chen left with De Huang. Upon returning to Hirong's side, Hirong hurried over. The emperor has sent word that the person from Tianlan sect has left the sect and will arrive tomorrow. Looking at Xiao Chen, the chubby he said, Xiao Chen, are you confident? Don't worry, absolutely. Xiao Chen replied lightly. He had already killed an angel, so what was a martial emperor to him? That so-called martial emperor was just someone at the nascent soul stage, right? The dog beside him was already at the late nascent soul stage, not to mention that Xiao Chen was also on the verge of a breakthrough. Once this matter is settled, I will start my breakthrough, Xiao Chen murmured. He knew very well that the later one got in their cultivation, the harder it became to break through. But how long had it been since he started cultivating? No more than 2 years. From an ordinary person to reaching the nascent soul stage. Some people spend their entire lives unable to reach such heights, and even some prodigies from other realms cannot achieve it. Yet Xiao Chen had done it so easily. He shouted, don't worry, once that old thing arrives, I can take him down directly. De Huang lay beside Xiao Chen and spoke. Having consumed the essence of an angel, he felt he had to show off. How could he let his master do all the work? What was the point of his breakthrough then? So he had already made up his mind. Once the opponent arrived, he would take him down immediately, and then he could shine in front of his master. Hirong looked at De Huang and nodded. He didn't know how strong De Huang really was, but he remembered that day when he thought he was doomed, and De Huang suddenly erupted with a pressure that could block out the sun. It was still fresh in his memory. Alright, you and your father should catch up. Once this matter is resolved tomorrow, I will take my people and leave. Xiao Chen said, as for you, will you stay here or leave? Let's stay for now. Hirong replied. He knew he was just a coordinate. Once he left, he wouldn't be able to return. Having just gotten married, how could he bear to leave? As for taking his wife along, her whole family was still here. The next day, outside the Imperial City, a figure was now hovering in midair, exuding a strong killing intent, with eyes fixed coldly on the crowd. Xiao Chen, get out here! The deep voice echoed, and many people in the Imperial City looked up at the scene before them. Especially upon seeing the figure hovering in the air, many immediately recognized that it was someone from the Tianlan sect. The sect master of Tianlan, the strongest person on the continent. A few days ago, at Hirong's wedding banquet, that Saintus had publicly attacked Xiao Chen and was then crippled by him. They still remembered that scene vividly. Many people from the major holy places are still in the Imperial City. Isn't it just to watch the show? Now, this grand performance is finally about to begin. At this moment, their gazes turned towards the He residence. They couldn't help but wonder how much of a gap there was between the mysterious figure behind Lord He and the master of Tianlan sect. However, when they looked over, they saw no one flying out from the He residence. Instead, a large yellow dog suddenly soared into the sky and dashed towards the city gates. When they saw the big yellow dog rush out, many were left dumbfounded. This must be that Lord's demon servant, right? That Lord isn't making a move himself but sending out his demon servant? Many people looked at the big yellow dog, which had flown directly onto the city wall, with astonished expressions. Although the big yellow had made a move before, and its strength had made many aware of its terrifying power, seeing it fly up to the city wall again, now facing the so-called strongest person in the world, Yun Tianlan, At this moment, many wore strange expressions. The one person and one dog seemed to have appeared out of nowhere, and now they were acting so arrogantly. Even the other party couldn't be bothered to make a move, letting that little dog charge directly at Yun Tianlan. Their expressions were odd as they watched the big yellow dog leap forward. They were momentarily taken aback. After all, the other party wasn't making a move themselves but actually sending a dog to fight. How much did they look down on Yun Tianlan? Meanwhile, Yun Tianlan's gaze was fixed on the yellow dog hovering in midair, his eyes filled with coldness and anger. He was well aware that the other party completely looked down on him. In fact, in their eyes, he was even less than a dog. You dare to come and cause trouble for my master with your kind of trash? The big yellow snorted coldly, and then his body rapidly grew larger, instantly transforming into a giant dog as massive as a hill. Around him, yellow sand continuously gathered behind the big yellow, forming an even larger shadow of yellow sand. Upon seeing this scene, Yun Tianlan's expression changed dramatically. His eyes were filled with astonishment. When the giant yellow dog appeared, a wave of pressure surged towards him, and he realized that this big yellow dog was indeed on the same level as him. In fact, the other party might be much stronger than he was. At this moment, inside the palace, Li Yan looked at the enormous shadow in the sky, his eyes filled with surprise. He really wasn't lying. At this moment, Li Yan took a deep breath and whispered. Originally, Li Yan thought that when Xiao Chun said the big yellow wasn't afraid of Yun Tianlan, it was merely because their strengths were not far apart. But now he understood even more clearly that perhaps even the big yellow could crush Yun Tianlan. The renowned strongest person in the world actually had such means. At this moment, he looked at the giant evil dog shadow in the sky, watching as it charged directly at Yun Tianlan, and a smile appeared on his face. Now, this is really interesting. If Yun Tianlan loses to the big yellow. At this point, Li Yan immediately changed his words. If Yun Tianlan loses to Senior Huang, then that would truly be a huge joke. At the same time, he became increasingly curious about Xiao Chen's abilities. If even a casually summoned demon servant had such strength, then what level had the other party reached? Meanwhile, Xiao Chen was on the roof of the He residence, watching the scene before him. Xiao Chen, is the big yellow a match for Yun Tianlan? He Rong asked beside him. His gaze was also fixed on the yellow sand shadow that was now charging towards Yun Tianlan, and Yun Tianlan could only retaliate against the opponent. Under the continuous onslaught, he was actually being pushed back, especially since many of his attacks were completely ineffective against the big yellow. The other party's methods were too strange, even beyond his comprehension. Suddenly, a wave of yellow sand surged in from all directions, and those grains of sand instantly transformed into countless sharp blades piercing directly towards him, leaving him completely unable to resist. And what could he do? He could only rely on his physical body to keep resisting. In this situation, he knew that he was at a disadvantage compared to De Huang. At this moment, his heart was racing more than ever. He understood that if this continued, he would definitely lose. The key was that he was well aware that the opponent was merely that person's demon servant, and that person had yet to make a move. Realizing this, Yun Tianlan gritted his teeth and suddenly turned to leave. Continuing to fight would yield him no benefits, and he might even be killed by the opponent. Even if he won, it would be of no use, as there were still others in the Imperial City who could kill him. At this moment, all the pent-up anger he had felt had long since dissipated. He even blamed his reckless disciple. If it weren't for Luo Bingqing suddenly attacking Xiao Chen, he wouldn't have ended up in such a predicament. Just thinking about this situation gave him a headache. He struck De Huang back with a powerful punch, then turned and quickly flew away. This scene was witnessed by many within the Imperial City. Those people gaped in disbelief. Was this really the strongest person of the age? The so-called #1 powerhouse was not only beaten up by a dog but was now fleeing like one. You want to run? Do you think you can escape? De Huang said coldly. In the next moment, a whirlwind of yellow sand rose behind De Huang, charging directly at Yun Tianlan, while De Huang's body erupted forward like lightning. His speed was so fast that it even surpassed Yun Tianlan's, appearing right behind him. De Huang grinned at Yun Tianlan. Seeing the big yellow dog baring its teeth at him, Yun Tianlan's expression changed drastically. His gaze was fixed on the big yellow dog in front of him, filled with despair. He had come here in high spirits, ready to seek justice, even prepared to kill the opponent. After all, as the #1 sect of the age, he had that confidence. He even thought that this newly emerged martial emperor truly believed he was invincible. He had achieved the status of martial emperor for hundreds of years. That newcomer could not possibly be his opponent. At the same time, he was prepared to give everyone a warning, to tell them that his Tianlan sect was still the #1 sect in the world. He was still the #1 person of the age. But he never expected that before he even made a move, he would be defeated. Even the opponent didn't need to act. A dog had knocked him down. Sir, do you really have to go to such extremes? Yun Tianlan stared intently at De Huang and said, I promise I won't trouble you again. We can coexist peacefully. How about that? Hearing his words, De Huang suddenly burst into laughter. You come here to flaunt your power and now think you can just leave? What do you think you are? Let me tell you, not only do you have to die today, but your Tianlan sect must die too. He was well aware that his master had set his sights on the other party's mountain gate. The treasures within that mountain gate belonged to his master. How could a piece of trash like him be worthy of enjoying such good things? So, he would first take care of him, then head straight to Tianlan sect to drive away the group of useless people. It was that simple to have his master take away all the heavenly materials and earthly treasures from the entire Tianlan sect. After all, these cultivators had done their fair share of killing and plundering. Moreover, this time, it was the other party who had taken the initiative to provoke them. So what was there to hesitate about? Any hesitation would be the utmost disrespect to the treasures. Cultivators, after all, sought resources, heavenly materials, and earthly treasures, right? At this moment, De Huang looked at Yun Tianlan in front of him and said coldly, what can I say? You really have bad luck. We were originally thinking of causing you some trouble, but but who would have thought you'd be so eager to come to your own demise? After saying this, De Huang's paw suddenly transformed into a giant hand, directly smashing towards Yun Tianlan. Faced with De Huang's attack, Yun Tianlan's expression changed. The rolling yellow sand behind him could instantly conjure countless offensive techniques, and it could even manifest some demonic beasts to tear at him. As if that wasn't enough, the opponent's own strength was also greater than his, especially in speed, which was incomparably faster. In comparison to the opponent, he had already realized that in terms of power application, he was like a rookie. Under such circumstances, he was still playing games. At this moment, he suddenly turned around and shouted loudly towards the He residents. Xiao Chen, tell your demonic servant to stop. From now on, I will not enter the Imperial City. Our Tianlan sect will respect you as our leader, is that alright? He was very anxious at this moment and knew that pleading with the dog in front of him would have no effect. After all, this dog had no authority. However, there was someone who could make decisions within the Imperial City. From now on, whatever you command, our Tianlan sect will definitely comply, he shouted urgently. He was very clear that he could not defeat Xiao Chen's demonic servant, nor could he defeat Xiao Chen himself, but apart from the two of them, he was definitely the third strongest in the world. Having chosen to submit, the other party would surely need him. With this thought, a hint of relief appeared in his gaze. Even if he became the other party's vassal, at least he would survive. Inside the palace, Li Yan revealed a disdainful smile. The proud leader of the Tianlan sect, who once held himself in high esteem, was now willing to become someone else's lapdog just to survive. However, although this person had knelt, he had not done so thoroughly. In fact, his kneeling posture was even incorrect. On one hand, he wanted Xiao Chen to spare him and was willing to submit. But on the other hand, his words were so ambiguous that he could backtrack at any moment. In this case, how could someone like Xiao Chen let him off the hook? Li Yan was very clear that what Xiao Chen was interested in was not the Tianlan sect. In the eyes of such strong individuals, what was the Tianlan sect? What he was after was merely the pool of spiritual springs within the Tianlan sect. After all, it was he who had informed Xiao Chen of this news. Anyway, it has nothing to do with me. Whether he submits or gets killed, it won't pose much of a threat to me in the future. Li Yan now understood that the person he needed to please was Xiao Chen. As long as he could please Xiao Chen, everything would be fine. Moreover, since he had been in contact with Xiao Chen, he knew that the other party had a bottom line. As long as he did not provoke that bottom line, he would be particularly safe. Furthermore, who would dare to provoke this living deity now? So, he felt very secure. At this moment, inside the He residence, Xiao Chen glanced at Yun Tianlan indifferently, stood up, stretched lazily, and directly returned to his room. Xiao Chen, aren't you going to respond? He Rong asked from behind. Respond to what? I have no interest in the submission of someone like him. De Huang can handle it himself, Xiao Chen replied. After saying this, Xiao Chen waved his hand. Hearing this, the chubby He Rong smiled and said, hey, my brother is just awesome. Meanwhile, Tang Wan, who was beside He Rong, looked deeply at Xiao Chen, and then glanced at He Rong with a hint of envy. Ever since she learned that Xiao Chen was the legendary martial emperor, her attitude towards He Rong had improved significantly. She couldn't help but wonder how fortunate her husband was to know such a person. Now, she was even more shocked that the #1 person in the world was actually no match for De Huang. It should be noted that usually, when she was with He Rong, De Huang would be lying in the yard, looking just like a little guard dog with no difference at all. At that time, she was still curious as to why that immortal had thrown a dog to her husband after leaving. Now, she understood the immortal's attitude towards her husband. Sending a martial emperor-level powerhouse to act as a bodyguard for her husband was no small feat. Moreover, that individual had just beaten the world's #1 into such a state. Yun Tianlan's expression had already changed. Xiao Chen's silence had conveyed his attitude without a word. He turned to look at the big yellow dog in front of him, and at that moment the yellow sand obscured the sun, and the dog's body moved even faster, directly pouncing towards him. Faced with the dog's assault, his expression turned particularly grim. Luo Bingqing, the biggest mistake I made in my life was taking you as my disciple. You've doomed me. Yun Tianlan's face kept changing, and deep down, he had cursed Luo Bingqing countless times. His expression was exceptionally ugly. He had never imagined he would be so embarrassed. Furthermore, he didn't even have a chance to resist. The key was that it was a dog attacking him. At that moment, as he watched the big yellow dog baring its teeth at him, and those massive paws continuously slapping towards him, Yun Tianlan's face had turned ashen. He knew he was no match for it. The mad dog in front of him was truly insane, relentlessly biting at him, and even the enormous shadow behind the mad dog transformed into streaks of afterimages striking towards him. Now, he was completely dazed from the beating. Don't kill me, I'm still useful, Yun Tianlan shouted in terror. He was genuinely scared now, even at a loss for what to do. After all, if this continued, he feared he would be brutally killed. At this moment, his face was filled with fear. The big yellow dog didn't care about him at all and directly slapped Yun Tianlan with a paw, its sharp claws instantly tearing open Yun Tianlan's chest, revealing the white bones and flesh inside. At this moment, Yun Tianlan was begging for mercy, his voice shrill. However, the big yellow dog didn't even acknowledge him. At this point, the dog had completely gone mad, continuously attacking Yun Tianlan. His eyes were filled with terror and frantic pleas. In the city, many people saw the once #1 in the world being beaten to such a state, even begging for mercy, and they couldn't help but sigh. The older you get, the more you fear death. Li Yan sighed. He was no different. When he was young, he wasn't afraid of death, even getting hot-blooded. But now, he too feared death. At this moment, Li Yan looked at the scene before him, his face filled with helplessness, saying, Tianlan sect is finished. Li Yan knew very well that Xiao Chen's target was the Tianlan sect. Moreover, the opponent had no power to resist Yun Tianlan's cries for mercy had gone from shrill at the beginning to gradually fading away. At this moment, he could no longer make any sound. And when everyone saw this scene, they all knew that this so-called #1 in the world probably wouldn't survive today. Watching this unfold, many people couldn't help but sigh. They understood that from today onwards, the landscape had already changed. Everyone knew who the true number one in the world was. The key was that this true number one hadn't even made a move. He had merely sent a dog out, and it had beaten someone to this state. In the end, Yun Tianlan was torn apart by the big yellow dog's paw, his body crashing heavily to the ground. Then, the big yellow dog fiercely rolled up Yun Tianlan's corpse and shot into the sky, the rolling yellow sand accompanying the dog's body as it flew away into the distance. Where is he going? After seeing the big yellow dog kill Yun Tianlan and then leave, many people looked on in astonishment. That person couldn't even be bothered to move and just sent that dog to the Tianlan sect. Li Yin glanced at the residents and said with a faint smile, now, he has actually relaxed quite a bit. Over the years, these sects have become increasingly excessive, even pointing fingers at the imperial dynasty, and he has no way to deal with it. Originally, he thought that since things had come to this, he could only acquiesce. But unexpectedly, a reversal has occurred. Suddenly, an unparalleled powerhouse appeared and directly annihilated Yun Tianlan. It was truly like a celestial being descending to the world. It seems that from now on, everyone in this imperial city will have to keep their tails tucked in, many disciples of the major sects whispered. They all understood that from the very beginning. It was Tianlan's sect that had been too arrogant. Luo Bingqing thought that as the saintess of Tianlan's sect she could do as she pleased. However, she did not expect to be directly crippled by the other party. Now, even the sect master of Tianlan's sect has been killed. Now, it's not enough for the other party to have slaughtered your sect master. They are coming directly to your door, ready to root out the problem completely. At this point, anyone who comes will meet their end. At this moment, they looked at the scene before them and couldn't help but sigh. This Luo Bingqing is truly a pitiful fool. I still remember when Tianlan sect took in Luo Bingqing back then. They said that with her, Tianlan sect would definitely thrive for another 500 years. Someone said softly. Upon hearing this, many people immediately showed a hint of amusement. Now, this statement has become a joke. Xiao Chun, are you really letting De Huang go? He fatty asked, looking at Xiao Chen. With Yun Tianlan dead, who can be its opponent? Xiao Chen replied. He originally wanted to go himself, but his experience was not as extensive as De Huang's. Don't be fooled by the fact that it's a dog. It also has a legacy. In its mind, there are already memories of innate inheritance. So, it is undoubtedly the most suitable for De Huang to go there. By then, anything useful from Tianlan sect might even be dug up by De Huang. Moreover, De Huang itself has storage spiritual energy which Xiao Chen has seen, and it's quite large, enough to hold the things from Tianlan sect. Alright then, he fatty nodded upon hearing this and didn't say anything more. At this moment, looking at the sky filled with yellow sand, many people in Tianlan sect were filled with shock. The yellow sand almost obscured the entire sky, and beneath it, a shadow of a vicious dog was staring at them. Suddenly, a figure was thrown out from within the yellow sand. Many people, upon seeing the thrown figure, immediately showed a hint of surprise. Is that the sect master? Looking at the scene before them, many people revealed expressions of astonishment. Then, they exclaimed, is the sect master dead? Everyone's eyes were filled with disbelief, even shock. In their eyes, the invincible sect master had now just died like this? Moreover, it was such an unclear death. Looking at the sect master's body, it was already cold. Master, Luo Bingqing's face had completely changed. She had never thought that by merely testing Xiao Chun, she would meet such an outcome. She knew that the martial emperor could not be insulted, but her master was the martial emperor. Even if she had offended him, the other party should have let it go. But she did not expect that the other party had no intention of letting it go and directly crippled her. Now, even her master was dead. At this moment, Luo Bingqing trembled, her eyes filled with shock as she looked at the figure within the yellow sand. The enormous shadow of the vicious dog also emerged at this moment. I give you 10 breaths. After 10 breaths, I will destroy this Tianlan sect. Now, you can run. De Huang's cold voice echoed in the sky, causing the faces of Tianlan sect's disciples to change dramatically. Run, the vice sect master of Tianlan sect shouted urgently. He knew very well that even with Yun Tianlan dead, they would only be delivering themselves as food. At this time, if they didn't run, they would lose everything. Clearly, they were coming for the two clan. His figure was swift, and in an instant he led his dozen or so disciples to flee quickly. Seeing even the deputy sect leader running away, the other disciples of the Tianlan sect followed suit, all rushing down the mountain. Amidst the yellow sand, De Huang watched this scene with a cold smile. He had thought someone would vow to stand with the sect to the death, but he didn't expect them to run faster than anyone else. Now that everyone was ready to flee, he couldn't be bothered to care. He simply watched as the entire Tianlan sect disappeared from sight before he withdrew his powers and quickly entered the Tianlan sect. Indeed, a treasure land. De Huang's nose twitched continuously and his eyes grew increasingly greedy. At that moment, De Huang looked around, his face filled with surprise. He could clearly sense the concentration of spiritual energy in this area. In his world, such a place was simply impossible. But here, it was the norm. At this moment, he began to search the Tianlan sect for rare materials. After all, having come from such a barren world where his ancestors had never lived well, he was terrified of poverty. Therefore, De Huang searched particularly carefully anything even slightly useful he intended to take. After searching the entire Tianlan sect, De Huang finally felt at ease and then turned his gaze to the foot of the mountain, where there was an entire spiritual vein and even spiritual liquid was brewing above it. Now this is the real treasure. Da! Huang smiled slightly, then suddenly stretched out his paw and instantly grabbed the entire mountain. At the same time, he placed it into his own space. After that, De Huang swaggered away. At this moment, at the foot of the mountain, the people of the Tianlan sect, who had just seen the entire mountain vanish in an instant, were all stunned. They never expected the Tianlan sect to end up like this. Even the mountain gate was gone. Find a place to hide and don't come out again, the deputy sect leader said. He understood very well that the other party did not intend to wipe them out, or rather, they looked down on killing them. Perhaps, in the eyes of the other party, they were no different from a bunch of stinking bugs. Who would care about what happened to a bunch of stinking bugs? However, the other party had no thoughts about them. What about others? The Tianlan sect had existed on the continent for too long. Naturally, there were many enemies. Now, if things went poorly, they might still face retribution. In this situation, no one dared to act recklessly. Thinking of this, they all rushed towards a certain area. All they needed to do now was to hide well. On the other side, De Huang had obtained the items and turned around to stand before Xiao Chen. Master, the items are in hand. Looking at Xiao Chen, De Huang spoke at that moment. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded, waved his hand, and De Huang entered his space. As soon as De Huang entered the space, he quickly opened his storage ring, and the next second, a massive mountain appeared in midair. With the appearance of this mountain, spiritual energy began to diffuse throughout the space. Even the World Tree felt the fluctuations of spiritual energy suddenly rising from the ground and directly merging into this mountain range. At the same time, the entire spiritual pool at the mountain's peak was absorbed by the World Tree. The concentration of spiritual energy in the space was so high that even Xiao Chen couldn't help but exclaim, "Alright, this place is not bad." Xiao Chen watched the World Tree take root in the space while continuously releasing spiritual energy, nodding in satisfaction. Then he said to De Huang, "You still need to stay in this world for a while longer. Next time, I'll take you back." "Yes." Upon hearing this, De Huang immediately nodded. What did it matter where he was? After all, he was now the most loyal servant of his master. As long as he followed his master's footsteps closely, things would only get better in the future. De Huang was very clear about this. After stepping out of the space with De Huang, Xiao Chen looked at Fatty He and said, "Fatty He, I'm leaving." "Alright, I understand." Upon hearing this, Fatty He nodded. He had already crossed over, and being able to meet his own father was enough for him. Moreover, he wasn't unable to go back. It was just that if he returned, he couldn't come back again. So, for now, he could choose not to leave. At this moment, he felt particularly open-minded. With a wife in this world, he was living quite well. That was enough for him. Uncle He looked at Fatty He. Seeing that his son not only was safe but also had gotten married, he felt satisfied as well. So, he directly followed Xiao Chen to leave. When they returned to Earth with Uncle He, Xiao Chen glanced at the time. He had already done so much, yet only a day had passed on Earth. After sending Uncle He back, Xiao Chen prepared to find Song Ye to ask about the situation with Chu Qingyue. After all, Chu Qingyue had left with the Qilin and should have arrived overseas by now. There's still no news from Qingyue, but someone is looking for you. Looking at Xiao Chen, Song Ye said with a smile, "Your disciple has come." Zhang Lingfeng? Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen immediately understood. He had taken in quite a few disciples, but only 2 remained on Earth now, Lu Ming and Zhang Lingfeng. "Yes." Song Ye replied, "He knows you're not here, so he's staying at a hotel, waiting for you to come back. He seems quite anxious." Hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded, then extended his consciousness, and in the next moment, he saw Zhang Lingfeng's figure. "I'll go find him," Xiao Chen said to Song Ye, and then, with a sudden movement, he appeared right in front of Zhang Lingfeng. "You were looking for me?" Xiao Chen asked as he looked at Zhang Lingfeng. "Master." Zhang Lingfeng was surprised to see someone suddenly appear in front of him, and then he joyfully exclaimed, "Master, I came to ask for your help." "Help?" Hearing this, Xiao Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, glancing at Zhang Lingfeng. "Wasn't this young master of the Zhang family doing fine? What's wrong with you? What kind of help do you need?" "Master, it's not me who's in trouble, it's my useless brother." Zhang Lingfeng said bitterly, "I know that guy is no good, but he is still my brother. He's in trouble now. Could you please help him out of consideration for your disciple?" "What kind of trouble could he be in?" Xiao Chen asked curiously. "It seems he has encountered something dirty." Zhang Lingfeng lowered his voice as he looked at Xiao Chen. At this moment, Xiao Chen looked at Zhang Lingfeng with a face full of surprise. He hadn't expected that Zhang Lingfeng would come to him to tell him that his brother had encountered something dirty. "Are you sure?" Looking at Zhang Lingfeng, Xiao Chen's eyes held a hint of astonishment. After all, he hadn't even thought that there would be ghosts or monsters on Earth. "I can't believe it either, but my brother really seems to be acting very strangely." Zhang Lingfeng said to Xiao Chen, "Master, you taught me the techniques, and I've been practicing. I'm almost at the threshold now. I can also sense that there's an unusual force restraining him." When Xiao Chen heard this, he indeed felt a bit curious. "Alright, let's go," he said, pulling Zhang Lingfeng along, and in the next second, his body shot up into the sky. After a few teleportations, he and Zhang Lingfeng appeared above the sky of Xingjing. Zhang Lingfeng's mouth dropped open. He had long known that his master was definitely extraordinary, but this was too incredible. He was well aware of the distance between Yun City and Xingjing, but his master? Just a few teleportations and they were there. The key was, his master could really fly. At that moment, he looked at Xiao Chen with shining eyes. He knew that his master was truly reliable. At this moment, he was staring intently at his master, his eyes filled with surprise. "Master, with your help, my brother will definitely be fine," Zhang Lingfeng said. "Let's go," Xiao Chen said, directly, asking Zhang Lingfeng to guide him to his home, and the next second, Xiao Chen had already appeared in the back garden of the Zhang family. "Master, please." Zhang Lingfeng looked at Xiao Chen, his face full of joy, and said, "I'll take you to meet my father." He knew very well that this matter had to be handled through his father. After all, he was well aware of Zhang Feilong's character. If he were disrespectful to Xiao Chen upon meeting him, it would not end well. Hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded, not feeling that anything was amiss. He followed Zhang Lingfeng into the Zhang family's villa, and the servants on the way hurriedly bowed to Zhang Lingfeng upon seeing him. "Young master, weren't you going to Yun City?" the butler asked in surprise upon seeing Xiao Chen and Zhang Lingfeng together. "Let's not talk about that for now. Where's my dad?" Zhang Lingfeng waved his hand and asked. "The master is meeting a guest. He said a master from Gang City was invited who can cure the young master's illness." The butler replied softly. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lingfeng was taken aback. From Gang City? Master, this. Zhang Lingfeng wanted to say more but was stopped by Xiao Chen. His gaze had already fixed on a few figures in the distance. Interesting. Xiao Chen smiled slightly and said, the people coming have some skills. With his current cultivation, he could see clearly. There was a faint fluctuation of spiritual energy on the other party. However, it was undoubtedly not the kind of energy from a cultivator. It seemed more like a forced cultivation of a trace of spiritual energy within their body. Essentially, the other party was still a congenital martial artist. Xiao Chen found the congenital martial artists from Gang City quite interesting. Master, I'll have my dad invite them out. You come to treat my brother. At this moment, Zhang Lingfeng hurriedly said to Xiao Chen. He had already instructed that his master must treat his brother. After all, his master could definitely heal these injuries. But he didn't expect that his father not only ignored his instructions but also invited a master from Gang City. At this moment, Zhang Lingfeng was afraid that Xiao Chen would be angry. Hearing this, Xiao Chen shook his head and said, no need to worry, you are my disciple. I can't just ignore it. Moreover, perhaps this guy can really solve your brother's problem. After all, the situation with your brother was caused by him, Xiao Chen said, narrowing his eyes slightly. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lingfeng's expression darkened. Master, do you mean that the other party tampered with my brother and then came to my house? His eyes were particularly cold at this moment. This was equivalent to someone urinating on the Zhang family's head, and not only that, but the other party urinated and made the Zhang family feel grateful. Could Zhang Lingfeng tolerate this? Clearly, he could not. So, at this moment, Zhang Lingfeng was already feeling a bit angry. And Xiao Chen, seeing Zhang Lingfeng's expression, said, what are you afraid of? Am I not saying this? Let's go. We should also meet this master from Gang City, Xiao Chen said with a faint smile. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lingfeng quickly nodded and led Xiao Chen upstairs. He had just witnessed his master's skills. As for that master from Gang City, could he really be more powerful than his own master? It was impossible. They were just a bunch of charlatans. After all, if the other party were truly stronger than Xiao Chen, they wouldn't have been able to deceive the Zhang family. Just looking at Xiao Chen, one could tell he was too lazy to use any tricks to deceive people. In fact, he could maintain cooperation with the authorities himself. He was not unclear about the other party's methods, nor was he unaware of the authorities. Those who were esteemed by the authorities were the ones with real skills. When the two of them went upstairs, they saw a middle-aged man thanking an elderly man dressed in a Tang suit, saying, Master Tang, thank you for calming my son. You have no idea, ever since we returned from Yun City, my son has been almost like a madman. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lingfeng's expression changed, and even Xiao Chen was slightly taken aback. Then he fixed his gaze on the man, offering a faint smile. The middle-aged man was naturally Zhang Lingfeng's father, the current richest man, Zhang Shihu. What the man said undoubtedly implied that this was the work of Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen understood this, and even Zhang Lingfeng was clear about it. At that moment, Zhang Lingfeng's face had turned extremely ugly. Dad. Zhang Lingfeng hurriedly approached Zhang Shihu and said, Feilong's situation has nothing to do with my master. Moreover, I have already invited my master, and he can help Feilong today. Zhang Shihu's gaze shifted from Zhang Lingfeng to Xiao Chen, his eyes flickering with a hint of coldness. No need, since Mr. Xiao is here, you should take Mr. Xiao around Xingjing. Zhang Shihu said to Xiao Chen, Mr. Xiao, I apologize, my ungrateful son is ill, so I won't be able to entertain you. Alright. Xiao Chen looked at the man's demeanor and understood that he clearly regarded him as the one who had harmed his son. Instead, he trusted Master Tang even more. Since that was the case, why should he concern himself with the man's affairs, even if the man was a family member of his disciple? Xiao Chen smiled slightly, then suddenly moved, and in the next moment, the expressions of the Zhang family members changed dramatically, because Xiao Chen had abruptly disappeared right in front of them. This, Zhang Shihu's face instantly changed, panic written all over it. It was the first time he had seen someone suddenly vanish. That kind of supernatural ability made him uneasy. He frantically looked at Master Tang beside him, who at that moment was wide-eyed, his face full of confusion. He even seemed somewhat incredulous. How did he disappear? Only Zhang Lingfeng knew that her master had teleported away. Dad, you're being foolish. Zhang Lingfeng coldly looked at Zhang Shihu and said, you should think about it. If my master really wanted to take action, that dog Feilong would have been dead long ago. Even if he killed Feilong, what could you do to my master? Upon hearing this, Zhang Shihu's face turned particularly ugly. You insolent. At this moment, Zhang Shihu's heart was already clear. Perhaps he was indeed wrong. However, at this point, he was unwilling to admit it, directly pointing at his son, his face filled with anger as he shouted, your brother came back like this. Who knows if he was the one who did it? Zhang Lingfeng coldly glanced at the elderly man behind Zhang Shihu and said, my master didn't take action. It was this Master Tang behind you who did. After saying this, she looked at Zhang Shihu and said, you're getting old and confused. You should manage yourself at home from now on. After saying this, she fixed her gaze on Master Tang and warned, you'd better just scam some money from my Zhang family. If you have other intentions, I will make sure to end you. After saying this, she turned and walked straight out the door. At this moment, she needed to find Xiao Chen as soon as possible, because she knew that only her master could stabilize this situation. If her master couldn't handle it, then the trouble would truly be significant. Having thought this through, Zhang Lingfeng moved exceptionally quickly, and as she exited the Zhang family home, she saw Xiao Chen. Master, I'm sorry, my dad is getting old and confused. At this moment, Zhang Lingfeng felt particularly helpless. Over the years, since she took over the company, Zhang Shihu had rarely involved himself in company matters. Instead, he had been much kinder to Zhang Feilong. To put it simply, he had little to do, and this son of his still managed to please him. So, after Zhang Feilong returned, seeing him seemingly gone mad and a bit deranged, he directly blamed all the faults on Xiao Chen. In Zhang Shihu's view, it must have been Xiao Chen who used some means, coupled with the fact that his eldest son returned and spoke of many miraculous things about Xiao Chen. Zhang Shihu was even more convinced that it was Xiao Chen's doing. Just then, someone informed Zhang Shihu that a Feng Shui master from Gangchang was in Xingjing, so he invited the person back. Xiao Chen looked at Zhang Lingfeng's nervous expression and said, "It's fine, I don't blame you. Master, that charlatan." Zhang Lingfeng lowered his voice and said, "It was his doing. What should we do about my brother now?" At this moment, Zhang Lingfeng felt somewhat helpless. His father didn't believe this, and now, his brother's situation was a bit tricky, leaving him unsure of what to do. Hearing this, Xiao Chen smiled faintly and said, "Just go beat him up." "Me?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Lingfeng was slightly taken aback and said, "Can I even beat him?" Xiao Chen looked at Zhang Lingfeng and asked, "Have you learned the qi cultivation technique I gave you?" "Master, I have learned it, but I haven't even entered the qi cultivation stage yet." Zhang Lingfeng replied with a bitter smile. He felt that since he learned the technique Xiao Chen provided, his strength had improved somewhat. However, not even having mastered the qi cultivation stage, how could he possibly defeat the other party? At this moment he wore a face full of helplessness. Xiao Chen looked at Zhang Lingfeng and said somewhat speechlessly, "Entering the qi cultivation stage requires time to accumulate, but you've also consumed the evolution potion and you've absorbed most of it by now. If I give you another bottle of evolution potion, we can find a place for you to drink it and you'll likely be able to handle him." Xiao Chen was well aware that although the other party had the aura of a congenital warrior, at most he was just at the initial stage of congenital. By giving Zhang Lingfeng a bottle of high-level evolution potion, it could directly elevate him to the late stage of congenital. In fact, with a bit of luck, he might even elevate him to the qi cultivation stage in one go. If it were any other disciple, he wouldn't do this, as they still had a promising future. But with Zhang Lingfeng's talent, he was at most a nascent soul or perhaps just a golden core. In such a situation, the other party's strength was simply not important. Since that was the case, it was normal for Xiao Chen to enhance his strength. Currently, he was just a little bit away from the nascent soul stage. When a disciple improves, he could also receive some feedback, so why not let Zhang Lingfeng improve a bit? "Thank you, master." Zhang Lingfeng exclaimed in surprise upon hearing this. He had consumed a bottle of evolution potion and naturally knew it was a good thing. This thing can be considered as pulling up seedlings to help them grow. After being elevated, the foundation may be unstable. Xiao Chen thought for a moment and looked at Zhang Lingfeng, saying, "Generally speaking, I would grant this to my disciples, but only after their foundation is solid. The reason I'm giving it to you is that your endpoint is actually right there. Relying on drugs to accumulate can get you there, but after that, further progress will be impossible. So, your foundation doesn't matter." Xiao Chen looked at Zhang Lingfeng and said, "Of course, there might also be a way to enhance your talent, so you decide if you want to use it." "Of course I want to use it," Zhang Lingfeng replied without hesitation. "Didn't master say that on Earth if I reach the golden core stage, I would basically be invincible? So why should I hesitate? Isn't it better to reach it sooner?" Zhang Lingfeng was very open-minded. He knew his own level. So, since that was the case, what was there to worry about while staying on Earth? After all, he had already reached that level and his lifespan had increased significantly. Wasn't that enough? That would be too greedy. At this moment, Zhang Lingfeng was thinking very clearly, so he directly chose to drink the potion. "Let's go find a place to drink this potion," Xiao Chen said. "Master, that apartment ahead is mine. Let's go there." Zhang Lingfeng pointed to the corridor of the building in front. The building faced the Zhang family home, and it was obvious that the Zhang family had bought it out of fear that someone living there might pose a threat to them. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded, then grabbed Zhang Lingfeng, and in the next moment they appeared inside the apartment. Inside the apartment, Xiao Chen looked at Zhang Lingfeng, who was now convulsing on the ground, his muscles twitching uncontrollably. He understood the intense pain. After all, he had experienced it himself. Now, Xiao Chen watched as Zhang Lingfeng quickly fell into a coma. After a moment of thought, he took out a spirit stone and placed it in front of Zhang Lingfeng. The next moment, Zhang Lingfeng's body began to absorb the spiritual energy from the stone continuously. Watching Zhang Lingfeng absorb the spiritual energy, Xiao Chen felt a hint of curiosity. The way Zhang Lingfeng's body was like a sponge, rapidly soaking up the energy, was impressive. "It seems this kid, although his potential is average, is still better than me," Xiao Chen murmured as he observed Zhang Lingfeng's speed of absorption. Even though he had consumed a lot of rare materials, his initial foundation had been lacking. One could say that Xiao Chen had little talent at the beginning, and it was only now that he had developed some. At this moment he nodded slightly at Zhang Lingfeng. Although his potential wasn't high, it was relative. After all, this kid's talent would be considered strong in some lower realms. Now, he quietly watched as Zhang Lingfeng continued to absorb the spiritual energy, and with the energy entering his body, Zhang Lingfeng began to exude a series of auras. Xiao Chen nodded slightly at the scene before him. Zhang Lingfeng had truly entered the qi refining stage. A cultivator in the qi refining stage could rival a master. A mere innate martial artist was simply not enough to compare. With that in mind, what was there for Xiao Chen to worry about? Soon, Zhang Lingfeng slowly awakened. He looked at Xiao Chen and felt the spiritual energy within him, his eyes filled with surprise. "Master, have I succeeded in qi refining?" Looking at Xiao Chen, Zhang Lingfeng was overwhelmed with excitement. Succeeding in qi refining was undoubtedly good news for him. At this moment, the spiritual energy within Xiao Chen also began to surge. "Your disciple Zhang Lingfeng has entered the qi refining stage. You receive feedback of his spiritual energy." A voice echoed in his mind, and in the next second, Xiao Chen felt the golden core in his dantian begin to shatter. He knew he was about to reach the nascent soul stage. "Go, do your own thing," Xiao Chen said to Zhang Lingfeng. Now that he had reached the qi refining stage, an innate martial artist was something Zhang Lingfeng could easily handle. As for himself, it was time to enter his own space and seek a breakthrough. He no longer needed to go to other realms because he knew his own space was sufficient. The concentration of spiritual energy in his space had long surpassed that of ordinary realms, so there was no need to worry. In the next moment, Xiao Chen quickly entered his own space. Immortal Lord. Seeing Xiao Chen arrive in the space, Tang Xuang and Chen Linger immediately walked towards him. During this time, Xiao Chen had been coming and going frequently, and the changes in this world were particularly significant. Even Tang Xuang had entered the qi refining stage here. After all, the rich spiritual energy nourished her greatly. Coupled with the many rare materials Xiao Chen had provided, Tang Xuang had naturally undergone changes. As for Chen Linger, she was just one step away from foundation establishment. I need to cultivate. You two take care of your own matters, Xiao Chen said to Chen Linger and Tang Xuang. Yes. Upon hearing this, Tang Xuang immediately took her daughter to a nearby spot, quietly watching over Xiao Chen. Even though she knew there was no danger in this world, Tang Xuang still looked at Xiao Chen. In her eyes, Xiao Chen was her everything. At that moment, Xiao Chen quickly sat down. And soon, the golden core within his dantian began to shatter. After breaking apart, the golden core transformed into streams of spiritual liquid, continuously reshaping within the dantian. Those spiritual liquids flowed like water, gradually forming a miniature version of Xiao Chen. Immediately, the surrounding spiritual energy surged, continuously pouring into Xiao Chen's body. As if responding to Xiao Chen's call, not far away, the world tree began to release spiritual energy, while several leaves quickly fell onto Xiao Chen's head. As the leaves descended, Xiao Chen felt them transform into streams of spiritual liquid, merging into him. Suddenly flooded with a large amount of spiritual liquid, Xiao Chen's aura within the dantian erupted instantly. The originally illusory primordial infant solidified in the next moment. At that moment, he felt the primordial infant within him and nodded slightly. It had only been a little over 10 minutes since he entered the cultivation state to breakthrough. One must know that for an average person, breakthroughs usually take a long time. Yet now, he faced no bottleneck in his breakthrough. No bottleneck, and I can continuously absorb power through the merit clouds, then break through again. Just thinking about this made Xiao Chen's lips curl into a smile. His external aid was indeed impressive. Immortal Lord. Seeing Xiao Chen rise, Tang Xuang and Chen Linger approached him. Have you been getting used to this place lately? Xiao Chen asked Tang Xuang. If you want to go out for a walk, just let me know, and I'll take you out. No need, Immortal Lord, this place is great, Tang Xuang replied. Being a woman from ancient times, it was perfectly normal for her to stay indoors. Moreover, she could cultivate here, which made her feel particularly comfortable. Since that was the case, why bother going anywhere? As long as the Immortal Lord can come often, I will be very happy, Tang Xuang said softly, looking at Xiao Chen. Alright, next time I'll spend a few days with you. I'll also take you to see other places, Xiao Chen responded. He indeed needed to take the two of them out for a walk, otherwise, this place would be too dull. By the way, where's Chen Ran? Xiao Chen glanced around. Wasn't that little girl also in his space? Master, Junior sister said she has insights and wants to go into seclusion. She will soon break through to foundation establishment, Chen Linger said softly. After saying this, she felt a bit helpless. She was the senior sister, yet Chen Ran was breaking through faster than her. About to break through? Xiao Chen was somewhat surprised. The spiritual energy here has been too rich lately. Both my senior sister and I have made significant progress, Chen Linger replied. During this time, both she and Chen Ran had been visibly advancing. Especially those spirit root trees, they have helped us break through quite a bit. As she spoke, Chen Linger pointed to the nearby half mountain. Alright, as long as it's useful for you. At that moment, Xiao Chen felt it was normal. After all, whether it was spirit root trees or spirit stones, as long as they were in the space, his disciples could use them however they wanted. Okay, I have other matters to attend to, so I'll leave for now. I'll come back when your senior sister is breaking through, Xiao Chen said. After saying this, he left his space. The next second, he reappeared in the apartment. At that moment, his consciousness extended and he immediately smiled. Zhang Lingfeng and that Master Tang were indeed fighting. However, it was mostly Master Tang who was taking the beating, and it was quite severe. Xiao Chen quickly stepped out, and in the next second, he appeared above the Zhang family. Looking down, he saw Zhang Lingfeng beating Master Tang. Meanwhile, Zhang Shihu stood frozen in shock. He knew exactly what level his son was at. Although he had said he had taken on a master when he returned from Yun City last time, Zhang Shihu still thought that Xiao Chen was just deceiving his son. After all, he understood all too well how difficult it was to practice martial arts. Moreover, starting to practice martial arts now, how far could he possibly go? But now, as he looked at his son's abilities, at this moment he even felt that the world was absurd. It had been less than a month since returning from Yun City, and his son's skills had grown so much. He understood the channels involved. This Master Tang was a congenital martial artist. Even in their Zhang family, a congenital martial artist was a distinguished guest, even referred to as a nuclear bomb on Earth. But now, that nuclear bomb was being beaten to the point of not recognizing his own mother. Stop. Is this how your Zhang family treats guests? Master Tang's expression changed at this moment. Since achieving congenital status, he had always been a distinguished guest wherever he went. Moreover, he felt that even when encountering other congenital martial artists, generally speaking, the other party would not dare to act against him. He had long since gotten used to this. However, now, suddenly someone wanted to kill him. The key was that the opponent's strength was terrifying. He had no room for resistance at all. Such strength was beyond his comprehension. At this moment, Master Tang's gaze was fixed on Zhang Lingfeng in front of him. His eyes were filled with seriousness. After all, Zhang Lingfeng's abilities had already put pressure on him. Zhang family head, is this how your Zhang family treats guests? Master Tang urgently turned to Zhang Shihu and asked. Zhang Shihu remained silent, instead looking at his son. Although his son had said when he left that Zhang Feilong's current situation was caused by this Master Tang, he still half believed it. Hey, you charlatan, if you dare to lay a hand on my brother, be prepared to find death. Looking at Master Tang in front of him, Zhang Lingfeng said coldly at that moment, Young Master Zhang, you misunderstand me deeply. I really didn't do anything, and besides, what evidence do you have? Master Tang said urgently upon hearing this. He knew he could not admit it. If he did, he would die even worse. The opponent's abilities were clearly superior to his. Given the situation, if he admitted to having acted maliciously, the other party would definitely beat him to a pulp. So, he absolutely could not admit it. Denying it won't help. Sometimes, reasonable suspicion is enough. Looking at the other party, Zhang Lingfeng said coldly at that moment. After saying this, his body suddenly charged directly at Master Tang. At the same time, a flame appeared in his hand, smashing fiercely towards Master Tang. At that moment, panic appeared on Master Tang's face. The opponent's methods were too strange. Even the continuous onslaught forced him to retreat constantly. At this moment, he was very clear that if he continued like this against the person in front of him, he might really be in trouble. Xiao Chen watched the scene before him and smiled faintly. Then, at that moment, he looked at Zhang Lingfeng and said with a faint smile, It seems my disciple's attribute leans towards fire. He understood that just now, Zhang Lingfeng's punch had utilized spiritual energy to unleash a force of spiritual energy. At this moment, the continuous attacks left Master Tang with no power to fight back. At this moment, Master Tang was caught by Zhang Lingfeng with an opportunity, a punch. Then, another quick punch landed on the opponent's head. After being hit several times in a row, Master Tang panicked. Stop hitting. If you keep this up, your brother will really be beyond saving. Master Tang shouted urgently, his face filled with terror. The opponent's movements were faster than his, and their attacks more ferocious. If this continued, he would be beaten to death. At this moment, he was so battered that he couldn't even speak. So it's you. Looking at Master Tang before him, Zhang Lingfeng's gaze darkened, and he coldly snorted. What have you done to my brother? With anger etched on her face, Zhang Lingfeng spoke out as she took in the scene before her. Upon hearing this, she rushed towards Master Tang and delivered a fierce punch to his forehead. Then, she coldly declared, If anything happens to my brother, you're dead. I can heal your brother, but you have to agree to a few conditions. Master Tang quickly replied, fully aware that if this continued, he would truly die. Let me go, and I will definitely heal your brother. Master Tang knew that he still held Zhang Feilong's life in his hands. As long as the Zhang family cared about Zhang Feilong, he had a chance to survive. It's just a minor curse. A voice came from behind, belonging to Xiao Chun, who said, What use is this little trick? Upon hearing this, Master Tang's expression changed drastically. Zhang Lingfeng, however, turned in surprise and asked, Master, can my brother's troubles be resolved? No problem. Xiao Chen replied nonchalantly, so, there's no need to worry. But don't kill him, I still have some questions for him. At that moment, Xiao Chen stepped directly in front of Master Tang and waved his hand. In the next instant, Master Tang's expression shifted dramatically. He felt a violent pressure emanating from the man before him, crushing down on him, causing his body to tremble uncontrollably. In that moment, filled with terror, he knelt before Xiao Chun. Master Tang was completely dazed. The person before him was terrifying. With just a casual wave of his hand, he felt as if he were being crushed by an immense force, unable to even stand upright. Now, Master Tang trembled in fear as he looked at Xiao Chun. Master! Seeing Xiao Chun appear, Zhang Lingfeng breathed a sigh of relief. With Xiao Chun around, her brother would surely be fine. I'll deal with him first, then come back, Xiao Chun said. In the next moment, he grabbed Master Tang and soared into the air, swiftly gliding through the sky. Witnessing this scene, Zhang Shihu's face was filled with astonishment. Son, your master is truly a celestial being. Looking at Zhang Lingfeng, Zhang Shihu exclaimed in awe, and you, how did you suddenly become so powerful? It's all thanks to my master's teachings. Zhang Lingfeng replied with a faint smile. Dad, you should consider this, with my master's abilities, how could he possibly target Feilong? Even if Feilong offended him, with my master's skills, he wouldn't bother with Feilong. If my master wanted to target him, he would have been dead long ago. Zhang Lingfeng scoffed, moreover, I'm still his disciple. You should also think about it. What in our family could attract my master? If we're talking about wealth, you know those potions were all created by my master. Do you think he lacks money? Even the authorities are currying favor with him. Upon hearing this, a hint of embarrassment crossed Zhang Shihu's face. At first, he had indeed misjudged the situation. Looking back now, it was clear. The other party was at least officially recognized. Moreover, their capabilities were evident. They truly had skills and power. Such a person had no need to scheme over their little family fortune. Not to mention, just the fact that he could fly made Zhang Shihu realize that the other party was indeed exceptionally capable. At this point, why would anyone bother calculating against their own family? Realizing this, Zhang Shihu sighed and said, I was mistaken. Alright, when my master returns, we will sincerely apologize to him. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lingfeng spoke up calmly. As long as their master forgave them, everything would be easy to resolve. Lingfeng, your brother is still lying there. You should plead with your master. He must save your brother, Zhang Shihu said bitterly. At this moment, he had lost the demeanor expected of a wealthy man. That demeanor was for outsiders. Over the years, he had long since stepped down from his company duties, and usually his younger son was quite endearing to him. He also knew that his younger son was a good-for-nothing. But so what? After all, he wouldn't inherit the family business, and being a bit useless was no big deal. As long as he could stay by his side and make him happy, that was enough. Now, with Zhang Feilong lying in a hospital bed, he was naturally very anxious. Don't worry, he won't die lying there. Let him suffer a bit. Zhang Lingfeng said coldly. As for my master, if he promised to save someone, he will do it, so don't worry. After saying this, he turned and walked into the house. He had just broken through and had many things to do, so he was too lazy to continue arguing with his father. Seeing Zhang Lingfeng's attitude, Zhang Shihu sighed. He knew that because he didn't trust Xiao Chun, this son had developed a grievance against him. Meanwhile, Xiao Chen had directly landed where Bai Lao and the others were. Bai Lao, who had received the notification, hurried over and was somewhat surprised to see Xiao Chen. You came to Shengjing? Bai Lao asked Xiao Chen what happened. As he spoke, his gaze fell on Master Tang, whom Xiao Chen was holding. This is that Master Tang from Gangchun, right? Bai Lao smiled as he looked at him. You know him? Xiao Chen was slightly surprised upon hearing this. This is Shengjing. When a congenital warrior arrives, we naturally need to pay special attention. Bai Lao said, looking at Master Tang. How did you manage to capture him? He attacked Zhang Feilong. Xiao Chen replied. Oh, upon hearing this, a hint of coldness appeared on Bai Lao's face. Who was attacked was not the main issue. The key was that this guy from Gangchun dared to act in Shengjing, which changed everything, especially since it involved the Zhang family, the current wealthiest family. Alright, I'll interrogate him properly. Bai Lao waved his hand to Wu Lai behind him, instructing him to take the person away. As for Master Tang, despite being a congenital warrior, Wu Lai was not afraid at all. Xiao Chen had given him several potions and he had received 2 bottles. He was now close to becoming a master. Moreover, Master Tang looked particularly miserable at this moment. Did you beat this guy up so badly? Bai Lao asked, slightly curious as he looked at Master Tang. He knew Xiao Chen's abilities. With just a wave of his hand, that so-called Master Tang would probably fall. Now, seeing him in such a pitiful state, he was genuinely surprised. It wasn't me, it was Zhang Lingfeng, Xiao Chen said. Zhang Lingfeng? He can deal with a congenital warrior? Bai Lao's face showed a hint of surprise at that moment. My disciple. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and said, of course he can. So, he is also cultivating immortality? At this moment, Bai Lao's gaze was intensely fixed on Xiao Chen as he asked, Xiao Chen, I know this is very presumptuous, but I still want to ask, can ordinary people cultivate immortality? He understood all too well what it would mean if it were possible to cultivate immortality. Now, there was a hint of expectation in his eyes. Ordinary people basically cannot. Cultivating immortality relies on talent. Xiao Chen replied, without talent and fortune, it is nearly impossible to cultivate immortality. Of course, there is another way. Xiao Chen thought for a moment and said, it's just a pile of heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Of course, you can forget about that method. Upon hearing this, Old Bai let out a slight sigh. He naturally understood that this condition was even more outrageous. They didn't even know what heavenly materials and earthly treasures were, so how could they possibly know about these? Therefore, all he could do now was silently sigh. If there are any talented individuals, they might give it a try. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Chen spoke up. Aside from that, let's forget it. Also, about Master Tang, I want to ask him a few things. Alright, let's go. Old Bai nodded and said, I also want to know their purpose for coming to Shengjing. After all, if it's about money, that doesn't make sense. When Xiao Chen and Old Bai entered, they saw Master Tang, who at that moment looked at Xiao Chen with a face full of panic. He had never imagined he would feel as powerless as a baby. Moreover, the other party's methods made him feel for the first time that this world had gone mad. How could anyone fly? And with just a casual move, what was that terrifying pressure all about? At this point, he didn't even know what was happening to him. So, at this moment, he looked at Xiao Chen with a face full of alarm. Xiao Chen looked at him and said, I have a few questions for you. You better answer honestly. If you don't, I won't just kill you. I can even extract your soul. Staring at him, Xiao Chen said coldly. Upon hearing this, Master Tang nodded in a panic. He certainly didn't want to experience what it felt like to have his soul extracted. After all, he was extremely frightened at this moment. He looked at Xiao Chen and said, anxiously, I understand. You can ask. He had no doubt about Xiao Chen's abilities. After all, if Xiao Chen could fly, that was undoubtedly a divine ability. Where did you learn all these skills? What Xiao Chen was most curious about was this. There was a faint aura circulating around the other party, but it was still martial arts. Moreover, his technique seemed more like a modified version. It was as if the cultivation techniques had been transformed into martial arts. Inherited. Master Tang hurriedly replied, my father once said that our family had a celestial being in the past. I didn't believe it at first because I thought what I practiced was just martial arts. It's just that our family's martial arts have some strange techniques that others don't. As he spoke, he looked at Xiao Chen with eager eyes. After all, no matter how strange he was, he couldn't compare to the person in front of him. What about the techniques? Let me see. Xiao Chen looked at him and said. Upon hearing this, Master Tang hesitated for a long time, then softly said, the things are at my home in Gangchun. I can write them down for you. Alright, just write it down when the time comes. Xiao Chen nodded. He was indeed interested in this set of techniques. Perhaps this set of techniques was truly a martial arts method modified from cultivation techniques. If that's the case, Master Tang's claim that his ancestors had a celestial being might actually be true. Of course, even if that were so, so many years had passed and the earth had already depleted its spiritual energy. Xiao Chen knew very well that on earth he could barely feel the faint spiritual energy around him. This was completely unsuitable for cultivation, and even if he used spiritual energy for a long time, it wouldn't be replenished. Why did you come to Shengjing, keeping an eye on Zhang Feilong? Or do you have some purpose? Looking at him, Xiao Chen asked. Upon hearing this, Master Tang's mouth slightly opened in surprise, and then a flicker of entanglement appeared in his eyes. You can choose not to say, it's fine, after all. If I extract your soul, I can know everything. Xiao Chen looked at him in silence and smiled faintly. As he spoke, he prepared to reach out Seeing this scene, Master Tang anxiously said, I'll tell you. Someone found me, they are willing to offer something in exchange for my help. Looking at Xiao Chun, Master Tang said at that moment they hope to obtain the medicinal agents from your country. I've heard that stuff can even cure cancer. However, not only is it hard to buy, but it's also not allowed to be exported. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen glanced at Old Bai. Old Bai nodded and said, the Zhao family's stuff is particularly sought after. It's almost gone on the same day it's obtained. Even so, there are many people queuing up, and we have regulations that prohibit selling to any foreign nationals. Moreover, once it's confirmed that the other party hands it over to a foreign national, then for the rest of their life they will never be able to obtain this medicinal agent. Hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded. Over these days, he had seen so many people eyeing the medicinal agents that he was no longer surprised. Even the second-generation elites from Shengjing had their eyes on this. Not to mention those foreigners. What happens after you get it? Xiao Chen asked the other party. If we can get the formula, that would be best. If not, then we'll settle for the medicinal agent. They plan to take it back and research it themselves. Looking at Xiao Chun, Master Tang spoke. I originally thought that when I came here, the Zhao family would give me some face. But I found out that the Zhao family won't even see me. With no way in Shanghai, I came to Shengjing hoping to find a big shot qualified to purchase. By chance, I ran into Zheng Feilong drinking. The richest Zheng family must have a way. Master Tang said with a bitter smile. He had set his sights on Zheng Feilong precisely because of the title of the richest man. He even thought that perhaps he could get the Zheng family to fund the purchase of the formula for that medicinal agent. The richest man surely has power and influence. Using that influence might actually work. But he never expected that his plan would hit a wall right at the start. He was caught in this situation. Seeing the place before him, he knew he was really in trouble this time. This was undoubtedly an official area, and now that he was still within the official zone, he certainly knew he might not be able to get out. What benefits did the other party give you? The thing Xiao Chun was most curious about now was this. After all, Master Tang had money himself. It couldn't just be for money. Besides, how much could the other party offer? Could it be more than the Zhang family? Something I can't refuse. Master Tang said helplessly, I don't know if you know about spirit stones? You know about spirit stones? Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen's eyes lit up, staring intently at the other party. Have you seen them? At that moment, Xiao Chen was filled with excitement. He had never discovered any spirit stone veins on Earth. Moreover, this thing was not even recorded anymore. Even Old Bai and the others, using official channels, had not found anything. So, Xiao Chen had almost given up. But unexpectedly, at this moment, there was news. You really know? Master Tang said. With a bitter smile, the other party said he has spirit stones, and quite a few. As long as the deal goes through, he'll give them to me, he said, looking at Xiao Chen. Previously, he gave me one. It's still at my home in Gangcheng. Is this it? Xiao Chen flipped his wrist, and a spirit stone appeared in his hand. This, what the other party gave me, is blue. Looking at the spirit stone before him, Master Tang hurriedly exclaimed. It's still an attribute spirit stone. Xiao Chen's eyes brightened even more. Is the spirit stone useful for you? Xiao Chen curiously asked Master Tang. I once obtained a spirit stone, and I found that when I practiced martial arts while wearing this spirit stone, it was effective. Master Tang hurriedly replied. Moreover, the reason I was able to achieve innate status is also due to the spirit stone's effect. Also, some of the skills I'm currently practicing require the assistance of spirit stones. Looking at Xiao Chun, Master Tang quickly spoke. All of his skills were actually related to spirit stones. Listening to Master Tang's words, Xiao Chun squinted slightly. No wonder the other party had such strength. It was evident that it was due to the spirit stones. The spiritual energy on him was also related to the spirit stones. After all, the other party's cultivation method was originally a method of immortality, so even if it had been modified, it still retained the characteristics of an immortal cultivation technique. Naturally, it could also cultivate some spells and spiritual energy. And this guy relied on these things to swagger around and deceive others. When those people found him and even offered spirit stones, he naturally became greedy. For him, wealth might not be that important. After all, he surely had some. But aside from wealth, there were certainly other things. Now, looking at Xiao Chen before him, at this moment, Master Tang's eyes were filled with curiosity. He could tell that the other party was definitely a master of a level he couldn't even fathom. Senior, I really know I was wrong. If I had known that the Zhang family had you overseeing them, I definitely wouldn't have dared to act. My only goal was those potions. Looking at Xiao Chun, Master Tang said eagerly at this moment. Then, do you know that those potions were also provided by me to the Zhao family? Xiao Chun squinted slightly and spoke. Upon hearing this, Master Tang's expression changed drastically. At this moment, Master Tang fully understood. He had truly offended a great Buddha. Just the person before him was someone he had no ability to resist against. Tell me, who sent you here? Xiao Chen stared at him and asked coldly. The person looking for me is a Siamese. Master Tang hurriedly spoke, realizing that he couldn't move against the person before him. If the other party made a move, he wouldn't even have the ability to resist. So, at this point, he could only say everything. I only know that the person is called Marathi. He is a martial artist from Siam and also a congenital martial artist. Master Tang said urgently, looking at Xiao Chun. Good. Xiao Chen nodded, then turned to Bai Lao and the others. Let's go. Come sit in my office. Bai Lao said with a smile, then pulled Xiao Chen directly to his office. I know that Marathi from Siam. He's just a broker, not someone who helps those Siamese guys. The Siamese officials, a bunch of useless people, they can't hold up at all. Their congenital martial artists are unwilling to help them, each acting independently. Bai Lao said lightly. As for who is behind this Marathi, I don't know. Alright, do you know where he is? Xiao Chen asked with a smile. What? Are you going to Siam? At this moment, Bai Lao immediately asked upon hearing this. Yes, they've already made their move. If I don't find them to talk, they'll really think I'm easy to bully. Xiao Chen said with a cold smile. In fact, even if they take these things back, they won't be able to research anything. However, since these are ours, they naturally shouldn't be leaked out. Bai Lao said, looking at Xiao Chen. After all, Xiao Chen had provided quite a few potions, but they had also taken those potions for research and found nothing. They couldn't even figure out the ingredients inside. Are you about to break through? Xiao Chen turned to look at Wu Lai behind him and asked. Upon hearing this, Wu Lai nodded and said, yes. Here. Xiao Chen casually handed a bottle of potion to him. Drink this and you'll be able to break through. He knew very well that he was almost on the same front as the officials now. Because of this, since Wu Lai was about to break through, he naturally wanted to help. Thank you, Mr. Xiao. Wu Lai looked at Xiao Chen, his eyes filled with surprise. Only martial artists understood how important this was for him. Also, if that guy can recite the cultivation technique from memory, just think about it, it might be useful for you. Xiao Chen pondered and said, find some people to practice. If they can cultivate spiritual energy, then they must have talent. Upon hearing Xiao Chen's words, old Bai's eyes immediately lit up. He understood what Xiao Chen meant. If they had talent, then Xiao Chen could help train them. Currently, various countries were still working on super soldiers. After all, super soldiers had great lethality and even greater destructiveness. However, to put it bluntly, super soldiers were at most innate martial artists. They could not compare to the legendary cultivators. Once they truly encountered a cultivator, what difference would it make? Compared to ants? And for Xiao Chen to cultivate a few more cultivators for the Dragon Kingdom was the most important thing for the officials. Alright, I'll keep an eye on this matter, old Bai said happily. He was very clear that the other party was now standing with them. As for the other party's secrets, they all had their guesses, but there was no need for mutual explanations, because explaining might not even be useful and could instead offend someone. There was no need for that at all. Has Chu Qingyue gone overseas without any issues? Looking at old Bai, Xiao Chen asked. I was just about to tell you about this. Old Bai hurriedly replied. Previously, Chu Lingquan went overseas to pick up some people. Those people were originally Chu Lingquan's subordinates, and he planned to take them to Yun City. Unexpectedly, they ran into trouble and got stranded there. There are quite a few capable people on the other side. The people are fine, but it's quite a hassle. Later, Chu Qingyue went, especially since she brought that monster. When mentioning that monster, there was a hint of amazement in old Bai's eyes. The news that came back from overseas left him stunned. That thing suddenly grew as big as a hill and even directly took 3 cannonballs without any issue. Not only did it suffer no harm, but it also tore apart 3 super soldiers from the other side and then left with the people. So, they should be on their way back now. Old Bai said, looking at Xiao Chen. That's good. Xiao Chen nodded. With the Qilin by Chu Qingyue's side, it was indeed unlikely that anything would happen. In that case, I'll take my leave. Xiao Chen stood up and said. He still had to deal with matters concerning the Zhang family and then head to Siam. When the Zhang family heard that Xiao Chen had returned, Zhang Shihu immediately stood up nervously. Thinking about his previous disrespect towards Xiao Chen, Zhang Shihu felt particularly anxious at that moment. He was genuinely afraid that the other party would directly kill him. So, at that moment, Zhang Shihu's eyes were filled with worry. Seeing her father's demeanor, Zhang Fengling sighed and said, Dad, you don't need to worry. My master is not that petty, and besides, he has already said that if he can save my brother, then everything will be fine. Yes. Upon hearing this, Zhang Shihu quickly nodded and said, Lingfeng, that's your brother, you must save him. Don't worry, I know what that kid is like. I will definitely take good care of him. I guarantee he will never leave Shengjing in his life. This time, Zhang Shihu was genuinely frightened. Having been schemed against in Shengjing, with his second son being like that, it was likely he would be schemed against every day in the future. Since that was the case, it would be better to be straightforward, let his second son stay at home in peace and find him a wife to obediently carry on the family line. Everything else was no longer important. Moreover, his second son had offended a deity after going to Yun City. If he could do such a thing, what else was there to say? Thinking of this, Zhang Shihu's face was filled with helplessness. Zhang Lingfeng nodded and said, that's fine. You take good care of him. Not everyone out there is easy to deal with. Only my master has a kind heart. Zhang Lingfeng said, Boss, do you think, is there any chance for your brother to become your master's disciple? Looking at Zhang Lingfeng in front of him, old Zhang hurriedly asked. He knew very well that he didn't need to worry about his eldest son, but what about the second? What are you thinking? How is that possible? Upon hearing this, Zhang Lingfeng coldly replied. With his character, what you're thinking is simply impossible. You can't even mention it. Zhang Lingfeng said. He was well aware that his father spoiled Zhang Feilong too much. If it weren't for the fact that Zhang Feilong was truly hopeless, perhaps the Zhang family would now be inherited by him. But it was also because Zhang Lingfeng inherited the family business that his father's guilt towards him deepened and his attitude towards him became even better. Thinking of this, Zhang Shihu felt quite helpless. He knew very well that his father's current behavior was actually because of his brother. When Xiao Chen entered, the two father and son were still sitting awkwardly. Master, seeing Xiao Chen come over, Zhang Lingfeng quickly spoke up. Have you finished your business? Almost. Take me over there. I'll help your brother with the insect curse and then I'll leave. In such a hurry? Aren't you going to stay with me for a night? Zhang Lingfeng was taken aback and quickly spoke up. I have other matters. Xiao Chen waved his hand. Then, where do you need to go? Is there anything I can do? Zhang Lingfeng hurriedly asked. He was very clear that everything he had was given by his master. As long as there was something he could do, he would do it. Other matters, he wouldn't ask. Xiao Chen waved his hand. You don't need to worry about these things. Now take me to see your brother. Yes. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lingfeng didn't ask further and hurriedly pulled Xiao Chen along. Behind them, Zhang Shihu felt particularly awkward. The guest came to his house and He, the wealthy man, didn't even get a greeting from the other party. However, he really didn't dare to say anything. He knew very well that the other party's attitude towards him was because they simply didn't like him. Yet, the other party truly had the strength. So now, he could only helplessly follow behind. Master, this is my brother. He has been in a coma almost every day. He only wakes up at midnight and after waking up he goes crazy. In the end, there's nothing we can do but give him a sedative to calm him down. Zhang Lingfeng said helplessly. The current state of his brother was what he worried about the most. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded and carefully looked at the other party. He immediately noticed that there was an insect curse on him. The insect was particularly small, clinging to the area of his head. If not careful, it could even turn Zhang Feilong into a fool. Although this guy wasn't very bright to begin with, at least he wasn't a fool. Xiao Chen thought for a moment, then waved his hand, and in the next moment, a stream of spiritual energy merged into the other party's body. As Xiao Chen moved, the insect curse within Zhang Lingfeng seemed to encounter something delicious and immediately began to frantically burrow towards the place where Xiao Chen's spiritual energy was being input. Seeing this scene, Xiao Chen slightly nodded and then released a ball of spiritual energy. When this ball appeared in front of him, the insect immediately began to rush towards Xiao Chen's spiritual energy. Open his mouth, Xiao Chen said. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lingfeng immediately nodded and slapped Zhang Feilong. In the next moment, Zhang Feilong's mouth opened and a small insect flew out from his mouth quickly, approaching the ball of spiritual energy in Xiao Chen's hand. Seeing this scene, both Zhang father and son were stunned. Master, is this insect the reason my brother ended up like this? Looking at the insect in Xiao Chen's hand, Zhang Lingfeng hurriedly asked. Yes. Suddenly, a flame appeared in Xiao Chen's hand and the flame ignited instantly. The insect in his hand hardly struggled and was directly turned into powder. Then, Xiao Chen casually threw it on the ground. Your brother is fine now, he will wake up tomorrow. I will take my leave now. Xiao Chen looked at Zhang Lingfeng and said, there's still something. Yes, master, I'll see you off. Zhang Lingfeng hurriedly replied. Behind them, Zhang Shihu glanced at his son lying down, then at Xiao Chen's back, opened his mouth but dared not speak. His son had not yet woken up and he actually didn't want Xiao Chen to leave, but he knew very well that the other party didn't care about him at all. No matter what he said, it was of no use. So, it was better to keep quiet. After all, there was nothing good to say anyway. As Xiao Chen walked out of the Zhang family, he glanced back at Zhang Lingfeng and said lightly, alright, I'm leaving now. Master, where are you going? My Zhang family has places all over the world. If you need anything, you can always find them. Zhang Lingfeng quickly said. Then, she handed Xiao Chen a black card and said, when the time comes, you just need to take this card. Alright, I'll take it. Xiao Chen nodded in response. In the country, he could still contact Old Bai, who could help him solve some problems. But overseas, the Zhang family's influence was considerable, and he occasionally needed their assistance. After leaving the Zhang family, Xiao Chen hardly paused and headed straight for Siam. After all, that Marathi had set his sights on his potion, and he wouldn't let it go. Although the people under him, combined with the official forces, were not afraid of Marathi at all, he couldn't always be on guard. Moreover, with his current strength, it was ridiculous to be wary of an ant. Naturally, he aimed to eradicate the root cause and eliminate the mastermind behind it all. For Xiao Chen, the forces on Earth were hardly worth considering. His focus now was more on opening the next dimension to gain more resources. Cultivation was all about resources. At this moment, Xiao Chen had already arrived in Siam, and according to the address given by Old Bai, he quickly found Marathi, a middle-aged man with dark skin. At that moment, the middle-aged man was engaged with a woman, completely unaware of Xiao Chen's presence behind him. Who? Marathi suddenly changed his expression and turned around, only to see a young man looking at him with a cold smile. Who are you? Marathi was so frightened that he almost wilted, urgently questioning. Xiao Chen stared at him and smiled faintly. Do you know Master Tang from Port City? As soon as Xiao Chen's words fell, Marathi's face changed dramatically. He suddenly charged at Xiao Chen with extraordinary speed. However, the moment he rushed out, he was sent flying back by a single slap from Xiao Chen. Then, Xiao Chen flickered and appeared behind him, kicking him again. Marathi crashed heavily to the ground, his eyes filled with terror. He was a congenital martial artist, a super soldier. He knew better than anyone how powerful he was. But now, such a powerful self was being treated like a punching bag. At that moment, when he turned to look at Xiao Chen, his face was full of shock. Who was this man in front of him? Why was he so powerful? The other party's strength exceeded his imagination. In front of him, he felt like a small toy that could be easily manipulated, firmly held down by someone. At this moment, he was truly panicking. Looking at Xiao Chen, he shouted in fear, Sir, spare my life. I really didn't know that the potion was behind you. As soon as Xiao Chen mentioned Master Tang's name, he realized the purpose of the other party's visit. So, at this moment, he directly pleaded loudly. Seeing his expression, Xiao Chen narrowed his eyes slightly and coldly said, Are you sure you don't know? Or do you think I'm easy to deceive? As he spoke, Xiao Chen tightened his grip on the other person's throat, his gaze particularly cold. In the face of Xiao Chen's actions, Marathi was instantly filled with terror. Looking at Xiao Chen, Marathi's face was a mask of fear. He knew that the potion had come from Yun City, and after inquiring, he understood just how terrifying Yun City was. After all, the military had deployed heavy troops to guard it. He had no choice but to seek help from others. But once they heard he needed a potion, no one could assist him. At that moment, he thought of seeking Master Tang's help. After all, in his view, Master Tang was also from the Dragon Kingdom. Even though he was in Port City, he was still a citizen of the Dragon Kingdom, so Master Tang was the most likely to obtain the potion. Of course, the reward he offered was just a pile of useless broken stones. He didn't even know why Master Tang collected these things. My lord. Looking at Xiao Chen, Marathi said bitterly, I'm just an intermediary. Who told you to do this? Xiao Chen stared at him, coldly asking. Upon hearing this, Marathi immediately replied, it was the Sanchuan family from the country. They are backed by the Marilys Federation. Marathi had no sense of professional ethics. With his life on the line, what good was professional ethics? So, it was better to be straightforward and save his own life first. When Xiao Chen heard this, he narrowed his eyes slightly and asked, what about those stones? The stones are at my home. Marathi hurriedly said, I'll get them for you right away. With that, he stood up in a panic and went to find the stones. Soon, he appeared before Xiao Chen, holding a pile of spirit stones. Xiao Chen looked at the blue spirit stones in front of him, narrowing his eyes slightly. These were all attribute spirit stones, and the water attribute stones were most suitable for Chu Qingyue and Song Yi's cultivation. After all, the cultivation methods of both were water attribute. Where did these come from? Xiao Chen pointed at the pile of spirit stones and asked. Marathi quickly replied, my lord, these stones were given to me by the other party. They said Master Tang is looking for these things, and as long as the reward is these, they will agree. Looking at Xiao Chen, Marathi hurriedly spoke. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded. Then, with a wave of his hand, the next moment, the spirit stones entered his face. Marathi only felt a lightness in his hand, and the spirit stones were instantly gone. At that moment, he looked at Xiao Chen with a hint of fear in his eyes, and Xiao Chen looked at Marathi and coldly said, so, you don't even know where these things came from? Only Chuan Shongjing knows. Marathi quickly replied. He was filled with regret at that moment. If he had known the other party had such means, he would never have taken this job. He was just a broker, an intermediary. He had merely pulled a string. Now, he was left wondering what to do. Looking at Xiao Chen, Marathi's eyes held a hint of embarrassment as he said, my lord, since you are of no use, then die. Xiao Chen said softly. With a casual wave, the next moment, Marathi's body exploded. Seeing Marathi's body fall, Xiao Chen quickly got up and left. Check on the situation of the Chuanshan family from the country. Xiao Chen thought for a moment and called Old Bai. Chuanshan family? Ask your disciple, he knows better than us. Their Zhang family has cooperated with them before. Old Bai's voice came from the other end of the line. The one targeting the potion is them? That's normal, they are a pharmaceutical company. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen roughly understood. A pharmaceutical company targeting his potion was quite normal. After finishing the call with Old Bai, Xiao Chen called Zhang Lingfeng. Master, did you call for me? Zhang Lingfeng hurriedly asked on the other end of the line. Is there something you need me to do? Based on Zhang Lingfeng's understanding of Xiao Chen, if his master is looking for him, it must be for a reason. If there were no issues, he wouldn't come to find him. So, at this moment, he was feeling particularly anxious. Yes. Xiao Chen spoke up. You know the Chuanshan family from he country, right? I know. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lingfeng replied, we have business dealings with them, but those guys are not good people. On the other end of the phone, Zhang Lingfeng directly asked, did they offend you? Master, I will have someone deal with that group of filthy things from the Chuanshan family right now. Zhang Lingfeng said, without hesitation. In his eyes, Xiao Chen was like a god. That group actually dared to lay hands on his master. They could not be spared. Master Tang came to Xingjing for the medicine, and it was the Chuanshan family pulling the strings behind the scenes. Xiao Chen said, alright, I will handle this. Do you know their address? I will go right over there now. Master, are you in He country? Zhang Lingfeng asked eagerly on the other end of the line. I'm currently in Siam, but I will be in He country in no more than 20 minutes. Xiao Chen replied. Zhang Lingfeng was instantly stunned. His master had left Xingjing and was already in Siam in less than an hour, and now he only needed 20 minutes to reach He country. Is this the power of a cultivator? Thinking about having such abilities in the future, Zhang Lingfeng's eyes lit up at that moment. Master, I will send you their location right away. Also, they should have innate martial artists as guardians, and I even heard that they have connections with the royal family of He country. Zhang Lingfeng quickly sent Xiao Chen a location. After all, both sides had cooperation, and he had even been to their home. He was quite familiar with everything about that family. Xiao Chen glanced at the address, then quickly moved, and in the next second, his body had already appeared in the sky above. At this moment, Xiao Chen's body erupted forth, rapidly rushing towards the direction of He country. 20 minutes later, he had already seen the coastline of He country. According to the address, the location of the other party was actually on a small island in He country. Moreover, this small island basically belonged solely to their family. As Xiao Chen quickly descended, he frowned slightly. He could sense that on this small island there was a faint aura of spiritual energy continuously emanating. This island has spiritual energy. There should be spirit stones, and they are buried underground. Xiao Chen immediately made a judgment. Only in this way could the island have spiritual energy. Moreover, after carefully observing, his expression became increasingly strange. This island was not natural. It looked more like it had been forcibly created by someone using magical powers. Furthermore, there were even traces of formations on the island. This is a gathering spirit formation, trapping the spiritual energy within the island's surroundings, but it has been too long and is about to collapse. Xiao Chen observed carefully, and a hint of surprise appeared in his eyes. This undoubtedly proved many things. Earth must have had cultivators at some point. Moreover, their strength should have been considerable. Otherwise, they wouldn't have such means. At this moment, Xiao Chen quickly descended and directly entered the island. As soon as he set foot on the island, he saw several armed men approaching him with guns drawn. Upon seeing them, Xiao Chen showed no hesitation at all. With a wave of his hand, the two leading men instantly turned into a mist of blood. Immediately after, Xiao Chen moved quickly, and in the next moment he had already appeared in the center of the island's estate. This estate was exceptionally large, and when Xiao Chen appeared, he had already attracted the attention of many people. Below, a group of armed soldiers was pointing their guns at Xiao Chen. Seeing these people, Xiao Chen shook his head and casually waved his hand. In the next moment, those people's bodies instantly exploded into a mist of blood. Inside the manor, an old man was staring at Xiao Chen with a look of astonishment. They never expected that the sudden arrival would be so terrifying. With a wave of His hand, all the security on their side was dead. Moreover, they died in such an inexplicable manner. Upon witnessing this scene, the old man fell silent. Are you Chuan Shang, Jingyi of the Chuan Shang family? Xiao Chen asked, fixing his gaze on the old man. Hearing Xiao Chen's question, Chuan Shang Jingyi's expression changed. The other party spoke in the language of the Dragon Kingdom, which meant he was from the Dragon Kingdom. Because of this, Chuan Shang Jingyi felt nervous. He understood all too well how terrifying these people from the Dragon Kingdom could be. Furthermore, the moment they arrived, they killed people, directly taking so many lives. It was certain that the visitor meant no good. Yes. Chuan Shang Jingyi took a deep breath and said, I don't know if we, the Chuan Shang family, have offended you by coming here and causing such a ruckus? You recognize this, right? Xiao Chen held up a property spirit stone and asked Chuan Shang Jingyi. Upon seeing what Xiao Chen was holding, Chuan Shang Jingyi's face changed dramatically. He naturally recognized it. After all, he was the one who had taken it out and handed it to Marathi. At that time, he didn't know what it was, but after learning that Master Tang was looking for these, he began to formulate his own plan. Sir, if it's for these things, I still have some on my island. You can take them. Chuan Shang Jingyi said nervously, looking at Xiao Chen. If the other party was only after these stones, that would be manageable. At least he could survive. What he feared was that the other party's purpose for coming here was not just for these stones. That would be truly disastrous. Hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded and then said, were those from Marathi also given by you? Xiao Chen looked at him with a half smile and said, are you eyeing those potions? After a few words, Chuan Shang Jingyi's face turned ashen. He knew that this time, it was unlikely to end well. At this moment, looking at Xiao Chen, his eyes showed a hint of panic as he urgently said, Sir, are you the true owner of those potions? Good to know. Xiao Chen nodded and said, since you know, you should also be clear about my purpose for coming here. Sir, I am willing to offer the wealth of my Chuan Shang family, and also, whatever you fancy on the island, you can take, as long as you let me go. Xiao Chen looked at him with a smile and said, there really are things on the island that interest me. As soon as Xiao Chen said this, Chuan Shang Jingyi let out a sigh of relief. It seemed that his life might be spared today. But if I kill you, those things will still belong to me. As soon as he finished speaking, Chuan Shang Jingyi's expression changed drastically. He was already panicking. Especially after realizing Xiao Chen's capabilities, he knew that he was doomed today. At this moment, he still wanted to speak, but the next second, Xiao Chen directly grabbed his throat. First tell me, are those potions what you want, or is there someone behind you? Xiao Chen looked at him, his eyes now filled with a hint of killing intent. I have no one behind me, Chuan Shang Jingyi said urgently upon hearing this. Hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded, then quickly waved his hand, and in the next moment, everyone on the island exploded, turning into a mist of blood. Chuan Shang Jingyi's eyes widened at this scene. Xiao Chen snorted coldly, and the next second, he directly grabbed the man's head and squeezed hard. Boom! The man's head instantly exploded. Looking at the corpse lying on the ground, Xiao Chen let out a cold laugh, and then he quickly moved to the central position of the island. In the center of this island was a small lake. Xiao Chen knew very well that it was this small lake that emitted the most concentrated spiritual energy. At this moment, he quickly dove into the water, and the next instant, he had already submerged to the bottom of the lake. Observing the situation at the lakebed, Xiao Chen's eyes suddenly brightened. Deep down, there were indeed spirit stones, and quite a few of them. Although they were not enough to form a vein, they had almost taken on the shape of one. Seeing this scene, how could Xiao Chen possibly give up such a good opportunity? He moved directly, and in the next moment, these veins were instantly gathered into his possession. In the blink of an eye, his space had gained a new vein. Although this vein seemed small, even insufficient to be called a vein, it was a vein of attribute minerals. As Xiao Chen collected these veins, he felt the surrounding space begin to tremble. This island is going to collapse. Xiao Chen's eyes narrowed slightly, and indeed, this island relied on these veins for support. After he had gathered the spirit stone mine, the formations on the island could no longer be maintained, and it had begun to collapse. This meant that the entire island was on the verge of sinking to the seabed. Witnessing this scene, Xiao Chen quickly flickered and appeared in the sky above. He looked down, and at that moment, the entire island was continuously crumbling. Soon, the whole island gradually sank into the sea until it was submerged. Watching this unfold, Xiao Chen smiled slightly, then his body moved sharply, and he appeared not far away. His figure was exceptionally swift, and at this moment, he had completely unfurled his form. With great speed, he returned to Yun City. After arriving in Yun City, Xiao Chen went to see Songya. Has Chu Qingyue returned? He asked upon seeing Songya. Hearing this, Songya shook her head and said, not yet. However, she did call me to say that there are no more troubles on her side, and she should have arrived in Xingjing by now. That's good. Xiao Chen breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. His greatest fear was that Chu Qingyue would encounter trouble overseas. Now that she was safe, he felt at ease. What's wrong? Seeing Xiao Chen's expression, Songya asked curiously. There are some things I need to ask others about. Xiao Chen thought for a moment and replied. He had originally believed that the earth was completely devoid of spiritual energy, but the current situation seemed far from what he had observed. Not to mention the secret formation of the Chuan family, even the spirit stones beneath the formation indicated the presence of cultivators. Moreover, the colorful encounter he had in the ancient tomb was similar. Therefore, he still wanted to inquire about what had caused the entire earth to become what it was now. With this in mind, Xiao Chen exchanged a few words with Songya, then took out several water attribute spirit stones and handed them to her. I have some matters to attend to for now. I'll come back in a few days. Upon hearing this, Songya nodded. Xiao Chen disappearing for a few days was not a rare occurrence. By now, she had grown accustomed to it. As long as Xiao Chen was often around, she was not worried about him encountering any issues. Soon after, Xiao Chen quickly made his way back to the ancient tomb he had visited before. Not long after entering the tomb, he saw Kai again. At this moment, Kai was looking at Xiao Chen, smiling as she said, your progress surprises me. I didn't expect you to reach the nascent soul stage so quickly. Now, you can use your merit cloud to help me evolve a portion of the resentment. As she spoke, she extended her hand. towards Xiao Chen. Hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded, and then the Mera Cloud surged rapidly towards Kai. The Mera Cloud continuously flowed around Kai, and Xiao Chen felt waves of energy frantically pouring into his body at that moment. It was all the resentment being decomposed from her. However, even with such decomposition, she showed no reaction at all. This was what Xiao Chen found incomprehensible. After all, even now, he still couldn't believe that someone's resentment could be so intense even at this moment. Even his own Mera Cloud was exerting all its strength to absorb, yet it still couldn't be fully consumed. This was something Xiao Chen couldn't comprehend. Just how powerful was the opponent? Moreover, compared to the opponent, Jin Wu's previous destruction of a plane seemed almost benevolent. After all, the resentment on Jin Wu's body had barely affected his Mera Cloud. At this moment, as he watched the Mera Cloud quickly bring a sense of fullness, Xiao Chen knew it was about time. He couldn't absorb any more without breaking down. Now, he had directly advanced from the early stage of the nascent soul to the mid-stage. In Xiao Chen's view, Kai was almost like a large power bank. As long as he needed it, she could fill his body with energy. Just like now, a single breath could propel Xiao Chen directly into the mid-stage of the nascent soul. Alright, Kai smiled slightly, then waved her hand, and the Mera Cloud in front of her suddenly surged into her body. Xiao Chen could even feel that the Mera Cloud seemed to be afraid. The woman before him instilled fear in Xiao Chen. Who exactly are you? Xiao Chen looked at her and asked. Knowing now won't do you any good. Kai replied lightly, wait until your next breakthrough. Then come help me. Perhaps, after your next breakthrough, I can also go out for a short while. At this moment, Kai looked at Xiao Chen and said with a smile, then, may I ask you a few questions? Xiao Chen thought for a moment and looked at her. Are there still cultivators on Earth? Yes. Kai nodded and said, aren't I one? Hearing her words, Xiao Chen forced a smile. Besides you, there are a few others like me, but they are trapped in some places and can't leave for various reasons. Looking at Xiao Chen, Kai thought for a moment and said, as for who else, I can't remember. Additionally, Xiao Chen pondered and said, what was Earth like in the past? Or, are there many hidden mineral veins, spirit stones? Yes. Kai nodded, but they have all been hidden away. Some pests back then didn't help and even moved some of the spirit stone veins away to hide. She appeared particularly angry when she said this. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen roughly understood. Something must have happened back then, and Kai and the others chose to stay in the ancient tomb, or perhaps there was something being suppressed within it. They were almost there to suppress whatever was inside the tomb. However, undoubtedly, some people were unwilling, so they began to flee, even taking away a lot of resources. Are those who left still alive? Xiao Chen asked. Impossible, the outside world now is almost completely devoid of spiritual energy. At that time, 99% of the resources were used by us. Kai thought for a moment and said, if those pests can't find other resources, they won't be able to break through. At most, they lived for 1,000 years, and by now, they are long dead. Unless there are still some hiding away and have found enough resources. Kai thought for a moment and said, but this is very difficult. Xiao Chen nodded upon hearing this. After chatting with her for a while, he had a rough understanding of the current situation. As for asking in more detail, like what Kai and the others were suppressing, she wouldn't say a word. Instead, she told Xiao Chen that he would know in the future. Alright, you can leave now. Seeing that Xiao Chen wanted to ask more, Kai waved her hand directly. The next moment, Xiao Chen immediately felt the scene before him changing continuously. Soon, he found himself outside the ancient tomb. Looking at the scene before him, Xiao Chen felt a bit helpless at that moment. Just as he was about to leave, his phone suddenly rang. Xiao Chen, help! It was Chu Qingyue's voice on the other end. Did something happen to you? Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen asked anxiously, where are you? I'll come right away. I'm in Shengjing, I'm fine, but Ling Kuan is in trouble. On the other end of the line, Chu Qingyue said urgently, you need to hurry. Ling Kuan's condition is particularly bad right now, and the medicine you provided is completely useless. Hearing this, a look of surprise crossed Xiao Chen's face. The treatment medicine was ineffective. That meant the injuries were definitely not physical. What about the mental recovery medicine? Xiao Chen quickly inquired. It's useless. Too. Ling Kuan must have been poisoned. That kind of potent poison cannot be cured by treatment medicine. Right now, he can recover a bit after taking the medicine, but soon he will be dragged down again by the poison. At this moment, Chu Qingyue said anxiously, we must find a way to detoxify him, but everyone is at a loss. Hearing this, Xiao Chen was somewhat astonished. What kind of poison was so domineering? I'm on my way. After saying this, Xiao Chen moved quickly, and in the next moment he appeared in the sky over Shengjing. The Chu family. At this moment, Chu Qingyue looked somewhat flustered as she gazed at Chu Lingkuan. Sister, I'm fine. Chu Lingkuan's face was pale, even somewhat twisted as he said, this time, I was careless. I didn't expect the opponent to be so powerful, and now I've been put in such a passive position. He was completely at a loss. Originally, he thought he was just going to pick up a few people, but he didn't expect to encounter such a huge problem. Moreover, his body was being continuously damaged. He had held on until now, relying entirely on the treatment medicine. However, even though the treatment medicine restored some of his vitality, as long as that strange toxin-like substance remained, it would have no effect at all. Right now, he was undergoing repeated treatment while being destroyed. Under this excruciating pain, Chu Lingkuan's consciousness was starting to blur. Seeing this scene, Chu Qingyue hurriedly said, don't speak for now. I've already called your brother-in-law, and he will be here soon. Don't worry if you don't trust me. Can you not trust your brother-in-law? Hearing this, Chu Lingkuan's spirit trembled slightly. He naturally had faith in Xiao Chen's abilities. A cultivator with such skills was definitely extraordinary. At this moment, he was almost a fervent admirer of Xiao Chen. If he weren't afraid that mentioning cultivation would be somewhat inappropriate, he would have wanted to follow Xiao Chen long ago. Brother-in-law, is he really coming soon? Chu Lingkuan asked anxiously. I've already arrived. Just as Chu Lingkuan finished Speaking, a figure quickly appeared in front of him. Brother-in-law. Seeing Xiao Chen, Chu Lingquan said urgently. At this moment he still bore a hint of a grimace as he said, "Brother-in-law, my internal organs are in trouble." Xiao Chen's gaze fell on Chu Lingquan's internal organs, and upon inspection, he frowned slightly. He could tell that there was a force within him that was continuously causing damage. "Xiao Chen, do you know what kind of potent poison this is?" Chu Qingyue said urgently, "Please help save Lingquan." "It's not poison," Xiao Chen replied, "but I'm quite curious, how did you end up in this situation?" The energy before him was something he had seen once before. In the Western fantasy world, that was the kind of energy used by angels. This meant that what Chu Lingquan encountered might be someone similar to that angel. However, thinking about the place they had gone to being in the West, he felt relieved. "We don't know either. At that time, a person came and directly attacked us. Karen and I were also attacked, but in the end, Karen knocked the opponent away with a palm. At that moment, we all felt something was wrong, so we quickly returned. On the way back, Lingquan was still fine, but as soon as we arrived here, he became like this." Chu Qingyue hurriedly spoke up. "As for me, although I was hit by the opponent's energy, it seems like I'm fine." Hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded. Whether it was the Qilin or Chu Qingyue, they had both already stepped onto the threshold of cultivation. The opponent's strength was roughly similar to Chu Qingyue's, perhaps just a little stronger. However, spiritual energy was much stronger than this kind of energy, so naturally, she was fine. Xiao Chen placed his palm on Chu Lingquan's chest, and in the next moment, the energy within him began to be continuously drawn out by Xiao Chen. As Xiao Chen extracted it, Chu Lingquan let out a scream. "Xiao Chen, my brother, won't be in trouble, will he?" Chu Qingyue asked nervously. "He'll be fine," Xiao Chen replied. "Extracting this energy will cause him a lot of pain, but once it's out, there will be no problem at all." Hearing Xiao Chen's explanation, Chu Qingyue finally breathed a sigh of relief at that moment. However, she still looked at Chu Lingquan with great concern. At this moment, Xiao Chen began to continuously tear this power out. Soon, a pure white holy light separated from Chu Lingquan's body. Seeing this scene, Xiao Chen casually grasped this power. At the same time, he cast a healing spell on Chu Lingquan. After the healing spell, Chu Lingquan's complexion visibly improved. Seeing this, Xiao Chen carefully focused on the power in his hand. It was the same kind of energy used by the angels he had seen in the Western fantasy realm. According to the angels, this was a kind of holy power. It was different from spiritual energy, but essentially, it was a similar kind of power. After all, holy power was just a different system. However, it still absorbed the energy of heaven and earth for cultivation. At the same time, it also had an additional element of faith. But Xiao Chen also knew that the power of faith existed in the Eastern system as well, although in the Eastern system, the power of faith was not as obvious. In contrast, Western power relied more on these forces of faith. "This is the kind of power within my brother," Chu Qingyue exclaimed as she looked at the power in Xiao Chen's palm. "When the opponent attacked me before, it was the same. What exactly is this thing?" "This thing is like a curse. Once it hits, it can't be removed." "Holy power." Xiao Chen squinted slightly and said, "It originates from their myths, or rather, from angels." "Are angels really real?" Chu Qingyue asked in surprise upon hearing Xiao Chen's words. "Do angels really exist?" "Yes." Xiao Chen nodded, and with a squeeze, that holy power was crushed in an instant. Then, he looked at Chu Qingyue and said, "Let's go out. Let Lingquan rest properly." "Okay." Chu Qingyue nodded in response. Since Xiao Chen said Chu Lingquan was fine, then he must be fine. With that, she no longer needed to worry. At this moment, she was even more curious about the holy power in Xiao Chen's palm. And Xiao Chen was also curious. He had never expected that there would be someone using holy power in this place. "How did you encounter them?" Xiao Chen asked Chu Qingyue. "This matter is quite strange," Chu Qingyue said with a bitter smile. "Originally, Lingquan was planning to pick up a few subordinates and come back immediately. But unexpectedly, when they went to pick someone up, they found a group of people chasing a little girl. And that little girl was one of our Eastern people. So, Lingquan and the others intervened to save the little girl. After that, things spiraled out of control. That group of people went crazy and directly attacked Lingquan and the others. Fortunately, Lingquan and the others had some skills and managed to escape a bit, and they called for my help, so I went over." Chu Qingyue looked at Xiao Chen and said softly, "When I went there, quite a few people came from the other side. At that time, if it weren't for the Qilin, I might have been captured by them." Hearing this, Xiao Chen narrowed his eyes slightly and said, "Are you saying that so many of them surrounded you just for a little girl?" "Yes." Chu Qingyue nodded and said, "Just for a little girl." "Where is that little girl now?" Xiao Chen asked. He understood that since they were after a little girl, then that little girl must be the key. Perhaps she knows something. "That little girl is with Old Bai. After we brought her back, she didn't say a word. Moreover, I can tell she is very wary of us." Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen frowned slightly and said, "All right, I'll go check on Old Bai. At the same time, find out who those people really are." As he spoke, he quickly flashed and appeared at Old Bai's place. "Why are you back?" Old Bai was taken aback when he saw Xiao Chen suddenly appear, then said, "Is it about Chu Lingquan?" "Yes." Xiao Chen nodded. "He's all right, right?" Old Bai asked anxiously. When Chu Lingquan returned, he only looked a bit pale and didn't feel anything was wrong, but unexpectedly, as soon as he got home, his internal injuries flared up. It was said to be quite serious. He had prepared several bottles of medicine, but they all said it was useless. If it weren't for knowing the relationship between Chu Qingyue and Xiao Chen, Old Bai would have called Xiao Chen himself. "He's fine." Xiao Chen said. "What about that little girl? I was just about to look for you for this matter." Hearing Xiao Chen bring it up, Old Bai hurriedly said, "You don't know that child is very strange." "Oh?" Xiao Chen narrowed his eyes slightly and asked, "What happened?" "After she came here, she didn't say a word and even tried to leave." At that time, many of us tried to stop her. That child is so small, yet she almost injured Wu Lai. Hearing this, a strange expression appeared on Xiao Chen's face. Wu Lai must have taken my medicine, right? If Wu Lai had taken it, that meant that Wu Lai was now a master-level expert. A master-level martial artist is, in a sense, invincible. On Earth, how could someone injure Wu Lai? Yes. Old Bai nodded helplessly at Xiao Chen's question. That's why it's so strange. If that little girl knew how to use the power within her, Wu Lai might have been seriously injured. And now, hearing this, Xiao Chen became even more interested in that little girl. What kind of concept is a child who can seriously injure Wu Lai? With this thought, Xiao Chen immediately asked, where is she? Inside. Old Bai said, I'll take you there. All right. Xiao Chen nodded and quickly followed Old Bai inside. When he entered, he saw Wu Lai and a little girl sitting not far away. The child in front of him was exquisitely beautiful and looked exceptionally cute. However, her expression was particularly cold. When the little girl saw Old Bai and Xiao Chen enter, she initially had a huge wariness, but when she saw Xiao Chen's face, she suddenly froze. Xiao Chen also looked closely at her, a hint of surprise in his eyes. For some reason, this child felt extraordinarily familiar to Xiao Chen, but he could guarantee he had never seen her before. Master. The child suddenly ran in front of Xiao Chen, crying out, Master, is it really you? Master, I'm Qinger. I finally found you. The girl in front of him suddenly ran to Xiao Chen and hugged him, crying loudly. Bai Lao was stunned when he heard the little girl's cries and turned to look at Xiao Chen. If she was Xiao Chen's disciple, then it was reasonable that Wu Lai couldn't defeat her. After all, those who practiced martial arts simply couldn't compare to those who cultivated immortality. However, seeing Xiao Chen's bewildered expression, even a bit shocked, he frowned and asked, You don't recognize her? I'm a bit confused right now. Xiao Chen carefully looked at the girl in front of him and asked, You call me master? Master, you don't recognize me anymore? That's true, in this timeline, you haven't met me yet. Upon hearing this, Lung Qingxian whispered softly, Master, I'm back. I returned here, but I didn't expect that this is still the timeline from which I left. Timeline? Xiao Chen squinted slightly, looking at the girl in front of him and asked, Do you mean, in the future, you will become my disciple? Yes. Lang Qingxian hurriedly replied, I will become your disciple, and you said I am your closed-door disciple, your ninth disciple. When he heard this, Xiao Chen looked at her and said, Then, you are also a time traveler? Yes, but I came back. Lang Qingxian looked at Xiao Chen and said, I traveled back through the river of time, but unfortunately, all my cultivation has been wasted. Right now, I'm not even at the qi refining stage and can't control the power within me. Listening to Lang Qingxuan's words, Xiao Chen's mouth dropped open in surprise. Come with me. At this moment, he was very clear that the girl in front of him was definitely not simple, and it was indeed possible that she was his disciple. However, he never expected that his disciple would actually travel through the river of time and return to him. If she could really traverse the river of time, what kind of cultivation would that require? Even with his current nascent soul cultivation, he knew very well that he had no way to survive in the river of time. He would die. But this little girl in front of him could. Master, after I traveled back through the river of time, all my cultivation was lost and I only retained my soul, returning to my original body. Looking at Xiao Chen, Lang Qingxian said, Right now, I am very weak and have been targeted by others. Fortunately, I met you, Master. She looked at Xiao Chen with a bright smile and said, With you here, I'm not afraid. First, tell me what your cultivation was before you came back. Xiao Chen looked at the little girl in front of him, curious. Cultivation? I was the heavenly Xian Empress who suppressed an entire realm. Upon hearing this, Lang Qingxian said softly, At that time, my cultivation should have been half a step to the Heavenly Emperor. Xiao Chen frowned slightly upon hearing this. He didn't know what level that was. I'm only at the nascent soul stage now, and the so-called Heavenly Emperor you mentioned. Looking at Lang Qingxian in front of him, Xiao Chen asked, When I first started cultivating in the Heavenly Xian realm, I was at the nascent soul stage. It took me 100,000 years of cultivation to reach the Heavenly Emperor level, Lang Qingxian said softly. Hearing this, Xiao Chen roughly understood. In other words, before Lang Qingxian traveled, he was just a waist in front of her. In fact, he was even less than a waist. Then, at that time, I should have been able to bring you back to Earth, right? Xiao Chen looked at Lang Qingxian, curious. Yes, you could. Lang Qingxian said softly, but I returned to the present to save my parents. That is my inner demon. If I can't break through, I won't be able to advance in this lifetime. Your parents? Xiao Chen asked, a hint of surprise on his face. Where are your parents? This is the reason I wanted to find you, Master. Right now, only you can save my parents. Looking at Xiao Chen, Lang Qingxian said, I came back with them to find you, but I didn't expect that after being brought back, they would lock me up. If it weren't for fearing that it would trouble you, I would have prepared to kill everyone here in one go. Hearing this, Xiao Chen was slightly taken aback, looking at the cold and delicate Xian. This girl, seemingly carved from jade, also appeared to be a killer. Master, my parents were captured by that group of Western charlatans, and now they want to capture me too. Please help me save them. Looking at Xiao Chen, Cold Qingxian hurriedly spoke. All right. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded and said, You must first acknowledge me as your master. Okay. Cold Qingxian quickly knelt down and bowed several times to Xiao Chen. At the same time, a loud alert sounded in Xiao Chen's mind. Alert! The host has accepted a disciple with unlimited potential, receiving a critical reward. Due to the host's own strength being unable to improve further, the host's talent can be modified. Host talent modification complete. Hearing the voice in his mind, Xiao Chen's thoughts gradually became clearer. At this moment, he felt that his vision had brightened considerably. In fact, when he looked at Cold Qingxian, his eyes sparkled. Indeed, this disciple's talent was astonishingly high. He didn't know how his own talent compared now, but it was evident that many unclear aspects of the cultivation methods he practiced before had become clear. Even his comprehension had improved 100-fold. Master, let's hurry, otherwise my parents will be in danger. Cold Qingxian pulled Xiao Chen, speaking urgently. All right. Looking at Cold Xing Xian, Xiao Chen nodded slightly. The benefits this disciple brought him were immense. With such a disciple, who wouldn't cherish her? Old Bai, this is my disciple. I'm taking her with me, Xiao Chen said to Old Bai. Since she's your disciple, take her away. Old Bai replied. He had many questions, but it was clear that Xiao Chen wouldn't provide answers. However, as long as she was Xiao Chen's disciple, she wouldn't pose any danger to the Dragon Kingdom. That was enough for him. As Xiao Chen took cold Xing Xian out, he looked at the delicate little girl in front of him, his eyes filled with curiosity. Master, let's go and rescue my parents first. Cold Xing Xian said to Xiao Chen, I know you have many questions, but don't ask them now. We need to save people first. The little girl said anxiously, otherwise my parents will be killed by those charlatans. Hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded, then picked up the little girl and swiftly took to the air. His speed was incredibly fast, and soon, under the little girl's guidance, they arrived at a location. It was a massive church. Seeing the church before him, Xiao Chen frowned slightly and asked, so, your parents were captured and brought to the church? He still had many questions. After all, Easterners and churches should be incompatible. However, he never expected that the little girl's parents would be captured by a church. Master, those guys have set their sights on me, and my parents are also being targeted by them. The little girl looked at Xiao Chen and said, I don't know why, but it seems that I contained spiritual power since I was born. They even call me the reincarnation of a saint. They want to control me, and my parents hid away for my sake. We even thought about returning to the Dragon Kingdom. After all, they wouldn't dare to act recklessly there. But just as we were about to take action, we were captured. Cold Xing Xian said to Xiao Chen. Listening to Cold Xing Xian's explanation, Xiao Chen nodded. He could sense that Cold Xing Xian's talent was terrifying. Just accepting Cold Xing Xian had brought him immense benefits, especially with the limitations on talent. It had been completely filled. Now, he definitely belonged to the category of top-tier talent, and this was all thanks to his disciple. Moreover, if this disciple was previously the Empress, even if her strength has vanished, it would be easy for her to cultivate it back. What's more, he knows very well that the Empress's insight is the most important thing. As long as Lang Qingxuan's vision remains, in the future he will have many questions answered and can avoid pitfalls. Of course, more importantly, it brings certainty about the future. Lang Qingxian has traversed the river of time and at least knows part of her future. It's as if he has gained a rebirth effect. He might even have some knowledge of the troubles he will encounter in the future. With this thought, at this moment, Xiao Chen understood even more how important Lang Qingxian was. Master, don't ask yet, just use your divine sense to scan. My parents must be inside. Lang Qingxian said urgently, in my last life, I was captured here by them, and it seemed like I was used for some sort of sacrifice. I only crossed over to the Tianxian continent after I died, and in this life, when I just reincarnated, I was captured by them again. Fortunately, I still had a bit of power left in me, allowing me to shake them off and escape. Lang Qingxian said anxiously, my parents are definitely still here. Hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded, and his divine sense immediately extended out. In the next moment he discovered that there was indeed a hidden world beneath this church. The church looked unremarkable from the outside, but below it lay a vast space. The key was that there were quite a few people in this space. Among them, there were even 2 coffins made of white jade. At this moment, the 2 coffins were placed in a pool. Outside the pool, many people were kneeling. Among them, there were 2 who looked distinctly Eastern. They were bound and appeared to be in a state of despair. At this moment, Xiao Chen looked at an old man at the forefront who coldly shouted at the kneeling group, I told you to bring the people back, and you can't even handle this little task? We finally found the saintess who can be sacrificed to the divine envoy. Only by sacrificing the saintess can the divine envoy awaken, and then the glory of the gods will shine upon this land once more. Hearing the old man's words, the kneeling people trembled in fear. Xiao Chen, upon hearing this, had a strange look in his eyes. He then turned his gaze towards the 2 white jade coffins. Upon seeing them, Xiao Chen's expression grew even more peculiar. These were the corpses of 2 angels. However, within them still lingered a trace of vitality. They seemed to be in a deep slumber. This meant that they had found Lang Qingxuan's family in order to sacrifice her so that the 2 angels could appear before them. With this thought, Xiao Chen had a rough understanding of the situation. However, the existence of angels on Earth still somewhat overturned his perception. Although he had already learned part of the information from the Birdman of that previous Western fantasy realm, and knew that the angels on Earth might have also been thrown into the chaotic space before arriving here, he was still a bit curious. Master, how is it? Lang Qingxian asked anxiously, my parents, are they okay? Don't worry, they're fine, Xiao Chen replied. As long as the 2 were not dead, Xiao Chen could save them, especially since they had only sustained some injuries. They are currently discussing how to capture you. Xiao Chen smiled slightly. Indeed, the group below was discussing how to capture Lang Qingxian. They were taken away by the people from the Dragon Kingdom? The old man at the forefront fell silent for a moment and said, in that case, let's go to the Dragon Kingdom and get them back. I don't care what methods you use, this is the opportunity for the divine envoy to awaken, and we must bring that person back. As for those strange people from the Dragon Kingdom, as he spoke, the old man's face was filled with seriousness. All along, he had thought that this world only had some super warriors who wielded the supreme holy power of the world. Of course, even though the Dragon Kingdom has countless legends, they never took them seriously. But this time, from the reports of several subordinates, they finally understood that the Dragon Kingdom truly possesses terrifying power. A suddenly enormous monster and a woman were not something they could handle. This had exceeded their imagination. I don't care what methods you use, even if it means fighting in the Dragon Kingdom, just bring the person back, the old man said coldly. The people of the Dragon Kingdom are not to be trifled with. As long as the divine envoy awakens, we fear no one. Oh, really? Suddenly, an abrupt voice sounded from behind him. The old man looked up in shock, and the next moment he saw the void in front of him suddenly twist, and a young man appeared, holding a little girl. His gaze was fixed on the little girl in his arms. Xing Xian. The moment she saw the little girl, the woman bound to the ground showed a look of urgency and shouted loudly, you must run. Mom, don't worry. I brought Master with me. With Master here, they can't hurt me. Qing Xian immediately shouted back, her eyes filled with excitement. She remembered vividly the painful expressions of her parents when she was sacrificed in her previous life. It had become a heart demon for her. Now, seeing her parents again, the excitement in her eyes was naturally beyond words. Looking at her parents in front of her, Qing Xian said eagerly, Dad, Mom, I'm back to save you. She felt particularly confident now. After all, her master was behind her. Even in the future, when she became an empress ruling a realm, her master would still be an unshakable presence. Even Qing Xian herself didn't know what level of power her master truly possessed. Similarly, she was very clear that her master was terrifying. Even though her master had just reached the nascent soul stage, she could still sweep away the opponent. Master, please save my parents. Looking at Xiao Chen, Qing Xian hurriedly spoke. Seeing Qing Xian's expression, Xiao Chen smiled and said, Since you call me master, how could I not help? As she spoke, in the next second, she moved and appeared directly in front of the man and woman. With a wave of her hand, the couple was immediately protected behind Xiao Chen. Your Excellency, this is our territory. What do you mean by this? The old man's gaze was fixed on Xiao Chen and then on Qing Xian, behind her. To be honest, the moment he saw Qing Xian, he couldn't help but want to take action. However, he still held back, mainly because Xiao Chen was too strange. The other party completely ignored the fact that there were so many of them, and even with several swift movements, they couldn't see what was happening before the couple was rescued. Even so, he still looked at Qing Xian with greedy eyes. This little girl was too important to him. He knew very well that to awaken the divine envoy, they needed pure blood. Moreover, that kind of blood was exceedingly rare. According to rumors, it was almost impossible to exist. However, ever since Qing Xian was discovered, they felt that within her there was such pure energy. This was the saintess they wanted. A saintess, of course, had to be sacrificed for the god. Their first reaction was to bring Qing Xian back, but they didn't expect to encounter an accident. Moreover, they had startled these people from the Dragon Kingdom. Thinking of the legends of the Dragon Kingdom from ancient times to the present, they were genuinely a bit afraid. After all, they had witnessed the existence of angels with their own eyes. If angels exist, then what about the myths of the Dragon Kingdom? Their gazes were fixed on Xiao Chen, who couldn't be bothered with these people at all. In Xiao Chen's view, a bunch of useless people were destined to die. Right now, she was concerned about her disciple. When the old man saw Xiao Chen completely ignore him and instead focus on Lung Qingxian, his expression turned particularly grim. Suddenly, he swung his cane, and in the next moment, a bolt of lightning erupted from it, directly hurling towards Xiao Chen. As the lightning rushed towards him, Xiao Chen looked up and then flicked his fingers. In the next instant, the lightning exploded. Xiao Chen felt the power brought by the lightning. Too weak. Xiao Chen shook his head. It didn't even reach the level of foundation establishment. At most, it was just at the peak of chi refinement. Moreover, he could tell that the old man was already the strongest among this group. The old man's face was filled with astonishment. He had cast a spell, but the other party had effortlessly neutralized it. At that moment, he realized that he had truly encountered a huge problem. Cold sweat began to bead on his forehead as he looked at Xiao Chen, his eyes filled with embarrassment. Sir, I would like to make a deal with you. The old man hurriedly spoke. I know you are very powerful, and we may not be your match. However, we need that girl behind you. As long as you are willing to hand over the little girl, you will gain our friendship. He looked at Xiao Chen and spoke. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen's face showed a hint of surprise. It was the first time he had encountered something so shameless. Friendship? Do I need your friendship? Just for a word of friendship, you want my disciple's life? Do you hear how ridiculous that sounds? Old man, this is my disciple. If you lay a hand on her, you deserve to die. Xiao Chen said softly, not just you, even those two in the coffin, I will pull them up and kill them too. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Chen waved his hand, and instantly, several flying swords appeared in the air. In that moment, the flying swords transformed into sharp blades, rushing directly towards the old man. The old man's expression changed drastically. He did not expect the other party to be so direct, not even giving him a chance to speak. Moreover, he attacked immediately. At that moment, he saw a cold gleam flash by, and suddenly, his throat was pierced. Xiao Chen looked at the people before him, snorted coldly, and then urged the flying swords to attack. Those people, seeing Xiao Chen suddenly strike, gasped in shock and quickly retreated, trying to escape. But Xiao Chen's flying swords were faster than them. Soon, the area was filled with the stench of blood. The ground was littered with corpses. After Xiao Chen killed these people, he turned to look at the little girl. At that moment, the little girl was smiling at Xiao Chen. Her parents had been so frightened that they were trembling, staring at Xiao Chen in fear. On the contrary, Lang Qingxian showed no expression at all. After all, such scenes were too common for Lang Qingxian, the future empress. Oh, Xiao Chen was about to speak, but the next moment he turned to look at the two white jade coffins in the pool. After he had killed so many people, their blood flowed into the pool, and those two white jade coffins began to absorb the energy from the blood. Ha! Seeing this scene, Xiao Chen roughly understood. The bodies of these people contained holy power, which could briefly awaken these two birdmen. The reason they targeted Lung Qingxian was that she naturally possessed rich spiritual energy within her. Lang Qingxuan's blood was more precious and useful than theirs, capable of awakening both angels, while Xiao Chen's mass slaughter might also awaken them, but the duration would definitely be short. As the blood continuously merged into the pool, Xiao Chen saw the coffins begin to tremble, and in the next moment, the coffin lid suddenly popped open. Xiao Chen's gaze fell upon a colorless hand reaching out from the coffin, and the next moment, he saw an angel appear before him. He looked at the figure, his eyes filled with amusement. Behind the other party stood a winged angel, and their strength was likely just at the threshold of the golden core stage. Undoubtedly, on Earth, a golden core expert was nearly invincible. However, fate had it that they encountered me. At this moment, the angel's gaze swept around, taking in the blood-soaked ground, and frowned slightly. How can such filthy power awaken me? My body can only sustain this tainted energy for a short time, the angel murmured. Suddenly, their gaze shifted to the distant figure of Lang Qingxian. In the next moment, Xiao Chen saw surprise flicker in the angel's eyes. Such pure blood energy. Looking at Lang Qingxian before him, the angel's eyes were filled with greed. Lowering their voice, they said, "Quick, sacrifice her." After uttering this, the angel raised their head and met Xiao Chen's gaze, which was icy cold. Who are you? The angel's face was filled with astonishment as they looked at Xiao Chen. They had assumed this place was filled with their subordinates. However, witnessing the scene before them left them somewhat bewildered. Me, Xiao Chen replied with a smile, "Here to collect your people. You're looking for your subordinates, right? They're all here." Xiao Chen pointed to a pile of corpses on the ground. The angel's expression changed, and they suddenly lunged at Xiao Chen with a sword. Xiao Chen casually waved his hand, and the sword energy was instantly blocked. At the same time, Xiao Chen flicked his fingers, and a blood hole appeared in the angel's wing. The angel's expression changed. They had never expected to be injured, and the power behind that strike had already revealed their strength. Taking a deep breath, the angel immediately turned to flee. However, as they turned, they saw Xiao Chen suddenly appear behind them, his hand grasping their throat. "Did I let you leave?" The angel's face changed dramatically as they struggled, but when Xiao Chen's hand made contact, a terrifying spiritual energy surged into their body, suppressing all their power. A cultivator. The angel's face turned grim as they urgently said, "How is it possible that there are still cultivators? It seems you know quite a bit." Xiao Chen narrowed his eyes, looking at the angel with a cold smile. "Since you know so much, how about we have a good talk?" Feeling the spiritual energy within them, the angel realized that if they continued to struggle or attempted to fight back, the energy could explode at any moment, killing them instantly. Fear filled their eyes, and they softly said, "What do you want to ask? How many angels do you still have?" Xiao Chen glanced at another coffin below. So many had died before, and their blood had been absorbed by this angel, which was why they had awakened. At this moment, there were 2 angels here. He wondered how many more angels existed in the West. "I don't know." After a long silence, the angel replied, "We were reduced to just a few by your eastern cultivators. Now, are you not going to spare us?" Hearing this, Xiao Chen narrowed his eyes and said, "So, you once had many, but they were all killed by cultivators?" He hadn't expected such a situation. "Yes." The angel remained silent for a long time before saying, "Our master led us to confront the eastern cultivators, and in the end, our master died, leaving us heavily injured to escape. After that, we fell into a long slumber. We originally thought that the spiritual energy of the east had been extinguished, that those cultivators should all be dead, but we never expected that there were still eastern cultivators around." The angel looked at Xiao Chen and spoke. "Understood." Xiao Chen nodded. He asked quite a few questions, but the other party didn't know much. However, overall, Xiao Chen had managed to uncover some information. They had existed thousands of years ago, and they were not beings that had crossed through spatial turbulence. Rather, they were an angelic legion created by that seraph through the power of faith. Later, they even attempted to expand into the east but were driven back to the west by the cultivators. Of course, in that battle, the eastern cultivators also suffered heavy losses. Moreover, during the seraph's dying counterattack, they severed the spiritual veins of the east, leading to a depletion of spiritual energy. Those cultivators who escaped back were almost all plunged into a deep sleep, and perhaps many had already died. This white jade coffin can make us fall into a deep sleep and even delay our time of death. The angel looked at the white jade coffin before him and spoke. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen's eyes immediately lit up. If that was the case, this item must be a treasure. Since that was settled, there was nothing more to discuss. With a swift strike, Xiao Chen directly crushed the other party's neck, and then, with another movement, he pulled out the angel's corpse from another coffin, killing it with a single sword strike. After putting the 2 corpses and the white jade coffin into his face, Xiao Chen turned to Lang Qingxian beside him. "Let's go. Follow your master back." Xiao Chen said to Lang Qingxian. "Okay." Lang Qingxian immediately nodded and said, "Master, we will follow you." At the same time, she grabbed her parents' hands and said, "Mom and Dad, I want to follow my master to cultivate. You should come back to Longhua with us." Lang Qingxuan's parents looked at Xiao Chen, and the scene before them was too shocking. They understood that their daughter would likely be targeted by many in the future, but with such a master protecting her, she would definitely be safe. They had witnessed Xiao Chen's abilities and naturally understood that only he could protect their daughter. "Let's go," Xiao Chen said to Lang Qingxian. Then, with a quick wave of his hand, in the next moment, Lang Qingxuan's parents and Lang Qingxian were directly taken into his space. At the same time, Xiao Chen shot up into the sky, quickly heading towards Longhua. "I need to find old Bai. At the very least, I need to let him know that the West is not as simple as it seems," Xiao Chen said, slightly frowning. When they returned to Xingjing, Xiao Chen released the family of 3 from his space. Lang Qingxian was fine, as she was well aware of her master's abilities. However, it was completely different in the eyes of Lang Qingxuan's parents. They were just ordinary people and had never encountered such things before. The experiences of these past few days could almost overturn their understanding. That world was something they had never imagined. Their daughter's master actually had another world. They were not completely ignorant. After all, in this era, they had read a few novels. Now, they truly realized that the world was indeed different from what they had seen. Moreover, after entering Xiao Chen's small world, Lang Qingxian had explained it to them. At least in Lang Qingxuan's words, her master, Xiao Chen, was definitely an invincible existence. With such a master protecting her, there would be no problems. Thinking of this, their gazes towards Xiao Chen changed. After all, in a certain sense, Xiao Chen was a celestial being. Master, my parents and I have agreed that when we return to Longhua, you should arrange a job for my parents, okay? Lang Qingxian said to Xiao Chen with a smile. Inside the small world, she had carefully observed her parents. They had almost no talent and were unlikely to have any possibility of cultivating, and she returned here for her parents. Whether her parents could live long and accompany her for a while longer actually depended on Xiao Chen. As long as Xiao Chen was willing, her parents' lifespans could at least be extended by 100 years. That was enough for Lang Qingxian. All right, Xiao Chen nodded upon hearing this. Lang Qingshuan's father had originally been engaged in trade overseas, so it was naturally no problem for him to come work on Xiao Chen's side. Once they learned that even the currently sought-after healing potions in the country were developed by Xiao Chen, the whole family almost immediately decided to follow him. As for the overseas business, they both agreed to sell it off directly and then return. After all, their daughter had now taken on an extraordinary master. Xiao Chen instructed them to go to Yun City first, bringing Lang Qingxian along while he went to find Old Bai again. Seeing Xiao Chen return, Old Bai gestured for him to sit down. Take a look at the cultivation method that Master Tang brought earlier. At that moment, Old Bai directly handed the method to Xiao Chen. Although the other party had presented the method, they had no idea whether it could actually be practiced or even how to cultivate it. So, they could only wait for Xiao Chen to confirm. After all, the person had been captured by Xiao Chen. Moreover, as a cultivator, Xiao Chen's perspective was invaluable. Xiao Chen looked at the cultivation method in Old Bai's hand, examined it carefully, and then nodded, saying, no problem. The method in his hand was a very ordinary qi cultivation technique at most, reaching the qi refining stage, and it was based on martial arts. One could say that this method seemed quite poor in Xiao Chen's eyes. However, for the current dragon country, it was almost a treasure. Then, can our people cultivate it? Old Bai asked, his gaze intense as he looked at Xiao Chen. Generally, yes. If they can cultivate spiritual energy, they can practice immortality in the future. Xiao Chen thought for a moment and replied. Upon hearing this, Old Bai understood. All right, I'll arrange it. Old Bai nodded with a smile, knowing that Xiao Chen would surely look down on such a method. By the way, you took your little apprentice overseas before. How did it go? Old Bai asked curiously, looking at Xiao Chen. He understood Xiao Chen well. If there was nothing significant, he wouldn't come to find him so quickly. Now that he was here, it was clear that something had happened overseas. Xiao Chen then recounted everything he had done abroad. Listening to Xiao Chen's account, Old Bai's face showed a hint of surprise. Really? There are angels? There are. Xiao Chen nodded, thought for a moment, and waved his hand. The two angel corpses from before appeared right in front of Old Bai. Seeing the two corpses, especially the wings behind them, Old Bai's face instantly showed a look of astonishment. I kept them for no use, they're already dead. If you need them, find someone to study them. Xiao Chen said. He really had no need to keep them. However, he thought that the dragon country would definitely need them. Good, good. Old Bai's gaze was fixed on the two corpses. This was incredibly important for them. After all, it was the first time they had seen angels, and they had no idea what differences there might be. If they could research something from it, it would undoubtedly be a significant step forward for the current dragon country. Of course, ever since Xiao Chen appeared, the confidence of the dragon country had grown immensely, and only Old Bai knew this. Even those guys from the Marilus Federation dared not provoke them anymore. Everyone knew that a true immortal had emerged from the dragon country. If they angered the dragon country, that immortal would intervene, and no one could stop it. That was the most terrifying thing. I've handed over the items to you, so I'll take my leave now. Xiao Chen smiled at Old Bai and then left, heading directly to the Chu family. Chu Qingyue was still at the Chu family. You're here, Chu Qingyue said softly upon seeing Xiao Chen. Old Bai said, that little girl is your apprentice? Yes. Xiao Chen nodded and replied, my apprentice. Don't ask for the specifics. Anyway, she still has to call you Shirmu. Xiao Chen looked at Chu Qingyue and said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Chu Qingyue nodded and then softly said, Ling Kuan has already woken up. Let's go. Let's take a look. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen went upstairs with her. Now that Chu Lingkuan had awakened, when he saw Xiao Chen, he immediately shouted, brother-in-law, you're okay now, right? Xiao Chen looked at Chu Lingkuan and said with a smile, it's good if you're fine. Brother-in-law, if it weren't for you, I would have really died. Chu Lingkuan said, looking at Chu Lingkuan in front of him. Xiao Chen thought for a moment and then took out a few bottles of potions from his space and placed them in front of Chu Lingkuan. Alright, keep these evolution potions, drinking them will enhance your strength. Upon hearing this, Chu Lingkuan's eyes immediately lit up. He was very clear about the effects of the evolution potions and knew their value. Now, his brother-in-law had given him several bottles at once, and among them were even high-level evolution potions. It should be noted that even the official channels could only obtain 2 bottles from Xiao Chen in a month. I've given you the stuff, use it slowly. Your sister and I have something to attend to, so we'll be leaving. Xiao Chen looked at Chu Lingkuan and said with a smile, then took Chu Qingyue's hand and disappeared in front of Chu Lingkuan the next second. In Yun City, when Xiao Chen returned, he went directly to find Lu Ming. Master, did you call for me? Looking at Xiao Chen, Lu Ming curiously asked, is there something going on? Your junior sister's family is coming, go pick them up at the airport. Xiao Chen looked at Lu Ming and said with a smile, junior sister? Upon hearing this, Lu Ming was taken aback, then a hint of surprise appeared on his face. He really hadn't expected that he had a junior sister. Alright. At that moment, Lu Ming didn't hesitate at all and went straight away. He was particularly curious about this junior sister he had never met. Have you taken in another female disciple? Looking at Xiao Chen, Songya asked curiously. Yes. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded. Including Lang Qingxian, he indeed had quite a few disciples now. According to Lang Qingxian, he should have 9 disciples. Now, counting Lang Qingxian, she was already the 8th. This meant that in the future, he might still need to take in one more. However, the original 9th had now become the 8th, which made Xiao Chen feel a bit helpless. Soon, Lang Qingshuan's family was brought back by Lu Ming. After seeing Xiao Chen, Lang Qingxian unceremoniously sat directly in Xiao Chen's lap. Looking at the little girl in his arms, Xiao Chen sighed. Others might not know and just think of Lang Qingxian as a little girl, but Xiao Chen was very clear that she was a dignified empress. Now, the empress was particularly clingy to him. Master, Lu Shixian's cultivation is too poor now. Looking at Xiao Chen, Lang Qingxian lowered her voice and said, after all, he is the #1 sword cultivator. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen glanced at Lu Ming. This guy, the #1 sword cultivator? However, he did know that this guy indeed had the potential to be a sword cultivator. Previously, I laid the foundation for him, and with the spiritual energy depletion on Earth, he hasn't practiced much. Now, it really is time to urge him a bit. Xiao Chen said, have you met my other disciples? I've met everyone except for the 7th senior brother. Upon hearing this, Lang Qingxian said softly, they have all been guests at my place. Zhang Lingfeng didn't come? Xiao Chen frowned slightly and asked curiously, on my side, the 7th senior brother died. Upon hearing this, Lang Qingxian said softly. When Xiao Chen heard this, a strange expression immediately appeared on his face. Zhang Lingfeng died? What happened? Xiao Chen's gaze fixed on Lang Qingxian as he curiously asked. No matter what, Zhang Lingfeng was his disciple and he couldn't let him die. Moreover, Zhang Lingfeng should be on Earth. Why would he die? I don't know either, Ling Qing said softly. When I met the master, 7th senior brother had already passed away and no one else told me. I didn't ask either. Listening to Lang Qingshuan's words, Xiao Chen nodded. Undoubtedly, Zhang Lingfeng's death added a touch of surprise for him. He initially took Zhang Lingfeng as a disciple because she had good fortune, and although her talent was average, regardless, once he took her in, she became his disciple. The death of a disciple was undoubtedly a serious matter. Alright, I understand. Xiao Chen nodded and said, I'll pay more attention to him then. So, except for 8th senior brother who hasn't appeared yet, your disciples have basically all shown up, master? Looking at Xiao Chen, Lang Qingshuan's gaze carried a hint of a smile as she said, now you become the 8th. Hearing this, Xiao Chen smiled faintly. That's great, from now on, I'll be the 8th senior sister, and let that treacherous guy be the 9th. Upon hearing this, Lang Qingxian laughed heartily. Oh, hearing this, Xiao Chen frowned slightly and asked, that guy is very treacherous? Master, you don't know, in their world, he's a villain. Lang Qingxian said, he wields great power, a regent, the kind that's extremely sinister. Listening to Lang Qingshuan's introduction, Xiao Chen was slightly surprised and said, is that so? Anyway, you'll know when you meet him in the future. Lang Qingxian said with a smile, by then, you'll understand what kind of person he is. Alright, Xiao Chen nodded, then thought for a moment and said, you're going to cultivate next, right? Yes. I've already told my parents that I'll follow the master to cultivate and live in the master's space. Anyway, there are senior sister and Tang Shuang Shirmu in the master's space. They can take care of me. Looking at Xiao Chen, Lang Qingxian said at that moment. She had already seen senior sister and Tang Shuang Shirmu in the space and even chatted with them a bit. Has Chen Ran not come out yet? Hearing this, Xiao Chen asked with some concern. 2nd senior sister is here too? That's even better. Upon hearing this, Lang Qingxian quickly nodded and said, with them around, I have company. Master, please send me into the small world of the space. Looking at Xiao Chen, Lang Qingxian said. Hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded, then turned to look at Lu Ming beside him. Since you're going, urge your senior brother to go in together. He was very clear that when his disciples were cultivating and breaking through, they could also provide him with feedback power. Now that he was in the nascent soul stage, aside from Gu Qingran, none of the others even had a foundation establishment stage. The feedback power was almost negligible. This wouldn't do. From the very beginning, hadn't he been thinking of lying flat and letting his disciples work hard? With this in mind, Xiao Chen waved his hand directly, instantly bringing Lu Ming inside. It was enough to let these two cultivate in his space. After that, Xiao Chen looked at Lang Qingshuan's parents. Mr. Xiao, from now on, we'll be working under you. Looking at Xiao Chen, Lang Pingjin said. Their daughter had already made it very clear to them. It was only safe to follow Xiao Chen. Moreover, after coming here, he realized how capable Xiao Chen was. Following such a boss was naturally no problem. You two are too polite, let's work hard together in the future, Xiao Chen said, then thought for a moment, took out the evolution potion and handed it to the two, saying, this is a gift for you too. Drink this, and your bodies will evolve, at least, next time you encounter such a situation, you'll have the strength to resist. Hearing this, the couple's faces immediately showed a hint of surprise. Such a precious thing, and he just gave it away? Let's keep it for Qingxian, Lang Pingjin quickly said. No need, that child doesn't need it at all. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen waved his hand. He had carefully observed Lang Qingxian and was well aware that these things might be useful to others, but for Lang Qingxian, they were of little significance. In a certain sense, her body did not require these, she just needed to cultivate step by step. A few disciples had entered their own small world, and Xiao Chen was too lazy to go in, allowing them to communicate freely. After all, in his small world they could all interact. Any matters could also be reported to him at the first opportunity. For Xiao Chen at this moment, that was already enough. However, he had originally planned to stay a few more days, but unexpectedly, his disciples began to seek him out. Master, help me. When Feng Pingin's voice rang out, Xiao Chen frowned slightly and then asked, what happened? In Xiao Chen's view, Feng Pingin's side should be completely safe. In fact, it was impossible for anything to go wrong. An ancient dynasty's strongest power was merely a master-level warrior. Such warriors, in Xiao Chen's eyes, were no different from trash. Therefore, Feng Pingin's plea for help was something Xiao Chen had not anticipated. Master, there's a bit of trouble, and I need you to step in. Feng Pingin said urgently, it's not me and my senior brother, it's someone else. Someone else? Xiao Chen frowned slightly and then casually placed an order, immediately heading over after accepting it. His speed was incredibly fast. The moment he received the order, Xiao Chen had already appeared in front of Feng Pingin. At this moment, seeing Xiao Chen, Feng Pingin rushed over anxiously. Master, come with me quickly, you have to help me save someone. Feng Pingin's voice was filled with urgency. Hearing this, Xiao Chen looked at him and saw that he was indeed uninjured, which eased his mind considerably. He then asked no further questions and followed Feng Ping'an. Following Feng Ping'an, Xiao Chen quickly arrived at an inn in the city. Upon entering, his gaze fell upon a pale-faced woman. When the woman saw Feng Ping'an, a hint of a smile appeared in her eyes. Ping'an, don't bother, I've been poisoned with a deadly toxin that can't be undone, she said softly, looking at Feng Ping'an. Xiao Chen carefully examined the woman before him. She appeared to have some foreign bloodline. Master, this is my wife, Melody, Feng Ping'an said urgently at that moment, looking at Xiao Chen. She has been poisoned, master, please save her. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen took a closer look at the woman. Indeed, there was a toxin swirling within her body. The healing potions are ineffective? Xiao Chen had given his two disciples quite a few healing potions before leaving. The deadly poison cannot be resolved, at most, it can only maintain her current state. Feng Ping'an replied. The toxin still lingered within her body. In simple terms, the healing potion's effect was merely to restore her physical condition to its best state. However, the toxin remained and would still erupt, just like Zhang Feilong before. Xiao Chen nodded, his palm brushing over Melody's forehead, and in the next moment the deadly poison within her body was instantly drawn out by Xiao Chen. As the toxin was extracted, a mass of black poison appeared in Xiao Chen's hand. Feeling the toxin in his palm, Xiao Chen frowned slightly. This deadly poison would not directly take a person's life, but it would undoubtedly continue to torment the poisoned individual. This poison is quite insidious. Xiao Chen looked at Feng Ping'an and said, Ping'an, tell me what happened. Master, this is the deadly poison from Melody's sect, Feng Ping'an said softly, looking at Xiao Chen. He then pulled Xiao Chen and recounted her background. The saintess from the grasslands, in simple terms, was from a hostile force against the Deqian where Feng Ping'an currently resided. It's a very cliché story, but that's just how cliché it is. In the end, Feng Ping'an and the other party developed mutual feelings. It's fine on my side, after all. With you here, even if the old emperor finds out, he wouldn't dare to do anything to me, Feng Ping'an said nonchalantly. He understood Xiao Chen. His master didn't take this emperor seriously at all. If it weren't for Lin Yi, this so-called emperor might not even be worth his master's time. Moreover, during this period, he also discovered that resources in this world were truly scarce. After so many battles, even reaching the grasslands, the amount of chalcedony and spirit stones collected could almost be counted on one hand. Yet, those powerful officials still dared to make demands of him. Feng Ping'an had brushed them off. He wasn't afraid of these people at all. Ever since he successfully cultivated qi, Feng Ping'an and Lin Yi had no reason to fear anyone. Of course, his talent was much better than Lin Yi's, and now he was almost at the late stage of qi cultivation. Because of this, he could be considered invincible in this world. If the emperor didn't dare to provoke him, what else was there to fear? However, Melody was different. Originally, she had come to the capital to assassinate the emperor, only to realize that even if the emperor died, it would be of no use. After encountering Feng Ping'an, she had been captured by him several times. In the end, she was won over by Feng Ping'an. She became Feng Ping'an's woman, and naturally, those from the grasslands came to seek revenge. When Melody arrived, she drank a deadly poison, and now, without an antidote, the poison has erupted. Looking at Xiao Chen, Feng Ping'an said softly, Master, in the end, it turned out like this. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded and said, all right, I understand. Master, you don't oppose me being with Melody, do you? Feng Ping'an asked anxiously, looking at Xiao Chen. Your own matters, I won't interfere, just let Feng Longyan know when the time comes. Xiao Chen replied. He couldn't be bothered to meddle in his disciples' romantic history. To put it bluntly, without him, this disciple would also be a protagonist. The other party had their own path to walk, and he naturally wouldn't interfere. He was very clear now that he was just a support. It could also be seen as standing up for his disciple, even allowing his disciple to have confidence in this world. I've met the immortal lord. Melody finally stood up, her complexion much rosier, and upon seeing Xiao Chen, she hurriedly knelt on the ground. She knew very well that whether she could be with Feng Ping'an was entirely up to the immortal lord. Xiao Chen glanced at her, her talent was decent and she matched well with his disciple. However, she wasn't exactly a heavenly beauty, at least, the system hadn't given any hints. Undoubtedly, Melody's fortune was still lacking a bit. Of course, he also learned from Leng Qingxian that he roughly had 9 disciples, and now one of them was likely acting as a regent. That person was quite cunning, but that character trait wasn't a problem. Being scheming sometimes wasn't a bad thing, as long as it wasn't directed at him. Get up. Looking at Melody, Xiao Chen said softly, since you become my disciple's wife, then you're one of us. Thank you, master. Feng Ping'an immediately showed a look of surprise. With Xiao Chen's approval, there was no problem at all. At that moment, he looked at Xiao Chen with a face full of joy. He knew that his master's recognition outweighed everything. Thank you, immortal lord. Melody also had a beaming expression upon hearing this. There's nothing much to give. Take this cultivation method. Xiao Chen thought for a moment and handed a cultivation method he had obtained earlier to Melody. She could cultivate, but her talent wasn't that high. Of course, even so, it was still a rare find. Only Xiao Chen knew how precious cultivation talent was. For example, although Old Wolf and the others now had cultivation methods, he was well aware that it was due to